The policy of the party throughout the whole country naturally followed that of Pravda. In many Soviets, resolutions about fundamental problems were now adopted unanimously. The Bolsheviks simply bowed down to the Soviet majority. At a conference of the Soviets of the Moscow region, the Bolsheviks joined in the resolution of the Social Patriots on the war. And finally, at the All-Russian Conference of the representatives of 82 Soviets at the end of March and the beginning of April, the Bolsheviks voted for the official resolution on the question of power, which was defended by Dan. This extraordinary political rapprochement with the Mensheviks caused a widespread tendency towards unification. In the provinces, the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks entered into united organizations. The Kamina-Stalin faction was steadily converting itself into a left flank of the so-called revolutionary democracy, and was taking part in the mechanics of parliamentary pressure in the couloirs upon the bourgeoisie, supplementing this with a similar pressure upon the democracy. The part of the Central Committee which lived abroad and the central organ, the Social Democrat, had been the spiritual center of the party. Lenin, with Zinoviev as assistant, had conducted the whole work of leadership. The most responsible secretarial duties were fulfilled by Lenin's wife, Krupskaya. In the practical work, this small center relied upon the support of a few score of Bolshevik emigrants. During the war, their isolation from Russia became the more unbearable as the military police of the Entente drew its circle tighter and tighter. The revolutionary explosion they had so long and tensely awaited caught them unawares. England categorically refused to the emigrant internationalists, of whom she had kept a careful list, a visa to Russia. Lenin was raging in his Zurich cage, seeking a way out. Among 100 plans that were talked over, one was to travel on the passport of a deaf and dumb Scandinavian. At the same time, Lenin did not miss any chance to make his voice heard from Switzerland. On March 6 he telegraphed through Stockholm to Petrograd, "Our tactic, absolute lack of confidence, no support to the new government, suspect Kerensky especially, arming of proletariat the sole guarantee, immediate elections to the Petrograd Duma, no rapprochement with other parties." In this directive, only the suggestion about elections to the Duma instead of the Soviet, had an episodic character and soon dropped out of sight. The other points, expressed with telegraphic incisiveness, fully indicate the general direction of the policy to be pursued. At the same time, Lenin begins to send to Pravda his letters from afar, which, although based upon fragments of foreign information, constitute a finished analysis of the revolutionary situation. The news in the papers soon enabled him to conclude that the provisional government, with the direct assistance not only of Kerensky but of Chij, was not unsuccessfully deceiving the workers, giving out the imperialist war for a war of defense. On the 17th of March, through friends in Stockholm, he wrote a letter filled with alarm. "Our party would disgrace itself forever, kill itself politically, if it took part in such deceit. I would choose an immediate split with no matter whom in our party rather than surrender to social patriotism." After this apparently impersonal threat, having definite people in mind however, Lenin adjures, Kamina must understand that a world historic responsibility rests upon him. Kamina is named here because it is a question of political principle. If Lenin had had a practical militant problem in mind, he would have been more likely to mention Stalin. But in just those hours Lenin was striving to communicate the intensity of his will to Petrograd across smoking Europe. Kamina, with the cooperation of Stalin, was turning sharply towards social patriotism. Various schemes, disguises, false whiskers, foreign or false passports, were cast aside one after the other as impossible. And meanwhile the idea of traveling through Germany became more and more concrete. This plan frightened the majority emigrants, and not only those who were patriotic, either. Martov and the other Mensheviks could not make up their minds to adopt the bold action of Lenin, and continued to knock in vain on the doors of the Entente. Later on even many of Bolsheviks repented of their journey through Germany, in view of the difficulties caused by the sealed train in the sphere of agitation. From the beginning Lenin never shut his eyes to those future difficulties. Krupskaya wrote not long before the departure from Zurich, "Of course the patriots will raise an outcry in Russia, but for that we must be prepared. The question stood as follows: either stay in Switzerland or travel through Germany. There was no other choice. Could Lenin have hesitated for a moment? Just 1 month later Martov Axelrod and the others had to follow in his steps. In the organization of this unusual trip through hostile territory in wartime, the fundamental traits of Lenin as statesman expressed themselves: boldness of conception and meticulous carefulness in its fulfillment. Inside that great revolutionist there dwelt a pedantic notary, one who knew his function, however, and drew up his paper at the moment when it might help in the overthrow of all such notarial acts forever. The conditions of the journey through German were worked out with extraordinary care in this unique international treaty between the editorial staff of a revolutionary paper and the Empire of the Hohenzollerns. Lenin demanded complete extraterritoriality during the transit, no supervision of the personnel of the passengers, their passports, or baggage. No single person should have the right to enter the train throughout the journey. On their part, the emigrant group agreed to insist upon the release from Russia of a corresponding number of German and Austro-Hungarian civil prisoners. At the same time a joint declaration was drawn up with several foreign revolutionists. The Russian internationalists who are now going to Russia in order to serve there the cause of the revolution, will help us arouse the proletariat of other countries, especially of Germany and Austria, against their governments. So speaks the protocol signed by Laureat and Gilbos from France, Paul Levy from Germany, Platon from Switzerland, by Swedish left deputies and others. On those conditions and with those precautions, 30 Russian emigrants left Switzerland at the end of March. A rather explosive train load even among the loads of those war days. In his farewell letter to the Swiss workers, Lenin reminded them of the declaration of the central organ of the Bolsheviks in the autumn of 1915, if the revolution brings to power in Russia a republican government which wants to continue the imperialist war, the Bolsheviks will be against the defense of the republican fatherland. Such a situation has now arisen. Our slogan is no support to the government of Gukakov-Miliukov. With those words Lenin now entered the territory of the revolution. However, the members of the provisional government did not see any ground for alarm. Nabokov writes, at one of the March sessions of the provisional government, during a recess, in a long conversation about the increasing propaganda of the Bolsheviks, Kerensky exclaimed with his usual hysterical giggle, "Just you wait, Lenin himself is coming, then the real thing will begin." Kerensky was right. The real thing would begin only then. However, the ministers, according to Nabokov, were not greatly disturbed. The very fact of his having appealed to Germany will so undermine the authority of Lenin that we need not fear him. As was to be expected, the ministers were exceedingly perspicacious. Friendly disciples went to meet Lenin in Finland. We had hardly got into the car and sat down, writes Raskolnikov, a young naval officer and a Bolshevik, when Vladimir Ilyich flung at Kamina, "What's this you're writing in Pravda? We saw several numbers and gave it to you good and proper." Such was their meeting after a separation of several years. But even so it was a friendly meeting. The Petrograd Committee, with the cooperation of the military organization, mobilized several thousand workers and soldiers for a triumphal welcome to Lenin. A friendly armored car division detailed all their cars to meet him. The committee decided to go to the station with the armored cars. The revolution had already created a partiality for that type of monster, so useful to have on your side in the streets of a city. The description of the official meeting which took place in the so-called Tsar's room of the Finland station, constitutes a very lively page in the many-volumed and rather faded memoirs of Sukhanov. Lenin walked, or rather ran, into the Tsar's room in a round hat, his face chilled, and a luxurious bouquet in his arms. Hurrying to the middle of the room, he stopped still in front of Chij as though he had run into a completely unexpected obstacle. And here Chij, not abandoning his previous melancholy look, pronounced the following speech of greeting, carefully, preserving not only the spirit and voice of a moral instructor, "Comrade Lenin, in the name of the Petrograd Soviet and the whole revolution. We welcome you to Russia,
but we consider that the chief task of the revolutionary democracy at present is to defend our revolution against every kind of attack both from within and from without. We hope that you will join us in striving towards this goal." Chij ceased. I was dismayed with the unexpectedness of it. But Lenin, it seemed, knew well how to deal with all that. He stood there looking as though what was happening did not concern him in the least, glanced from one side to the other, looked over the surrounding public, and even examined the ceiling of the Tsar's room while rearranging his bouquet, and finally, having turned completely away from the delegates of the executive committee, answered thus: "Dear comrades, soldiers, sailors, and workers, I am happy to greet in you the victorious Russian Revolution, to greet you as the advance guard of the International Proletarian Army. The hour is not far when, at the summons of our comrade Karl Liebknecht, the people will turn their weapons against their capitalist exploiters. The Russian Revolution achieved by you has opened a new epoch. Long live the worldwide socialist revolution." Sukhanov is right, the bouquet harmonized badly with the figure of Lenin, and doubtless hindered and embarrassed him with its inappropriateness to the austere background of events. In general, as it happens, Lenin did not like flowers in a bouquet. But doubtless he was far more embarrassed by that official and hypocritical Sunday school greeting in the parade room of a station. Chij was better than his speech of greeting. He was a little timid of Lenin. But they undoubtedly had told him that it was necessary to pull up on the sectarian from the very beginning. To supplement Chij's speech, which had demonstrated the pitiable level of the leadership, a young naval commander, speaking in the name of the sailors, was brilliant enough to express the hope that Lenin might become a member of the provisional government. Thus the February Revolution, garrulous and flabby and still rather stupid, greeted the man who had arrived with a resolute determination to set it straight both in thought and in will. Those first impressions, multiplying tenfold the alarm which he had brought with him, produced a feeling of protest in Lenin which it was difficult to restrain. How much more satisfactory to roll up his sleeves! Appealing from Chij to the sailors and workers, from the defense of the fatherland to international revolution, from the provisional government to Liebknecht, Lenin merely gave a short rehearsal there at the station of his whole future policy. And nevertheless that clumsy revolution instantly and heartily took its leader into its bosom. The soldiers demanded that Lenin climb up on one of the armored cars, and he had to obey. The oncoming night made the procession especially impressive. The lights on the other armored cars being dimmed, the night was stabbed by the sharp beam from the projector of the machine on which Lenin rode. It sliced out from the darkness of the street sections of excited workers, soldiers, sailors, the same ones who had achieved the great revolution and then let the power slip through their fingers. The band ceased playing every so often, in order to let Lenin repeat or vary his speech before new listeners. That triumphal march was brilliant, says Sukhanov, and even somewhat symbolic. In the palace of Kashisinskaya, Bolshevik headquarters in the satin nest of a court ballerina, that combination must have amused Lenin's always lively irony. Greetings began again. This was too much. Lenin endured the flood of eulogistic speeches like an impatient pedestrian waiting in a doorway for the rain to stop. He felt the sincere joyfulness at his arrival, but was bothered by its verboseness. The very tone of the official greeting seemed to him imitative, affected, in a word borrowed from the petty bourgeois democracy, declamatory, sentimental and false. He saw that the revolution, before having even defined its problems and tasks, had already created its tiresome etiquette. He smiled a good-natured reproach, looked at his watch, and from time to time doubtless gave an unrestrained yawn. The echo of the last greeting had not died away, when this unusual guest let loose upon that audience a cataract of passionate thought which at times sounded almost like a lashing. At that period the stenographic art was not yet open to Bolshevism. Nobody made notes. All were too absorbed in what was happening. The speeches have not been preserved. There remain only general impressions in the memoirs of the listeners. And these have been edited by the lapse of time, rapture has been added to them, and fright washed away.
The fundamental impression made by Lenin's speech even among those nearest to him was one of fright. All the accepted formulas, which with innumerable repetition had acquired in the course of a month a seemingly unshakable permanence, were exploded one after another before the eyes of that audience. The short Leninist reply at the station, tossed out over the head of the startled Chij, was here developed into a 2-hour speech addressed directly to the Petrograd cadres of Bolshevism. The non-party socialist, Sukhanov, was accidentally present at this meeting as a guest, admitted by the good-natured Kamina, although Lenin was intolerant of such indulgences. Thanks to this we have a description made by an outsider, half hostile and half ecstatic, of the first meeting of Lenin with the Petersburg Bolsheviks. I will never forget that thunder-like speech, startling and amazing not only to me, a heretic accidentally dropped in, but also to the faithful, all of them. I assert that nobody there had expected anything of the kind. It seemed as if all the elements and the spirit of universal destruction had risen from their lairs, knowing neither barriers nor doubts nor personal difficulties nor personal considerations, to hover through the banquet chambers of Kashysinskaya above the heads of the bewitched disciples. Personal considerations and difficulties, to Sukhanov that meant for the most part the editorial waverings of the Novizhizn circle having tea with Maxim Gorky. Lenin's considerations went deeper. Not the elements were hovering in that banquet hall, but human thoughts, and they were not embarrassed by the elements, but were trying to understand in order to control them. But never mind, the impression is clearly conveyed. On the journey here with my comrades, said Lenin, according to Sukhanov's report, I was expecting they would take us directly from the station to Peter and Paul. We are far from that, it seems. But let us not give up the hope that it will happen, that we shall not escape it. For the others at that time the development of the revolution was identical with the strengthening of the democracy. For Lenin the nearest prospect led straight to the Peter and Paul prison fortress. It seemed a sinister joke. But Lenin was not joking, nor was the revolution joking. He swept aside legislative agrarian reform, complained Sukhanov, along with all the rest of the policies of the Soviet. He spoke for an organized seizure of the land by the peasants, not anticipating any governmental power at all. We don't need any parliamentary republic. We don't need any bourgeois democracy. We don't need any government except the Soviet of workers, soldiers, and farmhands deputies. At the same time Lenin sharply separated himself from the Soviet majority, tossing them over into the camp of the enemy. That alone was enough in those days to make his listeners dizzy. Only the Zimmerwald left stands guard over the proletarian interests and the world revolution. Thus Sukhanov reports, with indignation, the thoughts of Lenin. The rest are the same old opportunists speaking pretty words but in reality betraying the cause of socialism and the worker masses. Raskolnikov supplements Sukhanov. He decisively assailed the tactics pursued before his arrival by the ruling party groups and by individual comrades. The most responsible workers were here. But for them too the words of Illich were a veritable revelation. They laid down a Rubicon between the tactics of yesterday and today. That Rubicon, as we shall see, was not laid down at once. There was no discussion of the speech. All were too much astounded, and each wanted a chance to collect his thoughts. I came out on the street, concludes Sukhanov, feeling as though on that night I had been flogged over the head with a flail. Only one thing was clear, there was no place for me, a non-party man, beside Lenin. Indeed not. The next day Lenin presented to the party a short written exposition of his views, which under the name of Theses of April 4 has become one of the most important documents of the revolution. The theses express simple thoughts in simple words comprehensible to all. The republic which has issued from the February Revolution is not our republic, and the war which it is now waging is not our war. The task of the Bolsheviks is to overthrow the imperialist government. But this government rests upon the support of the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks, who in turn are supported by the trustfulness of the masses of the people. We are in the minority. In these circumstances there can be no talk of violence from our side. We must teach the masses not to trust the compromisers and defensists. We must patiently explain. The success of this policy, dictated by the whole existing situation, is assured, and it will bring us to the dictatorship of the proletariat, and so beyond the boundaries of the bourgeois regime. We will break absolutely with capital, publish its secret treaties, and summon the workers of the whole world to cast loose from the bourgeoisie and put an end to the war. We are beginning the international revolution. Only its success will confirm our success, and guarantee a transition to the socialist regime. These theses of Lenin were published in his own name and his only. The central institutions of the party met them with a hostility softened only by bewilderment. Nobody, not one organization, group, or individual, affixed his signature to them. Even Zinoviev, arriving with Lenin from abroad, where for 10 years his ideas had been forming under the immediate and daily influence of Lenin, silently stepped aside, nor was this sidestepping a surprise to the teacher, who knew his closest disciple all too well. Where Kamenev was a propagandist popularizer, Zinoviev was an agitator, and indeed, to quote an expression of Lenin, nothing but an agitator. He has not, in the first place, a sufficient sense of responsibility to be a leader. But not only that. Lacking inner discipline, his mind is completely incapable of theoretical work, and his thoughts dissolve into formless intuitions of the agitator. Thanks to an exceptionally quick scent, he can catch out of the air whatever formulas are necessary to him, those which will exercise the most effective influence on the masses. Both as journalist and orator he remains an agitator, with only this difference, that in his articles you usually see his weaker side, and in oral speech his stronger. Although far more bold and unbridled in agitation than any other Bolshevik, Zinoviev is even less capable than Kamenev of revolutionary initiative. He is, like all demagogues, indecisive. Passing from the arena of factional debate to that of direct mass fighting, Zinoviev almost involuntarily separated from his teacher. There have been plenty of attempts of late years to prove that the April Party crisis was a passing and almost accidental confusion. They all go to pieces at first contact with the facts. What we already know of the activity of the party in March reveals the deepest possible contradiction between Lenin and the Petersburg leadership. This contradiction reached its highest intensity exactly at the moment of Lenin's arrival. Simultaneously with the All-Russian Conference of Representatives of 82 Soviets, where Kamenev and Stalin voted for the resolution on sovereignty introduced by the Social Revolutionaries and Mensheviks, there took place in Petrograd a party conference of Bolsheviks assembled from all over Russia. This conference, at the very end of which Lenin arrived, has an exceptional interest for anyone wishing to characterize the mood and opinions of the party and all its upper layers as they issued from the war. A reading of the reports, to this day unpublished, frequently produces a feeling of amazement. Is it possible that a party represented by these delegates will after 7 months seize the power with an iron hand? A month had already passed since the uprising, a long period for a revolution, as also for a war. Nevertheless, opinions were not defined in the party on the most basic questions of the revolution. Extreme patriots such as Vodinsky, Ilyeva, and others, participated in the conference alongside of those who considered themselves internationalists. The percentage of outspoken patriots, incomparably less than among the Mensheviks, was nevertheless considerable. The conference as a whole did not decide the question whether to break with its own patriots or unite with the patriots of Menshevism. In an interval between sessions of the Bolshevik conference there was held a united session of Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, delegates to the Soviet conference, to consider the war question. The most furious Menshevik patriot, Lieber, announced at this session, "We must do away with the old division between Bolshevik and Menshevik, and speak only of our attitude toward the war." The Bolshevik, Vodinsky, hastened to proclaim his readiness to put his signature to every word of Lieber. All of them together, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, patriots and internationalists, were seeking a common formula for their attitude to the war. The views of the Bolshevik Conference undoubtedly found their most adequate expression in the report of Stalin on relations with the provisional government. It is necessary to introduce here the central thought of this speech, which, like the reports as a whole, is not yet published. The power has been decided between two organs of which neither one possesses full power. There is debate and struggle between them, and there ought to be. The roles have been divided. The Soviet has in fact taken the initiative in the revolutionary transformation. The Soviet is the revolutionary leader of the insurrectionary people, an organ controlling the provisional government. And the provisional government has in fact taken the role of fortifier of the conquests of the revolutionary people. The Soviet mobilizes the forces, and controls. The provisional government, balking and confused, takes the role of fortifier of those conquests of the people, which they have already seized as a fact. This situation has disadvantageous, but also advantageous sides. It is not to our advantage at present to force events, hastening the process of repelling the bourgeois layers, who will in the future inevitably withdraw from us. Transcending class distinctions, the speaker portrays the relation between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat as a mere division of labor. The workers and soldiers achieve the revolution, Gukakov and Milyakov fortify it. We recognize here the traditional conception of the Mensheviks, incorrectly modeled after the events of 1789. This superintendent's approach to the historical process is exactly characteristic of the leaders of Menshevism, this handing out of instructions to various classes and then patronizingly criticizing their fulfillment. The idea that it is disadvantageous to hasten the withdrawal of the bourgeoisie from the revolution, has always been the guiding principle of the whole policy of the Mensheviks. In action this means blunting and weakening the movement of the masses in order not to frighten away the liberal allies. And finally, Stalin's conclusion as to the provisional government is wholly in accord with the equivocal formula of the compromisers, insofar as the provisional government fortifies the steps of the revolution, insofar we must support it, but insofar as it is counter-revolutionary, support to the provisional government is not permissible. Stalin's report was made on March 29. On the next day the official spokesman of the Soviet Conference, the non-party Social Democrat Steklov, defending the same conditional support to the provisional government, in the ardor of his eloquence painted such a picture of the activity of the fortifiers of the revolution, opposition to social reforms, leaning towards monarchy, protection of counter-revolutionary forces, appetite for annexation, that the Bolshevik Conference recoiled in alarm from this formula of support. The right Bolshevik Nogin declared, "The speech of Steklov has introduced one new thought. It is clear that we ought not now to talk about support, but about resistance." Skripnik also arrived at the conclusion that since the speech of Steklov many things have changed, there can be no more talk of supporting the government. There is a conspiracy of the provisional government against the people and the revolution. Stalin, who a day before had been painting an idealistic picture of the division of labor between the government and the Soviet, felt obliged to eliminate this point about supporting the government. The short and superficial discussion turned about the question whether to support the provisional government insofar as, or only to support the revolutionary activities of the provisional government. The delegate from Saratov, Vasiliev, not untruthfully declared, "We all have the same attitude to the provisional government." Krestinsky formulated the situation even more clearly, "As to practical action there is no disagreement between Stalin and Vodinsky." Notwithstanding the fact that Vodinsky went over to the Mensheviks immediately after the conference, Krestinsky was not very wrong. Although he eliminated the open mention of support, Stalin did not eliminate support. The only one who attempted to formulate the question in principle was Krasikov, one of those old Bolsheviks who had withdrawn from the party for a series of years, but now, weighed down with life's experience, was trying to return to its ranks. Krasikov did not hesitate to seize the bull by the horns. "Is this then a dictatorship of the proletariat you are about to inaugurate?" he asked ironically. But the conference passed over his irony, and along with it passed over this question as one not deserving attention. The resolution of the conference summoned the revolutionary democracy to urge the provisional government toward a most energetic struggle for the complete liquidation of the old regime, that is, gave the proletarian party the role of governess of the bourgeoisie. The next day they considered the proposal of Tsereteli for a union of Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Stalin was wholly in favor of the proposal. We must do it. It is necessary to define our proposal for a basis of union. Union is possible on the basis of Zimmerwald-Kienthal. Molotov, who had been removed from the editorship of Pravda by Kamina and Stalin because of the too radical line of the paper, spoke in opposition. Tsereteli wants to unite heterogeneous elements. He himself calls himself Zimmerwaldist. A union on that basis is wrong. But Stalin stuck to his guns. There is no use running ahead and trying to forestall disagreements. There is no party life without disagreements. We will live down petty disagreements within the party. The whole struggle which Lenin had been carrying on during the war years against social patriotism and its pacifist disguise, was thus casually swept aside. In September 1916 Lenin had written through Shliapnikov to Petrograd with special insistence, conciliationism and consolidation is the worst thing for the Workers' Party in Russia, not only idiotism but ruin to the party. We can rely only on those who have understood the whole deceit involved in the idea of unity and whole necessity of a split with that brotherhood in Russia. This warning was not understood. Disagreements with Tsereteli, the leader of the ruling Soviet bloc, seemed to Stalin petty disagreements, which could be lived down within a common party. This furnishes the best criterion for an appraisal of the views held by Stalin at that time. On April 4 Lenin appeared at the party conference. His speech, developing his theses, passed over the work of the conference like the wet sponge of a teacher erasing what had been written on the blackboard by a confused pupil. "Why didn't you seize the power?" asked Lenin. At the Soviet conference not long before that, Steklov had confusedly explained the reasons for abstaining from the power. The revolution is bourgeois, it is the first stage, the war, etc. "That's nonsense," Lenin said. "The reason is that the proletariat was not sufficiently conscious and not sufficiently organized. That we have to acknowledge. The material force was in the hands of the proletariat, but the bourgeoisie was conscious and ready. That is the monstrous fact. But it is necessary to acknowledge it frankly, and say to the people straight out that we did not seize the power because we were unorganized and not conscious." From the plane of pseudo-objectivism, behind which the political capitulators were hiding, Lenin shifted the whole question to the subjective plane. The proletariat did not seize the power in February because the Bolshevik Party was not equal to its objective task, and could not prevent the compromisers from expropriating the popular masses politically for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. The day before that, lawyer Krasikov had said challengingly, "If we think that the time has now come to realize the dictatorship of the proletariat, then we ought to pose the question that way. We unquestionably have the physical force for a seizure of power." The chairman at that time deprived Krasikov of the floor on the ground that practical problems were under discussion, and the question of dictatorship was out of order. But Lenin thought that, as the sole practical question, the question of preparing the dictatorship of the proletariat was exactly in order. "The peculiarity of the present moment in Russia," he said in his theses, "consists in the transition from the first stage of the revolution, which gave the power to the bourgeoisie on account of the inadequate consciousness and organization of the proletariat, to its second stage which must give the power to the proletariat and the poor layers of the peasantry." The conference, following the lead of Pravda, had limited the task of the revolution to a democratic transformation to be realized through the Constituent Assembly. As against this, Lenin declared that life and the revolution will push the Constituent Assembly into the background. A dictatorship of the proletariat exists, but nobody knows what to do with it. The delegates exchanged glances. They whispered to each other that Illich had stayed too long abroad, had not had time to look around and familiarize himself with things. But the speech of Stalin on the ingenious division of labor between the government and the Soviet sank out of sight once and forever. Stalin himself remained silent. From now on he will have to be silent for a long time. Kamina alone will man the defenses. Lenin had already given warning in letters from Geneva that he was ready to break with anybody who made concessions on the question of war, chauvinism, and compromise with the bourgeoisie. Now, face to face with the leading circles of the party, he opens an attack all along the line. But at the beginning he does not name a single Bolshevik by name. If he has need of a living model of equivocation and halfwayness, he points his finger at the non-party men, or at Steklov or Chij. That was the customary method of Lenin, not to nail anybody down to his position too soon, to give the prudent a chance to withdraw from the battle in good season and thus weaken at once the future ranks of his open enemies. Kamina and Stalin had thought that in participating in the war after February, the soldiers and workers were defending the revolution. Lenin thinks that, as before, the soldier and the worker take part in the war as the conscripted slaves of capital. Even our Bolsheviks, he says, narrowing the circle around his antagonists, show confidence in the government. Only the fumes of the revolution can explain that. That is the death of socialism. If that's your position, our ways part. I prefer to remain in the minority. That was not a mere oratorical threat, it was a clear path thought through to the end. Although naming neither Kamina nor Stalin, Lenin was obliged to name the paper. Pravda demands of the government that it renounce annexation. To demand from the government of the capitalists that it renounce annexation is nonsense, flagrant mockery. Restrained indignation here breaks out with a high note. But the orator immediately takes himself in hand, he wants to say no less than is necessary, but also no more. Incidentally and in passing, Lenin gives incomparable rules for revolutionary statesmanship. When the masses announce that they do not want conquests, I believe them. When Gukakov and Lvov say they do not want conquests, they are deceivers. When a worker says that he wants the defense of the country, what speaks in him is the instinct of the oppressed. This criterion, to call it by its right name, seems simple as life itself. But the difficulty is to call it by its right name in time. On the question of the appeal of the Soviet to the people of the whole world, which caused the liberal paper Wretch at one time to declare that the theme of pacifism is developing among us into an ideology common to the Allies, Lenin expressed himself more clearly and succinctly. What is peculiar to Russia is the gigantically swift transition from wild violence to the most delicate deceit. This appeal, wrote Stalin concerning the manifesto, if it reaches the broad masses, will undoubtedly recall hundreds and thousands of workers to the forgotten slogan "Proletarians of all countries unite." The appeal of the Soviet, objects Lenin, there isn't a word in it imbued with class consciousness. There is nothing to it but phrases. This document, the pride of the homegrown Zimmerwaldists, is in Lenin's eyes merely one of the weapons of the most delicate deceit. Up to Lenin's arrival, Pravda had never even mentioned the Zimmerwald left. Speaking of the International, it never indicated which International. Lenin called this the Koskyanism of Pravda. In Zimmerwald and Kienthal, he declared at a party conference, the centrists predominated. We declare that we created a left and broke with the center. The left Zimmerwald tendency exists in all the countries of the world. The masses ought to realize that socialism has split throughout the world. 3 days before that, Stalin had announced at that same conference his readiness to live down differences with Tsereteli on the basis of Zimmerwald-Kienthal, that is, on the basis of Koskyanism. I hear that in Russia there is a trend toward consolidation, said Lenin. Consolidation with the defensists, that is betrayal of socialism. I think it would be better to stand alone like Liebknecht, 1 against 110. The accusation of betrayal of socialism, for the present still without naming names, is not here merely a strong word, it fully expresses the attitude of Lenin toward those Bolsheviks who were extending a finger to the social patriots. In opposition to Stalin, who thought it was possible to unite with the Mensheviks, Lenin thought it was unpermissible to share with them any longer the name of Social Democrat. Personally, and speaking for myself alone, he said, I propose that we change the name of the party, that we call it the Communist Party. Personally, and speaking for myself alone, that means that nobody, not one of the members of the conference, agreed to that symbolic gesture of ultimate break with the Second International. You are afraid to go back on your old memories, says the orator to the embarrassed, bewildered and partly indignant delegates. But the time has come to change our linen, we've got to take off the dirty shirt and put on clean. And he again insists, don't hang on to an old word which is rotten through and through. Have the will to build a new party, and all the oppressed will come to you. Before the enormity of the task not yet begun, and the intellectual confusion in his own ranks, a sharp thought of the precious time foolishly wasted in meetings, greetings, ritual resolutions, wrests a cry from the orator, have done with greetings and resolutions. It's time to get down to business. We must proceed to practical sober work. An hour later Lenin was compelled to repeat his speech at the previously designated joint session of the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, where it sounded to a majority of the listeners like something between mockery and delirium. The more condescending shrugged their shoulders. This man evidently fell down from the moon. Hardly off the steps of the Finland station after a 10-year absence he starts preaching the seizure of power by the proletariat. The less good-natured among the patriots made references to the sealed train. Stankiewicz testifies that Lenin's speech greatly delighted his enemies. A man who talks that kind of stupidity is not dangerous. It's a good thing he has come. Now he is in plain sight. Now he will refute himself. Nevertheless, with all its boldness of revolutionary grasp, its inflexible determination to break even with his former long-time colleagues and comrades in arms, if they proved unable to march with the revolution, the speech of Lenin, every part balanced against the rest, was filled with deep realism and an infallible feeling for the masses. Exactly for this reason, it seemed to the Democrats a fantastic skimming of the surface. The Bolsheviks are a tiny minority in the Soviet, and Lenin dreams of seizing the power. Isn't that pure adventurism? There was not a shadow of adventurism in Lenin's statement of the problem. He did not for a moment close his eyes to the existence of honest defensist moods in the broad masses. He did not intend either to lose himself in the masses or to act behind their backs. We are not charlatans, he throws this in the eyes of future objections and accusations. We must base ourselves only upon the consciousness of the masses. Even if it is necessary to remain in a minority, so be it. It is a good thing to give up for a time the position of leadership. We must not be afraid to remain in the minority. Do not fear to remain in a minority, even a minority of one, like Lennox 1 against 110, such was the leitmotif of his speech. The real government is the Soviet of workers' deputies. In the Soviet our party is the minority. What can we do? All we can do is to explain patiently, insistently, systematically the error of their tactics. So long as we are in the minority, we will carry on the work of criticism, in order to free the masses from deceit. We do not want the masses to believe us just on our say-so. We are not charlatans. We want the masses to be freed by experience from their mistakes. Don't be afraid to remain in the minority. Not forever, but for a time. The hour of Bolshevism will strike. Our line will prove right. All the oppressed will come to us, because the war will bring them to us. They have no other way out. At the joint conference, relates Sukhanov, Lenin was the living incarnation of a split. I remember Bogdanov sitting 2 steps away from the orator's tribune. Why, that is raving, he interrupted Lenin, that is the raving of a lunatic. You ought to be ashamed to applaud such spouting, he cried, turning to the audience, white in the face with rage and scorn. You disgrace yourselves, Marxists. A former member of the Bolshevik Central Committee, Goldenberg, at that time a non-party man, appraised Lenin's theses in these withering words: for many years the place of Bakunin has remained vacant in the Russian Revolution, now it is occupied by Lenin. His program at that time was met not so much with indignation, relates the social revolutionary Zenzinov, as with ridicule. It seemed to everybody so absurd and fantastic. On the evening of the same day in the couloirs of the Contact Commission, Two socialists were talking with Miliukov, and the conversation touched on Lenin. Skobelev estimated him as a man completely played out, standing apart from the movement. Sukhanov was of the same mind, and added that Lenin is to such a degree unacceptable to everybody that he is no longer dangerous even to my companion Miliukov here. The distribution of roles in this conversation, however, was exactly according to Lenin's formula. The socialists were protecting the peace of mind of the liberal from the trouble which Bolshevism might cause him. Rumors even arrived in the ears of the British ambassador that Lenin had been declared a bad Marxist. Among the newly arrived anarchists, wrote Buchanan, was Lenin, who came through in a sealed train from Germany. He made his first public appearance at a meeting of the Social Democratic Party and was badly received. The most condescending of all toward Lenin in those days was no other than Kerensky, who in a circle of members of the provisional government unexpectedly stated that he must go to see Lenin, and explained in answer to their bewildered questions, well, he is living in a completely isolated atmosphere, he knows nothing, sees everything through the glasses of his fanaticism. There is no one around him who might help him orient himself a little in what is going on. Thus testifies Nabokov. But Kerensky never found the time to orient Lenin in what was going on. The April theses of Lenin not only evoked the bewildered indignation of his opponents and enemies. They repelled a number of old Bolsheviks into the Menshevik camp, or into that intermediate group which found shelter around Gorky's paper. This leakage had no serious political significance. Infinitely more important was the impression which Lenin's position made on the whole leading group of the party. In the first days after his arrival, writes Sukhanov, his complete isolation among all his conscious party comrades cannot be doubted in the least. Even his party comrades, the Bolsheviks, confirms the social revolutionary Zenzanov, at that time turned away in embarrassment from him. The authors of these comments were meeting the leading Bolsheviks every day in the executive committee, and had first-hand evidence of what they said. But there is no lack of similar testimony from among the ranks of the Bolsheviks. When the theses of Lenin appeared, wrote Sikhan, softening the colors as much as possible, as do a majority of the old Bolsheviks when they stumble on the February Revolution, there was felt in our party a certain wavering. Many of the comrades argued that Lenin showed a syndicalist deviation, that he was out of touch with Russia, that he was not taking into consideration the given moment, etc. One of the prominent Bolshevik leaders in the provinces, Lebedev, writes, on Lenin's arrival in Russia, his agitation, at first not wholly intelligible to us Bolsheviks, but regarded as utopian and explainable by his long removal from Russian life, was gradually absorbed by us, and entered, as you might say, into our flesh and blood. Zalesky, a member of the Petrograd Committee and one of the organizers of the Welcome to Lenin, expresses it more frankly. Lenin's theses produced the impression of an exploding bomb. Zalesky fully confirms the complete isolation of Lenin after that so warm and impressive welcome. On that day Comrade Lenin could not find open sympathizers even in our own ranks. Still more important, however, is the evidence of Pravda. On April 8, after the publication of the theses, when time enough had passed to make explanations and reach a mutual understanding, the editors of Pravda wrote, as for the general scheme of Comrade Lenin, it seems to us unacceptable in that it starts from the assumption that the bourgeois democratic revolution is ended, and counts upon an immediate transformation of this revolution into a socialist revolution. The central organ of the party thus openly announced before the working class and its enemies a split with the generally recognized leader of the party upon the central question of the revolution for which the Bolshevik ranks had been getting ready during a long period of years. That alone is sufficient to show the depth of the April crisis in the party, due to the clash of two irreconcilable lines of thought and action. Until it surmounted this crisis the revolution could not go forward. Chapter 16. Rearming the party. How explain Lenin's extraordinary isolation at the beginning of April? How in general could such a situation arise, and how was the rearming of the Bolshevik staff accomplished? From the year 1905 the Bolshevik Party had waged a struggle against the autocracy under the slogan "Democratic Dictatorship of the Proletariat and the Peasantry." This slogan, as well as its theoretical background, derives from Lenin. In opposition to the Mensheviks, whose theoretician, Plekhanov, stubbornly opposed the mistaken idea of the possibility of accomplishing a bourgeois revolution without the bourgeoisie, Lenin considered that the Russian bourgeoisie was already incapable of leading its own revolution. Only the proletariat and peasantry in close union could carry through a democratic revolution against the monarchy and the landlords. The victory of this union, according to Lenin, should inaugurate a democratic dictatorship, which was not only not identical with the dictatorship of the proletariat, but was in sharp contrast to it, for its problem was not the creation of a socialist society, nor even the creation of forms of transition to such a society, but merely a ruthless cleansing of the Augean stables of medievalism. The goal of the revolutionary struggle was fully described in three militant slogans: Democratic Republic, confiscation of the landed estates, 8-hour working day, colloquially called the three whales of Bolshevism, by analogy with those whales upon which, according to an old popular fable, the earth reposes. The question of the possibility of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry hinged upon the question of the ability of the peasantry to accomplish their own revolution, that is, to put forward a new government capable of liquidating the monarchy and the landed nobility. To be sure, the slogan of democratic dictatorship assumed also a participation in the revolutionary government of workers' representatives. But this participation was limited in advance by the role attributed to the proletariat as ally on the left in solving the problems of the peasant revolution. The popular and even officially recognized idea of the hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic revolution could not, consequently, mean anything more than that the Workers' Party would help the peasantry with a political weapon from its arsenal, suggest to them the best means and methods for liquidating the feudal society, and show them how to apply these means and methods. In any case, to speak of the leading role of the proletariat in the bourgeois revolution did not at all signify that the proletariat would use the peasant uprising in order with its support to place upon the order of the day its own historic task, that is, the direct transition to a socialist society. The hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic revolution was sharply distinguished from the dictatorship of the proletariat, and polemically contrasted against it. The Bolshevik Party had been educated in these ideas ever since the spring of 1905. The actual course of the February Revolution disrupted this accustomed schema of Bolshevism. It is true that the revolution was accomplished by a union of the workers and peasants. The fact that the peasants functioned chiefly in the guise of soldiers did not alter this. The behavior of the peasant army of Tsarism would have had decisive import even if the revolution had developed in peace times. So much the more natural if in wartime these millions of armed men at first completely concealed the peasantry. After the victory of the insurrection, the workers and soldiers were bosses of the situation. In that sense it would seem possible to say that a democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants had been established. But as a matter of fact, the February overturn led to a bourgeois government, in which the power of the possessing classes was limited by the not yet fully realized sovereignty of the workers and soldiers' Soviets. All the cards were mixed. Instead of a revolutionary dictatorship, i.e. the most concentrated power, there was established the flabby regime of the dual power, in which the feeble energy of the ruling classes was wasted in overcoming inner conflicts. Nobody had foreseen this regime. And indeed one cannot demand from a prognosis that it indicate not only the fundamental tendencies of development, but also accidental conjunctions. Whoever made a great revolution knowing beforehand how to carry it through to the end, asked Lenin later. Where could you get such knowledge? It is not to be found in books. There are no such books. Our decisions could only be born out of the experience of the masses. But human thought is conservative, and the thought of revolutionists is at times especially so. The Bolshevik staff in Russia continued to stand by the old formula and regarded the February Revolution, notwithstanding its obvious establishment of two incompatible regimes, merely as the first stage of a bourgeois revolution. At the end of March, Rykov sent to Pravda from Siberia, in the name of the Social Democrats, a telegram of greeting to the victory of the national revolution, whose problem was the winning of political liberty. All the leading Bolsheviks, not one exception is known to us, considered that the democratic dictatorship still lay in the future. After this provisional government of the bourgeoisie exhausts itself, then a democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants will be established as the forerunner of the bourgeois parliamentary regime. This was a completely erroneous perspective. The regime which issued from the February Revolution not only was not preparing a democratic dictatorship, but was a living and exhaustive proof of the fact that such a dictatorship was impossible. That the compromising democracy did not accidentally, through the light-mindedness of Kerensky and the limited intelligence of Chij, hand over the power to the liberals, is demonstrated by the fact that throughout the 8 months following, it struggled with all its force to preserve the bourgeois government. It repressed the workers, peasants, and soldiers, and on the 25th of October it fell fighting at its post as ally and defender of the bourgeoisie. Moreover, it was clear enough from the beginning, when the democracy, with gigantic tasks before it and the unlimited support of the masses, voluntarily renounced the power, that this was not due to political principles or prejudices, but to the hopelessness of the situation of the petty bourgeoisie in the capitalist society, especially in a period of war and revolution, when the fundamental life problems of countries, peoples, and classes are under decision. In handing Miliukov the scepter, the petty bourgeoisie said, "No, I am not equal to these tasks." The peasantry, lifting on its shoulders the conciliatory democracy, contains in itself in a rudimentary form all the classes of bourgeois society. Along with the petty bourgeoisie of the cities, which in Russia, however, never played a serious role, it constitutes that protoplasm out of which new classes have been differentiated in the past, and continue to be differentiated in the present. The peasantry always has two faces, one turned towards the proletariat and the other to the bourgeoisie. But the intermediary, compromising position of peasant parties like the social revolutionaries, can be maintained only in conditions of comparative political stagnation. In a revolutionary epoch, the moment inevitably comes when the petty bourgeoisie is compelled to choose. The social revolutionaries and Mensheviks made their choice from the first moment. They destroyed the democratic dictatorship in embryo, in order to prevent it from becoming a bridge to the dictatorship of the proletariat. But they thus opened a road to the latter, only a different road, not through them, but against them. The further development of the revolution must obviously proceed from new facts, not old schemas. Through their representatives the masses were drawn, partly against their will, partly without their consciousness, into the mechanics of the two-power regime. They now had to pass through this in order to learn by experience that it could not give them either peace or land. To recoil from the two-power regime henceforward meant for the masses to break with the social revolutionaries and the Mensheviks. But it is quite evident that a political turning of the workers and soldiers toward the Bolsheviks, having knocked over the whole two-power construction, could now no longer mean anything but the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat resting upon a union of the workers and peasants. In case the popular mass had been defeated, only a military dictatorship of capital could have risen on the ruins of the Bolshevik party. The democratic dictatorship was impossible in either case. In looking toward it, the Bolsheviks had actually to turn their faces toward a phantom of the past. It was in this position that Lenin found them when he arrived with his inflexible determination to bring the party out on a new road. Lenin himself, to be sure, did not replace the formula of democratic dictatorship by any other formula, even conditional or hypothetical, until the very beginning of the February Revolution. Was he correct in this? We think not. What happened in the party after the revolution revealed all too alarmingly the belatedness of that rearming, which moreover in the given situation no one but Lenin himself could have carried through. He had prepared himself for that. He had heated his steel white hot and retempered it in the fires of the war. In his eyes the general prospect of the historic process had changed, the shock of the war had sharply advanced the possible date of a socialist revolution in the West. While remaining for Lenin still democratic, the Russian Revolution was to give the stimulus to a socialist revolution in Europe, which should then drag belated Russia into its whirlpool. Such was Lenin's general conception when he left Zurich. The letter to the Swiss workers which we have already quoted says, "Russia is a peasant country, one of the most backward of European countries. Here socialism cannot immediately conquer, but the peasant character of the country, with enormous tracts of land remaining intact in the hands of the nobility, can, on the basis of the experience of 1905, give enormous scope to a bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia, and make our revolution a prologue to the worldwide socialist revolution, a step leading to it." In this sense Lenin now first wrote that the Russian proletariat will begin the socialist revolution. Such was the connecting link between the old position of Bolshevism, which limited the revolution to democratic aims, and the new position which Lenin first presented to the party in his theses of April 4. This new prospect of an immediate transition to the dictatorship of the proletariat seemed completely unexpected, contradictory to tradition, and indeed simply would not fit into the mind. Here it is necessary to remember that up to the outbreak of the February Revolution and for a time after, Trotskyism did not mean the idea that it was impossible to build a socialist society within the national boundaries of Russia. Trotskyism meant the idea that the Russian proletariat might win the power in advance of the Western proletariat, and that in that case it could not confine itself within the limits of a democratic dictatorship but would be compelled to undertake the initial socialist measures. It is not surprising, then, that the April theses of Lenin were condemned as Trotskyist. The counter-arguments of the old Bolsheviks developed along several lines. The principal quarrel was about the question whether the bourgeois democratic revolution was finished. Inasmuch as the agrarian revolution was not yet complete, the opponents of Lenin justly asserted that the democratic revolution as a whole was not finished, and hence, they concluded, there is no place for a dictatorship of the proletariat, even though the social conditions of Russia render it possible in general at a more or less proximate date. It was in this way that the editors of Pravda posed the question in the passage we have already cited. Later on, in the April conference, Kamenev repeated this: Lenin is wrong when he says that the bourgeois democratic revolution is finished. The classical relics of feudalism, the landed estates, are not yet liquidated. The state is not transformed into a democratic society. It is early to say that the bourgeois democracy has exhausted all its possibilities. The democratic dictatorship is our foundation stone. This was Tomsky's argument. We ought to organize the power of the proletariat and the peasants, and we ought to distinguish this from the commune, since that means the power of the proletariat alone. Rykov seconded him. Gigantic revolutionary tasks stand before us, but the fulfillment of these tasks does not carry us beyond the framework of the bourgeois regime. Lenin saw, of course, as clearly as his opponents that the democratic revolution was not finished, that, on the contrary, without really beginning it had already begun to drop into the past. But from this very fact it resulted that only the rulers of a new class could carry it through to the end, and that this could be achieved no otherwise but by drawing the masses out from under the influence of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, that is to say, from the indirect influence of the liberal bourgeoisie. The connection of those parties with the workers, and especially with the soldiers, was based on the idea of defense of the country or defense of the revolution. Lenin, therefore, demanded an irreconcilable opposition to all shades of social patriotism. Separate the party from the backward masses, in order afterwards to free those masses from their backwardness. We must abandon the old Bolshevism, he kept repeating. We must make a sharp division between the line of the petty bourgeoisie and the wage worker. At a superficial glance it might seem that the age-old enemies had exchanged weapons. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries now represented a majority of the workers and soldiers, and seemed to have realized that political union of the proletariat and peasantry which Bolshevism had always been advocating against the Mensheviks. Lenin was demanding that the proletarian vanguard break away from this union. In reality, however, both sides remained true to themselves. The Mensheviks, as always, saw their mission in supporting the liberal bourgeoisie. Their union with the social revolutionaries was only a means of broadening and strengthening this support. On the contrary, the break of the proletarian vanguard with the petty bourgeois bloc meant the preparation of a union of the workers and peasants under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party, that is, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Another argument against Lenin was derived from the backwardness of Russia. A government of the working class inevitably means a transition to socialism, but economically and culturally Russia is not ripe for this. We must carry through the democratic revolution. Only a socialist revolution in the West can justify a dictatorship of the proletariat here. This was Rykhoff's argument at the April conference. That the cultural economic condition of Russia in itself was inadequate for the construction of a socialist society was mere ABC to Lenin. But societies are not so rational in building that the dates for proletarian dictatorships arrive exactly at that moment when the economic and cultural conditions are ripe for socialism. If humanity evolved as systematically as that, there would be no need for dictatorship, nor indeed for revolutions in general. Living historic societies are inharmonious through and through, and the more so the more delayed their development. The fact that in a backward country like Russia the bourgeoisie had decayed before the complete victory of the bourgeois regime, and that there was nobody but the proletariat to replace it in the position of national leadership, was an expression of this inharmony. The economic backwardness of Russia does not relieve the working class of the obligation to fulfill its allotted task, but merely surrounds this task with extraordinary difficulties. To Rykhoff, who kept repeating that socialism must come from countries with a more developed industry, Lenin gave a simple but sufficient answer: you can't say who will begin and who finish. In 1921, when the party, still far from bureaucratic ossification, was appraising its past as freely as it prepared its future, one of the older Bolsheviks, Almansky, who had played a leading part in the party press in all stages of its development, raised the question: how explain the fact that the February Revolution found the party on the opportunist path, and what permitted it thereafter to turn so sharply to the path of October? The author correctly found the source of the party's going astray in March in the fact that it held on too long to the democratic dictatorship. The coming revolution must be only a bourgeois revolution. That was, says Almansky, an obligatory premise for every member of the party, the official opinion of the party, its continual and unchanging slogan right up to the February Revolution of 1917, and even some time after. In illustration, Almansky might have referred to the fact that Pravda, even before Stalin and Kamina, that is under the left editorship, which included Almansky himself, declared on March 7, as though mentioning something that goes without saying: of course there is no question among us of the downfall of the rule of capital, but only of the downfall of the rule of autocracy and feudalism. From this too short aim resulted the March captivity of the party to the bourgeois democracy. Whence then the October Revolution, asks the same author. How did it happen that the party, from its leaders to its rank and file members, so suddenly renounced everything that it had regarded as fixed truth for almost 2 decades? Sukhanov, speaking as an enemy, raises the question differently. How did Lenin manage to outwit and conquer his Bolsheviks? It is true that Lenin's victory within the party was not only complete, but was won in a very short time. The party enemies indulged on this theme in a good deal of irony as to the personal regime in the Bolshevik party. Sukhanov himself answers the question he had raised wholly in the heroic spirit: Lenin, the genius, was a historic authority. That is one side of it. The other is that there was nobody and nothing in the party besides Lenin. A few great generals without Lenin amounted to as little as a few gigantic planets without the sun. These curious lines attempt to explain the influence of Lenin by his influentialness, as the capacity of opium to produce sleep is explained by its soporific powers. Such an explanation does not, of course, get us forward very far. Lenin's actual influence in the party was indubitably very great, but it was by no means unlimited. It was still subject to appeal even later, after October, when his authority had grown extraordinarily because the party had measured his power with the yardstick of world events. So much the more insufficient are these mere personal references to his authority in April 1917, when the whole ruling group of the party had already taken up a position contradictory to that of Lenin. Almansky comes much nearer to answering the question when he argues that, in spite of its formula of bourgeois democratic revolution, the party had in its whole policy toward the bourgeoisie and the democracy, been for a long time actually preparing to lead the proletariat in a direct struggle for power. We, says Almansky, were unconsciously steering a course toward proletarian revolution, although thinking we were steering a course toward a bourgeois democratic revolution. In other words, we were preparing the October Revolution while thinking we were preparing the February. An extremely valuable generalization, and at the same time the testimony of an irreproachable witness. In the theoretical education of the Revolutionary Party there had been an element of contradiction, which had found its expression in the equivocal formula democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Speaking on the report of Lenin to the conference, a woman delegate expressed the thought of Almansky still more simply: the prognosis made by the Bolsheviks proved wrong, but their tactics were right. In his April theses, which seemed so paradoxical, Lenin was relying against the old formula upon the living tradition of the party, its irreconcilable attitude to the ruling classes and its hostility to all halfway measures, whereas the old Bolsheviks were opposing a still fresh although already outdated memory to the concrete development of the class struggle. But Lenin had a too strong support prepared by the whole historic struggle of the Bolsheviks against the Mensheviks. Here it is suitable to remember that the official social democratic program was still at that time common to the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, that the practical tasks of the democratic revolution looked the same on paper to both parties. But they were by no means so in action. The worker Bolsheviks immediately after the revolution took the initiative in the struggle for the 8-hour day. The Mensheviks declared this demand untimely. The Bolsheviks took the lead in arresting the Tsarist officials, the Mensheviks opposed excesses. The Bolsheviks energetically undertook the creation of a workers' militia, the Mensheviks delayed the arming of the workers, not wishing to quarrel with the bourgeoisie. Although not yet overstepping the bounds of bourgeois democracy, the Bolsheviks acted, or strove to act, however confused by their leadership, like uncompromising revolutionists. The Mensheviks sacrificed their democratic program at every step in the interests of a coalition with the liberals. In the complete absence of democratic allies, Kamina and Stalin inevitably hung in the air. This April conflict between Lenin and the general staff of the party was not the only one of its kind. Throughout the whole history of Bolshevism, with the exception of some episodes which in essence only confirm the rule, all the leaders of the party at all the most important moments stood to the right of Lenin. This was not an accident. Lenin became the unqualified leader of the most revolutionary party in the world's history, because his thought and will were really equal to the demands of the gigantic revolutionary possibilities of the country and the epoch. Others fell short by an inch or two, and often more. Almost the whole ruling circle of the Bolshevik Party for months and even years before the revolution had been outside the active work. Many had carried away into jails and exile the oppressive recollections of the first months of the war, and had lived through the wreck of the International in solitude or in small groups. Although in the ranks of the party they had manifested a sufficient receptivity to those thoughts of revolution which had attracted them to Bolshevism, in isolation they were not strong enough to resist the pressure of the surrounding milieu and make an independent Marxist appraisal of events. The enormous shift of opinion in the masses during the 2.5 years of war had remained almost outside their field of vision. Nevertheless, the revolution had not only dragged them out of their isolation, but immediately placed them, thanks to their prestige, in a commanding position in the party. They were often much closer in mood to the Zimmerwald intelligentsia than to the revolutionary workers in the factories. The old Bolsheviks, who pretentiously emphasized this appellation in April 1917, were condemned to defeat because they were defending exactly that element of the party tradition which had not passed the historic test. "I belong to the old Bolshevik Leninists," said Kalinin, for instance, at the Petrograd Conference of April 14, "and I consider that the old Leninism has not by any means proved good for nothing in the present peculiar moment, and I am astonished at the declaration of Comrade Lenin that the old Bolsheviks have become an obstacle at the present moment. Lenin had to listen to many such offended voices in those days. However, in breaking with the traditional formula of the party, Lenin did not in the least cease to be a Leninist. He threw off the worn-out shell of Bolshevism in order to summon its nucleus to a new life. Against the old Bolsheviks, Lenin found support in another layer of the party already tempered, but more fresh and more closely united with the masses. In the February Revolution, as we know, the worker Bolsheviks played the decisive role. They thought it self-evident that that class which had won the victory should seize the power. These same workers protested stormily against the course of Kamina and Stalin, and the Vyborg district even threatened the leaders with expulsion from the party. The same thing was to be observed in the provinces. Almost everywhere there were left Bolsheviks accused of maximalism, even of anarchism. These worker revolutionists only lacked the theoretical resources to defend their position. But they were ready to respond to the first clear call. It was on this stratum of workers, decisively risen to their feet during the upward years of 1912–14, that Lenin was now banking. Already at the beginning of the war, when the government dealt the party a heavy blow by arresting the Bolshevik faction of the Duma, Lenin, speaking of the further revolutionary work, had demanded the education by the party of thousands of class-conscious workers, from among whom in spite of all difficulties a new staff of leaders will arise. Although separated from these workers by two war fronts, and almost without communication, Lenin had never lost touch with them. Let the war, jails, Siberia, hard labor, shatter them twice, 10 times, you cannot destroy that stratum. It is alive. It is imbued with revolutionism and anti-chauvinism. In his mind Lenin had been living through the events along with these worker Bolsheviks, making with them the necessary inferences, only broader and more boldly than they. In his struggle with the indecisiveness of the staff and the broad officer layer of the party, Lenin confidently relied on its under-officer layer which better reflected the rank-and-file worker Bolshevik. The temporary strength of the social patriots, and the hidden weakness of the opportunist wing of the Bolsheviks, lay in the fact that the former were basing themselves on the temporary prejudices and illusions of the masses, and the latter were conforming themselves to these temporary prejudices and illusions. The chief strength of Lenin lay in his understanding the inner logic of the movement, and guiding his policy by it. He did not impose his plan on the masses, he helped the masses to recognize their own plan. When Lenin reduced all the problems of the revolution to one, patiently explain, that meant it was necessary to bring the consciousness of the masses into correspondence with that situation into which the historic process had driven them. The worker or the soldier, disappointed with the policy of the compromisers, had to be brought over to the position of Lenin and not left lingering in the intermediate stage of Kamina and Stalin. Once the Leninist formulas were issued, they shed a new light for the Bolsheviks upon the experience of the past months and of every new day. In the broad party mass a quick differentiation took place, leftward and leftward, toward the theses of Lenin. District after district adhered to them, says Zalesky, and by the time of the All-Russian Party Conference on April 24, the Petersburg organization as a whole was in favor of the theses. The struggle for the rearming of the Bolshevik ranks, begun on the evening of April 3, was essentially finished by the end of the month. The party conference, which met in Petrograd April 24 to 29, cast the balance of March, a month of opportunist vacillations, and of April, a month of sharp crisis. By that time the party had grown greatly, both quantitatively and in a political sense. The 149 delegates represented 79,000 party members, of whom 15,000 lived in Petrograd. For a party that had been illegal yesterday, and was today anti-patriotic, that was an impressive number, and Lenin several times called attention to it with satisfaction. The political physiognomy of the conference was immediately defined by the election of a presidium of 5 members. It did not include either Kamina or Stalin, the chief culprits of the March misfortune. Although for the party as a whole the debated questions were already firmly decided, many of the leaders, still clinging to the past, continued at this conference in opposition, or semi-opposition, to Lenin. Stalin remained silent and waited. Dzerzhinsky, in the name of many, who did not agree in principle with the theses of the spokesman, demanded that a dissenting report be heard from the comrades who have along with us experienced the revolution in a practical way. This was an evident thrust at the emigrant character of the Leninist theses. Kamina did actually make a dissenting report in defense of the bourgeois democratic dictatorship. Rykov, Tomsky, Kalinin, tried to stand more or less by their March positions. Kalinin continued to advocate a coalition with the Mensheviks in the interests of the struggle with liberalism. The prominent Moscow party worker, Smitovich, hotly complained in his speech that every time we speak they raise against us a certain bogey in the form of the theses of Comrade Lenin. Earlier, when the Moscow members were voting for the resolutions of the Mensheviks, life had been a good deal more peaceful. As a pupil of Rosa Luxemburg, Dzerzhinsky spoke against the right of nations to self-determination, accusing Lenin of protecting separatist tendencies which weakened the Russian proletariat. To Lenin's answering accusation of giving support to Great Russian chauvinism, Dzerzhinsky answered, "I can reproach him with standing at the point of view of the Polish, Ukrainian, and other chauvinists." This dialogue is not without a political piquancy. The Great Russian Lenin accuses the Pole, Dzerzhinsky, of Great Russian chauvinism directed against the Poles, and is accused by the latter of Polish chauvinism. Politically Lenin was in the right in this quarrel. His policy on nationalities entered as a most important constituent element into the October Revolution. The opposition was obviously on the wane. It did not muster more than 7 votes on the questions under debate. There was, however, one curious and sharp exception, touching the international relations of the party. At the very end of the conference, in the evening session of April 29, Zinoviev introduced in the name of his commission a resolution, to take part in the International Conference of THIRD-WORLDISM designated for May 18. The report says, adopted by all votes against one. That one was Lenin. He demanded a break with Zimmerwald, where the majority had been decisively with the German independents and neutral pacifists of the type of the Swiss, Grimm. But for the Russian circles of the party, Zimmerwald had during the war become almost identified with Bolshevism. The delegates were not yet ready to give up the name of Social Democrat or break with Zimmerwald, which remained moreover in their eyes a bond with the masses of the Second International. Lenin tried at least to limit participation in the coming conference to an attendance for informational purposes. Zinoviev spoke against him. Lenin's proposal was rejected. He then voted against the resolution as a whole. Nobody supported him. That was the last splash of the March tendency, a clinging to yesterday's position, a fear of isolation. The Stockholm Conference, however, was never held, a result of those same inner diseases of Zimmerwald, which had led Lenin to break with it. His unanimously rejected policy of boycott was thus realized in fact. The abruptness of the turn in the policy of the party was obvious to all. Schmidt, a worker Bolshevik, afterward People's Commissar of Labor, said at the April conference, Lenin gave a different direction to the character of the work. According to Raskolnikov, writing, to be sure, several years later, Lenin in April 1917 carried out an October revolution in the consciousness of the party leaders. The tactic of our party is not a single straight line, but makes after the arrival of Lenin a sharp jump to the left. The old Bolshevik, Ludmila Stahl, more directly and also more accurately appraised the change. All the comrades before the arrival of Lenin were wandering in the dark, she said, at the city conference on the 14th of April. We know only the formulas of 1905. Seeing the independent creative work of the people, we could not teach them. Our comrades could only limit themselves to getting ready for the Constituent Assembly by parliamentary means, and took no account of the possibility of going farther. In accepting the slogans of Lenin we are now doing what life itself suggests to us. We need not fear the Commune, and say that we already have a workers' government. The Commune of Paris was not only a workers', but also a petty bourgeois government. It is possible to agree with Sukhanov that the rearming of the party was the chief and fundamental victory of Lenin completed by the first days of May. Sukhanov, it is true, thought that Lenin in this operation substituted an anarchist for a Marxist weapon. It remains to ask, and this is no unimportant question, although easier to ask than answer, how would the revolution have developed if Lenin had not reached Russia in April 1917? If our exposition demonstrates and proves anything at all, we hope it proves that Lenin was not a demiurge of the revolutionary process, that he merely entered into a chain of objective historic forces. But he was a great link in that chain. The dictatorship of the proletariat was to be inferred from the whole situation, but it had still to be established. It could not be established without a party. The party could fulfill its mission only after understanding it. For that Lenin was needed. Until his arrival, not one of the Bolshevik leaders dared to make a diagnosis of the revolution. The leadership of Kamina and Stalin was tossed by the course of events to the right, to the social patriots. Between Lenin and Menshevism the revolution left no place for intermediate positions. Inner struggle in the Bolshevik party was absolutely unavoidable. Lenin's arrival merely hastened the process. His personal influence shortened the crisis. Is it possible, however, to say confidently that the party without him would have found its road? We would by no means make bold to say that. The factor of time is decisive here, and it is difficult in retrospect to tell time historically. Dialectic materialism at any rate has nothing in common with fatalism. Without Lenin the crisis, which the opportunist leadership was inevitably bound to produce, would have assumed an extraordinarily sharp and protracted character. The conditions of war and revolution, however, would not allow the party a long period for fulfilling its mission. Thus it is by no means excluded that a disoriented and split party might have let slip the revolutionary opportunity for years. The role of personality arises before us here on a truly gigantic scale. It is necessary only to understand that role correctly, taking personality as a link in the historic chain. The sudden arrival of Lenin from abroad after a long absence, the furious cry raised by the press around his name, his clash with all the leaders of his own party and his quick victory over them, in a word, the external envelope of circumstance, make easy in this case a mechanical contrasting of the person, the hero, the genius, against the objective conditions, the mass, the party. In reality, such a contrast is completely one-sided. Lenin was not an accidental element in the historic development, but a product of the whole past of Russian history. He was embedded in it with deepest roots. Along with the vanguard of the workers, he had lived through their struggle in the course of the preceding quarter century. The accident was not his interference in the events, but rather that little straw with which Lloyd George tried to block his path. Lenin did not oppose the party from outside, but was himself its most complete expression. In educating it he had educated himself in it. His divergence from the ruling circles of the Bolsheviks meant the struggle of the future of the party against its past. If Lenin had not been artificially separated from the party by the conditions of emigration and war, the external mechanics of the crisis would not have been so dramatic, and would not have overshadowed to such a degree the inner continuity of the party's development. From the extraordinary significance which Lenin's arrival received, it should only be inferred that leaders are not accidentally created, that they are gradually chosen out and trained up in the course of decades, that they cannot be capriciously replaced, that their mechanical exclusion from the struggle gives the party a living wound, and in many cases may paralyze it for a long period. Chapter 17. The April Days. On the 23rd of March the United States entered the war. On that day Petrograd was burying the victims of the February Revolution. The funeral procession, in its mood a procession triumphant with the joy of life, was a mighty concluding chord in the symphony of the 5 days. Everybody went to the funeral, both those who had fought side by side with the victims, and those who had held them back from battle, very likely also those who killed them, and above all, those who had stood aside from the fighting. Along with workers, soldiers, and the small city people here were students, ministers, ambassadors, the solid bourgeois, journalists, orators, leaders of all the parties. The red coffins carried on the shoulders of workers and soldiers streamed in from the workers' districts to Mars Field. When the coffins were lowered into the grave, there sounded from Peter and Paul Fortress the first funeral salute, startling the innumerable masses of the people. That cannon had a new sound, our cannon, our salute. The Viborg section carried 51 red coffins. That was only a part of the victims it was proud of. In the procession of the Viborg workers, the most compact of all, numerous Bolshevik banners were to be seen, but they floated peacefully beside other banners. On Mars Field itself there stood only the members of the government, of the Soviet, and the State Duma, already dead but stubbornly evading its own funeral. All day long no less than 800,000 people filed past the grave with bands and banners. And although, according to preliminary reckonings by the highest military authorities, a human mass of that size could not possibly pass a given point without the most appalling chaos and fatal whirlpools, nevertheless the demonstration was carried out in complete order, a thing to be observed generally in revolutionary processions, dominated as they are by a satisfying consciousness of a great deed achieved, combined with a hope that everything will grow better and better in the future. It was only this feeling that kept order, for organization was still weak, inexperienced, and unconfident of itself. The very fact of the funeral was, it would seem, a sufficient refutation of the myth of a bloodless revolution. But nevertheless the mood prevailing at the funeral recreated, to some extent, the atmosphere of those first days when the legend was born. 25 days later, during which time the Soviets had gained much experience and self-confidence, occurred the May 1st celebration. All the cities of Russia were drowned in meetings and demonstrations. Not only the industrial enterprises, but the state, city, and rural public institutions were closed. In Mogilev, the headquarters of the General Staff, the Cavaliers of St. George marched at the head of the procession. The members of the staff, unremoved Tsarist generals, marched under May 1st banners. The holiday of proletarian anti-militarism blended with revolution-tinted manifestations of patriotism. The different strata of the population contributed their own quality to the holiday, but all flowed together into a whole, very loosely held together and partly false, but on the whole majestic. In both capitals and in the industrial centers the workers dominated the celebration, and amid them the strong nuclei of Bolshevism stood out distinctly with banners, placards, speeches and shouts. Across the immense facade of the Maryinsky Palace, the refuge of the provisional government, was stretched a bold red streamer with the words, "Long live the Third International." The authorities, not yet rid of their administrative shyness, could not make up their mind to remove this disagreeable and alarming streamer. Everybody, it seemed, was celebrating. So far as it could, the army at the front celebrated. News came of meetings, speeches, banners, and revolutionary songs in the trenches, and there were responses from the German side. The war had not yet come to an end, on the contrary it had only widened its circle. A whole continent had recently, on the very day of the funeral of the martyrs, joined the war and given it a new scope. Yet meanwhile throughout Russia, side by side with soldiers, war prisoners were taking part in the processions under the same banners, sometimes singing the same song in different languages. In this immeasurable rejoicing, obliterating like a spring flood the delineations of classes, parties, and ideas, that common demonstration of Russian soldiers with Austro-German war prisoners was a vivid hope-giving fact which made it possible to believe that the revolution, in spite of all, did carry within itself the foundation of a better world. Like the March funeral, the 1st of May celebration passed off without clashes or casualties as an all-national festival. However, an attentive ear might have caught already among the ranks of the workers and soldiers impatient and even threatening notes. It was becoming harder and harder to live. Prices had risen alarmingly, the workers were demanding a minimum wage, the bosses were resisting, the number of conflicts in the factories was continually growing, the food situation was getting worse, bread rations were being cut down, cereal cards had been introduced, Dissatisfaction in the garrison had grown. The district staff, making ready to bridle the soldiers, was removing the more revolutionary units from Petrograd. At a general assembly of the garrison on April 17 the soldiers, sensing these hostile designs, had raised the question of putting a stop to the removal of troops. That demand will continue to arise in the future, taking a more and more decisive form with every new crisis of the revolution. But the root of all evils was the war, of which no end was to be seen. When will the revolution bring peace? What are Kerensky and Tseretelli waiting for? The masses were listening more and more attentively to the Bolsheviks, glancing at them obliquely, waitingly, some with half hostility, others already with trust. Underneath the triumphal discipline of the demonstration the mood was tense. There was ferment in the masses. However, nobody, not even the authors of the streamer on the Mariinsky Palace, imagined that the very next 2 or 3 days would ruthlessly tear off the envelope of national unity from the revolution. The menacing event whose inevitability many foresaw, but which no one expected so soon, was suddenly upon them. The stimulus was given by the foreign policy of the provisional government, i.e., the problem of war. No other than Miliukov touched the match to the fuse. The history of that match and fuse is as follows: on the day of America's entry into the war, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Provisional Government, greatly encouraged, developed his program before the journalists: seizure of Constantinople, seizure of Armenia, division of Austria and Turkey, seizure of northern Persia, and over and above all this, the right of nations to self-determination. In all his speeches, thus the historian Miliukov explains Miliukov the minister, he decisively emphasized the pacifist aims of the war of liberation, but always presented them in close union with the national problems and interests of Russia. This interview disquieted the listeners. When will the foreign policy of the provisional government cleanse itself of hypocrisy? Stormed the Menshevik paper. Why does not the provisional government demand from the Allied governments an open and decisive renunciation of annexations? What these people considered hypocrisy, was the frank language of the predatory. In a pacifist disguise of such appetites they were quite ready to see a liberation from all hypocrisy. Frightened by the stirring of the democracy, Kerensky hastened to announce through the press bureau, Miliukov's program is merely his personal opinion. That the author of this personal opinion happened to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs was, if you please, a mere accident. Tseretelli, who had a talent for solving every question with a commonplace, began to insist on the necessity of a governmental announcement that for Russia the war was exclusively one of defense. The resistance of Miliukov and to some extent of Gukakov was broken, and on March 27 the government gave birth to a declaration to the effect that the goal of free Russia is not domination over other peoples, nor depriving them of their national heritage, nor violent seizure of alien territory, but nevertheless complete observance of the obligations undertaken to our allies. Thus the kings and the prophets of the two-power system proclaimed their intention to enter into the kingdom of heaven in union with patricides and adulterers. Those gentlemen, besides everything else that they lacked a sense of humor. That declaration of March 27 was welcomed not only by the entire compromisers' press, but even by the Pravda of Kamina and Stalin, which said in its leading editorial 4 days before Lenin's arrival, the provisional government has clearly and definitely announced before the whole people that the aim of Russia is not the domination of other nations, etc., etc. The English press immediately and with satisfaction interpreted Russia's renunciation of annexations as her renunciation of Constantinople, by no means intending of course to extend this formula of renunciation to herself. The Russian ambassador in London sounded the alarm, and demanded an explanation from Moscow to the effect that the principle of peace without annexations is to be applied by Russia not unconditionally, but in so far as it does not oppose our vital interests. But that, of course, was exactly the formula of Miliukov: we promise not to rob anybody whom we don't need to. Paris, in contrast to London, not only supported Miliukov but urged him on, suggesting through Paleology the necessity of a more vigorous policy toward the Soviet. The French Premier, Ribot, out of patience with the terrible red tape at Petrograd, asked London and Rome whether they did not consider it necessary to demand of the provisional government that they put an end to all equivocation. London answered that it would be wise to give the French and English socialists, who had been sent to Russia, time to influence their colleagues. The sending of Allied socialists into Russia had been undertaken on the initiative of the Russian staff, that is, the old Tsarist generals. "We counted upon him," wrote Ribbett of Albert Thomas, "to give a certain firmness to the decisions of the provisional government." Miliukov complained, however, that Thomas associated too closely with the leaders of the Soviet. Ribbett answered that Thomas is sincerely striving to support the point of view of Miliukov, but nevertheless promised to urge his ambassador to a more active support. The declaration of March 27, although totally empty, disquieted the Allies, who saw in it a concession to the Soviet. From London came threats of a loss of faith in the military power of Russia. Paleology complained of the timidity and indefiniteness of the declaration. But that was just what Miliukov needed. In the hope of help from the Allies, Miliukov had embarked on a big game, far exceeding his resources. His fundamental idea was to use the war against the revolution, and the first task upon this road was to demoralize the democracy. But the compromisers had begun just in the first days of April to reveal an increasing nervousness and fussiness upon questions of foreign policy, for upon these questions the lower classes were unceasingly pressing them. The government needed a loan. But the masses, with all their defensism, were ready to defend a peace loan but not a war loan. It was necessary to give them at least a peep at the prospect of peace. Developing his policy of salvation by commonplaces, Tseretelli proposed that they demand from the provisional government that it dispatch a note to the Allies similar to the domestic declaration of March 27. In return for this, the Executive Committee would undertake to carry through the Soviet a vote for the Liberty Loan. Miliukov agreed to the exchange, the note for the loan, but decided to make a double use of the bargain. Under the guise of interpreting the declaration, his note disavowed it. It urged that the peace-loving phrases of the government should not give anyone the slightest reason to think that the revolution which had occurred entailed a weakening of the role of Russia in the common struggle of the Allies. Quite the contrary, the universal desire to carry the World War through to a decisive victory had only been strengthened. The note further expressed confidence that the victors will find a means to attain those guarantees and sanctions, which are necessary for the prevention of new bloody conflicts in the future. That word about guarantees and sanctions, introduced at the insistence of Thomas, meant nothing less in the thieves' jargon of diplomacy, especially French, than annexations and indemnities. On the day of the May 1 celebration, Miliukov telegraphed his note, composed at the dictation of Allied diplomats, to the governments of the Entente. And only after this was it sent to the Executive Committee, and simultaneously to the newspapers. The government had ignored the Contact Commission, and the leaders of the Executive Committee found themselves in the position of everyday citizens. Even had the compromisers found in the note nothing they had not heard from Miliukov before, they could not help seeing in this a premeditated hostile act. The note disarmed them before the masses, and demanded from them a direct choice between Bolshevism and imperialism. Was not this in fact Miliukov's purpose? Everything points in that direction, and suggests indeed that his design went even farther. Already in March Miliukov had been trying with all his might to resurrect that ill-fated plan for the seizure of the Dardanelles by a Russian raid, and had carried on many conversations with General Alexeyev, urging him to carry out the operation, which would in Miliukov's calculations place the democracy with its protest against annexations before an accomplished fact. Miliukov's note of April 18 was a similar raid upon the ill-defended coastlines of the democracy. The two acts, military and political, supplemented each other, and in case of success would have justified each other. Generally speaking, one does not condemn a victor. But Miliukov was not destined to be a victor. 200,000 to 300,000 troops were needed for the raid, and the plan fell through because of a mere detail, the refusal of the soldiers. They agreed to defend the revolution, but not to take the offensive. Miliukov's attempt upon the Dardanelles came to nothing, and that broke down all his further plans. But it must be confessed that they were not badly worked out, provided he won. On April 17 there took place in Petrograd the patriotic nightmare demonstration of the war invalids. An enormous number of wounded from the hospitals of the capital, legless, armless, bandaged, advanced upon the Tauride Palace. Those who could not walk were carried in automobile trucks. The banners read, "War to the end." That was a demonstration of despair from the human stumps of the imperialist war, wishing that the revolution should not acknowledge that their sacrifice had been in vain. But the cadet party stood behind the demonstration, or rather Miliukov stood behind it, getting ready his great blow for the following day. At a special night session of the 19th, the Executive Committee discussed the note sent the day before to the Allied governments. After the first reading, relates Stankiewicz, it was unanimously and without debate acknowledged by all that this was not at all what the committee had expected. But responsibility for the note had been assumed by the government as a whole, including Kerensky. Consequently, it was necessary first of all to save the government. Tsereteli began to decode the note, which had never been coded, and to discover in it more and more merits. Skobelev profoundly reasoned that in general it is impossible to demand a complete coincidence of the aims of the democracy with that of the government. The wise men harried themselves until dawn, but found no solution. They dispersed in the morning only to meet again after a few hours. Apparently they were counting upon time to heal all wounds. In the morning the note appeared in all the papers. Rech commented upon it in a spirit of carefully prepared provocation. The socialist press expressed itself with great excitement. The Menshevik Rabotchaya Gazeta, not yet having succeeded like Tsereteli and Skobelev in freeing itself from the vapors of the night's indignation, wrote that the provisional government had published a document which is a mockery of the democracy, and demanded from the Soviet decisive measures to prevent its disastrous consequences. The growing pressure of the Bolsheviks was very clearly felt in those phrases. The Executive Committee resumed its sitting, but only in order once more to convince itself of its incapacity to arrive at a solution. It resolved to summon a special plenary session of the Soviet for purposes of information, in reality for the purpose of feeling out the amount of dissatisfaction in the lower ranks, and to gain time for its own vacillations. In the meantime all kinds of contact sessions were suggested with the aim of bringing the whole agitation to nothing. But amid all this ritual diddling of the double sovereignty, a third power unexpectedly intervened. The masses came out with arms in their hands. Among the bayonets of the soldiers glimmered the letters on a streamer, "Down with Miliukov." On other streamers Gukakov figured in the same way. In these indignant processions it was hard to recognize the demonstrators of May 1. Historians call this movement spontaneous in the conditional sense that no party took the initiative in it. The immediate summons to the streets was given by a certain Linda, who therewith inscribed his name in the history of the revolution. Scholar, mathematician, philosopher, Linda was a non-party man, for the revolution with all his heart and earnestly desirous that it should fulfill its promise. Miliukov's note and the comments of Rech had aroused him. Taking counsel with no one, says his biographer, he acted at once, went straight to the Finland regiment, assembled its committee and proposed that they march immediately as a whole regiment to the Mariinsky Palace. Linda's proposal was accepted, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon a significant demonstration of the Finlanders was marching through the streets of Petrograd with challenging placards. After the Finland regiment came the soldiers of the 180th Reserve, the Moscow Regiment, the Pavlovsky, the Kokskalmsky, the sailors of the 2nd Baltic Fleet. The commotion spread to the workers' district, work stopped and whole factories came out into the streets after the soldiers. The majority of the soldiers did not know why they had come, affirms Miliukov, as though he had asked them. Besides the troops, boy workers took part in the demonstration, loudly proclaiming that they were paid 10 to 15 rubles for doing it. The source of this money is also clear. The idea of removing the 2 ministers was directly inspired from Germany. Miliukov offered this profound explanation not in the heat of the April struggle, but 3 years after the October events had abundantly demonstrated to him that nobody had to pay a high wage for the people's hatred of Miliukov. The unexpected sharpness of the April demonstration is explained by the directness of the mass reaction to deceit from above. Until the government achieves peace, it is necessary to be on our guard. That was spoken without enthusiasm, but with conviction. It had been assumed that, up above, everything was being done to bring peace. The Bolsheviks, to be sure, were asserting that the government wanted the war prolonged for the sake of robberies. But could that be possible? How about Kerensky? We have known the Soviet leaders since February. They were the first to come to us in the barracks. They are for peace. Moreover, Lenin came straight from Berlin, whereas Tsereteli was at hard labor. We must be patient. Meanwhile, the progressive factories and regiments were more and more firmly adopting the Bolshevik slogans of a peace policy, publication of the secret treaties, break with the plans of conquest of the Entente, open proposal of immediate peace to all warring countries. The note of April 18 fell among these complex and wavering moods. How can this be? They are not for peace up there after all, but for the old war aims. All our patience and waiting for nothing? Down with, but down with whom? Can the Bolsheviks be right? Hardly. But what about this note? It means that somebody is selling our hides, all right, to the Tsar's allies. From a simple comparison of the press of the cadets and the compromisers, it could be read that Miliukov, betraying the general confidence, was intending to carry on a policy of conquest in company with Lloyd George and Ribot. And yet Kerensky had declared that the attempt upon Constantinople was the personal opinion of Miliukov. That was how this movement flared up. But it was not homogeneous. Certain hot-headed elements among the revolutionists greatly overestimated the volume and political maturity of the movement, because it had broken out so sharply and suddenly. The Bolsheviks developed an energetic campaign among the troops and in the factories. They supplemented the demand to remove Miliukov, which was, so to speak, a program minimum of the movement, with placards against the provisional government as a whole. But different elements understood this differently, some as slogans of propaganda, others as the task of the day. The slogan carried into the streets by the armed soldiers and sailors, "Down with the provisional government," inevitably introduced into the demonstration a strain of armed insurrection. Considerable groups of workers and soldiers were quite ready to shake down the provisional government right then and there. They made an attempt to enter the Mariinsky Palace, occupy its exits, and arrest the ministers. Skobelev was delegated to rescue the ministers, and he fulfilled his mission the more successfully in that the Mariinsky Palace happened to be unoccupied. In consequence of Gukakov's illness, the government had met that day in his private apartment. But it was not the accident which saved the ministers from arrest, they were not seriously threatened. That army of 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, which had come into the streets for a struggle with the prolongers of the war, was plenty enough to do away with a far solider government than that headed by Prince Lvov, but the demonstrators had not set themselves this goal. All they really intended was to show their fist at the window, so that these high gentlemen should cease sharpening their teeth for Constantinople and get busy as they should about the question of peace. In this way the soldiers hoped to help Kerensky and Tsereteli against Miliukov. General Kornilov attended that sitting of the government, reported the armed demonstrations which were taking place, and declared that as the commander of the troops of the Petrograd military district he had at his disposition sufficient forces, to put down the disturbance with a mailed fist. He merely awaited the command. Kolchak, who happened accidentally to be present, related afterwards, at the trial which preceded his execution, that Prince Lvov and Kerensky spoke against the attempt to put down the demonstration with military force. Miliukov did not express himself directly, but summed up the situation by saying that the honorable ministers might of course reason as they wished, but their decision would not prevent their removal to prison. There is no doubt whatever that Kornilov was acting in agreement with the cadet center. The compromise leaders had no difficulty in persuading the soldier demonstrators to withdraw from the square before the Mariinsky Palace, and even go back to their barracks. The commotion which had overflowed the city, however, did not recede to its banks. Crowds gathered, meetings assembled, they wrangled at street corners, the crowds in the tramways divided into partisans and opponents of Miliukov. On the Nevsky and adjoining streets, bourgeois orators waged an agitation against Lenin, sent from Germany to overthrow the great patriot Miliukov. In the suburbs and workers' districts the Bolsheviks tried to extend the indignation aroused against the note and its author to the government as a whole. At 7 in the evening the plenum of the Soviet assembled. The leaders did not know what to say to that audience, quivering with tense passion. Chij explained to them at great length that after the session there was to be a meeting with the provisional government. Chernov tried to scare them with the approach of civil war. Fyodorov, the metal worker, a member of the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks, replied that the civil war was already here, that what the Soviets ought to do was to rely upon it and seize the power in their hands. Those were new and at that time terrible words, writes Sukhanov. They hit the very center of the prevailing mood and received a response such as the Bolsheviks had never met in the Soviet before, and did not meet for a long time after. The pivot of the conference, however, was an unexpected speech by Kerensky's favorite, the liberal socialist, Stankiewicz. Comrades, he asked, why should we take any action at all? Against whom marshal our forces? The sole power that exists is you and the masses which stand behind you. Look there. It is now 5 minutes to 7. Resolve that the provisional government does not exist, that it has resigned. We will communicate this by telephone, and in 5 minutes it will surrender its authority. Why all this talk about violence, demonstrations, civil war? Loud applause. Elated shouts. The orator wanted to frighten the Soviets with an extreme inference from the existing situation, but frightened himself with the effect of his own speech. That unexpected truth about the power of the Soviet lifted the assembly above the wretched pottering of its leaders, whose main occupation was to prevent the Soviet from arriving at any decision. Who will take the place of the government? An orator replied to the applause. We? But our hands tremble. That was an incomparable characterization of the compromisers, high and mighty leaders with trembling hands. Prime Minister Lvov, as though to supplement Stankiewicz from the other side, made the next day the following announcement: up till now the provisional government has received unwavering support from the ruling organ of the Soviet. For the last 2 weeks, the government has been under suspicion. In these circumstances, it is best for the provisional government to withdraw. We see again what was the real constitution of the February Revolution. The meeting of the Executive Committee with the Provisional Government took place in the Mariinsky Palace. Prince Lvov in an introductory speech regretted the campaign undertaken by the socialist circles against the government, and half offendedly, half threateningly, spoke of resignation. The ministers described in turn the difficulties which they had assisted with all their might to accumulate. Miliukov, turning his back to all this contact oratory, spoke from the balcony to a cadet demonstration. Seeing those placards with the inscription "Down with Miliukov," I did not fear for Miliukov, I feared for Russia. Thus the historian Miliukov reports the modest words which the minister Miliukov pronounced before the crowds assembled in the square. Tsereteli demanded from the government a new note. Chernov found a brilliant solution, proposing that Miliukov go over to the Ministry of Public Education. Constantinople as a topic in geography would at any rate be less dangerous than as a topic in diplomacy. Miliukov, however, categorically refused both to return to science, and to write a new note. The leaders of the Soviet did not need much persuasion, and agreed to an explanation of the old note. It remained to find a few phrases whose falsity should be sufficiently oiled over with democraticness, and the situation might be considered saved, and with it Miliukov's portfolio. But the restless third power would not be quiet. The 21st of April brought a new wave of commotion, more powerful than yesterday's. Today the Petrograd Committee of the Bolsheviks had called for the demonstration. In spite of the counter-agitation of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, immense masses of workers advanced to the center from the Vyborg side, and later too from other districts. The executive committee sent to meet the demonstrators their most authoritative pacifiers with Chij at the head. But the workers firmly intended to speak their word, and they had a word to speak. A well-known liberal journalist described in Rech this demonstration of workers on the Nevsky. About 100 armed men marched in front, after them solid phalanxes of unarmed men and women, 1,000 strong. Living chains on both sides. Songs. Their faces amazed me. All those thousands had but one face, the stunned ecstatic face of the early Christian monks. Implacable, pitiless, ready for murder, inquisition, and death. The liberal journalist had looked the workers' revolution in the eye and felt for a second its intense determination. How little those phalanxes resembled Miliukov's boy workers hired by Ludendorff at 15 rubles a day. Today as yesterday the demonstrators did not come out to overthrow the government, although a majority of them, we may guess, had already seriously thought about this problem, and a part were ready even today to carry the demonstration far beyond the bounds of the majority mood. Chij asked the demonstration to turn round and go back to its districts. But the leaders sternly answered that the workers themselves knew what to do. This was a new note, and Chij would have to get used to it in the course of the next few weeks. While the compromisers were persuading and hushing up, the cadets were challenging and inflaming. In spite of the fact that Kornilov had not yesterday been authorized to employ firearms, he not only had not abandoned the plan, but on the contrary was all this day from early morning getting ready to oppose the demonstrators with cavalry and artillery. Firmly counting on the boldness of the generals, the cadets had issued a special handbill summoning their partisans to the streets, clearly intending to carry matters to the point of a decisive conflict. Although failing of his raid on the Dardanelles coastline, Miliukov continued his general offensive, with Kornilov in the capacity of advance guard and the Entente as heavy reserves. The note dispatched behind the back of the Soviet, and the editorial in Rech, were to serve the liberal chancellor of the February Revolution in the role of the EMS dispatch. All who stand for Russia and her freedom must unite round the provisional government and support it. Thus read the appeal of the Cadet Central Committee, inviting all good citizens into the street for the struggle against the advocates of immediate peace. The Nevsky, the chief artery of the bourgeoisie, was converted into a solid cadet meeting. A considerable demonstration headed by the members of the Cadet Central Committee marched to the Maryinsky Palace. Everywhere could be seen brand new placards, fresh from the sign painters, full confidence to the provisional government. Long live Miliukov! The ministers looked like guests of honor. They had their own people, and this the more noticeably since emissaries of the Soviet were doing their utmost to help them, dispersing revolutionary meetings, steering workers' and soldiers' demonstrations toward the suburbs, and restraining the barracks and factories from going out. Under the flag of defense of the government, the first open and broad mobilization of counter-revolutionary forces took place. In the center of the town appeared trucks with armed officers, cadets, and students. The Cavaliers of St. George were sent out. The Gilded Youth organized a mock trial on the Nevsky, establishing on the spot the existence both of Leninists and of German spies. There were skirmishes and casualties. The first bloody encounter began, according to reports, with an attempt of officers to snatch from the workers a banner with a slogan against the provisional government. The encounters became more and more fierce, shots were interchanged, and towards afternoon they became almost continuous. Nobody knew exactly who was shooting or why, but there were already victims of this disorderly shooting, partly malicious, partly the result of panic. The temperature was reaching red heat. No, that day was not in the least like a manifestation of national unity. Two worlds stood face to face. The patriotic columns called into the streets against the workers and soldiers by the Cadet Party consisted exclusively of the bourgeois layers of the population, officers, officials, intelligentsia. Two human floods, one for Constantinople, one for peace, had issued from different parts of the town. Different in social composition, not a bit similar in external appearance, and with hostile inscriptions on their placards, as they clashed together they brought into play fists, clubs, and even firearms. The unexpected news reached the executive committee that Kornilov was moving cannon into the palace square. Was this independent initiative on the part of the commander? The character and further career of Kornilov testify that somebody was always leading that brave general by the nose, a function fulfilled on this occasion by the cadet leaders. It was only because they counted on the interference of Kornilov, and in order to make this interference necessary, that they had summoned their masses into the street. One of the younger historians has correctly remarked that Kornilov's attempt to draw away the military schools to Palace Square coincided, not with the moment of real or pretended necessity to defend the Mariinsky Palace from a hostile crowd, but with the moment of highest pitch of the cadet manifestation. The Milyukov-Kornilov plan went to pieces, however, and very ignominiously. However naive the leaders of the executive committee may have been, they could not fail to understand that their own heads were in question. Even before the first news of bloody encounters on the Nevsky, the executive committee had sent to all the military units of Petersburg and its environs telegraphic instructions not to leave the barracks without orders from the Soviet, not one detachment to the streets of the capital. Now, when the intentions of Kornilov became evident, the executive committee, contradicting all its solemn declarations, put both hands to the helm, not only demanding of the commander that he immediately send back the troops, but also commissioning Skobelev and Filipovsky to send back those which had come out in the name of the Soviet. Except upon a summons from the executive committee in these alarming days, do not come out on the streets with arms in your hands. To the executive committee alone belongs the right to command you. Thereafter every order for the dispatch of troops had, besides the customary formalities, to be issued on an official paper of the Soviet and countersigned by no less than 2 persons authorized for this purpose. It seemed that the Soviet had unequivocally interpreted Kornilov's act as an attempt on the part of the counter-revolution to create a civil war. But, although by its order it reduced to nothing the commandership of the district, the executive committee never thought of removing Kornilov himself. How could one think of violating the prerogatives of the government? Their hands trembled. The young regime was wrapped up in fictions like a patient in pillows and compresses. From the point of view of the correlation of forces, most instructive is the fact that not only the military units, but also the officers' schools, even before receiving the order of Chij, refused to go out without the sanction of the Soviet. These unpleasantnesses, not foreseen by the cadets, dropping upon them one after another, were inevitable consequences of the fact that the Russian bourgeoisie up to the time of the National Revolution had been an anti-national class. That could be concealed for a short time by the dual power, but could not be corrected. The April crisis apparently was coming to nothing. The executive committee had succeeded in holding back the masses on the threshold of the dual power. On its side, the grateful government explained that by guarantees and sanctions was to be understood world courts, limitation of armaments and all admirable things. The executive committee hastily seized upon these terminological concessions, and by a majority of 34 against 19 voted the matter adjusted. In order to quiet their alarmed ranks, the majority also adopted the following resolution: our control of the activities of the provisional government must be strengthened. Without previously informing the executive committee, no important political steps must be taken, the diplomatic personnel must be radically changed. The double sovereignty which had existed in fact was thus translated into the juridical language of a constitution. But this changed nothing in the nature of things. The left wing could not even secure from the compromising majority the resignation of Milyukov. Everything must remain as before. Over the provisional government hung the far more effective control of the Entente, which the executive committee did not dare to touch. On the evening of the 21st the Petrograd Soviet cast up its balance. Tsereteli reported on the fresh victory of the wise leadership, which had put an end to all false interpretations of the note of March 27. Kamina, in the name of the Bolsheviks, proposed the formation of a purely Soviet government. Kalantai, a popular revolutionist who had come over during the war from the Mensheviks to the Bolsheviks, proposed a referendum throughout all the districts of Petrograd and its environs on the desirability of this provisional government or another. But these proposals hardly entered into the consciousness of the Soviet. The question, it seemed, was adjusted. The solacing resolution of the Executive Committee was adopted by an enormous majority against 18. To be sure, a majority of the Bolshevik deputies were then still in their factories, on the streets, or attending demonstrations. But nevertheless it remains indubitable that in the central mass of the Soviet there was not any move to the side of the Bolsheviks. The Soviet directed all to refrain for 2 days from any street demonstrations. This resolution was adopted unanimously. Nobody had a shadow of doubt that all would submit to the decision. And as a fact the workers, the soldiers, the bourgeois youth, the Vyborg side, the Nevsky Prospect, no one at all dared to disobey the order of the Soviet. Tranquility was attained without any forcible measures whatever. The Soviet had only to feel itself master of the situation, and it would have been so in fact. Into the editorial offices of the left papers in those days poured many scores of factory and regimental resolutions demanding the immediate resignation of Miliukov, and sometimes of the whole provisional government. And not only Petrograd surged up. In Moscow too the workers abandoned the shops, and the soldiers issued from the barracks, filling the streets with stormy protests. Telegrams poured into the Executive Committee from scores of local Soviets, opposing the policy of Miliukov and promising full support to the Soviet. The same voices came from the front. But all was to remain as before. During April 21, asserted Miliukov later, a mood favorable to the government again took possession of the streets. He evidently had in mind those streets which he had an opportunity to view from the balcony after the majority of the workers and soldiers had gone home. As an actual fact, the government had been completely shown up. There was no serious force behind it. We have just heard this from the lips of Stankiewicz and Prince Lvov himself. What did Kornilov's assurance that he had sufficient forces to put down the rebels mean? Nothing whatever except the extreme light-mindedness of the respected general. This light-mindedness will reach its highest bloom in August, when the conspirator Kornilov will deploy against Petrograd a non-existent army. The trouble was that Kornilov was still trying to judge the troops by the commanding staff. The officers, a majority of them, were indubitably with him, that is, they were ready, under the pretext of defending the provisional government, to smash the ribs of the Soviet. The soldiers stood for the Soviet, being very much farther to the left than the Soviet itself. But inasmuch as the Soviet stood for the provisional government, it happened that Kornilov was able to bring out in its defense Soviet soldiers commanded by reactionary officers. Thanks to the two-power regime, they were all playing hide-and-seek with one another. However, the leaders of the Soviet had hardly issued the command to the troops not to leave their barracks, when Kornilov found himself hanging in the air along with the whole provisional government. And yet the government did not fall. The masses who had made the attack were totally unready to carry it through, to the end. The compromise leaders were thus still able to try to turn back the February regime to its original position. Having forgotten, or desiring to make others forget, that the Executive Committee had been openly compelled in opposition to the legally constituted authorities to lay its hands on the army, the Izvestia of the Soviet complained on April 22, the Soviet did not aspire to seize the power in its own hands, but nevertheless upon many banners carried by the partisans of the Soviet there were inscriptions demanding the overthrow of the government and the transfer of all power to the Soviet. Is it not indeed exasperating that the workers and soldiers had tried to tempt the compromisers with power, that is, had seriously imagined these gentlemen capable of making a revolutionary use of it? No, the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks did not want the power. As we saw, the Bolshevik resolution demanding the transfer of power to the Soviets, mustered in the Petrograd Soviet an insignificant number of votes. In Moscow the vote of no confidence in the provisional government, introduced by the Bolsheviks on April 22, mustered only 74 votes out of many hundreds. To be sure, the Helsingfors Soviet, notwithstanding its domination by social revolutionaries and Mensheviks, adopted on that same day an extraordinarily bold resolution for those times, offering the Petrograd Soviet its armed assistance in removing the imperialist provisional government. But that resolution, adopted under direct pressure from the sailors, was an exception. By an overwhelming majority, the Soviet deputies, representing those masses who had been but yesterday so near to an armed insurrection against the provisional government, stood pat on the two-power system. What does this signify? This crying contradiction between the decisiveness of the mass offensive and the half-heartedness of its political reflection was not accidental. In a revolutionary epoch, the oppressed masses turn more easily and quickly to direct action, than they learn to give their desires and demands a formal expression through their own representatives. The more abstract the system of representation, the more it lags behind the rhythm of those events which determine the activity of the masses. A Soviet representation, the least abstract of all, has immeasurable advantages in revolutionary conditions. It is sufficient to remember that the Democratic Dumas, elected according to their own regulations of April 17, hampered by nothing and by nobody, proved absolutely powerless to compete with the Soviets. But with all the advantages of their organic connection with the factories and regiments, that is, with the active masses, the Soviets are nevertheless representative organs, and are therefore not free from the qualifications and distortions of parliamentarism. The contradiction inherent in representation, even of the Soviet form, lies in the fact that it is on the one necessary to the action of the masses, but on the other easily becomes a conservative obstacle to it. The practical way out of this contradiction is to renew the representation continually. But this operation, nowhere very simple, must in a revolution be the result of direct action and therefore lag behind such action. At any rate, on the day after the April semi-insurrection, or more accurately, quarter-insurrection, the semi-insurrection will occur in July. The same deputies were sitting in the Soviet as on the day before. Arriving once more in their accustomed seats, they voted for the motions of their accustomed leaders. But this by no means signifies that the April storm had passed without effect on the Soviet, on the entire February system, and still more on the masses themselves. That giant interference of the workers and soldiers in political events, although not yet carried through to the end, altered the political scene, gave impulse to the general movement of the revolution, accelerated inevitable regroupings, and forced the parlor and backstage politicians to forget their plans of yesterday and adapt their action to new sets of circumstances. When the compromisers had liquidated this flare-up of civil war, and thought that everything was coming back to its old position, the government crisis was only just beginning. The liberals did not want to rule any longer without a direct participation of socialists in the government. The socialists on their part, forced by the logic of the two-power system to agree to this condition, demanded an unequivocal repudiation of the Dardanelles program, and this inevitably led to the downfall of Miliukov. On May 2, Miliukov found himself compelled to leave the ranks of the government. The slogan of the demonstration of April 20 was thus realized in the space of 12 days, and against the will of the Soviet leaders. But delays and procrastination succeeded only in accentuating more strongly the impotence of the rulers. Miliukov, attempting with the aid of his general to make a sharp break in the correlation of forces, had popped out of the government with a noise like a cork. The smashing general found himself obliged to resign. The ministers did not look a bit like guests of honor anymore. The government implored the Soviet to agree to a coalition. All this because the masses were pressing on the long end of the lever. This does not mean, however, that the compromising parties were coming nearer to the workers and soldiers. On the contrary, the April events, by suggesting what unexpected surprises lay hidden in the masses, impelled the democratic leaders still further toward the right, toward a closer union with the bourgeoisie. From that time on, the patriotic course definitely predominates. The majority of the executive committee becomes more united. Formless radicals like Sukhanov, Steklov, etc., who had but recently inspired the policies of the Soviet, and had made attempts to save something at least of the traditions of socialism, are pushed aside. Tsereteli takes a firm, conservative and patriotic position, an accommodation of Miliukov's policies to the representative organ of the laboring masses. The conduct of the Bolshevik Party during the April days was not uniform. Events had caught the party unprepared. The internal crisis was just being wound up, and busy preparations were going on for the party conference. Impressed by the keen excitement in the workers' districts, some Bolsheviks expressed themselves in favor of overthrowing the provisional government. The Petrograd Committee, which on March 5 had been still passing resolutions of qualified confidence in the provisional government, wavered. It was decided to hold a demonstration on the 21st, though its purpose was still insufficiently defined. A part of the Petrograd Committee were bringing the workers and soldiers into the streets with the intention, not very clear, to be sure, of attempting, so to speak incidentally, to overthrow the provisional government. Individual left elements standing outside the party acted in the same direction. There was apparently also an anarchist element, not numerous but bustling. The military quarters were approached by individual persons demanding armored cars or general reinforcements, now for the arrest of the provisional government, now for street fighting with the enemy. An armored car division close to the Bolsheviks declared, however, that they would give no machines to anyone except by order of the Executive Committee. The cadets did their best to place the blame for the bloody encounters on the Bolsheviks. But a special committee of the Soviet established beyond a doubt that the shooting had started, not in the streets, but from doorways and windows. The newspapers published an announcement from the public prosecutor: the shooting was done by the scum of the population for the purpose of arousing disorders and disturbances, always useful to the criminal elements. The hostility of the ruling Soviet parties to the Bolsheviks had not yet reached that intensity which 2 months later, in July, completely eclipsed both reason and conscience. The Department of Justice, although it had kept its old staff, was standing at attention before the revolution, and in April had not yet permitted itself to apply to the extreme left the methods of the Tsar's secret service. Along this line too Miliukov's attack was repelled without difficulty. The party Central Committee pulled up on the left-wing Bolsheviks, and declared on April 21 that they considered the Soviets' veto of demonstrations perfectly in order, and to be submitted to unconditionally. The motto "Down with the government" is incorrect at present, stated the resolution of the Central Committee, because without a solid majority of the people on the side of the proletariat, such a motto is either an empty phrase, or leads to attempts of an adventurous character. This resolution declared the task of the moment to be criticism, propaganda, and winning of the majority in the Soviets, as the groundwork for capturing the power. In this their opponents saw either the retreat of frightened leaders, or a sly maneuver. We already know the fundamental position of Lenin on the question of power. He was now teaching the party to apply the April theses on the basis of actual experience. 3 weeks before this, Kameniy had declared that he was happy to vote with the Mensheviks and Social Revolutionaries for a joint resolution on the provisional government, and Stalin had been developing his theory of a division of labor between cadets and Bolsheviks. How far those days and those theories were gone into the past. Only after the lesson of the April days, Stalin at last came out against the theory of benevolent control over the provisional government, cautiously retreating from his own previous position. But this maneuver passed unnoticed. In what consisted the element of adventurism in the policy of certain parts of the party? Asked Lenin at a conference which opened right after the menacing days. It consisted in the attempt to employ violence where there was not yet, or no longer, any place for revolutionary violence. You can overthrow one who is known to the people as a tyrant, but there are no tyrants now. The cannon and rifles are in the hands of the soldiers, not the capitalists. The capitalists are not prevailing with violence but deceit, and you can't talk now about violence, it's mere nonsense. We gave the slogan of peaceful demonstration. We wanted only to make a peaceful reconnoitre of the enemy's strength, not to give battle. But the Petrograd Committee aimed a wee bit too far to the left. Along with the correct slogan, "Long live the Soviets," they gave a wrong one, "Down with the provisional government." A moment of action is no time to aim a wee bit too far to the left. We look upon that as the greatest crime, disorganization. What lies underneath the dramatic events of a revolution? Shifts in the correlation of class forces. What causes these shifts? For the most part, oscillations of the intermediary classes, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, the army. There is a gigantic amplitude of oscillation between cadet imperialism and Bolshevism. These oscillations go simultaneously in two opposite directions. The political representatives of the petty bourgeoisie, their chiefs, the compromising leaders, gravitate farther and farther to the right, toward the bourgeoisie. The oppressed masses, on the other hand, will each time take a sharper and more daring swing to the left. In protesting against the adventurism shown by the leaders of the Petrograd organization, Lenin made this exception: if the intermediate masses had swung toward our side seriously, deeply, steadily, we would not have hesitated 1 minute to oust the government from the Mariinsky Palace. But this has not yet happened. The April crisis, bursting into the street, was not the first and not the last swing of the petty bourgeois and semi-proletarian masses. Our task is still for the time being to patiently explain, to prepare the next swing of the masses to our side, a deeper and more conscious one. As for the proletariat, its movement to the side of the Bolsheviks assumed during April a clearly expressed character. Workers came to the party committees asking how to transfer their names from the Menshevik party to the Bolshevik. At the factories they began insistently to question the deputies about foreign policy, the war, the two-power system, the food question, and as a result of these examinations Menshevik and social revolutionary delegates were more and more frequently replaced by Bolsheviks. The sharp turn began in the district Soviets, as these were closer to the factories. In the Soviets of the Vyborg side, Vasiliev Island, Narva district, the Bolsheviks seemed suddenly and unexpectedly to find themselves toward the end of April in a majority. This was a fact of the greatest significance, but the executive committee leaders, busy with high politics, looked with disdain upon the fussing of the Bolsheviks in the workers' districts. However, the districts began to press on the center more and more perceptibly. In the factories, without orders from the Petrograd Committee, an energetic and successful campaign was carried on for the re-election of representatives to the Municipal Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Sukhanov estimates that at the beginning of May the Bolsheviks had behind them a third of the Petrograd proletariat. Not less, certainly, and the most active third besides. The March formlessness had disappeared, political lines were sharpening, the fantastic theses of Lenin were taking flesh in the Petrograd workers' districts. Every step forward of the revolution was evoked or compelled by direct intervention of the masses, in most cases utterly unexpected by the Soviet parties. After the February uprising, when the workers and soldiers overthrew the monarchy without anyone's permission, the leaders of the executive committee considered the role of the masses fulfilled. But they were fatally wrong. The masses had no intention of getting off the stage. Already in the beginning of March, during the campaign for the 8-hour day, the workers wrested this concession from capital in spite of the efforts of Mensheviks and social revolutionaries to hold them back. The Soviet was forced to record a victory obtained without it and against it. The April demonstration was a second correction of the same kind. Every mass action, regardless of its immediate aim, is a warning addressed to the leadership. This warning is at first mild in character, but becomes more and more resolute. By July it had become a threat. In October we have the final act. In all critical moments the masses intervene spontaneously, in other words, obeying only their own inferences drawn from political experience, and their as yet officially unrecognized leaders. Assimilating this or that premise from the talk of agitators, the masses on their own volition translate its conclusions into the language of action. The Bolsheviks, as a party, were not yet leading the campaign for the 8-hour day. The Bolsheviks did not summon the masses to the April demonstration. The Bolsheviks will not call the armed masses into the street at the beginning of July. Only in October will the party finally fall in step and march out at the head of the masses, not for a demonstration but for a revolution. Chapter 18. The First Coalition. All official theories, declarations, and advertisements to the contrary notwithstanding, the power belonged to the provisional government on paper only. The revolution, paying no attention to the resistance of the so-called democracy, was striding along, lifting up new masses of the people, strengthening the Soviets, and to a limited extent even arming the workers. The local commissars of the government and the social committees created under them, in which representatives of bourgeois organizations usually predominated, were quite naturally and without effort crowded out by the Soviets. In certain cases, when these agents of the central power tried to resist, sharp conflicts arose. The commissars accused the local Soviets of refusing to recognize the central government. The bourgeois press began to cry out that Kronstadt, Schlüsselburg, or Tsaritsyn had seceded from Russia and become independent republics. The local Soviets protested against this nonsense. The ministers got excited. The governmental socialists hastened to these places, persuading, threatening, justifying themselves before the bourgeoisie. But all this did not change the correlation of forces. The fatefulness of the processes undermining the two-power system could be seen in the fact that these processes were developing, although at different tempos, all over the country. From organs for controlling the government, the Soviets were becoming organs of administration. They would not accommodate themselves to any theory of the division of powers, but kept interfering in the administration of the army, in economic conflicts, questions of food and transport, even in the courts of justice. The Soviets, under pressure from the workers, decreed the 8-hour day, removed reactionary executives, ousted the more intolerable commissars of the provisional government, conducted searches and arrests, suppressed hostile newspapers. Under the influence of continually increasing food difficulties and a goods famine, the provincial Soviets undertook to fix prices, forbid export from the provinces and requisition provisions. Nevertheless, at the head of the Soviets everywhere stood the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks, who rejected with indignation the Bolshevik slogan, "Power to the Soviets." Especially instructive in this connection is the activity of the Soviet in Tiflis, the very heart of the Menshevik Gironda, which gave the February Revolution such leaders as Tseretelli and Chij, and sheltered them afterwards when they had hopelessly squandered themselves in Petrograd. The Tiflis Soviet, led by Jordania, afterwards head of independent Georgia, found itself compelled at every step to trample on the principles of the Menshevik party in control of it, and act as sovereign power. This Soviet confiscated a private printing establishment for its own uses, made arrests, took charge of investigations and trials for political offenses, established a bread ration, and fixed the prices of food and the necessaries of life. That contrast between official doctrine and real life, manifest from the very first day, only continued to grow throughout March and April. In Petrograd a certain decorum at least was observed, although not always, as we have seen. The April days, however, had unequivocally lifted the curtain on the impotence of the provisional government, showing that it had no serious support whatever in the capital. In the last 10 days of April the government was flickering and going out. Kerensky stated with anguish that the government was already non-existent, that it did not work but merely discussed its condition. You might say in general about this government, that up to the days of October in hard moments it was always undergoing a crisis, and in the intervals between crises it was merely existing. Continually discussing its condition, it found no time for business. From the crisis created by the April rehearsal of future events, 3 outcomes were theoretically possible. The power might have gone over wholly to the bourgeoisie, that could have been achieved only through civil war. Miliukov made the attempt, but failed. The power should have gone over wholly to the Soviets. This could have been accomplished without any civil war whatever, merely by raising of hands, merely by wishing it. But the compromisers did not want to wish it, and the masses still preserved their faith in the compromisers, although it was badly cracked. Thus both of the fundamental ways out, the bourgeois and the proletarian, were closed. There remained a third possibility, the confused, weak-hearted, cowardly half-road of compromise. The name of that road was coalition. At the end of the April days the socialists had no thought of a coalition. In general those people never foresaw anything. By the resolution of April 21 the Executive Committee had officially converted the double sovereignty from a fact into a constitutional principle. But here again the owl of wisdom made her flight too late. This juridical consecration of the March form of double sovereignty, the kings and the prophets, was carried out just at the moment when this form had already been exploded by the action of the masses. The socialists tried to close their eyes to this. Miliukov relates that when the question of a coalition was raised from the government side, Trotsky said, "What good will it do you if we enter your cabinet? We will be compelled, in case you are stubborn, to withdraw from the ministry with a loud bang." Trotsky was trying to frighten the liberals with his future bang. As always in the fundamentals of their policies, the Mensheviks were appealing to the interests of the bourgeoisie themselves. But the water was up to their necks. Kerensky frightened the Executive Committee. The government is at present in an impossibly difficult situation, the rumors of its resignation are no political byplay. At the same time there was pressure from the bourgeois circles. The Moscow City Duma passed a resolution in favor of coalition. On April 26, when the ground was sufficiently prepared, the provisional government announced in a special appeal the necessity of bringing into the governmental work those active creative forces of the country which have not yet participated in it. The question was thus presented point blank. The feeling against coalition was nevertheless pretty strong. At the end of April the following Soviets declared themselves against the participation of socialists in the government: Moscow, Tiflis, Odessa, Ekaterinburg, Nizhny Novgorod, Tver, and others. Their motives were very clearly expressed by one of the Menshevik leaders in Moscow: if the socialists enter the government, there will be nobody to lead the movement of the masses in a definite channel. But it was difficult to convey this idea to the workers and soldiers against whom it was directed. The masses, in so far as they were not yet for the Bolsheviks, stood solid for the entrance of socialists into the government. If it is a good thing to have Kerensky as a minister, then so much the better. 6 Kerenskys. The masses did not know that this was called coalition with the bourgeoisie, and that the bourgeoisie wanted to use these socialists as a cover for their activities against the people. A coalition looked different from the barracks and from the Mariinsky Palace. The masses wanted to use the socialists to crowd out the bourgeoisie from the government. Thus two forces tending in opposite directions united for a moment in one. In Petrograd a series of military units, among them an armored car division friendly to the Bolsheviks, declared in favor of coalition government. The provinces voted for the coalition by an overwhelming majority. The coalition tendency prevailed among the social revolutionaries, they only feared to go into the government without the Mensheviks. And finally, the army was in favor of coalition. One of its delegates later, at the June Congress of the Soviets, expressed not at all badly the attitude of the front toward the question of power. We thought that the groan which arose from the army when it learned that the socialists would not enter the ministry to work with people whom they did not trust, while the whole army was compelled to go on dying with people whom it did not trust, must have been heard in Petrograd. The war was the deciding factor in this question, as in others. The socialists had at first intended to sit out the war, as also the sovereignty, and wait. But the war would not wait. The Allies would not wait. The front did not want to wait any longer. Right in the middle of the governmental crisis came delegates from the front and put up to their leaders in the Executive Committee the question, are we going to fight or not? Which meant, do you assume the responsibility for the war or not? There was no dodging that question. The Entente was posing the same question in the language of a half-threat. The April offensive on the West European front cost the Allies heavily and gave no results. A wavering was felt in the French army under the influence of the Russian Revolution and of the failure of its own offensive from which so much had been hoped. The army, in the words of Marshal Pétain, was bending in our hands. To stop this threatening process the French government had need of a Russian offensive, and until that at least a firm promise of one.
Aside from the material relief to be gained, it was necessary as quickly as possible to snatch the halo of peace from the Russian Revolution, poison the hope in the hearts of the French soldiers, compromise the revolution by associating it with the crimes of the Entente, trample the banner of the Russian workers' and soldiers' insurrection in the blood and mud of the imperialist slaughter. In order to attain this high aim, all possible levers were brought into play. Among these levers not the last place was occupied by the patriotic socialists of the Entente. The most experienced of them were sent into revolutionary Russia. They arrived armed to the teeth with obsequious consciences and boneless talk. The foreign social patriots, writes Sukhanov, were received with open arms in the Mariinsky Palace. Branting, Kakin, O'Grady, Dubravka, and others felt at home there and formed a united front with our ministers against the Soviet. It must be conceded that even the compromiser Soviet was often ill at ease with those gentlemen. The Allied Socialists made the rounds of the fronts. General Alexeyev, wrote van der Velde, did everything in his power in order that our efforts should be applied to the same end as were those undertaken a little earlier by delegations of sailors from the Black Sea, by Kerensky, Albert Thomas, that is to complete what he called the moral preparation of the offensive. The President of the Second International and the former Chief of Staff of Nicholas II thus found a common language in their struggle for the glorious ideals of democracy. Renaudel, one of the leaders of French socialism, was able to cry out with relief, "Now we can talk without blushing of the war of justice." It was 3 years before humanity learned that those people had something to blush about. On the 1st of May the Executive Committee, having passed through all the stages of vacillation known to nature, decided by a majority of 41 votes against 18, with 3 abstaining, to enter into a coalition government. Only the Bolsheviks and a small group of Menshevik internationalists voted against it. It is not without interest that the victim of this closer rapprochement was the recognized leader of the bourgeoisie, Miliukov. "I did not go out, they put me out," said Miliukov later. Gukakov had withdrawn already on April 30, refusing to sign the Declaration of the Rights of the Soldier. How dark it was in those days in the hearts of the liberals is evident from the fact that the Central Committee of the Cadet Party decided, in order to save the coalition, not to insist upon Miliukov's remaining in the government. The party betrayed its leader, writes the Right Cadet, Iskoyev. The party, however, had no great choice. The same Iskoyev remarks quite correctly, at the end of April the Cadet Party was smashed to pieces, morally it had received a blow from which it would never recover. But on the question of Miliukov the Entente was to have the last word. England was entirely willing that the Dardanelles patriot should be replaced by a more temperate Democrat. Henderson, who was in Petrograd with authorization to replace Buchanan as ambassador in case of need, learning of the state of affairs, deemed this change unnecessary. As a fact, Buchanan was exactly in the right place, for he was a resolute opponent of annexations in so far as they did not coincide with the appetites of Great Britain. "If Russia has no need of Constantinople," he whispered tenderly to Turochenko, "the sooner she announces this, the better." France at first supported Miliukov, but here Thomas played his role, coming out after Buchanan and the Soviet leaders against Miliukov. Thus that politician, hated by the masses, was abandoned by the Allies, by the Democrats, and lastly by his own party. Miliukov really did not deserve such cruel punishment, at least not from these hands. But the coalition demanded a purification sacrifice. They pictured Miliukov to the masses as that evil spirit who had been darkening the universal triumphant procession towards democratic peace. In cutting off Miliukov, the coalition purified itself at one stroke from the sins of imperialism. The staff of the coalition government, and its program, were approved by the Petrograd Soviet on May 5. The Bolsheviks mustered 100 votes against it. The meeting warmly greeted the orator ministers. Miliukov ironically tells of this meeting. It greeted with the same stormy applause, however, the old leader of the first revolution Trotsky, who had arrived the day before from America, and who sharply condemned the entrance of socialists into the ministry,
asserting that the double sovereignty is not destroyed, but merely transferred into the ministry, and that the real single power which will save Russia will arrive only when the next step is taken, the transfer of power into the hands of the workers and soldiers. Deputies, then will begin a new epoch, an epoch of blood and iron, but not in a struggle of nation against nation, but of the suffering and oppressed class against the ruling classes. Such is Miliukov's rendering. In his conclusion, Trotsky formulated 3 rules for the policy of the masses, 3 revolutionary articles of faith: do not trust the bourgeoisie, control the leaders, rely only on your own force. Speaking of this speech, Sukhanov remarks, he evidently did not expect any sympathy for his words. And in truth the orator left the hall amid far less applause than had greeted his entrance. Sukhanov, very sensitive to what is going on in the couloirs of the intelligentsia, adds, although Trotsky did not belong to the Bolshevik party, rumors were already going around to the effect that he was worse than Lenin. The socialists appropriated 6 portfolios out of 15. They wanted to be in the minority. Even after deciding openly to enter the government, they continued to play this game of giveaway. Prince Lvov remained premier, Kerensky became Minister of War and Marine, Chernov, Minister of Agriculture. Miliukov's place as Minister of Foreign Affairs was taken by Turchenko, a connoisseur of the ballet who had become the confidential man at one and the same time of Kerensky and Buchanan. They all 3 agreed in thinking that Russia could get along exceptionally well without Constantinople. At the head of the Department of Justice stood an insignificant lawyer, Pereverzev, who subsequently acquired a passing glory in connection with the July incident of the Bolsheviks. Tseretelli limited himself to the portfolio of posts and telegraphs in order to keep his time for the executive committee. Skobeliev, becoming Minister of Labor, promised in the heat of the excitement to cut down the profits of the capitalists 100%. That phrase soon acquired wings. For the sake of symmetry, the Ministry of Trade and Industry was given to a great Moscow industrialist, Konovalov. He brought along with him certain notables from the Moscow Stock Exchange who received important government posts. After 2 weeks, by the way, Konovalov resigned as a protest against the anarchy in public economy. Skobeliev, even before 2 weeks, had renounced his attack on profits, and was busying himself with the struggle against anarchy, quelling strikes, summoning the workers to self-restraint. The declaration of the new government consisted, as is to be expected of all coalitions, of commonplaces. It referred to an active foreign policy in the cause of peace, a solution of the food question, and a getting ready to solve the land question. All this was mere talk. The single serious point, at least from the standpoint of intention, was the one about the preparation of the army for defensive and offensive activity to prevent the possible defeat of Russia and her allies. In this was essentially summed up the whole meaning of the coalition, which was created as the last play of the Entente in Russia. The coalition government in Russia, wrote Buchanan, is for us the last, and almost the only, hope for salvation of the military situation on that front. Thus behind the platforms, speeches, compromises and votes of the liberal and democratic leaders of the February Revolution, stood an imperialist stage director in the person of the Entente. Being obliged hastily to enter the government in the name of the interests of the Entente Front, which was hostile to the revolution, the socialists took upon themselves about a third of the power and the whole war. The new Minister of Foreign Affairs had to delay publishing for 2 weeks the answers of the Allied governments to the declaration of March 27, in order to work out certain stylistic changes which would disguise their polemic against the declaration of the coalition cabinet. That active foreign policy in the cause of peace expressed itself thereafter in Turchenko's zealously editing the texts of the diplomatic telegrams drawn up for him by old regime clerks. Crossing out claims, he would write the demands of justice. In place of safeguarding the interests, he would write for the good of the peoples. Miliukov, with a slight grinding of teeth, said of his successor, the Allied diplomats knew that the democratic terminology of his dispatches was a reluctant concession to the demands of the moment, and treated it with indulgence. Thomas and the newly arrived van der Velde did not sit with folded arms. They zealously interpreted the good of the peoples in correspondence with the needs of the Entente, and manipulated with a fair success the simpletons of the Executive Committee. Skobelev and Chernov, reported van der Velde, are energetically protesting against all thoughts of premature peace. No wonder Ribot, relying on such assistance, felt able to announce to the French Parliament on May 9, that he intended to make a satisfactory reply to Turochenko without giving up anything. No, the real masters of the situation were not intending to give up anything that was lying around loose. It was just in those days that Italy announced the independence of Albania, and immediately placed her under Italy's protectorate. That was not a bad object lesson. The provisional government had an idea of protesting, not so much in the name of democracy, as because of the destruction of equilibrium in the Balkans. But impotence compelled it for the time to bite its tongue. The only new thing in the foreign policy of the coalition was its hasty rapprochement with America. This young friendship offered three not unimportant advantages. The United States was not so compromised with military depravities as France and England. The transatlantic republic opened before Russia broad prospects in the matter of loans and military supplies. Finally, the diplomacy of Wilson, a mixture of knavery with democratic piety, fell in admirably with the stylistic needs of the provisional government. In sending the route mission to Russia, Wilson addressed the provisional government with one of his parish letters in which he declared, "No people must be forced under sovereignty under which it does not wish to live." The aims of the war were defined by the American president not too definitely, but beguilingly, to secure the future peace of the world and the future welfare and happiness of its people. What could be better? Tereshchenko and Tsereteli needed only that, fresh credits and the commonplaces of pacifism. With the help of the first, and under cover of the second, they could make ready for the offensive which the Shylock on the Seine was demanding with a furious shaking of all his promissory notes. On the 11th of May, Kerensky went to the front to open his agitation in favor of an offensive. "A wave of enthusiasm is growing and spreading in the army," reported the new war minister to the provisional government, choking with the enthusiasm of his own speeches. On May 14, Kerensky issued a command to the army: "You will go where your leaders conduct you," and in order to adorn this well-known and not very attractive prospect for the soldier, he added, "You will carry on the points of your bayonets, peace." On May 22, the cautious General Alexeyev, a man of no parts in any case, was removed, and replaced in the position of commander-in-chief by the more flexible and enterprising Brusilov. The Democrats with all their power were preparing the offensive, the grand catastrophe, that is, of the February Revolution. The Soviet was the organ of the workers and soldiers here means peasants. The provisional government was the organ of the bourgeoisie. The Contact Commission was the organ of compromise. The coalition simplified this mechanism by converting the provisional government itself into a contact commission. But the double sovereignty was not in the least done away with. Whether Tsereteli was a member of the Contact Commission or Minister of Posts, that did not decide anything. There were in the country two incompatible state organizations, the hierarchy of old and new officials appointed from above crowned by the provisional government, and the system of elective Soviets reaching down to the most remote companies at the front. These two state systems rested upon different classes which as yet were only getting ready to settle their historic accounts. In entering the coalition, the compromisers counted on a peaceful and gradual dissolution of the power of the Soviet system. They imagined that the power of the Soviets, concentrated in their persons, would now flow over into the official government. Kerensky categorically assured Buchanan, that the Soviets will die a natural death. This hope soon became the official doctrine of the compromise leaders. According to their thought, the center of gravity ought to be transferred to the new organs of self-government. The place of the Central Committee should be occupied by the Constituent Assembly. The coalition government was in this way to become a bridge to the bourgeois parliamentary republic. The trouble was that the revolution did not want to, and could not, travel along this road. The fate of the new city Dumas had given unequivocal warning in this sense. These Dumas had been elected upon the widest possible franchise basis. The soldiers voted equally with the civil population, women equally with men. 4 parties took part in the struggle. Novoye Vremya, the old official sheet of the Tsarist government, one of the most dishonest newspapers in the world and that is saying something, summoned the Rights, the Nationalists, the Octobrists, to vote for the cadets. But when the political impotence of the possessing classes became fully evident, the majority of the bourgeois papers adopted the slogan, "Vote for anybody you please, only not the Bolsheviks." In all the Dumas and Zemstvos the cadets were right-wing, the Bolsheviks a growing left minority. The majority, immense as usual, belonged to the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks. It would seem as if these new Dumas, which differed from the Soviets by a broader representation, ought to have enjoyed great authority. Moreover, as socio-juridical institutions, the Dumas had the immense advantage of official government support. The militia, the food supplies, the municipal transport, popular education, all were officially in the hands of the Duma. The Soviet as a private institution had neither budget nor rights. And nevertheless the power remained with the Soviets. The Dumas turned out to be in the essence of the matter municipal commissions of the Soviets. This rivalry of the Soviet system with formal democracy was the more striking in its outcome, in that it took place under the leadership of those same parties, social revolutionaries and Mensheviks, who, ruling in the Dumas and the Soviets alike, were profoundly convinced that the Soviets ought to give way to the Dumas, and themselves did their best to promote the process. The explanation of this remarkable phenomenon, about which there was very little speculation in the whirlpool of the actual events, is simple. Municipal governments, like any other institutions of democracy, can function only on the basis of firmly established social relations, that is, a definite property system. The essence of revolution, however, is that it calls in question this, the very basis of all bases. And its question can be answered only by an open revolutionary test of the correlation of forces. The Soviets, in spite of the quality of their leadership, were the fighting organizations of the oppressed classes who had consciously or half-consciously united to transform the bases of the social structure. The municipal governments gave equal representation to all classes of the population, reduced to the abstraction of citizenship, and behaved in the revolutionary situation very much like a diplomatic conference expressing itself in qualified and hypocritical language while the hostile camps represented by it are feverishly preparing for battle. In the everyday of the revolution the municipal governments dragged out a half-fictitious existence. But at critical moments, when the interference of the masses was defining the further direction of events, these governments simply exploded in the air, their constituent elements appearing on different sides of a barricade. It was sufficient to contrast the parallel roles of the Soviets and the municipal governments from May to October, in order to foresee the fate of the Constituent Assembly. The coalition government was in no hurry to summon that Constituent Assembly. The Liberals being, notwithstanding the democratic arithmetic, a majority in the government, were in no haste to become in the Constituent Assembly a feeble right wing such as they were in the new Dumas. The special conference on the convocation of a Constituent Assembly began work only at the end of May, 3 months after the revolution. The liberal jurists divided every hair into 16 parts, shook up in their alembics all the different kinds of democratic sentiment, bickered endlessly about the elective rights of the army, whether or not it would be necessary to give votes to the deserters, numbering millions, and to the members of the Tsar's family, numbering tens. As to the date of the assembly, as little was said as possible. To raise this question was considered in the conference a breach of etiquette such as only Bolsheviks would commit. Weeks passed, but in spite of the hopes and prophecies of the compromisers the Soviets did not die out. At times, lulled and confused by their leaders, they did fall into semi-prostration, but the first signal of danger would bring them to their feet, and reveal to the eyes of all that they were the real masters of the situation. While attempting to sabotage the Soviets, social revolutionaries and Mensheviks were obliged in every important incident to recognize their priority. This was expressed among other things by the fact that the best forces of both parties were concentrated in the Soviets. To the municipal governments and the Zemstvos they appointed people of the second rank, technicians and administrators. The same thing was to be observed among the Bolsheviks. The cadets alone, not having access to the Soviets, concentrated their best forces in those institutions of self-government. But that hopeless bourgeois minority was not able to convert them into a real support. Thus nobody considered the municipal governments their own institutions. The sharpening antagonism between worker and boss, soldier and officer, peasant and landlord, could not be openly brought up for discussion in the municipal bodies or Zemstvos as was done in their own circles by the Soviets on the one side, and by private meetings of the State Duma and all kinds of conferences of the enfranchised politicians on the other. One can talk over petty details with an enemy, but not matters of life and death. If you accept the Marxian formula according to which a government is a committee of the ruling class, then you must admit that the genuine committees of the classes struggling for power were to be found outside the coalition government. As regards the Soviets, represented in the government as a minority, that was perfectly obvious. But it was no less true of the bourgeois majority. The liberals were totally unable to discuss in a serious and business-like way in the presence of socialists the questions of most moment to the bourgeoisie. The crowding out of Miliukov, the acknowledged and indubitable leader of the bourgeoisie, around whom a staff of property owners had united, had a symbolic character, completely revealing the fact that the government was in every sense of the word eccentric. Life revolved around two axes, one of which was to the left and one to the right of the Mariinsky Palace. Not daring to say what they thought in the staff of the government, the ministers lived in an atmosphere of conventions created by themselves. The double sovereignty concealed by a coalition became a school of two-mindedness, two-heartedness, and every possible kind of duplicity. The coalition government in the course of the next 6 months lived through a whole series of crises, reconstructions, and reshufflings, but its fundamental features, impotence and hypocrisy, survived to the day of its death. Chapter 19. The Offensive. In the army as in the country there was a continual political regrouping of forces, the lower ranks moving to the left, the upper to the right. Just as the executive committee was becoming an instrument of the Entente for taming the revolution, the soldiers' committees, having arisen to represent the soldiers against the commanding staff, were being converted into assistants of the commanding staff against the soldiers. The membership of these committees was variegated. There were not a few patriots who sincerely identified the war with the revolution, courageously joined an offensive imposed from above, and laid down their heads in an alien cause. Beside them stood the heroes of the phrase, regimental and divisional Karenskis. Finally, there were not a few petty cheats and chair-warmers who got into the committees to keep out of the trenches, always on a hunt for privileges. Every mass movement, especially in its first stages, inevitably raises up on its crest all these human varieties. But the compromise period was especially rich in such loud talkers and chameleons. People form programs, but programs also form people. The school of contact politics becomes in a revolution a school of trickery and intrigue. The two-power regime made it impossible to create a military force. The cadets were hated by the mass of the people, and were compelled in the army to retitle themselves social revolutionaries. The democracy could not resurrect the army for the same reason that it could not take over the power. The one was inseparable from the other. As a curiosity, which nevertheless very clearly illumines the situation, Sukhanov remarks that the provisional government did not organize a single parade for the soldiers in Petrograd. The liberals and generals did not want the Soviets to participate in their parade, but perfectly well understood that without the Soviets a parade is impossible. The higher officers were clinging closer and closer to the cadets, biding the time when more reactionary parties might lift their heads. The petty bourgeois intelligentsia could give the army a considerable number of lower officers, as they had done under Tsarism, but they could not create a commanding corps in their own image, for they had no image of their own. As the whole further course of the revolution showed, it was only possible either to take the commanding corps as it was from the nobility and the bourgeoisie, as the whites did, or bring forward and train up a new one on the basis of proletarian recruiting, as did the Bolsheviks. The petty bourgeois democracy could do neither one thing nor the other. All they could do was to persuade, plead, and deceive everybody, and when nothing came of it, turn over the power in despair to the reactionary officers, and let them teach the people the correct revolutionary ideas. One after the other the ulcers of the old society broke out and destroyed the organism of the army. The problem of nationality in all its forms, and Russia is rich in nationality, went deeper and deeper into the soldier mass, which was made up less than half of Great Russians. National antagonisms intercrossed and interwove in all directions with class antagonisms. The policy of the government in the sphere of nationalities, as in all others, was vacillating, confused, and therefore seemed doubly treacherous. Certain generals flirted with national formations such as the Mussulman Corps with French discipline on the Romanian front. These new national units did as a rule prove the most sturdy of the old army, for they were formed under a new idea and a new banner. This national cement, however, did not last long. Class struggle soon broke it. But the very process of these national formations, threatening to affect half the army, reduced it to a fluid condition, decomposing the old units before it succeeded in welding the new. Thus misfortune came from all sides. Miliukov writes in his history that the army was ruined by conflict between revolutionary ideas and normal military discipline, between democratization of the army and the preservation of its fighting power, in which statement, by normal discipline is to be understood that which existed under Tsarism. A historian ought to know, it would seem, that every great revolution brings ruin to the old army, a result of the clash, not of abstract disciplinary principles, but of living classes. A revolution not only permits strict discipline in an army, but creates it. However, this discipline cannot be established by representatives of the class which the revolution has overthrown. Surely, the fact is evident, wrote one wise German to another on September 26, 1851, that a disorganized army and a complete breakdown of discipline has been the condition as well as the result of every victorious revolution. The whole history of humanity proves this simple and indubitable law. But along with the liberals, the Russian socialists, with the experience of 1905 behind them, did not understand this, although they called the two Germans, one of whom was Friedrich Engels and the other Karl Marx, their teachers. The Mensheviks seriously believed that the army after making a revolution would continue the war under the old command. And those people called the Bolsheviks utopian. General Brusilov at a conference at headquarters in the beginning of May succinctly characterized the condition of the commanding staff. 15 to 20% had adapted themselves to the new order through conviction, a part of the officers were beginning to flirt with the soldiers and incite them against the commanding staff, but the majority, about 75%, could not adapt themselves, were offended, were hiding in their shells, and did not know what to do. The overwhelming mass of the officers were, in addition, good for nothing from a purely military point of view. At a conference with the generals, Kerensky and Skobelev zealously apologized for the revolution, which, alas, was continuing and must be taken into consideration. To this the Black Hundred General Gurko answered the ministers moralizingly, "You say the revolution is continuing. Listen to us. Stop the revolution, and let us, the military, do our duty to the end." Kerensky went to meet the generals with all his heart, until one of them, the valorous Kornilov, almost strangled him in his embraces. Compromisism in a time of revolution is a policy of feverish scurrying back and forth between classes. Kerensky was the incarnation of scurrying back and forth. Placed at the head of an army, an institution unthinkable without a clear and concise regime, Kerensky became the immediate instrument of its disintegration. Denikin publishes a curious list of changes of personnel in the high commanding staff, changes which missed the mark, although nobody really knew, and least of all Kerensky, where the mark was. Alexeyev dismissed the commander-in-chief at the front, Ruska, and the army commander Radko Dmitriev, for weakness and indulgence to the committees, Brusilov removed for the same reason the panic-stricken Yudenayuk. Kerensky dismissed Alexeyev himself and the commanders-in-chief at the front, Gurko and Dragomirov, for resisting democratization of the army. On the same grounds Brusilov removed General Kaldin, and was himself subsequently relieved for excessive indulgence to the committees. Kornilov left the command of the Petrograd district through inability to get along with the democracy. This did not prevent his appointment to the front, and subsequently to the Supreme Command. Denikin was removed from the post of Chief of Staff under Alexeyev for his obviously feudal administration, but was soon after named Commander-in-Chief of the Western Front. This game of leapfrog, showing that the people at the top did not know what they wanted, gradually extending downward to the companies, hastened the breakdown of the army. While demanding that soldiers obey the officers, the commissars themselves did not trust them. At the very height of the offensive, at a meeting of the Soviet at headquarters in Mogilev, one of the members of the Soviet declared in the presence of Kerensky and Brusilov, 88% of the officers of the staff are giving rise by their activities to a danger of counter-revolutionary manifestations. This was no secret to the soldiers. They had had plenty of time to get acquainted with their officers before the revolution. Throughout May the reports of the commanding staff from top to bottom consist of variations on one single theme: the attitude to the offensive is in general adverse, and especially in the infantry. Sometimes they add, a little better in the cavalry and hardy enough in the artillery. At the end of May, when the troops were already marshaled for the offensive, the commissar with the 7th Army telegraphed to Kerensky, in the 12th Division, the 48th Regiment has gone out in full force. The 45th and 46th Regiments, with only half of the front line companies. The 47th refuses to go out. Of the regiments of the 13th Division, the 50th came out almost in full force. The 51st promises to come out tomorrow, the 49th did not come out as ordered, and the 52nd refused to come out and arrested all its officers. The same picture was to be observed almost everywhere. To the report of the commissar, the government answered, disband the 45th, 46th, 47th and 52nd regiments, court-martial those who incited the officers and soldiers to disobedience. That sounded terrible, but did not frighten anybody. The soldiers who did not want to fight were not afraid either of disbandment or of court-martial. In deploying the soldiers it was often necessary to send one detachment against another. The instrument of repression would most often be the Cossacks, as under the Tsar. But they were now led by socialists. It was a question, you see, of defending the revolution. On June 4, less than 2 weeks before the beginning of the offensive, the chief of the headquarters staff reported, the Northern Front is still in a ferment, fraternization continues, the infantry is opposed to the offensive. On the Western Front the situation is indefinite. On the Southwestern a certain improvement of mood is noticeable. On the Romanian no special improvement is observable, the infantry does not want to advance. On June 11, 1917, the commander of the 61st Regiment writes, the officers and I have nothing left to do but save ourselves, because there has arrived from Petrograd a soldier of the 5th Company, a Leninist. Many of the best soldiers and officers have already fled. The appearance in the regiment of one Leninist was enough to start the officers running away. It is clear that the arriving soldier played the part of the crystal in a saturate solution. However, we must not think that the talk here is necessarily of a Bolshevik. In those days the commanding staff called every soldier a Leninist who raised his voice more boldly than others against the offensive. Many of those Leninists still sincerely believed that Lenin had been sent by Wilhelm. The commander of the 61st Regiment tried to frighten his soldiers with punishment at the hands of the government. One of the soldiers answered, we overthrew the former government, we'll kick out Kerensky. That was new talk. They were nourished on Bolshevik agitation, but went far beyond it. From the Black Sea Fleet, which was under the leadership of social revolutionaries and was considered by contrast to the Kronstadt sailors a bulwark of patriotism, A special delegation of 800 men was sent out through the country at the end of April with a brisk student, Batkin, dressed up as a sailor, at the head. There was a good deal of the masquerade in that delegation, but there was also a more sincere impulse. The delegation was selling to the country the idea of war to victory. But with every week the listeners became more hostile. And just as these Black Sea sailors were beginning to lower the tone of their pro-war sermons, a Baltic delegation arrived in Sebastopol to preach peace. The Northerners had more success in the south than the Southerners in the north. Under the influence of the Kronstadt sailors, the Sebastopol sailors undertook on June 8 to disarm the commanding staff and arrest their worst-hated officers. At a meeting of the Soviet Congress on June 9, Trotsky asked how it could happen that in that model Black Sea fleet which had sent patriotic deputations throughout the country, in that nest of organized patriotism, an explosion of this nature could occur at such a critical moment. What does this prove? He received no answer. The headless and brainless condition of the army tortured everybody, soldiers, commanders, and committeemen. To their all the need of some way out became unbearable. To the chiefs it seemed that the offensive would overcome this reign of bedlam and bring definiteness. And to a certain extent this was true. While Tseretelli and Chernov expressed themselves in Petrograd in favor of the offensive with all the careful modulations of the democratic rhetoric, the committeemen at the front had to wage a campaign hand in hand with the officers against the new regime in the army, a regime incompatible with war, but without which the revolution was unthinkable. The results of the change were soon visible. With every day that passed, the members of the committee were noticeably moving to the right, recounts one of the naval officers, but at the same time there was an obvious decline in their authority among the soldiers and sailors. It happens, however, that soldiers and sailors are just what is needed for a war. Brusilov, with Kerensky's approval, undertook the formation of shock battalions of volunteers, thus frankly acknowledging the incapacity of the army to fight. All sorts of elements immediately attached themselves to this enterprise, for the most part adventurers like Captain Muraviv, who subsequently, after the October Revolution, swung round to the left social revolutionaries, and then after a stormy and in its way brilliant career, betrayed the Soviet power, and died of a bullet shot, either from a Bolshevik or from his own hand. It is needless to say that the counter-revolutionary officers greedily seized upon the shock battalion idea as a legal way of mustering their own forces. The idea got almost no response, however, in the soldier mass. Some women in search of adventure created a women's battalion of Black Death Hussars. One of these battalions became Kerensky's last armed force in the defense of the Winter Palace in October. But all this gave very little help to the cause of crushing German militarism, as the task was described. The offensive promised by the staff to the Allies for early spring had been postponed from week to week. But now the Entente firmly refused to accept any further postponements. In pressing for an immediate offensive the Allies did not mince methods. Along with the pathetic adjurations of van der Velde, they employed the threat to stop sending military supplies. The Italian consul general in Moscow announced to the press, not the Italian, but the Russian press, that in case of a separate peace on the part of Russia, the Allies would give Japan a free hand in Siberia. The liberal papers, not the Rome, but the Moscow papers, printed these insolent threats with patriotic rapture, making them apply not to a separate peace, but to a delayed offensive. In other respects the Allies did not stand upon ceremony. For instance, they sent artillery that was known to be damaged. 35% of the weapons received from abroad did not survive 2 weeks of moderate shooting. England was shutting down on credits, but then America, the new benefactor, without the knowledge of England, offered the provisional government on the security of the new offensive a credit of $75 million. Although supporting the demands of the Allies by waging a frantic agitation for the offensive, the Russian bourgeoisie withheld its own confidence from the offensive by refusing to subscribe to the Liberty Loan. The overthrown monarchy utilized this incident to remind the public of its existence. In a declaration in the name of the provisional government, Romanov expressed a desire to subscribe to the loan, but added, the extent of the subscription will depend on the question whether the treasury supplies money to support the members of the Tsar's family. All this was read by the army, which knew very well that the majority of the provisional government, as also a majority of the upper officers, were still hoping for a restoration. Justice demands the observation that in the Allied camp not all agreed with van der Velde, Thomas, and Kakin in pushing the Russian army over the precipice. There were warning voices. "The Russian army is nothing but facade," said General Pétain, "it will fall to pieces if it makes a move." The American mission, for another example, expressed the view. But other considerations prevailed. It was necessary to take the heart out of the revolution. The German fraternization, explained Painlev later, had caused such ravages that to leave the Russian army inactive would risk its rapid disintegration. The political preparation for the offensive was at first carried on by Kerensky and Tseretelli, in secrecy even from their closest colleagues. In the days when these half-consecrated leaders were still continuing to spout about the defense of the revolution, Tseretelli was more and more firmly insisting on the necessity that the army make ready for active service. The longest to resist, that is, the coyest, was Chernov. At a meeting of the Provisional Government on May 17, the rural minister, as he called himself, was asked with heat whether it was true that he had expressed himself at a certain meeting on the subject of the offensive without the necessary sympathy. It transpired that Chernov answered as follows: "The offensive does not concern me, a man of politics, that is a question for the strategists at the front. Those people were playing hide-and-seek with the war, as with the revolution. But only for the time being." The preparation for the offensive was accompanied, of course, by a redoubled struggle against the Bolsheviks. They were being accused now oftener and oftener of working for a separate peace. The possibility that a separate peace would be the only way out, was evident in the whole situation, the weakness and exhaustion of Russia in comparison with the other warring countries. But nobody had yet measured the strength of the new factor, revolution. The Bolsheviks believed that the prospect of a separate peace could be avoided only in case the force and authority of revolution were boldly and conclusively set against the war. For this was needed first of all a break with our own bourgeoisie. On June 9, Lenin announced at the Congress of the Soviets, "When they say that we are striving for a separate peace, that is not true. We say, no separate peace, not with any capitalists, and least of all with the Russian capitalists. But the provisional government has made a separate peace with the Russian capitalists. Down with that separate peace." Applause, remarks the report. That was the applause of a small minority at the Congress, and for that reason especially fervent. In the executive committee some still lacked decision, others wanted to hide behind the more authoritative institutions. At the last moment it was resolved to bring to Kerensky's attention the undesirability of giving the order for the offensive before the question had been decided upon by the Soviet Congress. A declaration introduced at the very first session of the Congress by the Bolshevik faction had stated, "An offensive can only utterly disorganize the army, bringing one part into antagonism with the other, and the Congress should either immediately oppose this counter-revolutionary onslaught, or else frankly assume the whole responsibility for this policy." The decision of the Soviet Congress in favor of the offensive was merely a democratic formality. Everything was already prepared. The artillery had for a long time been aimed at the enemy's positions. On June 16, in an order to the army and the fleet, Kerensky, referring to the commander-in-chief as our leader fanned by the wings of victory, demonstrated the necessity of an immediate and decisive blow, and concluded with the words, "I command you, forward." In an article written on the eve of the offensive, commenting on the declaration of the Bolshevik faction at the Soviet Congress, Trotsky wrote, "The policy of the government completely undermines the possibility of successful military action. The material premises for an offensive are extremely unfavorable. The organization of supplies for the army reflects the general economic collapse, against which a government constituted like the present one cannot undertake a single radical measure. The spiritual premises of the offensive are still more unfavorable. The government has exposed before the army, its incapacity to determine Russia's policy independently of the will of the imperialist allies. No result is possible but the progressive breakdown of the army. The mass desertions are ceasing in the present conditions to be the result of depraved individual wills, and are becoming an expression of the complete incapacity of the government to weld the revolutionary army with inward unity of purpose, pointing out further that the government could not make up its mind to an immediate annulment of landlordship, that is, to the sole measure which would convince the most backward peasant that this revolution is his revolution. The article concluded, in such material and spiritual conditions an offensive must inevitably have the character of an adventure. The commanding staff was almost unanimous in thinking that the offensive, hopeless from a military point of view, was dictated by political considerations. Denikin, after making the rounds of his front, reported to Brusilov, "I haven't the slightest belief in the success of the offensive." A supplementary element of hopelessness was introduced by the good-for-nothingness of the commanding staff itself. Stankiewicz, an officer and a patriot, testifies that the technical dispositions of things made victory impossible regardless of the morale of the troops. The offensive was organized in a manner beneath criticism. A delegation of officers came to the leaders of the cadet party with the president of the officers' union, the cadet Novosiltsev, at its head, and warned them that the offensive was doomed to failure, and would mean only the extermination of the best units. The higher powers waved away these warnings with general phrases. "A last spark of hope remains," said the chief of the headquarters staff, the reactionary General Lukomsky, "that perhaps a beginning of successful battles will change the psychology of the masses, and the officers will be able to seize the reins that have been torn from their hands." That was their main purpose, to get hold of those reins. The chief blow was to be delivered, according to a plan worked out long before, by the forces of the southwestern front in the direction of Lvov. The work of the northern and western fronts was to help this operation. The advance was to have begun simultaneously on all fronts. It was soon evident that this plan was far beyond the powers of the command. They decided to start off one front after the other, beginning with those of secondary importance. But that too proved impossible. Then the Supreme Command, says Denikin, decided to give up all idea of planned strategy, and had to allow the fronts to begin operations whenever they were ready. All was left to the will of Providence. Only the icons of the Tsarina were lacking. They tried to replace them with the icons of democracy. Kerensky traveled everywhere, appealing and pronouncing benedictions. The offensive began, June 16 on the southwestern front, July 7 on the western, 9 on the Romanian. The advance of the last three fronts was in reality fictitious, coinciding with the beginning of the collapse of the principal one, the southwestern. Kerensky reported to the provisional government, "Today is the great triumph of the revolution." On June 18 the Russian Revolutionary Army with colossal enthusiasm assumed the offensive. "The long-expected advance has arrived," wrote the cadet organ Rech, "which has at one stroke restored the Russian Revolution to its best days." On the 19th the old man Plekhanov acclaimed to a patriotic manifestation, "Citizens, if I ask you what day this is, you will say Monday. But that is a mistake. Today is the resurrection day. Resurrection of our country and of the whole world. Russia, having thrown off the yoke of Tsarism, has decided to throw off the yokes of the enemy." Tsereteli said on the same day at the Soviet Congress, "A new page is opening in the history of the great Russian Revolution. The success of our revolutionary army ought to be welcomed not only by the Russian democracy, but, by all those who are really striving to fight against imperialism." The patriotic democracy had opened all its taps. The newspapers meanwhile carried joyful news. The Peresborsk greets the Russian offensive with a rise in all Russian securities. Those socialists were trying to estimate the stability of the revolution by the stock ticker. But history teaches that bourses feel better the worse it goes with revolutions. The workers and the garrison of the capital were not for 1 minute infected by this wave of artificially warmed over patriotism. Its sole arena was the Nevsky Prospect. "We went out on the Nevsky," relates the soldier Chinanov in his memoirs, and tried to agitate against the offensive. Some of the bourgeois took after us with their umbrellas. We grabbed them and dragged them into the barracks, and told them that tomorrow they would be sent to the front. That was a preliminary symptom of the advancing explosion of civil war. The July days were drawing near. On the 21st of June a machine gun regiment in Petrograd resolved in general meeting, in the future we will send forces to the front only when the war shall have a revolutionary character. In answer to the threat of disbandment, the regiment answered that it would not hesitate to disband the provisional government and the other organizations which support it. Here again a threatening note far in advance of the Bolshevik agitation. The Chronicle of the Revolution remarks under date of June 23, detachments of the Second Army have occupied the first and second line trenches of the enemy, and right beside this, at the Baranovsky factory there were re-elections to the Petrograd Soviet. In place of 3 social revolutionaries, 3 Bolsheviks were elected. By the end of the month the physiognomy of the Petrograd Soviet had already considerably changed. It is true that on June 20 the Soviet adopted a resolution of greeting to the advancing army. But with what majority? 472 votes against 271, with 39 abstaining. That is a totally new correlation of forces, something we have not seen before. The Bolsheviks, together with the left groups of Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, constitute already 2/5 of the Soviet. This means that in the factories and barracks the opponents of the offensive are already an indubitable majority. The Vyborg District Soviet adopted a resolution on June 24, every word of which strikes like a heavy hammer. We protest against the adventure of the provisional government, which is conducting an offensive for the old robber treaties, and we lay the whole responsibility for this policy on the provisional government and the Menshevik and social revolutionary parties supporting it. Having been pushed out after the February insurrection into the backyard, the Vyborg district was now confidently advancing to the leading position. The Bolsheviks already completely dominated the Vyborg Soviet. Everything now on the fate of the offensive, that is upon the trench soldiers. What changes had the offensive made in the consciousness of those who were supposed to carry it through? They had been irrepressibly longing for peace. But the rulers had succeeded to a certain degree, at least among a part of the soldiers and for a short time, in converting this very longing into a readiness to advance. After the revolution the soldiers had expected from the new power a swift conclusion of peace, and had been ready until then to defend the front. The peace did not come. The soldiers resorted to attempts at fraternization with the Germans and Austrians, partly under the influence of Bolshevik agitation, but chiefly seeking their own road to peace. But a drive had been opened against fraternization from all sides. And moreover it was discovered that the German soldiers were still far from casting off obedience to their officers. Fraternization, not having led to peace, dwindled rapidly. There was on the front at that time a de facto armistice. The Germans availed themselves of it for a wholesale transfer of troops to the Western Front. The Russian soldiers noticed how the enemy trenches were emptied, machine guns removed, cannon carted away. Upon this rested the plan of the moral preparation for the offensive. It was systematically suggested to the soldiers that the enemy was completely weakened, that he had no force left, that America was pressing upon him from the west, and that we had only to give a small push on our side, and the enemy front would crumple and we would have peace. The authorities did not believe this for a single minute, but they calculated that once having put its hand to the war machine, the army would not be able to let go. Having failed of their goal, both through the diplomacy of the provisional government and through fraternization, a part of the soldiers undoubtedly inclined to this third scheme, to give that push which would make the war crumble into dust. One of the front delegates to the Congress reported exactly in this way the mood of the soldiers. At present we have before us a thinned-out German front, there are at present no cannon, and if we advance and overthrow the enemy then we will be close to the wished-for peace. The enemy at first actually did seem extremely weak, and retired without accepting the battle, which incidentally the attackers were not able to give. But instead of crumbling, the enemy regrouped and concentrated his forces. Penetrating a few score kilometers inland, the Russian soldiers discovered a picture sufficiently familiar to them in the experience of the preceding years: the enemy was waiting for them in new and reinforced positions. Here it became evident that although the soldiers had agreed to give a push in the direction of peace, they were not in the least desirous of war. Having been dragged into it by a combination of force, moral pressure, and most of all deceit, they so much the more indignantly turned back. After an artillery fire unprecedented on the Russian side in its intensity and power, says the Russian historian of the World War, General Zayantkovsky, the troops occupied the enemy positions almost without loss and did not wish to go any farther. There began a steady desertion and withdrawal of whole units from their positions. A Ukrainian leader, Doroshenko, former commissar of the provisional government in Galicia, tells how after the seizure of the cities Kalich and Kalush, in Kalush there immediately occurred a frightful pogrom of the local population, but only of Ukrainians and Jews. They did not touch Poles. Some experienced hand guided the pogrom, pointing out with special care the local Ukrainian cultural and educational institutions. The pogrom was participated in by the better class of troops, the least depraved by the revolution, those carefully picked for the offensive. But what still more clearly shows its face in this affair is the leadership of the offensive, the old Tsarist commanders, experienced organizers of pogroms. On July 9 the committees and commissars of the 11th Army telegraphed the government: a German attack begun on July 6 against the 11th Army front is developing into an overwhelming catastrophe. In the morale of the troops, only recently induced to move by the heroic efforts of a minority, a sharp and ruinous break has occurred. The aggressive flare-up is rapidly exhausting itself. The majority of the troops are now in a state of increasing disintegration. There is nothing left of authority or obedience. Persuasions and arguments have lost their force. They are answered with threats and sometimes with death. The commander-in-chief of the Southwestern Front, with the agreement of the commissars and committees, gave an order to shoot those running away. On June 12 the commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Denikin, returned to his headquarters, as he says, with despair in my heart, and with a clear consciousness of the complete collapse of the last flickering hope for a miracle. The soldiers did not want to fight. The rear troops, to whom the weakened units turned for replacements after occupying the enemy trenches, answered, "What did you advance for anyway? Who told you to? It's time to end the war, not attack." The commander of the 1st Siberian Corps, considered one of the best commanders, reported how at nightfall the soldiers began to abandon the unattacked first line in crowds and whole companies. I understood that we, the officers, were powerless to alter the elemental psychology of the soldier masses, and I sobbed bitterly and long. One of the companies refused even to toss a leaflet to the enemy announcing the capture of Galich, until a soldier could be found who could translate the German text into Russian. In that it expressed the utter lack of confidence of the soldier mass in its ruling staff, both the old one and the new February one. A century of taunts and violence had burst to the surface like a volcano. The soldiers felt themselves again deceived. The offensive had not led to peace but war. The soldiers did not want war. And they were right. Patriots hiding in the rear were branding the soldiers as slackers and baiting them. But the soldiers were right. They were guided by a true national instinct, refracted through the consciousness of men oppressed, deceived, tortured, raised up by a revolutionary hope and again thrown back into the bloody mash. The soldiers were right. A prolongation of the war could give the Russian people nothing but new victims, humiliation, disasters, nothing but an increase of domestic and foreign slavery. The patriotic press of 1917, not only the cadet but also the socialist press, was tireless in contrasting the Russian soldiers, cowards and deserters, with the heroic battalions of the great French Revolution. This testifies not only to a failure to understand the dialectic of a revolutionary process, but also to a crude ignorance of history. The remarkable warriors of the French Revolution and Empire frequently began their careers as breakers of discipline, disorganiseurs, Miliukov would say, as Bolsheviks. The future Marshal Davout spent many months of 1789 to 90 as Lieutenant Davout destroying the normal discipline in the garrison of Heston, driving out the commanding staff. Throughout France up to the middle of 1790 a complete disintegration of the whole army was taking place. The soldiers of the Vincennes regiment compelled their officers to eat with them. The fleet drove out their officers. 20 regiments did various deeds of violence upon their officers. At Nancy 3 regiments locked their highest officers in prison. Beginning with 1790 the leaders of the French Revolution never tire of repeating on the subject of soldier excesses, the executive power is guilty, because it has not removed officers hostile to the revolution. It is remarkable that both Mirabeau and Robespierre spoke in favor of dismissing the entire old corps of officers. The former was trying the more quickly to establish a firm discipline, the latter wanted to disarm the counter-revolution. But both understood that the old army could not survive. To be sure, the Russian Revolution, in contrast with the French, took place in a time of war. But you cannot infer from this an exception to the historic law noted by Engels. On the contrary, conditions of prolonged and unsuccessful war could only hasten and sharpen the process of revolutionary disintegration of the army. That miserable and criminal offensive of the Democrats did the rest. The soldiers were now saying, to the last man, enough of bloodshed. What good are land and freedom if we are not here? When enlightened pacifists try to abolish war by rationalistic arguments they are merely ridiculous, but when the armed masses themselves bring weapons of reason into action against a war, that means that the war is about over. Chapter 20. The Peasantry. The subsoil of the revolution was the agrarian problem. In the antique land system, born directly out of serfdom, in the traditional power of the landlord, the close ties between landlord, local administration, and Kastzemstvo, lay the roots of the most barbarous features of Russian life which had their crown in the Rasputin monarchy. The muzhik, age-old support of Orientalism, proved also its first victim. In the first weeks after the February Revolution, the village remained almost inert. Those of the most active age were at the front. The elderly generation left at home too well remembered how revolutions end in punitive expeditions. The village was silent, and therefore the city was silent about the village. But the specter of a peasant war hung over the nests of the landlords from the first March days. Out of the most aristocratic, that is backward and reactionary, provinces a cry for help was heard almost before the real danger appeared. The liberals sensitively reflected the fright of the landlords. The compromisers reflected the mood of the liberals. It would be dangerous, rationalizes the left radical, Sukhanov, just after the revolution, to force the agrarian problem in the next few weeks, and moreover there is not the slightest need of it. As we know, Sukhanov likewise thought it would be dangerous to force the question of peace, or of the 8-hour day. To hide from difficulties is simpler. Moreover, the landlords were afraid a shake-up of land relations would reflect itself harmfully upon the spring sowing and the provisioning of the cities. The executive committee sent telegrams to the localities recommending that they should not become absorbed in the agrarian question to the neglect of food supplies to the cities. In many regions the landlords, frightened by the revolution, abstained from the spring sowing. With a heavy food crisis throughout the country, those empty fields themselves seemed to cry for a new owner. The peasantry stirred dimly. Hoping little from the new power, the landlords hastened to dispose of their properties. The kulaks began zealously to buy up these estates, figuring that as peasants they would escape forcible expropriation. Many of these land sales were notoriously fictitious. It was assumed that private holdings below a certain norm would be spared. In view of this, the landlords artificially divided their property into small allotments, creating dummy owners. Not infrequently the lands were transferred to foreigners, citizens of the Allied or neutral countries. Kulak speculation and landlord trickery threatened to leave nothing of the public land by the time the Constituent Assembly was convoked. The villages saw these maneuvers. Hence their demand, stop all land sales by decree. Peasant delegates kept pouring into the cities to the new authorities seeking land and justice. It happened to the ministers more than once, after their exalted debates and ovations, to run into the grey figures of peasant deputies at the doorway. Sukhanov tells how one of these delegates with tears in his eyes beseeched the citizen minister to promulgate a law protecting the land from being sold off. He was impatiently interrupted by Kerensky, excited and pale. "I said it would be done, and that means it will be, and you needn't look at me with those suspicious eyes." Sukhanov, who was present at this scene, adds, "I report this verbatim." And Kerensky was right, the mujik did look with suspicious eyes at the eminent people's minister and leader. In this short dialogue between a peasant who is still asking but no longer trusting, and the radical minister gesturing away the peasant's distrust, is contained the inevitability of the February regime's collapse. The act creating land committees as organs of preparation for agrarian reform was published by the first Minister of Agriculture, the Cadet Shingarev. The main land committee, presided over by the liberal bureaucratic professor, Postnikov, consisted chiefly of narodniks who feared more than anything else to appear less moderate than their president. Local land committees were established in the provinces, counties and rural districts. Whereas the Soviets, which took hold rather slowly in the villages, were considered private organizations, these committees had a governmental character. But the more indefinite their functions were according to the act, the harder it was for them to resist the pressure of the peasants. The lower a committee stood in the general hierarchy, the nearer, that is, to the land, the sooner it became an instrument of the peasant movement. Toward the end of March there began to flow into the capital the first alarming tidings of the peasants' entrance upon the scene. The Novgorod Commissar telegraphed of disorders caused by a certain Corporal Panasuk, of unwarranted arrests of landlords, etc. In Tambov province a crowd of peasants, with certain furloughed soldiers at their head, had sacked a landlord's estate. The first communications were doubtless exaggerated. The landlords certainly magnified these conflicts in their complaints, running ahead of the actual events. But one thing is beyond doubt, namely, that the leading role in the peasant movement was played by the soldier, who brought home from the front and from the city barracks a spirit of initiative. One of the district land committees of Kharkov province decided, on April 5, to conduct a search for weapons among the landowners. That already smacks of the coming civil war. A disturbance arising in Skopensky County, Ryazan province, is explained by the commissar as due to a decree of the executive committee of a neighboring county establishing compulsory rental to the peasants of the landlord's lands. The agitation of students in favor of tranquility until the Constituent Assembly has had no success. Thus we learn that the students, who had summoned the peasants in the first revolution to a campaign of terror, such being the tactic of the social revolutionaries at that time, were now, in 1917, preaching lawfulness and tranquility, to be sure, without success. The Commissar of Simbirsk province draws the picture of a more developed peasant movement. The district and village committees, of which something will be said later, are arresting the landlords, banishing them from the province, calling out the workers from the landlords' fields, seizing the land, establishing arbitrary rentals. The delegates sent by the executive committee are taking their stand on the side of the peasants. At the same time there begins a movement of the communal peasants against the individual landowners, against strong peasants, that is, who had detached themselves and taken up individual holdings on the basis of Stolypin's law of November 9, 1906. The situation in the provinces menaces the sowing of the fields. As early as April, the Simbirsk province commissar can see no way out but immediately to declare the land national property, the terms on which it is to be used to be defined later by the Constituent Assembly. From Kashir County, just outside Moscow, come complaints that the executive committee is inciting the population to the seizure without indemnity of the church, monastery, and landlords' estates. In Kursk province the peasants are removing the war prisoners from work on the estates, and even locking them up in the local jail. After the peasant congresses, the peasants in the Penza province, inclining to a literal interpretation of the Social Revolutionary Resolution on Land and Freedom, begin to violate a recently concluded contract with the landlords. At the same time they make an assault on the new organs of power. Upon the organization of the district and county executive committees in March, the intelligentsia composed the majority of their staffs, but afterwards, reports the Commissar of Penza, voices began to be heard against the intelligentsia, and by the middle of April the staff of the committees everywhere was exclusively composed of peasants whose tendency on the land question was clearly lawless. A group of landlords of the neighboring Kazan province complains to the provisional government of the impossibility of carrying on their business, because the peasants are calling off their workers, stealing seed, in many localities carrying off the movables of the estate, not permitting the landlord to cut wood in his own forest, threatening him with violence and death. There are no courts, everybody does as he wishes, sensible people are terrorist. The Kazan landlords already know who is guilty of this anarchy, the instructions of the provisional government are unknown in the village, but Bolshevik leaflets are widely distributed. However, there was no lack of instructions from the provisional government. In a telegram of March 20, Prince Lvov proposed to the commissars to create district committees as organs of the local power, recommending that they should draw into the work of these committees the local landowners and all the intellectual forces of the village. It was proposed to organize the whole state structure in the manner of a system of chambers of conciliation. The commissars, however, were soon weeping about the crowding out of the intellectual forces. The muzhik obviously did not trust his county and district Karenskys. On April 3, Prince Lvov's substitute, Prince Urazov, the Ministry of the Interior was adorned, we see, with lofty titles, recommends that no arbitrary acts shall be permitted, and especially the freedom of every proprietor to dispose of his own land, sweetest of all freedoms, shall be defended. 10 days later Prince Lvov himself considers it necessary to do something, and recommends to the commissars to put a stop to every manifestation of violence and robbery with the whole power of the law. Again 2 days later, Prince Urazov instructs the provincial commissars to take measures for the protection of the stud farms from lawless acts, explaining to the peasants, and so forth. On April 18, Prince Urazov is troubled because the war prisoners working for the landlords are beginning to present immoderate demands, and instructs the commissars to penalize these insolent fellows on the basis of the authority formerly enjoyed by the Tsar's governors. Circulars, instructions, telegraphic directions pour down from above in a continual shower. On May 12 Prince Lvov enumerates in a new telegram the unlawful activities which are unceasing throughout the country, arbitrary arrests, searches, removals from office, from management of estates, from administration of factories and shops, wrecking of properties, pillage, insubordination, hooliganism, acts of violence against official personages, imposition of taxes upon the population inciting one part of the population against another, etc., etc. All such forms of activity must be recognized as clearly unlawful and in certain cases even anarchistic. The characterization is not very clear, but the conclusion is, that the most decisive measures must be taken. The provincial commissars resolutely issued orders to the counties brought pressure to bear on the district committees, and all of them together revealed their impotence in the face of the mujiks. Almost everywhere the nearest military detachments had a hand in the business. Oftenest indeed they took the initiative. The movement assumed widely different forms, according to local conditions and the sharpness of the struggle. In Siberia, where there were no landlords, the peasants took possession of the church and monastery lands. In other parts of the country, too, the clergy had a hard time. In the pious province of Smolensk, under the influence of soldiers arriving from the fronts, the priests and the monks were arrested. Local organizations were often compelled to go farther than they wanted to, merely to prevent the peasants from taking incomparably more radical steps. Early in May a county executive committee of Samara province appointed a social trustee over the property of Count Erlov Davidov, thus protecting it from the peasants. Since the decree promised by Kerensky forbidding the sale of lands never did appear, the peasants began to stop these sales in their own way, preventing surveys of the land. Confiscation of the landlord's weapons, even their hunting weapons, was spreading wider and wider. The peasants of Minsk province, complains the commissar, take the resolutions of a peasant congress for law. Yes, and how could they take them otherwise? Those congresses were the sole real power in the localities. Thus is revealed the vast dissonance between the social revolutionary intelligentsia drowning in words, and the peasantry demanding action. Towards the end of May the far steppes of Asia billowed up. The Kyrgyz, from whom the Tsardom used to take away their best lands for the benefit of its servants, arose now against the landlords, suggesting that they hand over at once the stolen goods. This view is gaining ground in the steppes, reported the Akmolensk commissar. At the opposite end of the country, in Livland province, a county executive committee sent a commission to investigate the sacking of the property of Baron Stahl von Holstein. The commission declared the disorders insignificant and the presence of the baron in the county undesirable for the public tranquility, and proposed, to forward him along with the baroness to Petrograd and place them at the disposal of the provisional government. Thus arose one of the innumerable conflicts between the local and the central powers, between the social revolutionaries down below and the social revolutionaries on top. A report of May 27 from Pavlograd County in Ekaterinslav province paints an almost idyllic picture of law and order. The members of the Land Committee are explaining to the population all misunderstandings and thus preventing any kind of excess. Alas, this idyll will last but a few weeks. The head of one of the Kostroma monasteries bitterly complained at the end of May against a requisition by the peasants of a third of his horned cattle. The reverend monk should have been more meek, he will soon bid farewell to the other 2/3. In Kursk province there began a persecution of the individual settlers who had refused to return to the commune. In the hour of its great land revolution, its black division, the peasantry wanted to act as a single whole. Inner distinctions might prove an obstacle, the commune must stand forth as one man. The fight for the landlord's land was therefore accompanied by acts of violence against the separate farmer, the land individualist. On the last day of May, a soldier, Samilov, was arrested in Perm province for inciting to non-payment of land taxes. Soldier Samilov will soon be arresting others. During a religious procession in one of the villages in Kharkov province, a peasant Grichenko chopped down with an axe before the eyes of the entire village the revered icon of Saint Nicholas. Thus all kinds of protests arise and express themselves in action. An anonymous naval officer and landlord, in his Notes of a White Guard, gives an interesting picture of the evolution of the village in the first months of the revolution. To all offices almost everywhere they elected at first men from the bourgeois layers. Everybody was striving for but one thing, to maintain order. The peasants, to be sure, made demands for the land, but during the first 2 or 3 months without violence. You could hear everywhere such phrases as "we do not want to rob, we want to get it by agreement," etc. In these reassuring affirmations the ear of the lieutenant caught a note of concealed threat. And in truth, although the peasantry in the first period did not resort to violence, still in relation to the so-called intellectual forces they immediately began to reveal their disrespect. This half-waiting attitude continued, according to the White Guard, until May or June, after which a sharp change was to be observed. A tendency appeared to quarrel with the provisional regulations, to put things through to suit themselves. In other words, the peasants gave the February Revolution approximately 3 months' grace on the promissory notes of the social revolutionaries, after which they began to collect their own way. A soldier, Chinanov, who had joined the Bolsheviks, made 2 trips from Moscow after the revolution to his home in Orel. In May the social revolutionaries were dominant in the district. The mujiks in many localities were still paying rent to the landlords. Chinanov organized a Bolshevik nucleus of soldiers, peasant farmhands and poor peasants. The nucleus advocated the cessation of rent payments and a distribution of land among the landless. They immediately registered the landlords' meadow lands, divided them among the villages, and mowed them. The social revolutionaries sitting in the district committees cried out against the illegality of our act, but did not renounce their own share of the hay. As the village representatives would give up their offices through fear of responsibility, the peasants would select new ones who were more resolute. The latter were by no means always Bolsheviks. By direct pressure the peasants were producing a split in the Social Revolutionary Party, dividing the revolutionary elements from the functionaries and careerists. Having mowed the manorial hay, the moujiks turned to the fallow land and began to divide it for the fall sowing. The Bolshevik nucleus decided to look over the manorial granaries and send the reserves of grain to the hungering capital. The resolution of the nucleus was carried out because it coincided with the mood of the peasants. Chinanov brought with him to his homeland some Bolshevik literature, a thing nobody had ever heard of until he arrived. The local intelligentsia and the social revolutionaries, he said, spread a rumor that I was bringing with me a great deal of German gold and that I would bribe the peasants. The same process developed on a small as on a large scale. The districts had their Miliukovs, their Kerenskys, and their Lenins. In Smolensk province the influence of the social revolutionaries began to grow after the Provincial Congress of Peasant Deputies, which declared itself, as was to be expected, for a transfer of land to the people. The peasants swallowed this decision whole, but in distinction from their leaders they swallowed it in earnest. Thenceforward the number of social revolutionaries in the villages increased continuously. Anyone who had been in the social revolutionary faction at any congress, relates one of the local party workers, considered himself either a social revolutionary, or something very much like it. In the county seat there were 2 regiments, also under the influence of the social revolutionaries. The district land committee began to plough the landlord's land and mow his meadows. The provincial commissar, a social revolutionary, Efimov, issued threatening orders. The village was bewildered. Why, didn't this same commissar tell us that the peasants themselves are now the government and that only he who works the land can benefit by it? But as a matter of fact at the direction of this social revolutionary commissar, Efimov, 16 district land committees out of 17, in Yelnin County alone, were brought to trial in the coming months for seizing the landlord's land. Thus, in its own way, the romance between the Narodnik intelligentsia and the people drew to its denouement. In the whole county there were not more than 3 or 4 Bolsheviks. Their influence grew quickly, however, crowding out or splitting the social revolutionaries. An all-Russian peasant congress was convoked in Petrograd at the beginning of May. The representation was largely upper crust, and in many cases accidental. If the workers' and soldiers' congresses continually lagged behind the course of events and the political evolution of the masses, it is needless to say how far the representation of a scattered peasantry lagged behind the actual mood of the Russian villages. As delegates there appeared, on the one hand, Narodnik intellectuals of the extreme right, associated with the peasantry chiefly through commercial cooperatives or the reminiscences of childhood. The genuine people, on the other hand, were represented by the better-off upper strata of the villages, kulaks, shopkeepers, peasant cooperators. The social revolutionaries dominated this Congress absolutely, and moreover in the person of their extreme right wing. At times, however, even they paused in fright before the reeking mixture of land greed and political blackhoundredism which exuded from some of the deputies. In regard to the landlord problem an extremely radical position was formulated by this Congress, conversion of all land into national property for equal working use, without any indemnity. To be sure, the kulak understood equality only in the sense of his equality with the landlord, not at all in the sense of his equality with the hired hands. However, this little misunderstanding between the fictitious socialism of the Narodniks and the agrarian democratism of the moujiks would come out in the open only in the future. The Minister of Agriculture, Chernov, burning with a desire to present an Easter egg to the Peasant Congress, vainly busied himself with the project of a decree forbidding land sales. The Minister of Justice, Pereverzev, also counting himself something of a social revolutionary, issued instructions during the very days of the Congress that in the various localities no obstacles should be put in the way of land sales. On this subject the peasant deputies raised a noise. But the matter did not move forward a step. The provisional government of Prince Lvov would not agree to lay a hand on the landlords' estates. The socialists did not want to lay a hand on the provisional government. And least of all was the staff of the Congress capable of finding a way out of the contradiction between its appetite for land and its reactionism. On the 20th of May, Lenin spoke at the Peasant Congress. It seemed, says Sukhanov, as though Lenin had landed in a pit of crocodiles. However, the little moujiks listened attentively and very likely not without sympathy, although they did not dare show it. The same thing was repeated in the soldiers' section, which was extremely hostile to the Bolsheviks. In the style of the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks, Sukhanov tries to give Lenin's tactics on the land question an anarchist tint. This is not so far from the attitude of Prince Lvov, who was always inclined to regard infringements of landlord rights as anarchist activities. According to this logic, the revolution as a whole is equivalent to anarchy. In reality, Lenin's way of posing the question was far deeper than it seemed to his critics. The instruments of the agrarian revolution, and primarily of the seizure of the landed estates, were to be the Soviets of peasants' deputies with the land committees subject to them. In Lenin's eyes these Soviets were the organs of a future state power, and that too a most concentrated power, namely, the revolutionary dictatorship. This is certainly far from anarchism, from the theory and practice of non-government. Lenin said on April 28, "We favor an immediate transfer of the land to the peasants, with the highest degree of organization possible. We are absolutely against anarchist seizures. Why, then, are we unwilling to await the Constituent Assembly? For this reason, the important thing for us is revolutionary initiative, the laws should be the result of it. If you wait until the law is written, and do not yourselves develop revolutionary energy, you will get neither law nor land." Are not these simple words the voice of all revolutions? After a month sitting, the Peasant Congress elected as a permanent institution an executive committee composed of 200 sturdy village petty bourgeois and narodniks of the professorial or trader type, adorning them at the summit with the decorative figures of Breshkovskaya, Tchaikovsky, Vera Figner and Kerensky. As president they elected the social revolutionary, Avksentiev, a man made for provincial banquets, but not for a peasant war. Henceforward the more important questions were taken up at joint sessions of the two executive committees, that of the worker soldiers and that of the peasants. This combination entailed a great strengthening of the right wing which blended directly with the cadets. In all cases where it was necessary to bring pressure against the workers, come down on the heads of the Bolsheviks, or threaten the independent Kronstadt Republic with whips and scorpions, the 200 hands, or rather the 200 fists, of the Peasant Executive Committee would be lifted like a wall. Those people were fully in accord with Milyukov, that it was necessary to make an end of the Bolsheviks. But in regard to the landed estates, they had the views not of liberals, but of moujiks, and this brought them into opposition with the bourgeoisie and the provincial government. The Peasant Congress had not had time to disperse, when complaints began to arrive that its resolutions were being taken seriously in the localities and that peasants were going about the business of appropriating the land and equipment of the landlords. It was simply impossible to hammer into those stubborn peasant skulls the difference between words and deeds. The social revolutionaries, frightened, sounded the retreat. At the beginning of June, at their Moscow Congress, they solemnly condemned all arbitrary seizures of land. We must wait for the Constituent Assembly. But their resolution proved impotent, not only to stop, but even to weaken the agrarian movement. The matter was further greatly complicated by the fact that in the Social Revolutionary Party itself there was no small number of elements actually ready to go the limit with the moujiks against the landlords. These left social revolutionaries, not yet having made up their minds to break with the party, helped the moujiks get around the law, or at least interpret it in their own fashion. In Kazan province, where the peasant movement assumed especially stormy proportions, the left wing of the social revolutionaries defined itself sooner than in other places. At their head stood Kalygov, subsequently Commissar of Agriculture in the Soviet government during the bloc between the Bolsheviks and the social revolutionaries. From the middle of May there began in Kazan province a systematic transfer of land to the district committees. This measure was adopted most boldly of all in Spassk County, where a Bolshevik stood at the head of the peasant organizations. The provincial authorities complained to the center about the agrarian agitation carried on by Bolsheviks coming from Kronstadt, and added that the pious nun Tamara was arrested for making objections. From the province of Urenas the Commissar reported on June 2, incidents of law-breaking and illegal activity in the province are growing more numerous every day, especially in the agrarian matter. In Penza province also, the seizures of land were becoming more insistent. One of the district land committees in Kalyuga province deprived the monastery of half of its meadowlands, and upon the complaint of the abbot the county committee resolved that the meadows should be taken as a whole. It is not often that the higher institution proves more radical than the lower. In Penza province an abbess, Maria, weeps over the seizure of the nunnery's land. The local authorities are powerless. In Vyatka province the peasants closed up the property of the Skoropadskys, the family of the future Ukrainian hetman, and until the decision of the question of landed property resolved that nobody should touch the forests, and that the income from the property should be paid into the public treasury. In a series of other localities the land committees not only lowered the rent 5 or 6 times, but directed that it should not be paid to the landlords, but placed at the disposal of the committees until the question should be settled by the Constituent Assembly. This was not a lawyer's but a muzhik's way, that is, a serious way, of postponing the question about land reforms until the Constituent Assembly. In Saratov province the peasants who only yesterday forbade the landlords to cut down the forests have today begun to fell the trees themselves. Oftener and oftener the peasants are seizing the church and monastery lands, especially where there are few landlords. In Livland, the Lettish farm workers, along with soldiers of the Lettish battalion, undertake an organized seizure of the baronial lands. The lumber kings from Vitebsk province cry loudly that the measures adopted by the land committees are destroying the lumber industry and preventing them from supplying the needs of the front. Those no less disinterested patriots, the landlords of the Poltava province, grieve over the fact that agrarian disorders are making it impossible for them to supply provisions for the army. Finally, a congress of horse breeders in Moscow gives warning that peasant seizures are threatening with gigantic misfortunes the studs of the fatherland. In those days the procureur of the Holy Synod, the same one who called the members of that sacred institution idiots and scoundrels, complains to the government that in Kazan province the peasants are taking away from the monks not only lands and cattle, but also the flour necessary for the holy bread. In Petrograd province, 2 steps from the capital, the peasants drive the lessee out of a property and begin to run it themselves. The wide-awake Prince Urazov again telegraphs on June 2 to the Four Winds, in spite of a series of demands from me, etc., etc. I again ask you to take the most decisive measures. The prince only forgets to say what measures. In those times, when a gigantic job of tearing up the deepest roots of medievalism and serfdom was underway throughout the whole country, the Minister of Agriculture, Chernov, was gathering in his chancellery's materials for the Constituent Assembly. He intended to introduce the reform no otherwise than on the basis of the most accurate agricultural data and statistics of all possible kinds, and therefore kept urging the peasants with the sweetest of voices to wait until his exercises were finished. This did not, however, prevent the landlords from kicking out the rural minister long before he had completed his sacramental tables. On the basis of the archives of the provisional government, young investigators have concluded that in March the agrarian movement had arisen with more or less strength in only 84 counties. In April, it had seized 174 counties, in May, 236, in June, 280, in July, 325. These figures, however, do not give a complete picture of the actual growth of the movement, because in each county the struggle assumed from month to month more and more stubborn and broad mass character. In that first period, from March to July, the peasants in their overwhelming majority are still refraining from direct acts of violence against the landlords, and from open seizures of the land. Yakovlev, the leader of the above-mentioned investigations, now People's Commissar of Agriculture of the Soviet Union, explains the comparatively peaceful tactics of the peasants by their trustfulness toward the bourgeoisie. This explanation must be declared invalid. To say nothing of the continual suspiciousness of the muzhik toward the city, the authorities, and cultivated society, a government headed by Prince Lvov could not possibly dispose the peasants to trustfulness. If the peasants during this first period hardly ever resort to measures of open violence, and are still trying to give their activities the form of legal or semi-legal pressure, this is explained by their very distrustfulness of the government, combined with an insufficient trust in their own powers. The peasants are only pacing the takeoff, feeling out the ground, measuring the resistance of the enemy, bringing pressure upon the landlords from all directions. We do not want to rob, they recite, we want to do everything nicely. They are not appropriating the meadow, but only cutting the hay. They are only compelling the landlords to rent them the land, but are themselves establishing the price. Or with a similar compulsion they are buying the land, but at a price designated by themselves. All these legal coverings, none too convincing to the landlord or the liberal jurists, are dictated in reality by a concealed but deep distrust of the government. You won't get it by being good, says the muzhik to himself, and force is dangerous, let's try foxiness. He would prefer, of course, to expropriate the landlord with his own consent. Throughout all these months, insists Yakovlev, there prevails a wholly unique method of peaceful struggle with the landlord, a thing never before seen in history, a result of the peasants' trust in the bourgeoisie and the government of the bourgeoisie. These methods here declared to have been never before seen in history, are in reality the typical and inevitable methods historically obligatory throughout the entire planet in the initial stages of a peasant war. The attempt to disguise its first rebel steps with legality, both sacred and secular, has from time immemorial characterized the struggle of every revolutionary class, before it has gathered sufficient strength and confidence to break the umbilical cord which bound it to the old society. This is more completely true of the peasantry than of any other class, for even in its best periods the peasantry advances in semi-darkness, looking upon its city friends with distrustful eyes. It has good reasons for this. The friends of an agrarian movement in its first steps are the agents of the liberal and radical bourgeoisie. And while promoting a part of the peasant demands, these friends are nevertheless alarmed for the fate of bourgeois property rights, and therefore try their best to lead the peasant uprising onto the rails of bourgeois legality. Long before the revolution, other factors operate in the same direction. From the milieu of the nobility itself there arise preachers of conciliation. Leo Tolstoy looked deeper into the soul of the muzhik than anybody else. His philosophy of non-resistance to evil by violence was a generalization of the first stages of the muzhik revolution. Tolstoy dreamed of a day when it would all come to pass without robbery, by mutual consent. He built up a religious foundation under this tactic in the form of a purified Christianity. Mahatma Gandhi is now fulfilling the same mission in India, only in a more practical form. If we go backward from the present day we shall have no difficulty in finding, similar never before seen in history phenomena in all sorts of religious, national, philosophical, and political disguises, beginning with biblical times and still earlier. The peculiarity of the peasant uprising of 1917 lay only in the fact that the agents of bourgeois legality were people who called themselves socialists, and also revolutionists. But it was not they who determined the character of the peasant movement and its rhythm. The peasants followed the social revolutionaries only in so far as they could secure from them adequate formulas for a settlement with the landlord. At the same time the social revolutionaries served them in the capacity of a juridical disguise. This was, after all, the party of Kerensky, Minister of Justice and afterwards War Minister, and of Chernov, Minister of Agriculture. The delay in the promulgation of the necessary decrees would be explained by the district and county social revolutionaries as due to the resistance of the landlords and liberals. They would assure the peasants that our people in the government are doing their very best. To this of course the mujik had no answer. But not suffering in the least from that precious trustfulness, he deemed it necessary to help our people from below, and he did this so thoroughly that our people up above soon began to feel their very joints cracking. The weakness of the Bolsheviks in relation to the peasant was temporary, and due to the fact that the Bolsheviks did not share the peasant illusions. The village could come to Bolshevism only through experience and disappointment. The strength of the Bolsheviks lay in the fact that on the agrarian question, as on others, they were free of the divergence between word and deed. General sociological considerations could not yield an a priori decision as to whether the peasantry as a whole were capable of rising against the landlords or not. The strengthening of capitalist tendencies in agriculture during the period between the two revolutions, the dividing off of a layer of wealthy farmers from the primitive commune, the extraordinary growth of rural cooperation administered by well-off and rich peasants, all this made it impossible to say with certainty which of two tendencies would weigh the most in the revolution, the agrarian caste antagonism between the peasantry and the nobility, or the class antagonism within the peasantry itself. Lenin upon his arrival took a very cautious position upon this question. The agrarian movement, he said on April 14, is only a prophecy, not a fact. We must be prepared for a union of the peasantry with the bourgeoisie. That was not a thought accidentally tossed off. On the contrary, Lenin insistently repeated it in many connections. At a party conference on April 24, he said, attacking the old Bolsheviks who had accused him of underestimating the peasantry, "It is not permissible for a proletarian party to rest its hopes at this time on a community of interest with the peasantry. We are struggling to bring the peasantry over to our side, but they now stand to a certain degree consciously, on the side of the capitalists." This demonstrates among other things how far Lenin was from that theory of an eternal harmony of interest between proletariat and peasantry subsequently attributed to him by the epigones. While admitting the possibility that the peasantry, as a caste, might act as a revolutionary factor, Lenin nevertheless was getting ready in April for a less favorable variant, namely, a stable bloc of the landlords, bourgeoisie, and broad layers of the peasantry. To try to attract the peasant now, he said, means to throw ourselves on the mercy of Milyukov. Hence the conclusion, transfer the center of gravity to the Soviets of farmhand deputies. But the more favorable variant was realized. The agrarian movement from being a prophecy became a fact, revealing for a brief moment, but with extraordinary force, the superiority of the caste ties of the peasantry over the capitalistic antagonisms. The Soviets of farmhand deputies attained significance only in a few localities, chiefly the Baltic provinces. The land committees, on the contrary, became the instruments of the whole peasantry, who with their heavy-handed pressure converted them from chambers of conciliation into weapons of agrarian revolution. This fact that the peasantry as a whole found it possible once more, for the last time in their history, to act as a revolutionary factor, testifies at once to the weakness of capitalist relations in the country and to their strength. The bourgeois economy had not yet by any means sucked up the land relations of medieval serfdom. At the same time the capitalist development had gone so far that it had made the old forms of landed property equally unbearable for all layers of the village. The interweaving of landlord and peasant property, quite often consciously arranged in such a way as to convert the landlord's rights into a trap for the whole commune, the frightful striped ownership of the village land, and finally the very recent antagonism between the land commune and the individualist owners, all this together created an unbearable tangle of land relationships from which it was impossible to escape by way of half-hearted legislative measures. Moreover, the peasants felt it more deeply than any agrarian theoreticians could. The experience of life handed down through a series of generations led them all to the same conclusion: we must bury both hereditary and acquired rights in the land, erase all boundary marks, and hand over the land, purged of historic deposits, to those who work it. This was the meaning of the mujik's aphorism,
the land is no man's, the land is God's. And in this same spirit the peasantry interpreted the social revolutionary program, socialization of the land. All Narodnik theories to the contrary notwithstanding, there was not in this one grain of socialism. The most audacious of agrarian revolutions has never yet by itself overstepped the bounds of the bourgeois regime. That socialization which was to guarantee to each toiler his right to the land, was with the preservation of unrestricted market relations, an utter utopia. Menshevism criticized this utopia from the liberal bourgeois point of view. Bolshevism, on the other hand, exposed the progressive democratic tendency which was finding in these theories of the social revolutionaries a utopian expression. This exposure of the genuine historic meaning of the Russian agrarian movement was one of the greatest services of Lenin. Miliukov wrote that for him, as a sociologist and investigator of Russian historic evolution, that is, a man surveying the course of events from a height, Lenin and Trotsky are leading a movement far nearer to Pugachev and Razin, to Bolotnikov, to the 18th and 17th centuries of our history, than to the last word in European anarcho-syndicalism. That dole of truth which is contained in this assertion of the liberal sociologist, leaving aside his reference to anarcho-syndicalism which was dragged in here for some unknown reason, militates not against the Bolsheviks, but rather against the Russian bourgeoisie, their belatedness and political insignificance. The Bolsheviks are not to blame that those colossal peasant movements of past ages did not lead to a democratization of social relations in Russia. Without cities to lead them it was unattainable. Nor are the Bolsheviks to blame that the so-called liberation of the peasants in 1861 was carried out in such a way as to involve stealing of the communal land, enslavement of the peasant to the state, and complete preservation of the caste system. One thing is true, the Bolsheviks were obliged to carry through in the first quarter of the 20th century that which was not carried through, or not even undertaken at all, in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Before taking up their own great task, they had to clear the ground of the historic rubbish of the old ruling classes and the old ages. We may add that the Bolsheviks at least fulfilled this preliminary task most conscientiously. This Miliukov will now hardly venture to deny. Chapter 21. Shifts in the masses. In the fourth month of its existence the February regime was already choking from its own contradictions. June had begun with the All-Russian Congress of the Soviets, whose task was to create a political cover for the advance on the front. The beginning of the advance coincided in Petrograd with a gigantic demonstration of workers and soldiers organized by the compromisers against the Bolsheviks, but which turned out to be a Bolshevik demonstration against the compromisers. The growing indignation of the masses led after 2 weeks to another demonstration, which broke out without any summons from above, led to bloody encounters, and has gone into history under the name of the July Days. Taking place exactly halfway between the February and the October revolutions, the July semi-insurrection closes the former and constitutes a kind of dress rehearsal for the latter. We shall end this volume on the threshold of the July Days, but before passing over to those events whose arena in June was Petrograd, it is necessary to have a glance at certain processes which were taking place in the masses. To a certain liberal who had affirmed at the beginning of May that the more the government moves to the left, the more the country moves to the right, meaning by country, of course, the possessing classes, Lenin replied, the country of workers and poorer and poorest peasants, I assure you, citizen, is 1,000 times farther to the left than the Chernovs and Tsaritelists, and 100 times farther than we. Live a little and you will see. Lenin estimated that the workers and peasants were 100 times farther to the left than the Bolsheviks. This may seem a little unfounded, the workers and soldiers were still supporting the compromisers, and the majority of them were on their guard against the Bolsheviks. But Lenin was delving deeper. The social interests of the masses, their hatred and their hope, were still only seeking a mode of expression. The policy of the compromisers had been for then a first stage. The masses were immeasurably to the left of the Chernovs and Tsaritelists, but were themselves still unconscious of their radicalism. Lenin was right in asserting that the masses were to the left of the Bolsheviks,
for the party in its immense majority had not yet realized the mightiness of the revolutionary passions that were simmering in the depths of the awakening people. The indignation of the masses was nourished by the dragging out of the war, the economic ruin and the malicious inactivity of the government. The measureless European Asiatic plain had become a country only thanks to railroads. The war struck them most heavily of all. Transport was steadily breaking down, the number of disabled locomotives on certain roads had reached 50%. At headquarters, learned engineers read reports to the effect that no later than in 6 months the railroad transport would be in a state of complete paralysis. In these calculations there was a certain amount of conscious spreading of panic. But the breakdown of transport had really reached threatening dimensions. It had created TIUPS on the roads, intensified the disturbance of commodity exchange, and augmented the high cost of living. The food situation in the cities was becoming worse and worse. The agrarian movement had established its center in 43 provinces. The flow of grain to the army and the towns was dangerously dwindling. In the more fertile regions, to be sure, there were still tens and hundreds of millions of poods of surplus grain, but the purchasing operations at a fixed price gave extremely unsatisfactory results, and moreover it was difficult to deliver the ready grain to the centers owing to the breakdown of transport. From the autumn of 1916 on, an average of about one-half of the expected provision trains arrived at the front. Petrograd, Moscow and other industrial centers received no more than 10% of what they needed. They had almost no reserves. The standard of living of the city masses oscillated between undernourishment and hunger. The arrival of the coalition government was signaled with a democratic order forbidding the baking of white bread. It will be several years after that before the French roll will again appear in the capital. There was not enough butter. In June the consumption of sugar was cut down by definite rationing for the whole country. The mechanism of the market, broken by the war, had not been replaced by that state regulation to which the advanced capitalist governments had been compelled to resort, and which alone permitted Germany to hold on through 4 years of war. Threatening symptoms of economic collapse appeared at every step. The fall in productivity in the factories was caused, aside from the breakdown of transport, by the wearing out of equipment, the lack of raw materials and supplies, the flux of personnel, bad financing, and the universal uncertainty. The principal plants were still working for the war. Orders had been distributed for 2 or 3 years ahead. Meantime the workers were unwilling to believe that the war would continue. The newspapers were publishing appalling figures of war profits. The cost of living was rising. The workers were awaiting a change. The technical and administrative personnel of the factories were uniting in unions and advancing their demands. In this sphere the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries dominated. The regime of the factories was disintegrating. All joints were weakening. The prospects of the war and of the national economy were becoming misty, and property rights unreliable. Profits were falling off, dangers growing, the bosses losing their taste for production under the conditions created by the revolution. The bourgeoisie as a whole was entering upon a policy of economic defeatism. Temporary losses and deficits due to economic paralysis were in their eyes the overhead expenses of a struggle with the revolution which threatened the foundations of culture. At the same time the virtuous press was accusing the workers from day to day of maliciously sabotaging industry, stealing raw materials, unnecessarily burning up fuel in order to produce stoppages. The falsity of these accusations exceeded all bounds, and since this was the press of a party which actually stood at the head of the coalition power, the indignation of the workers naturally transferred itself to the provisional government. The industrialists had not forgotten the experience of 1905 when a correctly organized lockout actively supported by the government had not only broken up the struggle of the workers for an 8-hour day, but also had rendered the monarchy an invaluable service in the matter of wiping out the revolution. The question of a lockout was now again brought up for discussion at a council of the Congresses of Industry and Trade, thus innocently they named the fighting organ of trustified and syndicated capital. One of the leaders of industry, the engineer Auerbach, explained later in his memoirs why the idea of a lockout was rejected, This would have looked like a blow at the rear of the army. The consequences of such a step, in the absence of governmental support, looked to the majority very dark. The whole misfortune lay in the absence of a real government. The provisional government was paralysed by the Soviet, the reasonable leaders of the Soviet were paralysed by the masses, the workers in the factories were armed, moreover, almost every factory had in the neighborhood a friendly regiment or battalion. In these circumstances these gentlemen industrialists considered a lockout odious in its national aspect. But they did not by any means renounce the idea of an offensive, but merely adapted it to existing circumstances, giving it not a simultaneous, but a creeping character. According to the diplomatic expression of Auerbach, the industrialists finally came to the conclusion that an object lesson would be given by life itself, in the form of an inevitable gradual closing of the factories, so to speak, one at a time, a thing which soon did actually occur. In other words, renouncing a demonstrative lockout as involving an enormous responsibility, this Council of the United Industries recommended to its members to close up the enterprises one at a time, seeking out a respectable pretext. This plan of a creeping lockout was carried out with remarkable system. Leaders of capital like the cadet Cutler, a former minister in the cabinet of Witt, read significant reports about the breakdown of industry, laying the blame, not on the 3 years of war, but on the 3 months of revolution. In the course of 2 or 3 weeks, prophesied the impatient newspaper wretch, the shops and factories will begin to shut down one after another. A threat was here dressed up in the form of a prophecy. Engineers, professors, journalists started a campaign in both the general and the specialized press, in which a bridling of the workers was presented as the fundamental condition of salvation. The minister industrialist Konovalov had declared on the 17th of May, just before his demonstrative withdrawal from government, if there does not soon come a sobering up of cloudy heads, we will witness a stoppage of tens and hundreds of plants. In the middle of June a Congress of Trade and Industry demands of the provisional government a radical break with the system of developing the revolution. We have already heard this demand made by the generals, stop the revolution. But the industrialists make it more concise, the source of all evil is not only the Bolsheviks, but also the socialist parties. Only a firm iron hand can save Russia. Having prepared the political setting, the industrialists passed from words to deeds. In the course of March and April, 129 small plants involving 9,000 workers were shut down, in May, 108 with a like number of workers, in June, 125 plants with 38,000 workers were shut down, in July, 206 plants threw out on the streets 48,000 workers. The lockout developed in a geometric progression. But that was only a beginning. Textile Moscow got into motion after Petrograd, and the provinces after Moscow. The manufacturers would refer to an absence of fuel, raw materials, accessories, credits. The factory committees would interfere in the matter and in many cases indubitably establish the fact of a malicious dislocation of industry with the goal of bringing pressure on the workers, or holding up the government for subsidies. Especially impudent were the foreign capitalists acting through the mediation of their embassies. In several cases the sabotage was so obvious that as a result of the exposures of the shop committees the industrialists found themselves compelled to reopen the factories, thus laying bare one contradiction after another. The revolution soon arrived at the chief of them all, that between the social character of industry and the private ownership of its tools and equipment. In the interests of victory over the workers, the entrepreneur closes the factory as though it were a question of a mere snuff box, and not an enterprise necessary to the life of the whole nation. The banks, having successfully boycotted the Liberty Loan, took a militant attitude against fiscal encroachments on big capital. In a letter addressed to the Ministry of Finance the bankers prophesied a flow of capital abroad and a transfer of papers to the safes in case of radical financial reforms. In other words, the banker patriots threatened a financial lockout to complete the industrial one. The government hastened to accede. After all, the organizers of this sabotage were respected people who had been compelled as the result of the war and the revolution to risk their capital, and not any old Kronstadt sailors who risked nothing but their heads. The executive committee could not fail to understand that the responsibility for the economic fate of the country, especially since the open association of the socialists in the government, would lie in the eyes of the masses upon the ruling Soviet majority. The economic department of the executive committee had worked out a broad program of state regulation of the economic life. Under pressure of the threatening situation, the proposals of very moderate economists had proved much more radical than their authors. For many branches of industry, read this program, the time is ripe for a state trade monopoly. For others, the conditions are ripe for the formation of regulating state trusts, and finally, for almost all branches of industry contemporary conditions demand a regulative participation of the state in the distribution of raw materials and finished products, and also in the fixation of prices. Simultaneously with this, it is necessary to place under control all credit institutions. On May 16, the Executive Committee with its bewildered political leadership adopted the proposals of the economists almost without debate, and backed them up with a unique warning addressed to the government: it should take upon itself the task of a planned organization of the national industry and labor, calling to memory that in consequence of the non-fulfillment of this task the old regime fell and it had been necessary to reorganize the provisional government. In order to pump up their courage, the compromisers were scaring themselves. "The program is excellent," wrote Lenin, "both the control and the governmental leasing of the trusts, also the struggle with speculation, and liability for labor. It is necessary to recognize this program of frightful Bolshevism, for no other program and no other way out of the actually threatening terrible collapse can be found." However, the whole question was, who was to carry out this excellent program? Would it be the coalition? The answer was given immediately. The day after the adoption by the Executive Committee of the economic program, the Minister of Trade and Industry, Konovalov, resigned and slammed the door behind him. He was temporarily replaced by the engineer Palchinsky, a no less loyal but more energetic representative of big capital. The minister socialists did not even dare seriously propose the program of the Executive Committee to their liberal colleagues. Chernov, you remember, was vainly trying to get the government to adopt a veto on land sales. In answer to its growing difficulties, the government, on its side, brought forward a program of unloading Petrograd, that is, transferring shops and factories into the depths of the country. This program was motivated both by military considerations, the danger that the Germans might seize the capital, and by economic. Petrograd was too far from the sources of fuel and raw materials. This unloading would have meant the liquidation of the Petrograd industries for a series of months and years. The political aim was to scatter throughout the whole country the vanguard of the working class. Parallel with this, the military power brought forward one pretext after another for deporting from Petrograd the revolutionary military units. Palchinsky tried with all his might to convince the workers' section of the Soviet of the advantages of an unloading. To accomplish this task against the will of the workers was impossible. But the workers would not agree. The unloading scheme got forward as little as the regulation of industry. The breakdown was going deeper. Prices were rising. The silent lockout was broadening, and therewith unemployment. The government was marking time. Miliukov wrote later, the ministry was simply swimming with the current, and the current was running in the Bolshevik channel. Yes, the current was running in the Bolshevik channel. The proletariat was the chief motive force of revolution. At the same time, the revolution was giving shape to the proletariat. And the proletariat was badly in need of this. We have observed the decisive role of the Petrograd workers in the February days. The most militant positions were occupied by the Bolsheviks. Immediately after the overturn, however, the Bolsheviks retired into the background. The compromise parties advanced to the front of the political stage. They turned over the power to the liberal bourgeoisie. Patriotism was the countersign of this bloc. Its assault was so strong that at least one half of the leaders of the Bolshevik party capitulated to it. With Lenin's arrival, the course of the party changed abruptly, and thereafter its influence grew swiftly. In the armed April demonstration, the front ranks of the workers and soldiers were already trying to break the chain of the compromisers. But after a first effort they fell back. The compromisers remained at the helm. Later on, after the October Revolution, a good deal was written to the effect that the Bolsheviks owed their victory to the peasant army, tired of the war. That is a very superficial explanation. The opposite statement would be nearer to the truth. If the compromisers got a dominant position in the February Revolution, it is thanks most of all to the unusual place occupied in the life of the country by a peasant army. If the revolution had developed in peacetime, the leading role of the proletariat would have had from the beginning a far more sharply expressed character. Without the war, the revolutionary victory would have come later, and if you do not count the victims of the war, would have been paid for at a higher price. But it would not have left a place for an inundation of compromising patriotic moods. At any rate, the Russian Marxists who had prophesied long before these events a conquest of the proletariat in the course of the bourgeois revolution did not take for their starting point the temporary moods of the army, but the class structure of the Russian society. That prophecy was wholly confirmed. But the fundamental correlation of classes was refracted through the war and temporarily shifted by the pressure of the army, that is, by an organization of déclassés and armed peasants. It was just this artificial social formation which so extraordinarily strengthened the hold of the petty bourgeois compromise policy, and made possible an 8 months period of experiments, weakening to the country and the revolution. However, the question as to the roots of compromisism is not exhausted by reference to the peasant army. In the proletariat itself, in its makeup, its political level, we must seek supplementary causes for the temporary entrenchment of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. The war brought vast changes in the constitution and mood of the working class. If the preceding years had been a time of revolutionary afflux, the war sharply broke off that process. The mobilization was thought out and conducted not only from a military, but still more from a police viewpoint. The government made haste to clean out from the industrial districts the more active and restless groups of workers. We may consider it established that the mobilization of the first months of war tore away from the industries as many as 40% of the workers, chiefly the skilled workers. Their absence, having a very damaging effect on the course of production, called out hot protests from the industrialists in proportion to their high profits from the war industries. A further destruction of the workers' cadres was thus stopped. The workers indispensable to the industries remained in the capacity of men on military duty. The breaches effected by the mobilization were made up by immigrants from the villages, small town people, badly qualified workers, women, boys. The percentage of women in industry rose from 32 to 40%. The process of renewal and dilution of the proletariat reached its extreme dimensions in the capital. For the years of the war, 1914 to 17, the number of workers in large enterprises, those hiring more than 500, almost doubled in the Petrograd province. In consequence of the liquidation of plants and factories in Poland, and especially in the Baltic states, and still more in consequence of the general growth of the war industries, there were concentrated in Petrograd by 1917 about 400,000 workers in plants and factories. Out of these, 335,000 were in the 140 giant plants. The more militant elements of the Petrograd proletariat played no small part at the front in giving form to the revolutionary moods of the army. But those yesterday's immigrants from the villages who replaced them, often well-to-do peasants and shopkeepers hiding from the front, women and boys, were far more submissive than the ranking workers. To this we must add that the qualified workers who found themselves in the position of men on military duty, and of these there were hundreds of thousands, observed an extraordinary caution through fear of being thrown over to the front. Such was the social basis of the patriotic mood, which had prevailed with a part of the workers even under the Tsar. But there was no stability in this patriotism. The merciless military and police repression, the redoubled exploitation, defeats at the front, and industrial breakdown, pushed the workers into the struggle. Strikes during the war were predominantly economic in character, however, and distinguished by far more moderation than before the war. The weakening of the class was increased by the weakening of its party. After the arrest and exile of the Bolshevik Duma deputies, there was carried out with the help of a previously prepared hierarchy of provocateurs a general smash-up of the Bolshevik organizations, from which the party did not recover until the February Revolution. During 1915 and 1916 the deluded working class had to go through an elementary school of struggle before the partial economic strikes and demonstrations of hungry women could in February 1917 fuse in a general strike, and draw the army into an insurrection. The Petrograd proletariat thus entered the February Revolution not only in a heterogeneous condition, not yet having amalgamated its constituent parts, but with a lowered political level even of its advanced layers. In the provinces it was still worse. It was this revival of political illiteracy and semi-illiteracy in the proletariat, caused by the war, which created the second condition necessary for the temporary dominance of the compromise parties. A revolution teaches and teaches fast. In that lies its strength. Every week brings something new to the masses. Every 2 months creates an epoch. At the end of February, the insurrection. At the end of April, a demonstration of the armed workers and soldiers in Petrograd. At the beginning of July, a new assault, far broader in scope and under more resolute slogans. At the end of August, Kornilov's attempt at an overthrow beaten off by the masses. At the end of October, conquest of power by the Bolsheviks. Under these events, so striking in their rhythm, molecular processes were taking place, welding the heterogeneous parts of the working class into one political whole. In this again the chief role was played by the strike. Frightened by the lightning of revolution striking in the midst of their bacchanalia of war profits, the industrialists made concessions in the first weeks to the workers. The Petrograd factory owners even agreed, with qualifications and exceptions, to the 8-hour day. But that did not quiet things, since the standard of living continually sank. In May the Executive Committee was obliged to concede that with the increasing cost of living the situation of the workers borders for many categories upon chronic starvation. The mood in the worker districts was becoming more and more nervous and tense. What depressed them most of all was the absence of prospects. The masses are capable of enduring the heaviest deprivations when they understand what for, but the new regime was more and more revealing itself to them as a mere camouflage of the old relations against which they had revolted in February. This they would not endure. The strikes were especially stormy among the more backward and exploited groups of workers. Laundry workers, dyers, coopers, trade and industrial clerks, structural workers, bronze workers, unskilled workers, shoemakers, paperbox makers, sausage makers, furniture workers, were striking, layer after layer, throughout the month of June. The metal workers were beginning, on the contrary, to play a restraining role. To the advanced workers it was becoming more and more clear that individual economic strikes in the conditions of war, breakdown and inflation could not bring a serious improvement, that there must be some change in the very foundations. The lockout not only made the workers favorable to the demand for the control of industry, but even pushed them toward the thought of the necessity of taking the factories into the hands of the state. This inference seemed the more natural in that the majority of private factories were working for the war, and that alongside them were state enterprises of the same type. Already in the summer of 1917 delegations began to arrive in the capital from the far ends of Russia, delegations of workers and clerks, with the plea that the factories should be taken over by the treasury, since the shareholders had stopped financing them. But the government would not hear of this, consequently it was necessary to change the government. The compromisers opposed this. The workers began to shift their front against the compromisers. The Putilov factory with its 40,000 workers was a stronghold of the social revolutionaries during the first months of the revolution. But its garrison did not long defend it against Bolsheviks. At the head of the Bolshevik attack most often was to be seen Volodarsky, a tailor in the past. A Jew who had spent some years in America and spoke English well, Volodarsky was a magnificent mass orator, logical, ingenious and bold. His American intonation gave a unique expressiveness to his resonant voice, ringing out concisely at meetings of many thousands. From the moment of his arrival in the Narva district, says the worker Minishev, the ground in the Putilov factory began to slip under the feet of the social revolutionary gentlemen, and in the course of something like 2 months the Putilov workers had gone over to the Bolsheviks. The growth of strikes, and of the class struggle in general, almost automatically raised the influence of the Bolsheviks. In all cases where it was a question of life interests, the workers became convinced that the Bolsheviks had no ulterior motives, that they were concealing nothing, and that you could rely on them. In the hours of conflict all the workers tended toward the Bolsheviks, the non-party workers, the social revolutionaries, the Mensheviks. This is explained by the fact that the factory and shop committees, waging a struggle for the life of their factories against the sabotage of the administration and the proprietors, went over to the Bolsheviks much sooner than the Soviet. At a conference of the factory and shop committees of Petrograd and its environs at the beginning of June, the Bolshevik resolution won 885 out of 421 votes. This fact went by utterly unnoticed in the big newspapers. Nevertheless, it meant that in the fundamental questions of economic life the Petrograd proletariat, not yet having broken with the compromisers, had nevertheless as a fact gone over to the Bolsheviks. At the June Conference of Trade Unions it became known that in Petrograd there were over 50 unions with no less than 250,000 members. The Metal Workers Union numbered about 190,000 workers, its membership had doubled in the course of the 1 month of May. The influence of the Bolsheviks in the Union had grown still more swiftly. All the by-elections to the Soviets showed a victory for the Bolsheviks. By the 1st of June in the Moscow Soviet there were already 206 Bolsheviks against 176 Mensheviks and 110 social revolutionaries. The same shifts occurred in the provinces, only more slowly. The membership of the party was growing steadily. At the end of April the Petrograd organization had 15,000 members. By the end of June, over 82,000. The workers' section of the Petrograd Soviet had at that time already a Bolshevik majority. But at a joint session of both sections the soldier delegates overweighed the Bolsheviks. Pravda was more and more insistently demanding general elections. The 500,000 Petrograd workers have 4 times fewer delegates in the Soviet than the 150,000 soldiers of the Petrograd garrison. At the June Congress of the Soviets Lenin demanded serious measures of struggle against lockouts, plunderings and organized disruption of economic life on the part of the industrialists and bankers. Publish the profits of the capitalist gentlemen, arrest 50 or 100 of the biggest millionaires. It will be enough to hold them for a few weeks, even on such privileged terms as Nicholas Romanov is held, with the simple aim of compelling them to reveal the threads, the tricky manipulations, the filth and selfishness, which even under the new government are costing our country millions. To the Soviet leaders Lenin's proposal seemed monstrous. You imagine that you can alter the laws of economic life by acts of violence against individual capitalists. The circumstance that these industrialists were dictating the laws by way of a conspiracy against the nation was considered a part of the due order of things. Kerensky, who came down on Lenin with thunderous indignation, did not hesitate a month later to arrest many thousands of workers who differed with the industrialists in their understanding of the laws of economic life. The bond between economics and politics was being revealed. The state, accustomed to appear in the quality of a mystic principle, was operating now oftener and oftener in its most primitive form, that is, in the form of detachments of armed men. The workers in various parts of the country were subjecting the bosses who refused to make concessions or even negotiate, now to enforced appearance before the Soviet, now to house arrest. It is no wonder that the workers' militia became an object of special hatred to the possessing classes. The initial decision of the Executive Committee to arm 10% of the workers had not been carried out. But the workers succeeded in arming partially just the same, and moreover the more active elements got into the ranks of the militia. The leadership of the workers' militia was concentrated in the hands of the factory committees, and the leadership of the factory committees was coming over more and more into the hands of the Bolsheviks. A worker of the Moscow factory, Postovщик, relates, on the 1st of June, as soon as the new factory committee was elected with a Bolshevik majority, a detachment of 80 men was formed, which in the absence of weapons drilled with sticks, under the leadership of an old soldier, Comrade Levakov. The press accused the militia of acts of violence, requisitions, and illegal arrests. It is indubitable that the militia did employ violence. It was created exactly for that. Its crime consisted, however, in resorting to violence in dealing with representatives of that class which was not accustomed to be the object of violence and did not want to get accustomed to it. In the Putilov factory, which played the leading role in the struggle for higher wages, a conference assembled on the 23rd of June, in which participated representatives of the Central Council of Factory and Shop Committees, the Central Bureau of the Trade Unions and 73 plants. Under the influence of the Bolsheviks, the conference recognized that the strike of a factory under the given conditions might entail an unorganized political struggle of the Petrograd workers, and therefore proposed to the Putilov workers to restrain their legitimate indignation and prepare their forces for a general attack. On the eve of that important conference, the Bolshevik faction had warned the executive committee, a mass of 40,000 may any day strike and come into the street. It would already have done so if our party had not restrained it. And moreover, there is no guarantee that in the future we can restrain it. But a coming out of the Putilov men, there can be no doubt of it, will inevitably bring after it an action of the majority of the workers and soldiers. The leaders of the executive committee judged these warnings to be demagogy, or else simply let them go in one ear and out the other, preserving their tranquility. They themselves had almost ceased to visit the factories and barracks, since they had succeeded in making themselves odious in the eyes of the soldiers and workers. Only the Bolsheviks enjoyed sufficient authority to make it possible for them to restrain the workers and soldiers from scattered action. But the impatience of the masses was already sometimes directed even against the Bolsheviks. Anarchists appeared in the factories and in the fleet. As always in the face of great events and great masses, they exposed their organic bankruptcy. They found it the more easy to reject the state power in that they completely failed to understand the significance of the Soviets as organs of a new state. Moreover, stunned by the revolution, they most often simply kept mum on the subject of the state. They revealed their bankruptcy for the most part by encouraging petty flair-ups. The economic blind alley and the growing embitterment of the Petrograd workers gave certain points of support to the anarchists. Incapable of seriously appraising the correlation of forces on a national scale, ready to regard every little impulse from below as the last stroke of salvation, they sometimes accused the Bolsheviks of irresolution and even of compromisism. But beyond grumbling they usually did not go. The response of the masses to the action of the anarchists sometimes served the Bolsheviks as a gauge of the steam pressure of the revolution. The sailors who had met Lenin at the Finland station declared 2 weeks later, under patriotic pressure from all sides, if we had known, by what ways he came to us, instead of rapturous cries of hurrah, we would have made heard our indignant shouts, "Down with you! Back to the country you came through!" The soldiers' Soviets in the Crimea threatened one after another to prevent with armed fists Lenin's entry into that patriotic peninsula, where he had no idea of going. The Volensky regiment, the Coryphée of February 27, in the heat of the moment even resolved to arrest Lenin, so that the executive committee found itself obliged to take its own measures against such an event. Moods of this kind had not finally dissipated up to the June offensive, and they flared up sharply again after the July days. At the same time, in the most far-away garrisons and the most remote parts of the front, the soldiers were speaking more and more boldly in the language of Bolshevism, often enough never guessing it. The Bolsheviks in the regiments were only single individuals, but the Bolshevik slogans were penetrating deeper. They seemed to be coming up spontaneously in all the country. Liberal observers saw nothing in this but ignorance and chaos. Wretch wrote, "Our fatherland is veritably turning into a sort of madhouse, where those possessed are in action and command, and people who have not yet lost their reason stand aside in fright and cling along the walls." In exactly these words the moderates have poured out their souls in all revolutions. The compromisers' press comforted itself that the soldiers, in spite of all misunderstanding, did not want to have anything to do with the Bolsheviks. Meanwhile the unconscious Bolshevism of the mass, reflecting the logic of evolution, was constituting the unconquerable power of the Lenin Party. The soldier Pyriko relates how at the elections at the front to the Congress of Soviets, after a 3-day debate, only social revolutionaries were elected. But right after that, notwithstanding the protest of the leaders, the soldiers adopted a resolution in favor of taking the land from the landlords, without waiting for the Constituent Assembly. In general, on questions which the soldiers understood, they were inclined farther to the left than the most extreme of extreme Bolsheviks. That is what Lenin had in mind when he said that the masses are 100 times to the left of us. A clerk in a motorcycle shop somewhere in the Tauride province tells how not infrequently after reading the bourgeois papers, the soldiers would abuse some sort of unknown creatures called Bolsheviks, and then immediately take up the discussion of the necessity of stopping the war, seizing the land from the landlords, etc. These were those same patriots who swore not to let Lenin into the Crimea. The soldiers in the gigantic rear garrisons were chafing. A vast accumulation of idle people impatiently awaiting a change in their fate created a nervous condition which expressed itself in a continuous readiness to bring their discontent out into the street, in wholesale tramway rides and an epidemical chewing of sunflower seeds. The soldier with his trench coat thrown over his shoulders, with a seed shell on his lip, became the most hated image to the bourgeois press. This man whom in wartime they had crudely flattered, naming him no less than hero, which did not prevent their flogging this hero at the front, he whom after the February Revolution they had lifted aloft as a liberator, became suddenly a thug, a traitor, a gunman, a German agent. Really, there was no vileness that the patriotic press would not attribute to the Russian soldiers and sailors. All the executive committee did was to justify itself, struggle with anarchy, abate excesses, distribute frightened questionnaires and moral instructions. The president of the Soviet in Tsaritsyn, that city was considered a nest of anarcho-Bolshevism, to a questionnaire from the center as to the state of affairs, answered with a clean-cut phrase, "The more the garrison goes to the left, the more the everyday man goes to the right." You can extend this formula from Tsaritsyn to the whole country. The soldier is moving to the left, the bourgeois to the right. Every soldier who expressed a little more boldly than the rest what they were all feeling, was so persistently shouted at from above as a Bolshevik that he was obliged in the long run to believe it. From peace and land the soldiers' thoughts began to pass over to the question of power. Responsiveness to the scattered slogans of Bolshevism changed into a conscious sympathy for the Bolshevik party. In the Volensky regiment, which in April had intended to arrest Lenin, the mood shifted in the course of 2 months in favor of the Bolsheviks. The same in the Igersky and Litovsky regiments. The Lettish sharpshooters had been brought into being by the autocracy in order to use for the ends of war the hatred of parcelled-out peasants and farm hands against the Baltic barons. These regiments fought magnificently. But that spirit of class hatred on which the monarchy thought to rely, found a road of its own. The Lettish sharpshooters were among the first to break with the monarchy, and afterwards with the compromisers. As early as May 17, the representatives of 8 Lettish regiments almost unanimously adhered to the Bolshevik slogan, "All power to the Soviets." In the further course of the revolution they will play a mighty role. An unknown soldier writes from the front, "Today, June 13, we had a little meeting at headquarters, and they talked of Lenin and Kerensky. The soldiers for the most part were for Lenin, but the officers said that Lenin was very bourgeois. After the collapse of the offensive, Kerensky's name became utterly hateful to the army." On June 21 the military students in Peterhof marched through the streets with banners and placards, "Down with the spies, long live Kerensky and Brusilov." It was Brusilov, of course, that the military students themselves stood for. Soldiers of the 4th Battalion attacked the military students and roughhoused them, scattering the demonstration. The placard in honor of Kerensky was what provoked the most hatred. The June demonstration greatly accelerated the political evolution of the army. The popularity of the Bolsheviks, the only party which had raised its voice in advance against the offensive, began to grow with extraordinary speed. It is true that the Bolshevik papers only with great difficulty found access to the army. Their circulation was extremely small in comparison with the liberal press and the patriotic press in general. "There is not even one of your papers to be seen anywhere," writes to Moscow a clumsy soldier's hand, "and we only make use of the rumor of your papers. They sprinkle us here with free bourgeois papers, carrying them along the front in whole bales." But it was just these patriotic papers which gave the Bolsheviks an incomparable popularity. Every case of protest from the oppressed, of land seizure, of accounts squared with the hated officers, these papers attributed to Bolsheviks. The soldiers concluded that the Bolsheviks are a righteous folk. The Commissar of the 12th Army reports to Kerensky at the beginning of July as to the mood of the soldiers: "Everything is in the long run blamed on the bourgeois ministers and the Soviet, which has sold out to the bourgeoisie. But in general in the immense mass is an opaque darkness. I am unhappy to report that even the newspapers are but little read lately, complete distrust of the printed word, they write pretty, they are good at the tall talk." In the first months the reports of the patriotic commissars were ordinarily a hymn to the revolutionary army, its consciousness, its discipline. Then, after 4 months of uninterrupted disappointments, when the army had lost confidence in the government orators and journalists, these same commissars discovered in it nothing but opaque darkness. The more the garrison moves to the left, the more the everyday man moves to the right. Stimulated by the offensive, counter-revolutionary unions sprang up in Petrograd like mushrooms after rain. They gave themselves names, one more resonant than the other: Union of the Honor of the Fatherland, Union of Military Duty, Battalion of Freedom, Organization of the Spirit, etc. These admirable signboards concealed the ambitions and attempts of the nobility, the officers, the officialdom, the bureaucracy, the bourgeoisie. Some of these organizations, such as the Military League, the Union of the Cavaliers of St. George, or the Volunteers Division, were the finished nuclei of a military plot. Coming forward as flaming patriots, these Knights of Honor and the Spirit not only found easy access to the Allied missions, but even at times received governmental subsidies, a thing which had in its day been refused to the Soviet as a private organization. One of the offshoots of the family of the newspaper magnate Suvarin undertook the publication in those days of a little newspaper, which as an organ of independent socialism advocated an iron dictatorship, advancing Admiral Kolchak as its candidate. The more solid press, without as yet quite dotting its I's, tried in every way to create a popularity for Kolchak. The further career of the admiral testifies that already in the summer of 1917 there was a broad plan connected with his name, and that there were influential circles behind Suvarin's back. In obedience to a simple tactical calculation, the reaction, aside from certain individual explosions, pretended that it was directing its blows only against Leninists. The word Bolshevik became a synonym for satanic origin. Just as before the revolution the Tsarist commanders had put the responsibility for all misfortunes, including their own stupidity, upon German spies and more particularly upon Yids, so now, after the collapse of the June offensive, the blame for failure and defeat was unceasingly laid upon Bolsheviks. In this matter Democrats such as Kerensky and Tseretelli were almost in no wise distinguished, not only from liberals like Miliukov, but from outspoken feudalists like General Denikin. As always happens when contradictions are intensified to the limit but the moment of explosion has not yet come, the grouping of political forces revealed itself more frankly and clearly not on fundamental questions, but on accidental side issues. One of the lightning rods for the diversion of political passions in those days was Kronstadt. That old fortress which was to have been a loyal sentry at the sea gates of the imperial capital, had in the past more than once lifted the banner of revolt. In spite of ruthless vengeances, the flame of rebellion never went out in Kronstadt. It flared up threateningly after the revolution. The name of this naval fortress soon became on the pages of the patriotic press a synonym of the worst aspect of the revolution, a synonym of Bolshevism. In reality, the Kronstadt Soviet was not yet Bolshevik. It contained in May 107 Bolsheviks, 112 social revolutionaries, 30 Mensheviks, and 97 non-party men. But these were Kronstadt social revolutionaries and Kronstadt non-party men, living under high pressure. A majority of them on important questions followed the Bolsheviks. In the political sphere, the Kronstadt sailors were not inclined either toward maneuvering or toward diplomacy. They had their own rule, no sooner said than done. It is no wonder that in relation to a phantom government they tended toward an extremely simplified method of action. On May 13 the Soviet resolved, the sole power in Kronstadt is the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. The removal of the government commissar, the cadet Pepliev, who occupied the position of fifth wheel in a wagon, passed off in the fortress totally unnoticed. Model order was maintained. Card playing in the city was forbidden. All brothels were closed, and their inmates deported. Under threat of confiscation of property and banishment to the front, the Soviet forbade drunkenness in the streets. The threat was more than once carried into action. Tempered in the terrible regime of the Tsarist fleet and the naval fortress, accustomed to stern work, to sacrifices, but also to fury, these sailors, now when the curtain of the new life was beginning to rise before them, a life in which they felt themselves to be the coming masters, tightened all their sinews in order to prove themselves worthy of the revolution. They thirstily threw themselves upon both friends and enemies in Petrograd and almost dragged them by force to Kronstadt, in order to show them what revolutionary seamen are in action. Such moral tension could not of course last forever, but it lasted a long time. The Kronstadt sailors became a kind of fighting crusaders of the revolution. But what revolution? Not that, in any case incarnated in the minister Tseretelli and his commissar Pepliev. Kronstadt stood there as a herald of the advancing Second Revolution. For that reason it was hated by all those for whom the First Revolution had been more than enough. The peaceful and unnoticed removal of Pepliev was portrayed in the press of the existing order almost as an armed insurrection against the unity of the state. The government complained to the Soviet. The Soviet immediately appointed a delegation to exert influence. The machine of the double sovereignty came into action with a creak. On May 24 the Kronstadt Soviet, with Tseretelli and Skobelev present, agreed, upon the insistence of the Bolsheviks, to acknowledge that in prolonging its struggle for the power of the Soviets, it was practically obliged to submit to the power of the provisional government until the power of the Soviets was established throughout the land. However, the next day, under pressure from the sailors, indignant at this submissiveness, the Soviet announced that the ministers had received only an explanation of the point of view of Kronstadt which remained unchanged. This was clearly a tactical mistake, but one behind which nothing was concealed except revolutionary ambition. It was decided up above to make use of this lucky chance to give the Kronstadters a lesson, making them pay at the same time for their previous sins. The prosecutor, of course, was Tseretelli. With heartbreaking references to his prison days, Tseretelli thundered especially against the Kronstadters for holding 80 officers behind the fortress bars. All the virtuous press backed him up. However, even the compromisist, that is, the ministerial, papers had to acknowledge that it was a question of direct embezzlement and of men who carried fist rule to a point of horror. The sailor witnesses, according to Izvestia, the official paper of Tseretelli himself, testified to the putting down of the insurrection of 1906, to mass shootings, to barges filled with the corpses of men executed and drowned in the sea, and to other horrors. They tell of these things quite simply as of everyday events. The Kronstadters stubbornly refused to give up the arrestees to the government, to whom the hangman and the peculiarities of noble birth were incomparably nearer than were those tortured sailors of 1906 and other years. It was no accident that the Minister of Justice, Pereverzev, whom Sukhanov mildly describes as one of the most suspicious figures in the coalition government, systematically liberated from the Peter and Paul fortress the vilest agents of the Tsarist political police. The democratic upstarts were above all striving to compel the reactionary bureaucracy to acknowledge their nobleness. To Tsereteli's indictment the Kronstadters answered in their appeal, "The officers, gendarmes, and police arrested by us in the days of the revolution have themselves declared to representatives of the government that they have nothing to complain of in the treatment they have received from the prison management. It is true that the prison buildings of Kronstadt are horrible, but those are the same prisons which were built by Tsarism for us. We haven't any others. And if we keep the enemies of the people in those prisons it is not out of vengeance, but from considerations of revolutionary self-preservation." On the 27th of May the Petrograd Soviet tried the Kronstadters. Appearing in their defense, Trotsky warned Tsereteli that in case of danger when a counter-revolutionary general tries to throw a noose around the neck of the revolution, the cadets will soap the rope, and the Kronstadt sailors will come to fight and die with us. This warning came true 3 months later with unexpected literalness, when General Kornilov raised his revolt and led troops against the capital, Kerensky. Tsereteli and Skobelev summoned the Kronstadt sailors to defend the Winter Palace. But what of that? In June the democratic gentlemen were defending law and order against anarchy, and no arguments or prophecies had weight with them. By a majority of 580 votes against 162, with 74 abstaining, Tsereteli carried through the Petrograd Soviet a resolution denouncing the apostasy of anarchist Kronstadt from the revolutionary democracy. No sooner had the impatiently awaited news reached the Mariinsky Palace that this bull of excommunication had been adopted than the government immediately cut off telephone communication for private people between the capital and the fortress in order to prevent the Bolshevik center from influencing the Kronstadters, ordered all the training ships to leave the Kronstadt waters, and demanded of its Soviet unconditional submission. The Congress of Peasant Deputies sitting at that time threatened to refuse foodstuffs to Kronstadt. The reaction standing behind the back of the compromiser sought a decisive and, to the extent possible, a bloody settlement. The reckless step of the Kronstadt Soviet, writes one of the young historians, Yugov, might have brought undesirable consequences. It was necessary to find a suitable way to get out of the situation created. With this aim Trotsky went to Kronstadt, where he addressed the Soviet and wrote a declaration which was adopted by the Soviet and afterwards carried unanimously, by Trotsky at a meeting on Yakarny Square. Preserving their position in principle, the Kronstadters yielded upon the practical issue. The peaceful settlement of the conflict left the bourgeois press completely beside themselves. There is anarchy in the fortress, the Kronstadters are printing their own money, fantastic specimens of it were reproduced in the papers, they are plundering state property, the women are nationalist, robberies and drunken orgies are in progress. The sailors, so proud of their austere order, doubled their horny fists on reading these papers which in millions of copies were distributing slanders against them throughout all Russia. Having got the Kronstadt officers in their hands the judicial institutions of Pereverzev freed them one after another. It would be very instructive to find out how many of them subsequently participated in the Civil War, and how many sailors, soldiers, workers, and peasants were shot and hung by them. Unfortunately, we are not here in a position to carry out this instructive census. The authority of the government was saved. But the sailors soon got satisfaction for the indignities suffered. From all corners of the country there began to arrive resolutions of greeting to Red Kronstadt, from individual left Soviets, from factories, regiments, mass meetings. The 1st Machine Gun Regiment demonstrated in solid ranks on the streets of Petrograd its respect for the Kronstadters for their firm attitude of non-confidence in the provisional government. Kronstadt was getting ready, however, to take a more significant revenge. The baiting of the bourgeois press had made it a factor of all national importance. Fortifying itself in Kronstadt, writes Milyukov, Bolshevism with the help of suitably trained agitators threw out widely over Russia a net of propaganda. Kronstadt emissaries were sent also to the front, where they undermined discipline, and to the rear, into the villages, where they incited to the sacking of estates. The Kronstadt Soviet gave these emissaries special mandates, NN has been sent to his province to be present with the right of a deciding vote in the county, district, and village committees, and also to speak at meetings and call meetings at his own discretion wherever he wants to, with the right to bear arms, with unhindered and free transportation on all railroads and steamships. And therewith the inviolability of the person of the said agitator is guaranteed by the Soviet of the city of Kronstadt. In exposing the undermining work of the Baltic sailors, Miliukov only forgets to explain how and why, notwithstanding the presence of learned authorities, institutions, and newspapers, solitary sailors armed with this strange mandate of the Kronstadt Soviet traveled all over the country without hindrance, found food and lodging everywhere, were admitted to all popular meetings, everywhere attentively listened to, and left the imprint of a sailor's hand on the events of history. The historian in the service of liberal politics does not ask himself this simple question. But the Kronstadt miracle was thinkable only because the sailors far more deeply expressed the demands of historic evolution than the very intelligent professors. The semi-literate mandate was, to speak in the language of Hegel, real because it was reasonable, whereas the subjectively most intelligent plans were spectral because the reason of history was not even camping in them for the night. The Soviets lagged behind the shop committees. The shop committees lagged behind the masses. The soldiers lagged behind the workers. Still more, the provinces lagged behind the capital. Such is the inevitable dynamic of a revolutionary process, which creates thousands of contradictions only in order accidentally and in passing, as though in play, to resolve them and immediately create new ones. The party also lagged behind the revolutionary dynamic, an organization which has the least right to lag, especially in a time of revolution. In such workers' centers as Ekaterinburg, Perm, Tula, Nizhny Novgorod, Sormovo, Kolomna, Yuzovka, the Bolsheviks separated from the Mensheviks only at the end of May. In Odessa, Nikolov, Elizavetgrad, Poltava and other points in the Ukraine, the Bolsheviks did not have independent organizations even in the middle of June. In Baku, Zlachist, Bijitsk, Kostroma, the Bolsheviks divided from the Mensheviks only towards the end of June. These facts cannot but seem surprising when you take into consideration that within 4 months the Bolsheviks are going to seize the power. How far the party during the war had fallen behind the molecular process in the masses, and how far the March leadership of Kamina and Stalin lagged behind the gigantic historic tasks. The most revolutionary party which human history until this time had ever known was nevertheless caught unawares by the events of history. It reconstructed itself in the fires, and straightened out its ranks under the onslaught of events. The masses at the turning point were 100 times to the left of the extreme left party. The growth of the Bolshevik influence, which took place with the force of a natural historical process, reveals its own contradiction upon a closer examination, its zigzags, its ebbs and flows. The masses are not homogeneous, and moreover they learn to handle the fire of revolution only by burning their hands and jumping away. The Bolsheviks could only accelerate the process of education of the masses. They patiently explained. And history this time did not take advantage of their patience. While the Bolsheviks were resolutely winning the shops, factories, and regiments, the elections to the Democratic Dumas gave an enormous and apparently growing advantage to the compromisers. This was one of the sharpest and most enigmatical contradictions of the revolution. To be sure, the Duma of the Vyborg district, which was purely proletarian, prided itself upon its Bolshevik majority. But that was an exception. In the city elections of Moscow in June, the social revolutionaries got more than 60% of the votes. They themselves were astonished at this figure, for they could not but feel that their influence was swiftly dwindling. In the effort to understand the mutual relation between the real development of the revolution and its reflection in the mirrors of democracy, the Moscow elections have an extraordinary interest. The vast layers of workers and soldiers were already hastily shaking off their compromisist illusions. Meanwhile, the broadest layers of the small town people were also beginning to stir. For these scattered masses the democratic elections offered almost the first, and in any case one of the very rare opportunities to show themselves politically. While the worker, yesterday's Menshevik or social revolutionary, gave his vote to the Bolshevik party and drew the soldier along with him, the cabman, the deliveryman, the janitor, the market woman, the shopkeeper, his assistant, the teacher, in performing so heroic a deed as giving their vote to the social revolutionaries, for the first time emerged from political non-existence. The petty bourgeois layers belatedly voted for Kerensky because he personified in their eyes the February Revolution, which had only today seeped down to them. With its 60% social revolutionary majority, the Moscow Duma glowed with the last flare of a dying luminary. It was so also with all the other organs of democratic self-administration. Having barely arrived, they were already stricken with the impotence of belatedness. That meant that the course of the revolution depended upon the workers and soldiers, and not upon that human dust which had been kicked up and was dancing in the whirlwind of the revolution. Such is the deep and at the same time simple dialectic of the revolutionary awakening of the oppressed classes. The most dangerous of the aberrations of the revolution arises when the mechanical accountant of democracy balances in one column yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and thereby impels the formal Democrats to look for the head of the revolution where in reality is to be found its very heavy tail. Lenin taught his party to distinguish head from tail. Chapter 22. The Soviet Congress and the June demonstration. The first Congress of the Soviets, which sanctioned the offensive for Kerensky, assembled in Petrograd on June 3 in the building of the Cadet Corps. There were 820 delegates with a vote and 268 with a voice. They represented 305 local Soviets, 53 district and regional organizations at the front, the rear institutions of the army, and a few peasant organizations. The right to a vote was accorded to Soviets containing not less than 25,000 men. Soviets containing from 10,000 to 25,000 had a voice. On the basis of this rule, by the way, none too strictly observed, we may assume that over 20 million people stood behind the Soviets. Out of 777 delegates giving information as to their party allegiance, 285 were social revolutionaries, 248 Mensheviks, 105 Bolsheviks, a few belonged to less important groups. The left wing, the Bolsheviks, and the internationalists adhering to them, constituted less than a fifth of the delegates. The Congress consisted for the most part of people who had registered as socialists in March but got tired of the revolution by June. Petrograd must have seemed to them a town gone mad. The Congress began by ratifying the banishment of Grimm, an unhappy Swiss socialist who had been trying to save the Russian Revolution and the German social democracy by means of backstage negotiations with the Hohenzollern diplomats. The demand of the left wing that they take up immediately the question of the coming offensive was rejected by an overwhelming majority. The Bolsheviks looked like a tiny group. But on that very day and perhaps hour, a conference of the factory and shop committees of Petrograd adopted, also with an overwhelming majority, a resolution that only a government of Soviets could save the country. The compromisers, no matter how nearsighted they were, could not help seeing what was happening around them every day. In the session of June 4 the Bolshevik hater, Lieber, evidently under the influence of the provincials, denounced the good-for-nothing commissars of the government to whom the power had not been surrendered in the provinces. A whole series of functions of the governmental organs have as a result gone over into the hands of the Soviets, even when the Soviets did not want them. Those people had to complain to somebody even against themselves. One of the delegates, a school teacher, complained to the Congress that after 4 months of revolution there had not been the slightest change in the sphere of education. All of the old teachers, inspectors, directors, overseers of districts, many of them former members of the Black Hundreds, all of the old school programs, reactionary textbooks, even the old assistant ministers, remained peacefully at their posts. Only the Tsar's portraits had been removed to the attics, and these might any day be stuck back in their places. The Congress could not make up its mind to lift a hand against the State Duma, or against the State Council. Its timidity before the reaction was covered up by the Menshevik orator Bogdanov with the remark that the Duma and the Soviet are dead and non-existent organizations anyway. Martov, with his polemical wit, answered, Bogdanov proposes that we should declare the Duma dead but not make any attempt upon its life. The Congress, in spite of its solid government majority, proceeded in an atmosphere of alarm and uncertainty. Patriotism had grown rather damp and gave out only lazy flashes. It was obvious that the masses were dissatisfied, and the Bolsheviks were immeasurably stronger throughout the country, and especially in the capital, than at the Congress. Reduced to its elements, the quarrel between the Bolsheviks and the compromisers invariably revolved around the question, with whom shall the Democrats side, the imperialists or the workers? The shadow of the Entente stood over the Congress. The question of the offensive was predetermined, the Democrats had nothing to do but accede. At this critical moment, preached Tseretelli, not one social force ought to be thrown out of the scales, so long as it may be useful to the cause of the people. Such was the justification for a coalition with the bourgeoisie. Seeing that the proletariat, the army, and the peasantry were upsetting their plans at every step, the Democrats had to open a war against the people under guise of a war against the Bolsheviks. Thus Tseretelli had declared the Kronstadt sailors apostates in order not to throw out of his scales the cadet Pepliev. The coalition was ratified by a majority of 543 votes against 126, with 52 abstaining. The work of this enormous and flabby assembly in the Cadet Corps was distinguished by grandeur in the matter of declarations, and conservative stinginess in practical tasks. This laid on all its decisions a stamp of hopelessness and hypocrisy. The Congress recognized the right of all Russian nationalities to self-determination, but gave the key to this problematic right not to the oppressed nations themselves, but to a future constituent assembly, in which the compromisers hoped to be in a majority and capitulate before the imperialists, exactly as they had done in the government. The Congress refused to pass a decree on the 8-hour day. Tseretelli explained this sidestepping by the difficulty of reconciling the interests of the different layers of the population. As though any single great need in history was ever accomplished by reconciling interests, and not by the victory of progressive interests over reactionary. Groman, a Soviet economist, introduced toward the end of the Congress his inevitable resolution, as to the oncoming economic catastrophe and the necessity of governmental regulation. The Congress adopted this ritual resolution, but only so that everything might remain as before. Having deported Grimm, wrote Trotsky, on the 7th of June, the Congress returned to the order of the day. But capitalistic profits remain as before inviolable for Skobelev and his colleagues. The food crisis is getting sharper every hour. In the diplomatic sphere the government is taking blow after blow. And finally this so hysterically proclaimed offensive is obviously getting ready to come down on the nation, a monstrous adventure. We should be willing to watch peacefully the sanctified activities of the ministers, Lvov, Terichenko, Tseretelli, for a number of months. We need time for our own preparations. But the underground mole digs too fast. With the help of the socialist ministers the problem of power may rise before the members of this Congress a great deal sooner than any of us imagine. Trying to shield themselves from the masses with a higher authority, the leaders dragged the Congress into all current conflicts, pitilessly compromising it in the eyes of the Petrograd workers and soldiers. The most resounding episode of this kind was the incident about the summer home of Durnovo, an old Tsarist bureaucrat who had made himself famous as Minister of the Interior by putting down the revolution of 1905. The vacant home of this hated, and moreover dirty-handed, bureaucrat was seized by workers' organizations on the Vyborg side, chiefly because of the enormous gardens which became a favorite playground for children. The bourgeois press represented the place as a lair of pogromists and hold-up men, the Kronstadt of the Vyborg district. No one took the trouble to find out what the facts were. The government, carefully avoiding all important questions, undertook with fresh passion to rescue this house. They demanded sanction for the heroic undertaking from the executive committee, and Tseretelli of course did not refuse. The procureur gave an order to evict the group of anarchists from the place in 24 hours. Learning about the military activities in preparation, the workers sounded the alarm. The anarchists on their side threatened armed resistance. 28 factories proclaimed a protest strike. The executive committee issued a proclamation accusing the Viborg workers of aiding the counter-revolution. After all these preliminaries, a representative of justice and the militia penetrated into the lion's den. They found complete order reigning. The house was occupied by a number of workers' educational organizations. They were compelled to withdraw in shame. This history had, however, a further development. On the 9th of June a bomb was exploded at the Congress. In the morning's edition of Pravda appeared an appeal for a demonstration on the following day. Chij, who knew how to get scared, and was therefore inclined to scare others, announced in a voice from the tomb, "If measures are not taken by the Congress, tomorrow will be fatal." The delegates lifted their heads in alarm. The idea of a showdown between the Petrograd workers and soldiers and the Congress was suggested by the whole situation. The masses were urging on the Bolsheviks. The garrison especially was seething, fearing that in connection with the offensive they would be distributed among the regiments and scattered along the front. To this was united a bitter dissatisfaction with the Declaration of the Rights of the Soldier, which had been a big backward step in comparison with Order No. 1, and with the regime actually established in the army. The initiative for the demonstration came from the military organization of the Bolsheviks. Its leaders asserted, and quite rightly as events showed, that if the party did not take the leadership upon itself, the soldiers themselves would go into the streets. That sharp turn in the mood of the masses, however, could not be easily apprehended, and hence there was a certain vacillation in the ranks of the Bolsheviks themselves. Volodarsky was not sure that the workers would come out on the street. There was fear, too, as to the possible character of the demonstration. Representatives of the military organization declared that the soldiers, fearing attacks and reprisals, would not go out without weapons. "What will come out of the demonstration?" asked the prudent Tomsky, and demanded supplementary deliberations. Stalin thought that the fermentation among the soldiers is a fact. Among the workers there is no such definite mood, but nevertheless judged it necessary to show resistance to the government. Kalinin, always more inclined to avoid than welcome a battle, spoke emphatically against the demonstration, referring to the absence of any clear motive, especially among the workers. "The demonstration will be purely artificial." On June 8, at a conference with the representatives of the workers' sections, after a series of preliminary votes, 131 hands against 6 were finally raised for the demonstration, with 22 abstaining. The work of preparation was carried on up to the last moment secretly, in order not to permit the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks to start a counter-agitation. That legitimate measure of caution was afterwards interpreted as evidence of a military conspiracy. The Central Council of Factory and Shop Committees joined in the decision to organize the demonstration. Upon the insistence of Trotsky and against the objection of Lunacharsky, writes Yugov, the committee of the Mezrayancy decided to join the demonstration. Preparations were carried on with boiling energy. The manifestation was to raise the banner of power to the Soviets. The fighting slogan ran, "Down with the 10 minister capitalists." That was the simplest possible expression for a breakup of the coalition with the bourgeoisie. The procession was to march to the Cadet Corps where the Congress was sitting. This was to emphasize that the question was not of overthrowing the government, but of bringing pressure on the Soviet leaders. To be sure, other ideas were expressed at the preliminary conferences of the Bolsheviks. For instance, Smilga, then a young member of the Central Committee, proposed that they should not hesitate to seize the post office, telegraph, and arsenal, if events developed to the point of a clash. Another participant in the conference, a member of the Petrograd Committee, Latzis, comments in his diary upon the rejection of Smilga's proposal, "I cannot reconcile myself. I arrange with comrades Semashko and Rakia to be fully armed in case of necessity and seize the railroad terminals, arsenals, banks, post and telegraph offices, with the help of a machine gun regiment. Semashko was the officer of a machine gun regiment. Rakia, a worker, one of the militant Bolsheviks. The existence of such moods is easily understandable. The whole course of the party was toward a seizure of power, and the question was merely of appraising the present situation. An obvious break in favor of the Bolsheviks was taking place in Petrograd, but in the provinces the same process was going slower. Moreover, the front needed the lesson of an advance before it could shake off its distrust of the Bolsheviks. Lenin therefore stood firm on his April position, patiently explain. Sukhanov in his notes describes the plan of the demonstration of June 10, as a direct device of Lenin for seizing the power if the situation proves favorable. As a matter of fact, only individual Bolsheviks tried to put the matter this way, aiming according to the ironic expression of Lenin, just a wee bit too far to the left. Strangely enough, Sukhanov does not even try to compare his arbitrary guesses with the political line of Lenin expressed in innumerable speeches and articles. The Bureau of the Executive Committee immediately presented the Bolsheviks with a demand to call off the demonstration. On what grounds? Only the state power, obviously, could formally forbid a demonstration, but the state power did not dare think of it. How could the Soviet, itself a private organization, led by a bloc composed of two political parties, prevent a third party from demonstrating? The Bolshevik Central Committee refused to accede to the demand, but decided to emphasize more sharply the peaceful character of the demonstration. On the 9th of June, a Bolshevik proclamation was pasted up in the workers' districts. We are free citizens, we have the right to protest, and we ought to use this right before it is too late. The right to a peaceful demonstration is ours. The compromisers carried the question before the Congress. It was at that moment that Chij pronounced his words about the fatal outcome, and that it would be necessary for the Congress to sit all night. A member of the Presidium, Gagashkori, also one of the sons of the Gironda, concluded his speech with a rude cry in the direction of the Bolsheviks, "Take your dirty hands off a glorious cause." They did not give the Bolsheviks time, though it was demanded, to take up the question in a meeting of their faction. The Congress passed a resolution forbidding all demonstrations for 3 days. Besides being an act of violence with relation to the Bolsheviks, this was an act of usurpation with relation to the government. The Soviets continued to steal the power from under their own pillow. Miliukov was speaking at this time at a Cossack conference, and called the Bolsheviks the chief enemies of the Russian Revolution. Its chief friend, he allowed them to infer, was Miliukov himself, who just before February had agreed to accept defeat from the Germans rather than revolution from the Russian people. To a question from the Cossacks as to the attitude towards Leninists, Miliukov answered, "It's time to make an end of these people." The leader of the bourgeoisie was in too great a hurry. However, he really could not afford to waste time. Meanwhile, meetings were being held in factories and regiments, adopting resolutions to go into the streets the next day with the slogan "All Power to the Soviets." Under the noise of the Soviet and Cossack congresses, the fact passed unnoticed that 37 Bolsheviks were elected to the Duma of the Vyborg district, only 22 from the Social Revolutionary Menshevik bloc, and 4 cadets. Confronted with the categorical resolution of the Congress, and moreover with a mysterious reference to a threatening blow from the right, the Bolsheviks decided to reconsider the question. They wanted a peaceful demonstration, not an insurrection, and they could not have any motive for converting a forbidden demonstration into a half-insurrection. On its side, the Presidium of the Congress decided to take measures. Several hundred delegates were grouped in tens and sent out to the workers' districts and the barracks to prevent the demonstration. They were to meet in the morning at the Tauride Palace and compare notes. The Executive Committee of the Peasant Deputies joined in this expedition, appointing 70 from its membership. Thus, in however unexpected a manner, the Bolsheviks achieved their goal. The delegates of the Congress found themselves obliged to get acquainted with the workers and soldiers of the capital. If the mountain was not allowed to come to the prophet at least went to the mountain. The meeting proved instructive in the highest degree. In the Izvestia of the Moscow Soviet, a Menshevik correspondent paints the following picture: all night long, without a wink of sleep, a majority of the Congress, more than 500 members, dividing themselves into tens, traveled through the factories and shops and military units of Petrograd, urging everybody to stay away from the demonstration. The Congress had no authority in a good many of the factories and shops, and also in several regiments of the garrison. The members were frequently met in a far from friendly manner, sometimes hostilely, and quite often they were sent away with insults. This official Soviet organ does not exaggerate in the least. On the contrary, it gives a very much softened picture of this nocturnal meeting of two different worlds. The Petrograd masses at least left no doubt among the delegates as to who was able henceforth to summon a demonstration, or to call it off. The workers of the Putilov factory agreed to paste up the declaration of the Congress against the demonstration only after they learned from Pravda that it did not contradict the resolution of the Bolsheviks. The 1st Machine Gun Regiment, which played the leading role in the garrison, as did the Putilov factory among the workers, after hearing the speeches of Chij and Avksentiev representing the two executive committees, adopted the following resolution: in agreement with the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks and their military organization, the regiment postpones its action. This brigade of pacifiers arrived at the Tauride Palace after their sleepless night in a condition of complete demoralization. They had assumed that the authority of the Congress was inviolable, but had run into a stone wall of distrust and hostility. The masses are thick with Bolsheviks. The attitude to the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries is hostile. They trust only Pravda. In some places they shouted, "We are not your comrades." One after another the delegates reported how, although they had called off the battle, they were defeated. The masses submitted to the decision of the Bolsheviks, but not without protest and indignation. In certain factories they adopted resolutions of censure of the Central Committee. The more fiery members of the party in the sections tore up their membership cards. That was a serious warning. The compromisers had motivated their 3-day veto of demonstrations by references to a monarchist plot, which hoped to avail itself of the action of the Bolsheviks. They mentioned the participation in it of a part of the Cossack Congress and the approach to Petrograd of counter-revolutionary troops. It is not surprising if after calling off the demonstration the Bolsheviks demanded an explanation as to this conspiracy. In place of an answer, the leaders of the Congress accused the Bolsheviks themselves of a conspiracy. They found this happy way out of the situation. It must be acknowledged that on the night of June 10 the compromisers did discover a conspiracy, and one which shook them badly, a conspiracy of the masses with the Bolsheviks against the compromisers. However, the submission of the Bolsheviks to the resolution of the Congress encouraged them and permitted their panic to turn into madness. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries decided to show an iron energy. On the 10th of June the Menshevik paper wrote, "It is time to brand the Leninists as traitors and betrayers of the revolution." A representative of the Executive Committee appeared at the Cossack Congress and requested them to support the Soviet against the Bolsheviks. He was answered by the chairman, the ataman of the Urals, Tyutov: "We, Cossacks, will never go against the Soviet." Against the Bolsheviks the reactionaries were ready to go hand in hand even with the Soviet, in order the better to strangle it later on. On June 11 there assembles a formidable court of justice, the Executive Committee, members of the Presidium of the Congress, leaders of the factions, in all about 100 men. Tseretelli as usual appears in the role of prosecutor. Choking with rage, he demands deadly measures, and scornfully waves away Dan, who is always ready to bait the Bolsheviks, but still not quite ready to destroy them. What the Bolsheviks are now doing is not ideological propaganda, but a conspiracy. The Bolsheviks must excuse us. Now we are going to adopt different methods of struggle. We have got to disarm the Bolsheviks. We cannot leave in their hands those two great technical instruments which they have possessed up to now. We cannot leave machine guns and rifles in their hands. We will not tolerate conspiracies. That was a new note. What did it mean exactly to disarm the Bolsheviks? Sukhanov writes on this subject, the Bolsheviks really did not have any special stores of weapons. All the weapons were actually in the hands of soldiers and workers, the immense mass of whom were following the Bolsheviks. Disarming the Bolsheviks could mean only disarming the proletariat. More than that, it meant disarming the troops. In other words, that classic moment of the revolution had arrived when the bourgeois democracy, upon the demand of the reaction, undertakes to disarm the workers who had guaranteed the revolutionary victory. These democratic gentlemen, among whom were well-read people, had invariably given their sympathy to the disarmed, not to the disarmers, so long as it was a question of reading old books. But when this question presented itself in reality, they did not recognize it. The mere fact that Tsereteli, a revolutionist, a man who had spent years at hard labor, a THIRD-WORLDIST of yesterday, was undertaking to disarm the workers, had some difficulty in making its way into people's heads. The hall was stunned into silence. The provincial delegates nevertheless felt that someone was pushing them into an abyss. One of the officers went into hysterics. No less pale than Tsereteli, Kamina arose in his seat and cried out with a dignity the strength of which was felt by the audience, "Mr. Minister, if you are not merely talking into the wind, you have no right to confine yourself to speech. Arrest me, and try me for conspiracy against the revolution." The Bolsheviks left the hall with a protest, refusing to participate in this mockery of their own party. The tenseness in the hall became almost unbearable. Lieber hastened to the aid of Tsereteli. Restrained rage was replaced by hysterical fury. Lieber called for ruthless measures. If you want to win the masses who follow the Bolsheviks, then break with Bolshevism. But he was heard without sympathy, even with a half hostility. Impressionable as always, Lunacharsky immediately tried to find a common ground with the majority, although the Bolsheviks had assured him that they had in mind only a peaceful demonstration. Nevertheless, his own experience had convinced him that it was a mistake to organize a demonstration. However, we must not sharpen the conflicts. Without pacifying his enemies, Lunacharsky irritated his friends. "We are not fighting with the left tendency," said Dan Jesuitically. He was the most experienced, but also most futile of the leaders of the swamp. "We are fighting with the counter-revolution. It is not our fault if behind your shoulders stand the agents of Germany." The reference to Germans was merely a substitute for an argument. Of course these gentlemen could not point to any agents of Germany. Tsereteli wanted to deal a blow, Dan merely wanted to show his fist. In its helplessness the executive committee sided with Dan. The resolution offered to the Congress next day had the character of an exceptional law against Bolsheviks, but without immediate practical inferences. "You can have no doubt after the visit of your delegates to the factories and regiments," said a declaration addressed to the Congress in writing by the Bolsheviks, "that if the demonstration did not take place, it was not because of your veto, but because our party called it off." The fiction of a military conspiracy was created by the members of the provisional government in order to carry out the disarming of the proletariat of Petrograd and the disbanding of the Petrograd garrison. Even if the state power went over wholly into the hands of the Soviet, which we advocate, and the Soviet tried to put fetters upon our agitation, that would not make us passively submit. We should go to meet imprisonment and other punishments in the name of the idea of international socialism which separates us from you. The Soviet majority and the Soviet minority confronted each other breast to breast 3 days as though for a decisive battle. But both sides stepped back at the last moment. The Bolsheviks gave up the demonstration. The compromisers abandoned the idea of disarming the workers. Tsereteli remained in the minority among his own people. But nevertheless from his point of view he was right. The policy of union with the bourgeoisie had arrived at a point where it became necessary to paralyze the masses who were not reconciled to the coalition. To carry the compromise policy through to a successful end, that is, to the establishment of a parliamentary rule of the bourgeoisie, demanded the disarming of the workers and soldiers. But Tsereteli was not only right. He was besides that powerless. Neither the soldiers nor the workers would have voluntarily given up their arms. it would have been necessary to employ force against them. But Tsereteli was already without forces. He could procure them, if at all, only from the hands of the reaction. But they, in case of a successful crushing of the Bolsheviks, would have immediately taken up the job of crushing the compromise Soviets, and would not have failed to remind Tsereteli that he was a former hard labor convict and nothing more. However, the further course of events will show that even the reaction did not have forces enough for this. Politically, Tsereteli grounded his argument for fighting the Bolsheviks upon the assertion that they were separating the proletariat from the peasantry. Martov answered him, Tsereteli does not get his guiding ideas from the depth of the peasantry. A group of right cadets, a group of capitalists, a group of landlords, a group of imperialists, the bourgeoisie of the West, these are the ones who are demanding the disarmament of the workers and soldiers. Martov was right, the possessing classes have more than once in history hidden their pretensions behind the backs of a peasantry. From the moment of publication of Lenin's April Theses, a reference to the danger of isolating the proletariat from the peasants became the principal argument of all those who wanted to drag the revolution backward. It was no accident that Lenin compared Tsereteli to the old Bolsheviks. In one of his works of the year 1917, Trotsky wrote on this theme, "The isolation of our party from the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks, even its extreme isolation, even by way of solitary confinement, would still in no case mean the isolation of the proletariat from the oppressed peasantry and the oppressed city masses. On the contrary, a sharp demarcation of the policy of the revolutionary proletariat from the treacherous apostasy of the present leaders of the Soviet, can alone bring a saving political differentiation into the peasant millions, draw away the poor peasants from the traitorous leadership of the aggressive social revolutionary type of muzhik and convert the socialist proletariat into genuine leaders of the national plebeian revolution." But Tsereteli's totally false argument remained alive. On the eve of the October Revolution it reappeared with redoubled force as the argument of many old Bolsheviks against the uprising. Several years later, when the intellectual reaction against October began, Tsereteli's formula became the chief theoretical weapon of the school of the epigones. At the same session of the Congress which condemned the Bolsheviks in their absence, a representative of the Mensheviks unexpectedly moved to appoint for the following Sunday, the 18th of June, a manifestation of workers and soldiers in Petrograd and other important cities, in order to demonstrate to the enemy the unity and strength of the democracy. The motion was carried, although not without bewilderment. Something over a month later Miliukov fairly well explained this unexpected turn on the part of the compromisers, in delivering cadet speeches at the Congress of the Soviets, in disorganizing the armed demonstration of June 10. The Minister Socialists felt that they had gone too far in our direction, that the ground was slipping under their feet. They got frightened and backed away abruptly toward the Bolsheviks. The decision to hold a demonstration on June 18 was, of course, not a step in the direction of the Bolsheviks, but an attempt to turn toward the masses as against the Bolsheviks. Their nocturnal experience with the workers and soldiers bad caused a certain amount of trepidation among the heads of the Soviets. Thus, for instance, in direct opposition to what had been in mind at the beginning of the Congress, they hastily produced in the name of the government a resolution calling for the abolition of the State Duma and the summoning of a Constituent Assembly for the 30th of September. The slogans of the demonstration were chosen with this same idea of not causing any irritation to the masses: universal peace, immediate convocation of a Constituent Assembly, democratic republic. Not a word either about the offensive or the coalition. Lenin asked in Pravda, "And what has become of complete confidence to the provisional government, gentlemen? Why does your tongue stick in your throat?" This irony was accurately to the point. The compromisers did not dare demand of the masses confidence in that government of which they themselves were members. The Soviet delegates, having a second time made the rounds of the workers' districts and the barracks, gave wholly encouraging reports on the eve of the demonstration to the Executive Committee. Tsereteli, to whom these communications restored his equilibrium and inclination towards complacent sermonizing, addressed some remarks to the Bolsheviks. "Now we shall have an open and honest review of the revolutionary forces. Now we shall see whom the majority is following, you or us. The Bolsheviks had accepted the challenge even before it was so incautiously formulated. We shall join the demonstration on the 18th, wrote Pravda, in order to struggle for those aims for which we had intended to demonstrate on the 10th. The line of march, evidently in memory of the funeral procession of 3 months before, which had been, at least superficially, a gigantic manifestation of the unity of the democracy, again led to Marsfield and the grave of the February martyrs. But aside from the line of march nothing whatever was reminiscent of those earlier days. About 400,000 people paraded, considerably less than at the funeral. Absent from the Soviet demonstration were not only the bourgeoisie with whom the Soviets were in coalition, but also the radical intelligentsia, which had occupied so prominent a place in the former parades of the democracy. Few but the factories and barracks marched. The delegates of the Congress, assembled on Marsfield, read and counted the placards. The first Bolshevik slogans were met half-laughingly. Tseretelli had so confidently thrown down his challenge the day before. But these same slogans were repeated again and again. Down with the 10 minister capitalists. Down with the offensive, all power to the Soviets. The iron Eichel smiles froze, and then gradually disappeared. Bolshevik banners floated everywhere. The delegates stopped counting the uncomfortable totals. The triumph of the Bolsheviks was too obvious. Here and there, writes Sukhanov, the chain of Bolshevik banners and columns would be broken by specifically social revolutionary or official Soviet slogans. But these were drowned in the mass. Soviet officialdom was recounting the next day how fiercely here and there the crowd tore up banners bearing the slogan "Confidence to the Provisional Government." There is obvious exaggeration in this. Only 3 small groups carried placards in honor of the Provisional Government: the Circle of Plekhanov, a Cossack detachment, and a handful of Jewish intellectuals who belonged to the Bund. This threefold combination, which gave the impression with its variegated membership of a political curio, seemed to have set itself the task of publicly exhibiting the impotence of the regime. Under the hostile cries of the crowd the Plekhanovites and the Bund lowered their placards. The Cossacks were stubborn, and their banners were literally torn from them by the demonstrators, and destroyed. The stream which had been flowing quietly along until then, writes Izvestia, turned into a veritable river at the flood, just at the point of overflowing its banks. That was the Vyborg section, all under the banners of the Bolsheviks. Down with the 10 minister capitalists. One of the factories carried a placard: "The right to life is higher than the rights of private property." This slogan had not been suggested by the party. Dismayed provincials were looking everywhere for their leaders. The latter lowered their eyes or simply went into hiding. The Bolsheviks went after the provincials. Does this look like a gang of conspirators? The delegates agreed that it did not. In Petrograd you are the power, they conceded in a totally different tone from that in which they had spoken at the official sessions, but not in the provinces, not at the front. Petrograd cannot go against the whole country. That's all right, answered the Bolsheviks, your turn will soon come, the same slogans will be raised. During this demonstration, wrote the old man Plekhanov, I stood on Marsfield beside Chij. I saw in his face that he was not deceiving himself in the least about the significance of the astonishing number of placards demanding the overthrow of the capitalist ministers. It was emphasized as though intentionally by the veritably imperious commands with which some of the Leninists addressed him as they passed by like people celebrating a holiday. The Bolsheviks certainly had ground for a holiday feeling. Judging by the placards and slogans of the demonstrators, wrote Gorky's paper, the Sunday demonstration revealed the complete triumph of Bolshevism among the Petersburg proletariat. It was a great victory, and moreover it was won on the arena and with the weapons chosen by the enemy. While sanctioning the offensive, recognizing the coalition, and condemning the Bolsheviks, the Soviet Congress had called the masses on its own initiative into the streets. They came with the announcement, we don't want either offensive or coalition, we are for Bolshevism. Such was the political meaning of the demonstration. No wonder the papers of the Mensheviks, who had initiated the demonstration, asked themselves mournfully the next day, who suggested that unhappy idea. Of course not all the workers and soldiers in the capital took part in the demonstration, and not all the demonstrators were Bolsheviks. But by this time not one of them wanted a coalition. Those workers who still remained hostile to Bolshevism did not know what to oppose to it. Their hostility was thus converted into a watchful neutrality. Under the Bolshevik slogans marched no small number of Mensheviks and social revolutionaries who had not yet broken with their party, but had already lost faith in its slogans. The demonstration of June 18 made an enormous impression on its own participants. The masses saw that the Bolsheviks had become a power, and the vacillating were drawn to them. In Moscow, Kiev, Kharkov, Ekaterinslav, and many other provincial towns the demonstrations revealed an immense growth of the influence of the Bolsheviks. Everywhere the same slogans were advanced, and they struck at the very heart of the February regime. It was impossible not to draw conclusions. It seemed as though the compromisers had nowhere to go. But the offensive helped them at the very last moment. On the 19th of June, there was a patriotic demonstration on the Nevsky under the leadership of cadets, and with a portrait of Kerensky. In the words of Milyukov, it was so different from what happened on the same street the day before that there mingled with the feeling of triumph an involuntary feeling of uneasiness. Legitimate feeling. But the compromisers gave a sigh of relief. Their thoughts immediately soared above both demonstrations in the form of a democratic synthesis. Those people were fated to drain the cup of illusion and humiliation to the dregs. In the April days two simultaneous demonstrations, one revolutionary and the other patriotic, had gone to meet each other, and their clash resulted in casualties. The hostile demonstrations of the 18th and 19th of June followed one after the other. There was no direct clash then. But a clash was not to be avoided. It had only been postponed for 2 weeks. The anarchists, not knowing how else to show their independence, availed themselves of the demonstration of June 18 for an attack on the Vyborg prisons. The prisoners, a majority of them criminal, were liberated without a fight and without casualties, and not from one prison, but from several simultaneously. It seems obvious that the attack had not caught the administration unawares, that the administration had gladly gone halfway to meet actual and pretended anarchists. That whole enigmatical episode had nothing whatever to do with the demonstration. But the patriotic press linked them together. The Bolsheviks proposed to the Congress of Soviets a strict investigation of the manner in which 460 criminals had been let loose from various prisons. However, the compromisers could not permit themselves this luxury. They were afraid they would run into men higher up in the administration and their own allies in a political bloc. Moreover, they had no desire to defend their own demonstration against malicious slanders. The Minister of Justice, Pereverzev, who had disgraced himself a few days before in connection with the summer house of Durnovo, decided to have vengeance, and under the pretext of a search for escaped convicts made a new raid on the place. The anarchists resisted, one of them was killed, and the house wrecked. The workers of the Vyborg side, considering the house their own, sounded the alarm. Several factories quit work, the alarm spread to other sections and even to the barracks. The last days of June pass in a continual commotion. A machine gun regiment prepares for an immediate attack on the provisional government. Workers from the striking factories make the rounds of the regiments calling them into the streets. Bearded peasants in soldiers' coats, many of them gray-haired, pass in processions of protest along the pavements. These middle-aged peasants are demanding that they be discharged for work in the fields. The Bolsheviks are carrying on an agitation against going into the streets. The demonstration of the 18th has said all that can be said. In order to produce a change, demonstrating is not enough, and yet the hour of revolution has not yet struck. On the 22nd of June, the Bolshevik press appeals to the garrison, do not trust any summons to action in the street delivered in the name of the military organization. Delegates are arriving from the front with complaints of violence and punishments. Threats to reorganize the unsubmissive regiments pour oil on the fire. In many regiments the soldiers are sleeping with weapons in their hands, says a declaration of the Bolsheviks to the Executive Committee. Patriotic demonstrations, often armed, lead to street fights. These are small discharges of the accumulated electricity. Neither side directly intends to attack, the reaction is too weak, the revolution is not yet fully confident of its power. But the streets of the town seem paved with explosive material. A battle hovers in the air. The Bolshevik press explains and restrains. The patriotic press gives away its fright with an unbridled baiting of Bolsheviks. On the 25th, Lenin writes, "This universal wild cry of spite and rage against the Bolsheviks is the common complaint of cadets, social revolutionaries, and Mensheviks against their own flabbiness. They are in a majority. They are the government. They are all together in a bloc. And they see that nothing comes of it. What can they do but rage against the Bolsheviks?" Chapter 23. Conclusion. In the first pages of this work we tried to show how deeply the October Revolution was rooted in the social relations of Russia. Our analysis, far from having been accommodated ex post facto to the achieved events, was on the contrary made by us long before the revolution, indeed before its prologue of 1905. In the further pages we tried to see how the social forces of Russia revealed themselves in the events of the revolution. We recorded the activity of the political parties in their interrelations with the classes. The sympathies and antipathies of the author may be set aside. A historic exposition has a right to demand that its objectivity be recognized if, resting upon accurately established facts, it reproduces their inner connection on the basis of the real development of social relations. The inner causal order of the process thus coming to life becomes itself the best proof of the objectivity of the exposition. The events of the February Revolution passing before the reader have confirmed our theoretical prognosis for the time being by one half at least, through a method of successive elimination. Before the proletariat came to power, all the other variants of the political development were subjected to the test of life and thrown aside as worthless. The government of the liberal bourgeoisie with Kerensky as a democratic hostage, proved a total failure. The April days were the first candid warning addressed by the October to the February Revolution. The bourgeois provisional government was replaced after this by a coalition whose fruitlessness was revealed on every day of its existence. In the June demonstration summoned by the Executive Committee on its own initiative, although perhaps not quite voluntarily, the February Revolution tried to measure strength with the October and suffered a cruel defeat. The defeat was the more fatal in that it occurred in the Petrograd arena, and at the hands of those same workers and soldiers who had achieved the February Revolution and turned it over to the rest of the country. The June demonstration proved that the workers and soldiers of Petrograd were on their way to a new revolution whose aims were inscribed on their banners. Unmistakable signs testified that all the rest of the country, although with an inevitable delay, would catch up with Petrograd. Thus by the end of its fourth month the February Revolution had already exhausted itself politically. The compromisers had lost the confidence of the soldiers and workers. A conflict between the leading Soviet parties and the Soviet masses now became inevitable. After the manifestation of June 18, which was a peaceful test of the correlation of forces of the two revolutions, the contradiction between them must inevitably take an open and violent form. Thus arose the July days. 2 weeks after the demonstration which had been organized from above, the same workers and soldiers went out into the street on their own initiative and demanded of the Central Executive Committee that it seize the power. The compromisers flatly refused. The July days led to street encounters and casualties, and ended with the dispersion of the Bolsheviks who were declared responsible for the bankruptcy of the February regime. That resolution which Tseretelli had introduced on June 11 and which was then voted down, to declare the Bolsheviks beyond the law and disarm them, was carried out in full at the beginning of July. The Bolshevik papers were shut down, the Bolshevik military units were dissolved. The workers were disarmed. The leaders of the party were declared hirelings of the German staff. One of them went into hiding, the others were locked up in jail. But just this victory of the compromisers over the Bolsheviks completely revealed the impotence of the democracy. Against the workers and soldiers, the Democrats were compelled to employ notoriously counter-revolutionary units, hostile not only to the Bolsheviks, but also to the Soviet. The executive committee already had no troops of its own. The liberals drew from this the correct conclusion, which Miliukov formulated in the form of an alternative, Kornilov or Lenin. The revolution actually left no more room for the empire of the Golden Mean. The counter-revolution was saying to itself, now or never. The Supreme Commander-in-Chief, Kornilov, raised a rebellion against the revolution under the guise of a campaign against the Bolsheviks. Just as all forms of the legal opposition before the revolution had adopted the camouflage of patriotism, that is, the necessities of the struggle against the Germans, so now all forms of legal counter-revolution adopted as camouflage the necessities of the struggle against the Bolsheviks. Kornilov had the support of the possessing classes and their party, the cadets. This did not hinder, but rather promoted, the result that the troops deployed against Petrograd by Kornilov were defeated without a fight, capitulated without an encounter, went up in vapor like a drop falling on a hot stove lid. Thus the attempt at a revolution from the right was made, and moreover by a man standing at the head of the army. The correlation of forces between the possessing classes and the people was tested in action. In the choice between Kornilov and Lenin, Kornilov fell like a rotten fruit, although Lenin was still at that time compelled to remain in deep hiding. What variant after that still remained unused, untried, untested? The variant of Bolshevism. Actually, after the Kornilov attempt and its inglorious collapse, the masses stormily and decisively swung over to the Bolsheviks. The October Revolution advanced with a physical necessity. In distinction from the February Revolution, which has been called bloodless although it cost Petrograd a considerable number of victims, the October Revolution was actually achieved in the capital without bloodshed. Have we not the right to ask, what further demonstration could be given of the deep natural inevitability of the October Revolution? Is it not clear that this revolution can seem the fruit of adventurism and demagogy only to those whom it damaged at the most sensitive point, the pocketbook? The bloody struggle breaks out only after the conquest of power by the Bolshevik Soviets, when the overthrown classes, with material support from the governments of the Entente, make desperate efforts to get back what they have lost. Then come the years of civil war. The Red Army is created, the hungry country is put under the regime of military communism and converted into a Spartan war camp. The October Revolution step by step lays down its road, beats back all enemies, passes over the solution of its industrial problems, heals the heaviest wounds of the imperialist and civil war, and achieves gigantic successes in the sphere of the development of industry. There arise before it, however, new difficulties flowing from its isolated position with mighty capitalistic lands surrounding it. That belatedness of development which had brought the Russian proletariat to power, has imposed upon that power tasks which in their essence cannot be fully achieved within the framework of an isolated state. The fate of that state is thus wholly bound up with the further course of world history. This first volume, dedicated to the February Revolution, shows how and why that revolution was bound to come to nothing. The second volume will show how the October Revolution triumphed. Chronological table for Volume 1. 1774. Pugachev Rebellion of Cossacks and Peasants. 1825. Dekabryst uprising against Tsarism led by liberal officers. 1848. The Communist Manifesto published by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the foundation of revolutionary socialism or communism. 1861. Peasant reform, abolition of serfdom in Russia. 1864. The International established by Marx and others. 1871. The Paris Commune. 1882. Plekhanov publishes first pamphlet introducing Marxian socialism into Russia. 1905. The Revolution of 1905 in Russia. First organization of Soviets by Russian workers. Bloody Sunday, workers led by Father Gapon and carrying a petition to the Tsar, are mowed down by the Tsar's troops. 1914. World War begins. Germany declares war against Russia. Bolshevik deputies in the State Duma arrested and sent to Siberia. 1915. Russian revolutionary internationalist paper, Nash Slovo, appears in Paris with Trotsky on the editorial staff. International Socialist Congress in Zimmerwald, Switzerland. 1916. Second Congress of Socialist Internationalists at Kienthal. 1917. Street meetings and a printers' strike celebrate the anniversary of Bloody Sunday. The last State Duma assembles. Celebration of International Women's Day begins the revolution. 200,000 workers on strike in Petrograd. General strike in Petrograd. Shootings and arrests of revolutionists. Duma dissolved by the Tsar. The deputies disperse but decide not to leave town. Tens of thousands of workers in the streets. Mutiny of the Guard regiments. Formation of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Formation of Provisional Committee of the Duma. Arrest of the Tsar's ministers. Capture of Schlüsselburg prison. First issue of Izvestia, the news of the Soviet. Order number 1 is issued to the soldiers. Formation of the soldiers section of the Soviet. First session of the Moscow Soviet. The Tsar abdicates in favor of the Grand Duke Mikhail. The provisional government is formed by the Provisional Committee of the Duma, with the support of the Soviet and with Kerensky, a Minister of Justice. The Grand Duke Mikhail abdicates. The provisional government announces the revolution to the world by radio. The first issue of Pravda, central organ of the Bolshevik Party. The provisional government declares amnesty for political prisoners. The Tsar arrested at Mogilev. Address of the Soviet to the people of the whole world declaring for peace without annexations or indemnities. Funeral of the martyrs of the revolution. All-Russian Conference of the Soviets. Lenin, Zinoviev and other Bolshevik arrive from Switzerland. Lenin's April theses outlining his policy of proletarian revolution. Celebration of the International Socialist holiday of May 1st. Foreign Minister Milyukov sends a note to the Allies promising war to victory on the old terms. Armed demonstrations of protest against the note of Milyukov the April days. Beginning of an all-Russian conference of the Bolshevik Party. The Petrograd Soviet votes for a coalition government. Milyukov resigns. Trotsky arrives from America, seconding the policies of Lenin. An all-Russian Congress of Peasants' Deputies opens in Petrograd. Coalition government is organized with Kerensky as Minister of War. The Kronstadt Soviet declares itself the sole governing power in Kronstadt. All-Russian Congress of the Social Revolutionary Party. First Conference of Factory and Shop Committees opens in Petrograd. First All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Kerensky orders Russian armies to take the offensive. A demonstration called by the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries turns out to be a Bolshevik demonstration. Patriotic demonstration on Nevsky Prospect, carrying portrait of Kerensky. July days, semi-insurrection followed by attempted stamping out of Bolshevism in Petrograd. Note, Russian dates are given according to the old calendar. Add 13 days to find the date according to the calendar that is now international. Volume 1, Appendix I. The question of the peculiarities of Russia's historic development, and, bound up therewith, the question of its future destinies, lay at the bottom of all the debates and groupings of the Russian intelligentsia throughout almost the whole of the 19th century. Slavophilism and Westernism resolved this question in opposite ways but with similar dogmatism. They were replaced by the theories of the Narodniks and Marxism. Before the Narodnik theory conclusively faded out under the influence of bourgeois liberalism, it long and stubbornly defended the idea of a completely unique course of development for Russia, a detour around capitalism. In this sense the Narodniks continued the Slavophile tradition, purging it however of monarchist churchly pan-Slavic elements, and giving it a revolutionary democratic character. In the essence of the matter the Slavophile conception, with all its reactionary fantasticness, and also Narodnikism, with all its democratic illusions, were by no means mere speculations, but rested upon indubitable and moreover deep peculiarities of Russia's development, understood one-sidedly however and incorrectly evaluated. In its struggle with Narodnikyism, Russian Marxism, demonstrating the identity of the laws of development for all countries, not infrequently fell into a dogmatic mechanization, discovering a tendency to pour out the baby with the bath. This tendency is revealed especially sharply in many of the works of the well-known Professor Pokrovsky. In 1922 Pokrovsky came down upon the historic conception of the author which lies at the basis of the theory of permanent revolution. We consider it useful, at least for readers interesting themselves not only in the dramatic course of events but also in revolutionary doctrine, to adduce here the more essential excerpts from our answers to Professor Pokrovsky published in 2 issues of the central organ of the Bolshevik Party, Pravda, July 1 and 2, 1922. Concerning the peculiarities of Russia's historic development. Pokrovsky has published an article dedicated to my book, 1905, which demonstrates, negatively, alas, what a complex matter it is to apply methods of historic materialism to living human history, and what a rubber stamp affair is often made out of history even by such deeply erudite people as Pokrovsky. The book which Pokrovsky criticizes was directly called out by a desire to establish historically and justify theoretically the slogan of the conquest of power by the proletariat, as against the slogan of a bourgeois democratic republic, and also that of a democratic government of the proletariat and the peasantry. This line of thought produced a very great theoretic indignation on the part of no small number of Marxists, indeed an overwhelming majority of them. Those who expressed this indignation were not only Mensheviks, but also Kamina and Roscoff. Their point of view in broad outlines was as follows: the political rule of the bourgeoisie must precede the political rule of the proletariat. The bourgeois democratic republic must be a prolonged historic schooling for the proletariat. The attempt to jump over this stage is adventurism. If the working class in the West has not yet conquered the power, how can the Russian proletariat set itself this task? Etc., etc. From the point of view of this pseudo-Marxism, which confines itself to historical mechanisms, formal analogies, converting historic epochs into a logical succession of inflexible social categories, from this point of view the slogan of the conquest of power by the working class in Russia must have seemed a monstrous departure from Marxism. However, a serious empirical evaluation of the social forces as they stood in 1903-05 powerfully suggested the entire viability of a struggle for a conquest of power by the working class. Is this a peculiarity, or is it not? Does it assume profound peculiarities in the whole historical development, or does it not? How does it come that such a task arose before the proletariat of Russia, that is, the most backward country of Europe? And in what consists the backwardness of Russia? Merely in the fact that Russia is belatedly repeating the history of the Western European countries? But in that case, would it be possible to talk of a conquest of power by the Russian proletariat? This conquest, however, was actually made. Where lies the essence of all this? In that the indubitable and irrefutable belatedness of Russia's development under influence and pressure of the higher culture from the West, results not in a simple repetition of the Western European historic process, but in the creation of profound peculiarities demanding independent study. This deep uniqueness in our political situation, which led to the victorious October Revolution before the beginning of the revolution in Europe, had its roots in the peculiar correlation of forces among the different classes and the state power. When Pokrovsky and Roscoff quarreled with the Narodniks or liberals, demonstrating that the organization and policy of Tsarism was determined by the economic development and the interests of the possessing classes, they were fundamentally right. But when Pokrovsky tries to repeat this against me, he simply hits the wrong mark. The result of our belated historic development, in the conditions of the imperialist encirclement, was that our bourgeoisie did not have time to push out Tsarism before the proletariat had become an independent revolutionary force. But for Pokrovsky, the very question which constitutes for us the central theme of the investigation, does not exist. Pokrovsky writes, to portray the Moscow Rus of the 16th century on a background of general European relations of that time is an extremely alluring enterprise. There is no better way to refute the prejudices prevailing until now even in Marxist circles about the primitiveness of those economic foundations upon which the Russian autocracy arose, and further, to present this autocracy in its real historic connections, as one of the aspects of commercial capitalist Europe, that is an undertaking not only of extraordinary interest to the historian, but also of extraordinary educational importance for the reading public. There is no more radical way of putting an end to the legend of peculiarities of the Russian historic process. Pokrovsky, as we see, flatly denies the primitiveness and backwardness of our economic development, and therewith relegates the peculiarities of the Russian historic process to the sphere of legend. And the whole trouble is that Pokrovsky is completely hypnotized by the comparatively broad development of trade noticed by him and also by Roscoff in 16th century Russia. It is hard to understand how Pokrovsky could make such a mistake. You might indeed imagine that trade is the basis of economic life and its infallible measuring rod. The German economist Karl Bucher 20 years ago tried to find in trade a criterion of the whole economic development. Struve, of course, hastened to transport this discovery into the Russian economic science. At that time the theory of Bucher met a perfectly natural opposition from the Marxists. We find the criteria of economic development in production, in technique and the social organization of labor, and the path followed by the product from the producer to the consumer we regard as a secondary phenomenon, whose roots are to be found in that same production. The large scope, at least in a spatial sense, of Russian trade in the 16th century, however paradoxical from the standpoint of the Bucher-Struve criterion, is explained exactly by the extraordinary primitiveness of Russian economy. The West European city was a craft guild and trade league city. Our cities were above all administrative, military, consequently consuming, and not producing, centers. The craft guild culture of the West formed itself on a relatively high level of economic development when all the fundamental processes of the manufacturing industries had been distinguished from agriculture, and had been converted into independent crafts, had created their own organizations, their own focuses, the cities, and at first a limited, but nevertheless stable, market. At the basis of the medieval European city therefore lay a comparatively high differentiation of industry, giving rise to regular interrelations between the city center and its agricultural periphery. Our economic backwardness, on the other hand, found its expression in the fact that craft, not yet separated from agriculture, preserved the form of home industry. Here we were nearer to India than to Europe, just as our medieval cities were nearer to the Asiatic than the European type, and as our autocracy, standing between the European absolutism and the Asiatic despotism, in many features approached the latter. With the boundlessness of our spaces and the sparseness of the population, the exchange of products presupposed a mediating role of trade capital on the broadest scale. This scale was possible exactly because the West stood at a far higher level of development, had its own innumerable demands, sent out its merchants and its goods, and therewith stimulated our trade turnover with its extremely primitive, and in a certain measure barbarian, economic basis. Not to see this immense peculiarity of our historic development means not to see our whole history. My Siberian boss, Jacob Andreevich Chernik, this was not in the 16th century, but at the very beginning of the 20th, enjoyed an almost unlimited rulership within the limits of Kyrensky County, thanks to his trade operations. Jacob Andreevich bought up furs from the Tunghus and bought in the parish contributions in kind from the priests of more remote districts, imported calico from the Irkutsk and Nizhny Novgorod market, and above all supplied vodka. Jacob Andreevich was illiterate, but a millionaire. His dictatorship, as the representative of trade capital, was indubitable. He even always talked of my little Tunghuse. The city of Kyrensk, like Verkholensk and Nizhny-Ilimsk, was a residence of sheriffs and magistrates, kulaks in hierarchical dependence one upon another, all kinds of officials, and a few wretched artisans. An organized handicraft as the basis of city economic life I did not find there, neither guilds, nor guild holidays, nor trade leagues, although Jacob Andreevich counted himself a member of the Second League. Really, this live bit of Siberian reality carries us far deeper into an understanding of the historic peculiarities of Russia's development than what Pokrovsky says on this subject. That is a fact. The trade operations of Jacob Andreevich extended from the midstream of the Lena and its eastern tributaries to Nizhny Novgorod and even Moscow. Few trades of continental Europe can mark off such distances on their maps. However, this trade dictator, this king of clubs, in the language of the Siberian farmers, was the most finished and convincing incarnation of our industrial backwardness, barbarism, primitiveness, sparseness of population, scatteredness of peasant towns and villages, impassable country roads, creating around the counties, districts, and villages in the spring and autumn floods a 2-month swampy blockade, of our universal illiteracy, etc., etc. And Chernik had risen to his commercial importance on the basis of the Siberian barbarism, because the West, Rassi, Moskva, was exerting pressure, and was taking Siberia in tow, creating a combination of nomad economic primitiveness with alarm clocks from Warsaw. The guildcraft was the basis of the medieval city culture, which radiated also into the village. Medieval science, scholasticism, religious reformation, grew out of a craft guild soil. We did not have these things. Of course the embryo symptoms, the signs, can be found, but in the West these things were not signs but powerful cultural economic formations with a craft guild basis. Upon this basis stood the medieval European city, and upon this it grew and entered into the conflict with the church and the feudal lords, and brought into play against the lords the hand of the monarchy. That same city created the technical premises for standing armies in the shape of firearms. Where were our craft guild cities even in a remote degree similar to the Western cities? Where was their struggle with the feudal lords? And was the foundation for the development of the Russian autocracy laid by a struggle of the industrial commercial city with the feudal lord? By the very nature of our cities we had no such struggle, just as we had no reformation. Is this a peculiarity or is not it? Our handicraft remained at the stage of home industry, that is, did not split off from peasant agriculture. Our reformation remained at the stage of the peasant sect, because it found no leadership from the cities. Primitiveness and backwardness here cry to the heavens. Tsarism arose as an independent state organization, not thanks to a struggle of powerful feudal cities with powerful lords, but in spite of the complete industrial feebleness of our cities and thanks to the feebleness of our feudal lords. Poland in her social structure stood between Russia and the West, just as Russia stood between Asia and Europe. The Polish cities knew already much more of guildcraft than ours did, but they did not succeed in rising high enough to help the kingly power break the barons. The state power remained in the immediate hands of the nobility. The result, complete impotence of the state and its disintegration. What has been said of Tsarism relates also to capital and the proletariat. I cannot understand why Pokrovsky directs his rage only against my first chapter dealing with Tsarism. Russian capitalism did not develop from handicraft through manufacture to the factory, because European capital, at first in the trade form and afterwards in the finance and industrial form, poured down on us during that period when Russian handicraft had not in the mass divided itself from agriculture. Hence the appearance among us of the most modern capitalist industry in an environment of economic primitiveness, the Belgian or American factory, and round about its settlements, villages of wood and straw, burning up every year, etc. The most primitive beginnings and the latest European endings. Hence the mighty role of West European capital in Russian industry, hence the political weakness of the Russian bourgeoisie, hence the ease with which we settled accounts with the Russian bourgeoisie, hence our further difficulties when the European bourgeoisie interfered. And our proletariat? Did it pass through the school of the medieval apprentice brotherhoods? Has it the ancient tradition of the guilds? Nothing of the kind. It was thrown into the factory cauldron snatched directly from the plough. Hence the absence of conservative tradition, absence of caste in the proletariat itself, revolutionary freshness, hence, along with other causes, October, the first workers' government in the world. But hence also illiteracy, backwardness, absence of organizational habits, absence of system in labor, of cultural and technical education. All these minuses in our cultural economic structure we are feeling at every step. The Russian state encountered the military organization of Western nations standing on a higher political and cultural level. Thus Russian capital in its first step ran into the far more developed and powerful capital of the West and fell under its leadership. Thus the Russian working class in its first steps also found ready weapons worked out by the experience of the West European proletariat, the Marxian theory, the trade union, the political party. Whoever explains the character and policy of the autocracy merely by the interests of the Russian possessing classes forgets that besides the more backward, poorer and more ignorant exploiters in Russia, there were the richer and more powerful exploiters in Europe. The possessing classes of Russia had to encounter the possessing classes of Europe, hostile or semi-hostile. This encounter was mediated through a state organization. Such an organization was the autocracy. The whole structure and history of the autocracy would have been different if it had not been for the European cities, European gunpowder, if it had not been for the European stock markets. In the last epoch of its existence the autocracy was not only an organ of the possessing classes of Russia, but also of the organization of European stock markets for the exploitation of Russia. This double role again gave it a very considerable independence. A sharp expression of this is the fact that the French bourse made a loan for the support of the autocracy in 1905 against the will of the party of the Russian bourgeoisie. Tsarism was shattered in the imperialist war. And why? Because it had under it a too low-grade productive foundation. In military technical matters Tsarism tried to fall in line with more perfected models. It was every way assisted in this by the more rich and cultured allies. Thanks to this fact Tsarism had at its disposal the most finished weapons of war, but it had not, and could not have, the capacity to reproduce these weapons and transport them on railroads and waterways with sufficient speed. In other words, Tsarism was defending the interests of the ruling classes of Russia in the international struggle, while relying upon a more primitive economic basis than her enemies and allies. Tsarism exploited this basis during the war mercilessly, devoured, that is to say, a far greater percentage of the national wealth and the national income than her mighty enemies and allies. This fact finds its confirmation on the one hand in the system of war debts, on the other in the complete ruin of Russia. All these circumstances, which immediately predetermined the October Revolution, the victory of the proletariat and its future difficulties, remain totally unexplained by the commonplaces of Pokrovsky. Volume 1, Appendix 2. In a New York daily paper, Novy Mir, published for the Russian workers in America, the author of this book attempted an analysis and a prognosis of the development of the revolution on the basis of the scant information supplied by the American press. The inner history of the developing events, wrote the author on March 6, 1917, is known to us only in fragments and hints which have crept into the official dispatches. The series of articles devoted to the revolution begins on February 27 and breaks off on March 14 with the departure of the author from New York. We reproduce below a series of excerpts from these articles in chronological order, which will give an idea of the views of the revolution with which the author arrived in Russia on May 4. February 27. The disorganized, compromised, disintegrated government at the top, the army shaken to the depths, the discontent, uncertainty and fear among the ruling classes, deep bitterness in the popular masses, the numerically developed proletariat tempered in the fire of events, all this gives us the right to say that we are witnessing the beginning of the Second Russian Revolution. Let us hope that many of us will be participants in it. March 3. The Rodchenkos and Miliukovs have begun talking too soon about law and order. Not tomorrow will tranquility descend on billowing Russia. Stratum after stratum now, the country will arise, all the oppressed, destitute, robbed by Tsarism and the ruling classes, throughout the whole measureless space of the whole Russian prison of the people. The Petrograd events are only beginning. At the head of the popular masses, the Russian revolutionary proletariat will fulfill its historic task. It will drive out the monarchical and aristocratic reaction from all its refuges, and stretch out its hand to the proletariat of Germany and all Europe. For it is necessary to liquidate not only Tsarism, but also the war. Now the second wave of the revolution will roll over the heads of the Rodchenkos and Miliukovs, busy with their attempts to restore order and come to terms with monarchy. From its own depths the revolution will produce its government, a revolutionary organ of the people marching to victory. Both the chief battles and the chief sacrifices are in the future, and only after them will come complete and genuine victory. March 4. The long-restrained discontent of the masses has broken to the surface so late, on the 32nd month of the war, not because there stood before the masses a police bulwark, very much shaken during the war, but because all the liberal institutions and organs, including their social patriotic hangers-on, have exercised an enormous political pressure upon the less conscious layers of the workers, suggesting to them the necessity of patriotic discipline and order. Now only came the turn of the Duma. The Tsar tried at the last moment to disperse it. And it would have submissively dispersed following the precedent of former years, if it had been able to. But the capitals were already in the control of the revolutionary people, that same people who, against the will of the liberal bourgeoisie, come out into the street to fight. The army was with the people. And if the bourgeoisie had not made an attempt to organize their power, a revolutionary government would have issued from the midst of the insurrectionary worker masses. That Duma of June 3 would never have ventured to snatch the power from the hands of Tsarism, but it could not help making use of the created interregnum. The monarchy had temporarily disappeared from the face of the earth and a revolutionary power was not yet created. March 6. An open conflict between the forces of revolution at whose head stands the city proletariat, and the anti-revolutionary liberal bourgeoisie temporarily in power, is absolutely inevitable. You can, of course, and the liberal bourgeois and mountain socialist of the Philistine type are heartily busy about it, pile up many pitiful words on the subject of the immense advantages of national unity over class split. But nobody has yet succeeded with such incantations in removing social contradictions and stopping the natural development of a revolutionary struggle. Already at this moment, immediately, the revolutionary proletariat ought to oppose its revolutionary institutions, the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, to the executive institutions of the provisional government. In this struggle the proletariat, uniting around itself the rising popular masses, ought to make its direct goal the conquest of power. Only a revolutionary workers' government will have the will and ability, even during the preparation for a constituent assembly, to carry out a radical democratic clean-up throughout the country, reconstruct the army from top to bottom, convert it into a revolutionary militia and demonstrate in action to the lower ranks of the peasants that their salvation lies only in supporting a revolutionary workers' regime. March 7. While the clique of Nicholas II held the power, dynastic and reactionary aristocratic interests had the last word in foreign policy. For just this reason in Berlin and Vienna they were continually hoping for a separate peace with Russia. But now the interests of naked imperialism are inscribed on the governmental banners. The Tsar's government is no more, the Gukakovs and Miliukovs are telling the people, now you must pour out your blood for the all-national interests. But by national interests the Russian imperialists mean the getting back of Poland, the conquest of Galicia, Constantinople, Armenia, Persia. In other words, Russia now takes her place in the joint ranks of imperialism with other European states, and first of all with her allies, England and France. The proletariat of Russia cannot possibly reconcile the transition from a dynastic aristocratic imperialism to a purely bourgeois regime with this butchery. The international struggle against the world butchery and imperialism is now our task more than ever before. The imperialist boast of Miliukov, to crush Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey, now plays perfectly into the hands of the Hohenzollerns and Habsburgs. Miliukov will now play the role of a garden scarecrow in their hands. Before the new imperialistic liberal government undertakes reforms in the army, it will help the Hohenzollern raise the patriotic spirit and restore the national unity of the German people, now cracking in all its seams. If the German proletariat should get the right to think that the whole Russian people, and among them the chief force of the revolution, the Russian proletariat, stands behind its new bourgeois government, that would be a terrible blow to our colleagues, the revolutionary socialists of Germany. It is the straight duty of the revolutionary proletariat of Russia to show that behind the evil imperialist will of the liberal bourgeoisie there is no strength, for it has no support in the worker masses. The Russian Revolution ought to reveal its authentic face before the whole world, that is, its irreconcilable hostility not only to the dynastic aristocratic reaction, but to liberal imperialism. March 8. Under the banner Salvation of the Country, the liberal bourgeois is trying to keep the revolutionary leadership of the people in his hands, and with this aim is dragging after him on a tow line not only the Trudovik Kerensky, but evidently also Chij, representative of the opportunist elements of the social democracy. The agrarian question will drive a deep wedge into the present aristocratic bourgeois social patriotic bloc. Kerensky will have to choose between the liberal, the 3rd of June men, who want to steal the whole revolution for capitalist goals, and the revolutionary proletariat, which will unfold to its full width the program of agrarian revolution, that is, confiscation in behalf of the people of the czarist, landlord, upmanage, monastery, and church lands. What personal choice Kerensky makes will make no difference. It is another matter with the peasant masses, the rural lower ranks. To bring them over to the side of the proletariat is the most urgent unpostponable task. It would be a crime to try to accomplish this task by adapting our policy to the national patriotic limitedness of the village. The Russian worker would commit suicide if he paid for his union with the peasant at the price of a breaking of his ties with the European proletariat. But there is no political need for this, we have a more powerful weapon in our hands, whereas the present provisional government and the ministry of Lvov, Gukakov, Miliukov, Kerensky, are compelled, in the name of a preservation of their unity, to sidestep the agrarian question. We can and must present it in its full stature before the peasant masses of Russia. Since agrarian reform is impossible, we are for the imperialist war, said the Russian bourgeoisie after the experience of 1905-07. Turn your back to the imperialist war, opposing to it the agrarian revolution, we will say to the peasant masses, referring to the experience of 1914-17. This same question, the land question, will play an immense role in uniting the proletarian cadres of the army with its peasant depths. The land of the landlords, and not Constantinople, the soldier proletarian will say to the soldier peasant, explaining to him whom and what the imperialist war is serving. And upon the success of our agitation and struggle against the war, above all among the workers, and in the second place among the peasant and soldier masses, will depend the answer to the question how soon the liberal imperialist government can be replaced by a revolutionary workers' government resting directly upon the proletariat, and the rural lower ranks adhering to it. The Rodchenkos, Gokhovs, Miliukovs will bend all their efforts to get a constituent assembly in their image. The strongest trump in their hand will be the slogan of the common national war against an external enemy. They will now talk, of course, about the necessity of defending the conquests of the revolution against destruction by the Hohenzollerns. And the social patriots will join the song. If we had something to defend, we will say. The first thing is to ensure the revolution against the domestic enemy. We must, without waiting for the Constituent Assembly, sweep out the monarchic and feudal rubbish to the last corner. We must teach the Russian peasant not to trust the promises of Rodchenko and the patriotic lies of Miliukov. We must unite the peasant millions against the liberal imperialists under the banner of agrarian revolution and the republic. Only a revolutionary government relying on the proletariat, which will remove the Gukakovs and Miliukovs from power, can carry out this work to the full. This workers' government will bring into play all the instruments of state power in order to raise to their feet, educate, and unite the most backward and dark depths of the toiling masses of the city and village. And if the German proletariat does not rise? What shall we do then? That is, you assume that the Russian Revolution can go by without affecting Germany, even in case our revolution puts a workers' government in power? But surely that is utterly improbable. Yes, but suppose it happens. If the improbable should happen, if the conservative social patriotic organization should prevent the German working class from rising against its ruling classes in the coming epoch, then of course the Russian working class would defend its revolution with arms in its hands. The revolutionary workers' government would wage war against the Hohenzollerns, summoning the brother proletariat of Germany to rise against the common enemy. In exactly the same way the German proletariat, if in the coming epoch it came to power, would not only have the right, but would be obliged, to wage war against Gukakov and Miliukov in order to help the Russian worker settle accounts with his imperialist enemy. In both these situations the war conducted by a proletarian government would be only an armed revolution. It would be a question not of the defense of the government, but of the defense of the revolution, and its transplantation into other countries. It is hardly necessary to demonstrate that in the above extended excerpts from popular articles to be read by workers, the same view of the development of the revolution is expounded as that which found its expression in Lenin's theses of April 4. In connection with the crisis which the Bolshevik Party went through in the first 2 months of the February Revolution, it is not superfluous to adduce here a quotation from an article written by the author of this book in 1909 for the Polish Journal of Rosa Luxemburg. If the Mensheviks, starting from the abstraction our revolution is a bourgeois revolution, arrive at the idea of adapting the whole tactic of the proletariat to the conduct of the liberal bourgeoisie, even to the point of a conquest by it of the state power, then the Bolsheviks, starting from an equally bare abstraction a democratic and not a socialist dictatorship, will arrive at the idea of a bourgeois democratic self-limitation of the proletariat in whose hands the governmental power will be found. To be sure, the difference between them on this question is very considerable, while the anti-revolutionary sides of Menshevism are expressed in their full strength even now. The anti-revolutionary traits of Bolshevism threaten a great danger only in the case of a revolutionary victory. After 1923 those words were widely used by the epigones in their struggle against Trotskyism. As a matter of fact they give, 8 years before the event, a perfectly accurate characterization of the conduct of the present epigones in the case of a revolutionary victory. The party issued from the April crisis with honor, having settled accounts with the anti-revolutionary traits of its right flank. For this reason the author in 1922 supplemented the passage quoted above with the following remark. This, as is well known, did not happen, because under the leadership of Lenin Bolshevism carried out its intellectual rearmament upon this all-important question in the spring of 1917, that is, before the conquest of power. Lenin, in April 1917, in his struggle with the opportunist tendencies of the dominant layer of the Bolsheviks, wrote, "The Bolshevik slogans and ideas in general are completely confirmed, but concretely things have shaped themselves otherwise than anybody could have expected, more originally, uniquely, variously. To ignore, to forget this fact would mean to be like those old Bolsheviks who have more than once already played a pitiful role in the history of our party, meaninglessly repeating a formula learned by rote instead of studying the unique living reality. Whoever talks now only of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry is lagging behind life. He has by that very fact gone over actually to the bourgeoisie against the proletarian class struggle. Him we must put away in the archives of Bolshevik pre-revolutionary curiosities." Volume 1, Appendix 3. To Professor A. Cown, the University of California. You ask me how correctly Sukhanov describes my meeting in May 1917 with the editors of Novy Zhizn, a newspaper nominally directed by Maxim Gorky. In order that what follows may be understood, I must say a few words as to the general character of the 7-volume Notes of the Revolution by Sukhanov. With all the faults of that work which make the reading of it at times unbearable, it is impossible not to recognize the conscientiousness of the author which renders his notes a valuable source for the historian. Jurists know, however, that the conscientiousness of a witness by no means guarantees the reliability of his testimony. it is necessary to take into consideration his level of development, his vision, hearing, memory, his mood at the moment of the event, etc. Sukhanov is an impressionist of the intellectual type, and like the majority of such people lacks the ability to understand the political psychology of men of a different mold. Notwithstanding the fact that he himself in 1917 stood in the left wing of the compromise camp, and so in close neighborhood to the Bolsheviks, he was and remained, with his Hamlet temperament, the very opposite of a Bolshevik. There lives always in him a feeling of hostile revulsion from integrated people, people who know firmly what they want and where they are going. All of this brings it about that Sukhanov in his notes quite conscientiously piles up mistake after mistake so soon as he tries to understand the springs of action of the Bolsheviks, or reveal their motivation behind the scenes. At times it seems as though he consciously confuses simple and clear questions. In reality he is organically incapable, at least in politics, of finding the shortest distance between 2 points. Sukhanov wastes no little strength in the effort to contrast my line with Lenin's. Being very sensitive to the moods of the couloir and the gossip of intellectual circles, in which, by the way, lies one of the merits of the notes, which contain much material for characterizing the psychology of the liberal, radical, and socialistic upper circles, Sukhanov naturally nourished a hope that disagreements would arise between Lenin and Trotsky, the more so that this must lighten somewhat the unenviable fate of Novy Zhizn, standing between the social patriots and the Bolsheviks. In his notes Sukhanov is still living in the atmosphere of those unrealized hopes under the form of political recollections and ex post facto guesses. Peculiarities of personality, temperament, style, he tries to interpret as a political line. In connection with the abandoned Bolshevik manifestation of June 10, and more especially the armed demonstration of the July days, Sukhanov tries throughout many pages to demonstrate that Lenin was directly striving in those days for a seizure of power by way of conspiracy and insurrection, while Trotsky by contrast was striving for the real power of the Soviets in the person of the then dominant parties, that is, the Social Revolutionaries and Mensheviks. There is not a shadow of foundation for all this. At the first Congress of the Soviets on June 4, Tsereteli during his speech remarked in passing, "In Russia at the present moment there is not one political party which would say, 'Give us the power in our hands.'" At that moment a voice was heard from the benches. "There is." Lenin did not like to interrupt orators, and did not like to be interrupted. Only serious considerations could have impelled him to abandon on that occasion his customary restraint. According to Tsereteli's logic, when the nation gets into a tangle of enormous difficulty, the first thing to do is to try to slip the power to others. In this lay the cleverness of the Russian compromisers who after the February uprising slipped the power to the liberals. To a not very attractive fear of responsibility, Tsereteli was giving the color of political disinterestedness and extraordinary farsightedness. To a revolutionist who believes in the mission of his party such cowardly swanking is absolutely intolerable. A revolutionary party which is capable in difficult conditions of turning away from the power, deserves only contempt. In a speech at that same session Lenin explained his reply from the benches. The citizen minister of Posts and Telegraph said that there is no political party in Russia which would express its readiness to take upon itself the whole power. I answer there is. No party can decline to do that, and our party does not decline. It is ready at any minute to take the whole power. You may laugh all you want to, but if the citizen minister puts this question to us he will get the proper answer. It would seem as though Lenin's thought is transparent through and through. At the same Congress of the Soviets, speaking after the Minister of Agriculture, Peshekhanov, I expressed myself as follows: I do not belong to the same party with him, but if they told me that a ministry was to be formed out of 12 Peshekhanovs, I should say that this was an immense step forward. I do not think that at that time, amid those events, my words about a ministry of Peshekhanovs could be understood as an antithesis to Lenin's readiness to take power. Sukhanov appears as an ex post facto theoretician of this pretended antithesis. Interpreting the Bolshevik preparation of the demonstration of June 10 in favor of the power of the Soviets as a preparation for the seizure of power, Sukhanov writes, Lenin 2 or 3 days before the manifestation publicly stated that he was ready to take the power in his hands. But Trotsky said at the same time that he would like to see 12 Peshekhanov's power. That is the difference. But nevertheless I assume that Trotsky was drawn into the affair of June 10. Lenin was not then inclined to enter a decisive engagement without the dubious Mesdure Wunitz. For Trotsky was to him a kind of monumental partner in a monumental game, and in his own party after Lenin himself there was nothing, for a long distance. This whole passage is full of contradictions. According to Sukhanov, Lenin would seem to have been really intending what Tseretelty accused him of, an immediate seizure of power by the proletarian minority. A proof of such Blanquism Sukhanov sees, if you can believe it, in those words of Lenin about the readiness of the Bolsheviks to take the power in spite of all difficulties. But if Lenin had really intended on June 10 to seize the power by way of a conspiracy, he would hardly have forewarned his enemies of this at a plenary session of the Soviets on June 4. It should hardly be necessary to recall that from the first day of his arrival in Petrograd, Lenin had been telling the party that the Bolsheviks could assume the task of overthrowing the provisional government only after winning a majority in the Soviets. In the April days Lenin decisively opposed those Bolsheviks who advanced the slogan "Down with the provisional government" as the task of the day. Lenin's reply of June 4 had only one meaning: we, the Bolsheviks, are ready to take the power even today if the workers and soldiers give us their confidence. In this we are distinguished from the compromisers who, possessing the confidence of the workers and soldiers, dare not take the power. Sukhanov contrasts Trotsky with Lenin as a realist with a Blanquist. Without accepting Lenin, one could fully agree to Trotsky's presentation of the question. At the same time Sukhanov announces that, Trotsky was drawn into the affair of June 10, that is, to the conspiracy for the seizure of power. Having discovered 2 lines where there were not 2, Sukhanov cannot deny himself the pleasure of afterward uniting these 2 lines in one in order to be able to convict me of adventurism. This is a unique and somewhat Platonic revenge for the disappointed hope of the left intelligentsia for a split between Lenin and Trotsky. On the placards which had been prepared by the Bolsheviks for the cancelled demonstration of June 10, and which were afterwards carried by the demonstrators of June 18, a central place was occupied by the slogan "Down with the 10 minister capitalists." Sukhanov, in the quality of aesthete, admires the simple expressiveness of this slogan, but in his quality of statesman he reveals an incomprehension of its meaning. In the government besides the 10 minister capitalists there were also 6 minister compromisers. The Bolshevik placards had nothing to say of them. On the contrary, according to the sense of the slogan, the minister capitalists were to be replaced by minister socialists, representatives of the Soviet majority. It was exactly the sense of the Bolshevik placards that I expressed before the Soviet Congress: break your bloc with the liberals, remove the bourgeois ministers and replace them with your Peshekhanovs. In proposing to the Soviet majority to take the power, the Bolsheviks did not, of course, bind themselves in the least as to their attitude to these Peshekhanovs. On the contrary, they made no secret of the fact that within the frame of the Soviet democracy they would wage an implacable struggle, for a majority in the Soviets and for the power. But all this is after all mere ABC. Only the above-mentioned traits of Sukhanov, not so much as a person but as a type, can explain how this participant and observer of events could get so hopelessly mixed up upon so serious and at the same time so simple a question. In the light of this analysis of a political episode it is easy to understand the false light which Sukhanov throws upon my meeting which interests you with the editors of Novy Zhizn. The moral of my encounter with the circle of Maxim Gorky is expressed by Sukhanov in the concluding phrase which he puts in my mouth. Now I see that nothing remains for me but to found a paper together with Lenin. The inference is that only my inability to reach an agreement with Gorky and Sukhanov, that is, with people whom I never regarded as either men of politics or revolutionists, compelled me to find my way to Lenin. It is only necessary to formulate this idea in order to demonstrate its absurdity. Incidentally, how characteristic of Sukhanov is the phrase, "found a paper together with Lenin," as though the tasks of a revolutionary policy reduced themselves to the founding of a newspaper. For anybody with a minimum of creative imagination, it ought to be clear that I could not so think or so define my tasks. In order to explain my visit to the newspaper circle of Gorky, it is necessary to remember that I arrived in Petrograd at the beginning of May, something over 2 months after the revolution, a month after the arrival of Lenin. During this time many things had adjusted and defined themselves. I had to have a direct, and so to say empirical orientation, not only in the fundamental forces of the revolution, in the moods of the workers and soldiers, but also in all the groupings and political shades of educated society. The visit to the editors of Novy Zhizn was for me a small political reconnoitre executed with a view to finding out the forces of attraction and repulsion possessed by this left group, the chances of splitting off certain elements, etc. A short conversation convinced me of the complete hopelessness of the circle of literary wiseacres, for whom revolution reduced itself to the problem of the leading editorial. And, besides that, since they were accusing the Bolsheviks of self-isolation, laying the blame for this upon Lenin and his April theses, I undoubtedly must have told them that with all their speeches they had only once more demonstrated to me that Lenin was completely right in isolating the party from them, or rather isolating them from the party. This conclusion, which I had to emphasize with special energy for the sake of its effect upon Ryazanov and Lunacharsky, who participated in the conversation, and who were opposed to a union with Lenin, evidently supplied the occasion for Sukhanov's version. It goes without saying that you are completely right in assuming that I would in no case have agreed in the autumn of 1917 to speak about a Gorky Jubilee from the tribune of the Petrograd Soviet. Sukhanov did well that time at least in renouncing one of his fantastic ideas, to induce me on the eve of the October insurrection to take part in a celebration of Gorky, who stood on the other side of the barricades. The History of the Russian Revolution. Volume 2, The Attempted Counter-Revolution. Introduction to Volumes 2 and 3. Russia was so late in accomplishing her bourgeois revolution that she found herself compelled to turn it into a proletarian revolution. Or in other words, Russia was so far behind the other countries that she was compelled, at least in certain spheres, to outstrip them. That seems inconsistent, but history is full of such paradoxes. Capitalist England was so far in advance of other countries, that she had to trail behind them. Pedants think that the dialectic is an idle play of the mind. In reality it only reproduces the process of evolution, which lives and moves by way of contradictions. The first volume of this work should have explained why that historically belated democratic regime which replaced Tsarism proved wholly unviable. The present volumes are devoted to the coming to power of the Bolsheviks. Here too the fundamental thing is the narrative. In the facts themselves the reader ought to find sufficient support for the inferences. By this the author does not mean to say that he has avoided sociological generalizations. History would have no value if it taught us nothing. The mighty design of the Russian Revolution, the consecutiveness of its stages, the inexorable pressure of the masses, the finishedness of political groupings, the succinctness of slogans, all this wonderfully promotes the understanding of revolution in general, and therewith of human society. For we may consider it proven by the whole course of history that society, torn as it is by inner contradictions, conclusively reveals in a revolution not only its anatomy, but also its soul. In a more immediate manner the present work should promote an understanding of the character of the Soviet Union. The timeliness of our theme lies not only in that the October Revolution took place before the eyes of a generation still living, although that of course has no small significance, but in the fact that the regime which issued from the revolution still lives and develops, and is confronting humanity with ever new riddles. Throughout the whole world the question of the Soviet country is never lost sight of for a moment. However, it is impossible to understand any existent thing without a preliminary examination of its origin. For large-scale political appraisals an historic perspective is essential. The 8 months of the revolution, February to October 1917, have required 3 volumes. The critics, as a general rule, have not accused us of prolixity. The scale of the work is explained rather by our approach to the material. You can present a photograph of a hand on one page, but it requires a volume to present the results of a microscopic investigation of its tissues. The author has no illusion as to the fullness or finishedness of his investigation. But nevertheless, in many cases he was obliged to employ methods closer to the microscope than the camera. At times, when it seemed to us that we were abusing the patience of the reader, we generously crossed out the testimony of some witness, the confession of a participant or some secondary episode, but we afterward not infrequently restored much that had been crossed out. In this struggle for details we were guided by a desire to reveal as concretely as possible the very process of the revolution. In particular, it was impossible not to try to make the most of the opportunity to paint history from the life. Thousands and thousands of books are thrown on the market every year presenting some new variant of the personal romance, some tale of the vacillations of the melancholic or the career of the ambitious. The heroine of Proust requires several finely wrought pages in order to feel that she does not feel anything. It would seem that one might, at least with equal justice, demand attention to a series of collective historic dramas which lifted hundreds of millions of human beings out of non-existence, transforming the character of nations and intruding forever into the life of all mankind. The accuracy of our references and quotations in the first volume no one has so far called in question. That would indeed be difficult. Our opponents confine themselves for the most part to reflections upon the topic of how personal prejudice may reveal itself in an artificial and one-sided selection of facts and texts. These observations, although irrefutable in themselves, say nothing about the given work, and still less about its scientific methods. Moreover, we take the liberty to insist firmly that the coefficient of subjectivism is defined, limited, and tested not so much by the temperament of the historian, as by the nature of his method. The purely psychological school, which looks upon the tissue of events as an interweaving of the free activities of separate individuals or their groupings, offers, even with the best intentions on the part of the investigator, a colossal scope to caprice. The materialist method disciplines the historian, compelling him to take his departure from the weighty facts of the social structure. For us, the fundamental forces of the historic process are classes, political parties rest upon them, ideas and slogans emerge as the small change of objective interests. The whole course of the investigation proceeds from the objective to the subjective, from the social to the individual, from the fundamental to the incidental. This sets a rigid limit to the personal whims of the author. When a mining engineer finds magnetic ore in an uninvestigated region by drilling, it is always possible to assume that this was a happy accident. The construction of a mine is hardly to be recommended. But when the same engineer, on the basis, let us say, of the deviation of a magnetic needle, comes to the conclusion that a vein of ore lies concealed in the earth, and subsequently actually strikes ore at various different points in the region, then the most cavilling skeptic will not venture to talk about accidents. What convinces is the system which unites the general with the particular. The proof of scientific objectivism is not to be sought in the eyes of the historian or the tones of his voice, but in the inner logic of the narrative itself. If episodes, testimonies, figures, quotations, fall in with the general pointing of the needle of his social analysis, then the reader has a most weighty guarantee of the scientific solidity of his conclusions. To be more concrete, the present author has been true to objectivism in the degree that his book actually reveals the inevitability of the October Revolution and the causes of its victory. The reader already knows that in a revolution we look first of all for the direct interference of the masses in the destinies of society. We seek to uncover behind the events changes in the collective consciousness. We reject wholesale references to the spontaneity of the movement, references which in most cases explain nothing and teach nobody. Revolutions take place according to certain laws. This does not mean that the masses in action are aware of the laws of revolution, but it does mean that the changes in mass consciousness are not accidental, but are subject to an objective necessity which is capable of theoretic explanation, and thus makes both prophecy and leadership possible. Certain official Soviet historians, surprising as it may seem, have attempted to criticize our conception as idealistic. Professor Pokrovsky, for example, has insisted that we underestimate the objective factors of the revolution. Between February and October there occurred a colossal economic collapse. During this time the peasantry rose against the provisional government. It is in these objective shifts, says Pokrovsky, and not in fickle psychic processes, that one should see the motive force of the revolution. Thanks to a praiseworthy incisiveness of formulation, Pokrovsky exposes to perfection the worthlessness of that vulgarly economic interpretation of history which is frequently given out for Marxism. The radical turns which take place in the course of a revolution are as a matter of fact evoked, not by those episodic economic disturbances which arise during the events themselves, but by fundamental changes which have accumulated in the very foundations of society throughout the whole preceding epoch. The fact that on the eve of the overthrow of the monarchy, as also between February and October, the economic collapse was steadily deepening, nourishing, and whipping up the discontent of the masses, that fact is indubitable and has never lacked our attention. But it would be the crudest mistake to assume that the second revolution was accomplished 8 months after the first, owing to the fact that the bread ration was lowered during that period from 1½ to 3/4 pound. In the years immediately following the October Revolution the food situation of the masses continued steadily to grow worse. Nevertheless the hopes of the counter-revolutionary politicians for a new overturn were defeated every time. This circumstance can seem puzzling only to one who looks upon the insurrection of the masses as a spontaneous, that is, as a herd, mutiny artificially made use of by leaders. In reality the mere existence of privations is not enough to cause an insurrection. If it were, the masses would be always in revolt. It is necessary that the bankruptcy of the social regime, being conclusively revealed, should make these privations intolerable, and that new conditions and new ideas should open the prospect of a revolutionary way out. Then in the cause of the great aims conceived by them, those same masses will prove capable of enduring doubled and tripled privations. The reference to the revolt of the peasantry as a second objective factor shows a still more obvious misunderstanding. For the proletariat the peasant war was of course an objective circumstance, insofar as the activity of one class does in general become an external stimulus to the consciousness of another. But the direct cause of the peasant revolt itself lay in changes in the consciousness of the villages. A discovery of the character of these changes makes the content of one chapter of this book. Let us not forget that revolutions are accomplished through people, although they be nameless. Materialism does not ignore the feeling, thinking and acting man, but explains him. What else is the task of the historian? Certain critics from the democratic camp, inclined to operate with the help of indirect evidence, have looked upon the ironic attitude of the author to the compromise leaders as the expression of an undue subjectivism vitiating the scientific character of his exposition. We venture to regard this criterion as unconvincing. Spinoza's principle, not to weep or laugh, but to understand, gives warning against inappropriate laughter and untimely tears. It does not deprive a man, even though he be a historian, of the right to his share of tears and laughter when justified by a correct understanding of the material itself. That purely individualistic irony which spreads out like a smoke of indifference over the whole effort and intention of mankind, is the worst form of snobism. It rings false alike in artistic creations and works of history. But there is an irony deep laid in the very relations of life. It is the duty of the historian as of the artist to bring it to the surface. A failure of correspondence between subjective and objective is, generally speaking, the fountain source of the comic, as also the tragic, in both life and art. The sphere of politics less than any other is exempted from the action of this law. People and parties are heroic or comic not in themselves but in their relation to circumstances. When the French Revolution entered its decisive stage the most eminent of Girondists became pitiful and ludicrous beside the rank-and-file Jacobin. Jean-Marie Roland, a respected figure as factory inspector of Lyons,
looks like a living caricature against the background of 1792. The Jacobins, on the contrary, measure up to the events. They may evoke hostility, hatred, horror, but not irony. The heroine of Dickens who tried to hold back the tide with a broom is an acknowledged comic image because of the fatal lack of correspondence between means and end. If we assert that this person symbolizes the policies of the compromise parties in the revolution, it may seem an extravagant exaggeration. And yet Tsereteli, the actual inspirator of the dual power regime, confessed to Nabokov, one of the liberal leaders, after the October Revolution, everything we did at that time was a vain effort to hold back a destructive elemental flood with a handful of insignificant chips. Those words sound like spiteful satire, but they are the truest words spoken by the compromisers about themselves. To renounce irony in depicting revolutionists who tried to hold back a revolution with chips, would be to plunder reality and betray objectivism for the benefit of pedants. Peter Struve, a monarchist from among the former Marxists, wrote as an émigré, only Bolshevism was logical about revolution and true to its essence, and therefore in the revolution it conquered. Miliukov, the leader of liberalism, made approximately the same statement: they knew where they were going, and they went in the direction which they had chosen once for all, toward a goal which came nearer and nearer with every new, unsuccessful experiment of compromisism. And finally, one of the white émigrés not so well known, trying in his own way to understand the revolution, has expressed himself thus: only iron people could take this road, only people who were revolutionists by their very profession and had no fear of calling into life the all-devouring spirit of riot and revolt. You may say of the Bolsheviks with still more justice what was said above about the Jacobins. They were adequate to the epoch and its tasks, curses in plenty resounded in their direction, but irony would not stick to them, it had nothing to catch hold of. In the introduction to the first volume it was explained why the author deemed it suitable to speak of himself as a participant of the events in the third person, and not the first. This literary form, preserved also in the second and third volumes, does not in itself of course offer a defense against subjectivism, but at least it does not make subjectivism necessary. Indeed, it reminds one of the obligation to avoid it. On many occasions we hesitated long whether to quote this or that remark of a contemporary, characterizing the role of the author in the flow of events. It would have been easy to renounce any such quotation, were nothing greater involved than the rules of correct tone in polite society. The author of this book was president of the Petrograd Soviet after the Bolsheviks won a majority there, and he was afterward president of the Military Revolutionary Committee which organized the October uprising. These facts he neither wishes nor is able to erase from history. The faction now ruling in the Soviet Union has of late years dedicated many articles, and no few books, to the author of this work, setting themselves the task of proving that his activity was steadily directed against the interests of the revolution. The question why the Bolshevik Party placed so stubborn an enemy during the most critical years in the most responsible posts remains unanswered. To pass these retrospective quarrels in complete silence would be to renounce to some extent the task of establishing the actual course of events. And to what end? A pretense of disinterestedness is needful only to him whose aim is slyly to convey to his readers conclusions which do not flow from the facts. We prefer to call things by their whole name as it is found in the dictionary. We will not conceal the fact that for us the question here is not only about the past. Just as the enemy in attacking a man's prestige are striking at his program, so his own struggle for a definite program obliges a man to restore his actual position in the events. As for those who are incapable of seeing anything but personal vanity in a man's struggle for great causes and for his place under the banner, we may be sorry for them, but we will not undertake to convince them. In any case, we have taken measures to see to it that personal questions should not occupy a greater place in this book than that to which they can justly lay claim. Certain of the friends of the Soviet Union, a phrase which often means friends of the present Soviet powers and that only so long as they remain powers, have reproached the author for his critical attitude to the Bolshevik Party or its individual leaders. Nobody, however,
has made the attempt to refute or correct the picture given of the condition of the party during the events. For the information of these friends who consider themselves called to defend against us the role of the Bolsheviks in the October Revolution, we give warning that our book teaches not how to love a victorious revolution after the event in the person of the bureaucracy it has brought forward, but only how a revolution is prepared, how it develops, and how it conquers. A party is not for us a machine whose sinlessness is to be defended by state measures of repression, but a complicated organism which like all living things develops in contradictions. The uncovering of these contradictions, among them the waverings and mistakes of the General Staff, does not in our view weaken in the slightest degree the significance of that gigantic historic task which the Bolshevik Party was the first in history to take upon its shoulders. L. Trotsky. Principo. May 13, 1932. P.S. The critics have already paid their tribute to Max Eastman's translation. He has brought to his work not only a creative gift of style, but also the carefulness of a friend. I subscribe with warm gratitude to the unanimous voice of the critics. Lt. Chapter 24. The July Days, Preparation and Beginning. In 1915, the war cost Russia 10 billion rubles, in 1916, 19 billion, during the first half of 1917, 10.5 billion, by the beginning of 1918, the national debt would have amounted to 60 billion, would have almost equaled, that is, the entire wealth of the country, estimated at 70 billion. The Central Executive Committee was preparing an appeal for a war loan, under the sugary name of Liberty Loan, while the government was arriving at the not very complicated conclusion that without an immense new foreign loan, it not only could not pay for its foreign orders, but could not even handle its domestic obligations. The liability side of the trade balance was continually on the rise. The Entente was evidently getting ready to leave the ruble wholly to its fate. On the very day when the appeal for a liberty loan filled the first page of the Soviet Izvestia, the government Vystnik announced a sharp drop in the value of the ruble. The printing presses could no longer keep up with the tempo of inflation. For the old respectable banknotes, about which there still clung a glamour of their former buying power, they were getting ready to substitute those red bottle labels which came to be known as Karankees. Both the bourgeois and the worker, each in his own way, embodied in that name a slight note of disgust. In words, the government had adopted a program of state regulation of industry, and had even established towards the end of June some lumbering institutions for this purpose. But the word and deed of the February regime, like the spirit and flesh of the pious Christian, were in a continual state of conflict. These appropriately hand-picked regulative institutions were more concerned to protect the capitalist from the caprices of a shaky and tottering state power, than to curb the interests of private persons. The administrative and technical personnel of industry was becoming stratified, the upper layers, frightened by the leveling tendencies of the workers, were going over decisively to the side of the capitalist. The workers had acquired an attitude of disgust toward the war orders by which the disintegrating factories had been guaranteed for a year or two in advance. But the capitalists also were losing their taste for a production which promised more trouble than profits. The deliberate closing down of the factories from above was now becoming systematic. Metal production was cut down 40%, the textile industry, 20%. The supply of all the necessities of life was inadequate. Prices were rising at a pace with inflation and the decline of industry. The workers were aspiring towards a control of that administrative commercial mechanism which in concealment from them decides their destinies. The Minister of Labor, Skobelev, was preaching to the workers in wordy manifestos the inadvisability of their interference in the administration of the factories. On June 24, Izvestia told about a new proposal for the closing of a series of plants. Similar news was arriving from the provinces. Railroad transport was stricken even more heavily than industry. Half of the locomotives were in need of capital repairs, the greater part of the rolling stock was at the front, fuel was lacking. The Ministry of Communications was in a continual state of struggle with the railroad workers and clerks. The supply of foodstuffs was steadily on the decrease. In Petrograd, the flour reserve was adequate for 10 or 15 days, in other centers, for little longer. With the semi-paralysis of rolling stock and the impending threat of a railroad strike, this meant a continual danger of famine. The future contained no glimmer of hope. This was not what the workers had expected from the revolution. Things were still worse, if that is possible, in the sphere of politics. Indecisiveness is the worst possible condition in the life of governments, nations, classes, as also of individuals. A revolution is the most ruthless of all methods of solving historic problems. To introduce evasiveness into a revolution is the most destructive policy imaginable. The party of revolution dare not waver, no more than a surgeon dare who has plunged a knife into a sick body. However, that double regime, or regime of duplicity, which issued from the February overturn was indecisiveness organized. Everything was going against the government. Its qualified friends were becoming opponents, its opponents, enemies, its enemies were taking arms. The counter-revolution was mobilizing quite in the open, inspired by the Central Committee of the Cadet Party, the political staff of all those who had something to lose. The head committee of the League of Officers at General Headquarters in Mogilev, representing about 100,000 discontented commanders, and the Council of the Union of Cossack Troops in Petrograd, were the two military levers of the counter-revolution. The State Duma, in spite of the decision of the June Congress of the Soviets, had resolved to continue its private conferences. Its provisional committee supplied a legal covering for the counter-revolutionary work, which was broadly financed by the banks and by the embassies of the Entente. The compromisers were threatened with dangers both right and left. Glancing uneasily in these two directions, the government secretly resolved to make a disbursement for the organization of a public intelligence service, that is, a secret political police. At about this same time, in the middle of June, the government designated September 17 as the date for elections to the Constituent Assembly. The liberal press, in spite of the participation of cadets in the ministry, waged a stubborn campaign against this officially designated date, in which nobody believed and which nobody seriously defended. The very image of the Constituent Assembly, so bright in the first days of March, had dissolved and grown dim. Everything was going against the government, even its own thin-blooded good intentions. Only on the 30th of June did it muster the courage to dismiss those aristocratic guardians over the villages, the Zemsky Nakalniks, whose very name had been hateful to the whole country ever since the day of their establishment by Alexander III. And this enforced and belated partial reform only stamped the provisional government with a brand of contemptible cowardice. The nobility were by this time recovering from their fright. The landed proprietors were uniting and bringing pressure to bear. Toward the end of June, the Provisional Committee of the Duma addressed to the government a demand that decisive measures be taken to protect the landlords from peasants incited by the criminal element. On the 1st of July there met in Moscow an all-Russian Congress of landed proprietors, containing an overwhelming majority of nobles. The government wriggled and tried to hypnotize with words, now the mujiks, now the landlords. Worst of all, however, was the situation at the front. The offensive against the enemy, which had also become Kerensky's decisive play in a domestic struggle, was dying in convulsions. The soldiers did not want to fight. The diplomats of Prince Lvov were afraid to look the diplomats of the Entente in the eyes. They needed a loan to the point of desperation. In order to make a show of firmness, the condemned and impotent government waged an offensive against Finland, carrying it through, as it did all of its very dirtiest work, by the hands of the socialists. At the same time a conflict had arisen with the Ukraine and was moving towards an open break. Those days were far away when Albert Thomas sang hymns to the luminous revolution and to Kerensky. At the beginning of July the French ambassador, Paleology, who smelled too strongly of the aromas of the Rasputin salons, was replaced by the radical Newlands. The journalist, Claudinette, gave the new ambassador an introductory lecture on Petrograd. Opposite the French embassy, he told him, across the Neva, spreads the Vyborg district. This is a district of big factories which belongs wholly to the Bolsheviks. Lenin and Trotsky reign there as masters. In that same district are located the barracks of the machine gun regiment, numbering about 10,000 men and over 1,000 machine guns. Neither the Social Revolutionaries nor the Mensheviks have access to the barracks of that regiment. The remaining regiments are either Bolshevik or neutral. If Lenin and Trotsky want to take Petrograd, what will stop them? Newlands listened with astonishment. How can the government tolerate such a situation? But what can it do? Answered the journalist. You must understand that the government has no power but a moral one, and even that seems to me very weak. Finding no channel, the aroused energy of the masses spent itself in self-dependent activities, guerrilla manifestations, sporadic seizures. The workers, soldiers, and peasants were trying to solve in a partial way those problems which the power created by them had refused to solve. More than anything else, indecisiveness in their leaders exhausts the nerves of the masses. Fruitless waiting impels them to more and more insistent knockings at that door which will not open to them, or to actual outbreaks of despair. Already in the days of the Congress of Soviets, when the provincials could hardly withhold the hands of their leaders stretched out against Petrograd, the workers and soldiers had plenty of opportunity to find out what was the feeling and attitude toward them of the Soviet leaders. Tseretelli, following Kerensky, had become not only an alien, but a hated figure to the majority of the Petrograd workers and soldiers. On the fringes of the revolution there was a growing influence of the anarchists, whose chief role so far had been played in the self-constituted Revolutionary Committee in the summer home of Durnovo. But even the more disciplined layers of the workers, even broad circles of the party, were beginning to lose patience or at least listen to those who had lost it. The manifestation of June 18 had revealed to everybody that the government was without support. Why don't they get busy up there, the soldiers and workers would ask, having in mind not only the compromise leaders but also the governing bodies of the Bolsheviks. Under inflation prices the struggle for wages was exciting the workers and getting on their nerves. During June this question became especially sharp in the giant Putilov factory, where 36,000 men worked. On June 21 a strike of skilled workers broke out in certain parts of the factory. The fruitlessness of these scattered outbreaks was only too clear to the party. On the next day a meeting of representatives of the principal workers' organizations, led by the Bolsheviks, and of 70 factories, announced that the cause of the Putilov workers is the cause of the whole Petrograd proletariat, but appealed to the Putilov men to restrain their legitimate indignation. The strike was postponed. But the following 12 days brought no change. The factory masses were seething, seeking an outlet. Every plant had its conflict, and all these conflicts tended upward toward the government. A report of the trade union of the locomotive brigade to the Minister of Communications reads, "For the last time we announce, patience has its limit, we simply cannot live in such conditions." That was a complaint not only against want and hunger, but against duplicity, characterlessness, false dealing. The report protests with a special rage against the endless exhorting of us to the duties of a citizen and to self-restraint in starvation. The March transfer of power by the Executive Committee to the Provisional Government had been made on the condition that the revolutionary troops should not be removed from the capital. But those days were far in the past. THC garrison had moved to the left, the ruling Soviet circles to the right. The struggle with the garrison had never disappeared from the order of the day. Although no whole units were transferred from the capital, nevertheless the more revolutionary, under the pretext of strategic necessities, were systematically weakened by a pumping out of replacement companies. Rumors from the front of the disbandment of more and more units for disobedience, for refusal to carry out military orders, were continually arriving at the capital. 2 Siberian divisions, and were not the Siberian sharpshooters long considered the finest? Had to be disbanded by military force. In a case of mass disobedience in the 5th Army only, that nearest the capital, 87 officers and 12,725 soldiers were arraigned. The Petrograd garrison, accumulator of discontent from the front, the village, the workers' districts, and the barracks, was in a continual ferment. Bearded men in their 40s were demanding with hysterical insistence that they be sent home for work in the fields. The regiments distributed through the Vyborg district, the 1st Machine Gun, the 1st Grenadier, the Moscow, the 180th Infantry, and others, were continually washed by the hot springs of the proletarian suburb. Thousands of workers were passing the barracks, among them no small number of the tireless agitators of Bolshevism. Under those dirty and dilapidated walls impromptu meetings were being held almost continuously. On the 22nd of June, before the patriotic manifestations called out by the offensive had died out, an automobile of the executive committee incautiously drove through the Samsonevsky Prospect, carrying the placard, "Forward for Kerensky." The Moscow regiment stopped the agitators, tore up the placard, and turned over the patriotic automobile to the machine gun regiment. In general, the soldiers were more impatient than the workers, both because they were directly threatened with a transfer to the front, and because it was much harder for them to understand considerations of political strategy. Moreover, each one had his rifle, and ever since February the soldier had been inclined to overestimate the independent power of a rifle. An old worker Bolshevik, Lisden, told later how the soldiers of the 180th Reserve Regiment said to him, "What are they doing there, fast asleep in Kashysinskaya's palace? Come on, let's kick out Kerensky." At meetings of the regiments, resolutions would be adopted continually, proclaiming the necessity of taking final action against the government. Delegations from individual factories would come to a regiment with the query, "Will the soldiers go into the streets?" The machine gunners sent representatives to the other units of the garrison with an appeal to rise against the prolongation of the war. The more impatient of these delegates added, "The Pavlov and Moscow regiments and 40,000 Putilov men are coming out tomorrow." Official admonitions from the executive committee had no effect. The danger was growing every minute that Petrograd, lacking the support of the front and the provinces, would be broken down bit by bit. On the 21st of June, Lenin appealed in Pravda to the Petrograd workers and soldiers to wait until events should bring over the heavy reserves to the side of Petrograd. "We understand your bitterness, we understand the excitement of the Petersburg workers, but we say to them, comrades, an immediate attack would be inexpedient." On the next day a private conference of leading Bolsheviks, standing, apparently, to the left of Lenin, came to the conclusion that in spite of the mood of the soldier and worker masses, they must not give battle, better wait until the ruling parties have disgraced themselves completely with their offensive, and then the game is ours. Thus reports the district organizer, Latzis, one of the most impatient in those days. The Central Committee was oftener and oftener compelled to send agitators to the troops and the factories to restrain them from untimely action. With an embarrassed shake of the head, the Vyborg Bolsheviks would complain to their friends, "We have to play the part of the fire hose." Appeals to come into the street did not cease, however, for a single day. Some of them were obviously provocative in character. The military organization of the Bolsheviks felt compelled to address the soldiers and workers with an appeal, "Do not trust any summons to go into the street in the name of the military organization. The military organization is not summoning you to action." And then, even more insistently, demand of any agitator or orator who summons you to come out in the name of the military organization credentials signed by the president and secretary. On the famous Yakarny Square in Kronstadt, where the anarchists were more and more confidently lifting their voices, one ultimatum was drawn up after another. On the 23rd of June, delegates from Yakarny Square, acting over the head of the Kronstadt Soviet, demanded from the Ministry of Justice the liberation of a group of Petrograd anarchists, threatening, in case their demand was not granted, that the sailors would march on the prison. Upon the following day, representatives from Oranienbaum informed the Ministry of Justice that their garrison was as much disturbed about the arrests in the summer home of Durnovo as Kronstadt, and that they were already cleaning the machine guns. The bourgeois press caught these threats on the wing, and shook them under the very noses of their compromisist allies. On June 26, Delegates from the Grenadier Guard Regiment came from the front to their reserve battalion with the announcement, "The regiment is against the provisional government and demands the transfer of power to the Soviets. It declines the offensive begun by Kerensky, and expresses an apprehension lest the executive committee has gone over along with the minister socialists to the side of the bourgeoisie." The organ of the executive committee published a reproachful account of this visit. Not only Kronstadt was boiling like a kettle, but also the whole Baltic fleet with its principal base in Helsingfors. The head boss of the Bolsheviks in the fleet was undoubtedly Antonovovzhenko, who years ago as a young officer had taken part in the Sebastopol insurrection of 1905. A Menshevik during the reaction years, an emigrant internationalist during the war, a colleague of Trotsky on Nash Slovo, in Paris, he joined the Bolsheviks after his return from abroad. Politically shaky, but personally courageous, impulsive and disorderly, but capable of initiative and improvisation, Antonovovzhenko, although still little known in those days, was to play by no means the smallest role in the future events of the revolution. "We in the Helsingfors committee of the party," he relates in his memoirs, "understood the necessity of restraint and serious preparation. We had directions to that effect, moreover, from the Central Committee. But we saw the utter inevitability of an explosion, and were looking with alarm towards Petersburg. And in Petersburg the elements of an explosion were piling up day by day. The 2nd Machine Gun Regiment, which was less advanced than the 1st, adopted a resolution demanding the transfer of power to the Soviet. The 3rd Infantry Regiment refused to send out 14 replacement companies. Meetings in the barracks were acquiring a more and more stormy character. A meeting of the Grenadier Regiment on July 1 was signalized by the arrest of the president of the committee, and by the obstructive heckling of the Menshevik orators, "Down with the offensive! Down with Kerensky!" At the focus of the garrison stood the machine gun men. It was they who opened the sluices for the July flood. We have already met with the name of the 1st Machine Gun Regiment in the events of the first month of the revolution. Arriving shortly after the overturn, having marched from Oranienbaum to Petrograd upon its own initiative for the defense of the revolution, this regiment immediately ran into the opposition of the Executive Committee, which adopted a resolution, to send the regiment back with thanks to Oranienbaum. The machine gunners flatly refused to leave the capital. Counter-revolutionists might attack the Soviet and restore the old regime. The Executive Committee surrendered, and several thousand machine gunners remained in Petrograd along with their machine guns. They took up their quarters in the House of the People, and wondered what their further destiny was to be. They had among them, however, a good many Petrograd workers, and therefore by no accident the Bolshevik Committee took upon itself the care of these machine gunners. Through its intercession they were assured provisions from Peter and Paul Fortress. A friendship began. It soon became indestructible. On the 21st of June, the machine gunners introduced at a mass meeting a resolution, "In the future detachments shall be sent to the front only when the war has a revolutionary character." On the 2nd of July, the regiment called a farewell meeting in the House of the People for the last replacement company to depart for the front. The speakers were Lunacharsky and Trotsky. The authorities tried subsequently to attribute unusual significance to this accidental fact. Responses were made in the name of the regiment by the soldier, Zhilin, and the old Bolshevik non-commissioned officer, Lashevik. The mood was exalted. They denounced Kerensky and swore fealty to the revolution, but nobody made any practical proposal for the immediate future. However, during those last days the city persisted in expecting something to happen. The July days were casting their shadow before them. Everywhere, Sukhanov remembers, in all corners, in the Soviet, in the Maryinsky Palace, in people's apartments, on the public squares and boulevards, in the barracks, in the factories, they were talking about some sort of manifestation to be expected, if not today, tomorrow. Nobody knew exactly who was going to manifest what, or where, but the city felt itself to be upon the verge of some sort of explosion. And the explosion did actually come. The stimulus was given from above, from the ruling circles. On the same day when Trotsky and Lunacharsky were speaking to the machine gun men about the bankruptcy of the coalition, 4 cadet ministers exploded the coalition by withdrawing from the government. They chose as pretext an agreement which their compromisist colleagues had concluded with the Ukraine, an agreement unacceptable to their imperial ambitions. The real cause of this demonstrative break lay in the fact that the compromisers had been dilatory about bridling the masses. The moment chosen was suggested by the collapse of the offensive, not yet officially acknowledged, but no longer a matter of doubt to the well-informed. These liberals considered it expedient to leave their left allies face to face with defeat, and with the Bolsheviks. The rumor of the resignation of the cadets immediately spread through the capital, and generalized all the existing conflicts politically in one slogan, or rather, one cry to heaven: let us have an end of this coalition rigmarole. The soldiers and workers considered that all other questions, that of wages, of the price of bread, and of whether it is necessary to die at the front for nobody knows what, depended upon the question who was to rule the country in the future, the bourgeoisie or their own Soviet. In these expectations there was a certain element of illusion, insofar, at least, as the masses hoped with a change of power to achieve an immediate solution of all sore problems. But in the last analysis they were right. The question of power determined the direction of the revolution as a whole, and that means that it decided the fate of everyone in particular. To imagine that the cadets may not have foreseen the effect of this act of open sabotage of the Soviet would be decidedly to underestimate Miliukov. The leader of liberalism was obviously trying to drag the compromisers into a difficult situation from which they could make a way out only with bayonets. In those days Miliukov firmly believed that the situation could be saved with a bold bloodletting. On the morning of July 3, several thousand machine gunners, after breaking up a meeting of the company and regimental committees of their regiment, elected a chairman of their own and demanded immediate consideration of the question of an armed manifestation. The meeting was a storm from the first moment. The problem of the front intercrossed with the crisis in the government. The chairman of the meeting, a Bolshevik, Golovin, tried to apply the brakes, proposing that they have a preliminary talk with other units and with the military organization. But every suggestion of delay set the soldiers on edge. There appeared at this meeting the anarchist, Bleichmann, a small but colorful figure on the background of 1917, with a very modest equipment of ideas but a certain feeling for the masses, sincere in his limited and ever inflammable intelligence, his shirt open at the breast and curly hair flying out on all sides. Bleichmann was greeted at such meetings with a certain amount of semi-ironical sympathy. The workers, it is true, treated him somewhat coolly, a little impatiently, especially the metal workers. But the soldiers smiled delightedly at his speeches, nudging each other with their elbows and egging the orator on with pithy comments. They plainly liked his eccentric looks, his unreasoning decisiveness, and his Jewish-American accent sharp as vinegar. By the end of June, Bleichmann was swimming in all these impromptu meetings like a fish in a river. His opinion he had always with him: it is necessary to come out with arms in our hands. Organization. The street will organize us. The task? To overthrow the provisional government just as it overthrew the Tsar, although no party was then demanding it. These speeches perfectly met the feelings of the machine gunners at that moment, and not theirs alone. Many of the Bolsheviks did not conceal their satisfaction when the lower ranks pressed forward against their official admonition. The progressive workers remembered that in February their leaders had been ready to beat a retreat just on the eve of the victory, that in March the 8-hour day had been won by action from below, that in April Miliukov had been thrown out by regiments who went into the street on their own initiative. A recollection of these facts augmented the tense and impatient mood of the masses. The military organization of the Bolsheviks, being promptly informed that a meeting of the machine gunners was at the boiling point, sent over one agitator after another. Soon came Nevsky himself, the leader of the military organization, a man respected by the soldiers. They seemed to listen to him. But the mood of that endless meeting changed with its ingredients. It was an immense surprise to us, relates Podvoisky, another leader of the military organization, when at 7 o'clock in the evening a horseman galloped up to inform us that, the machine gunners had again resolved to come out. In place of the old regimental committee they had elected a provisional revolutionary committee consisting of 2 men from each company under the presidency of Ensign Semashko. Specially appointed delegates were already making the rounds of the shops and regiments with an appeal for support. The machine gunners had not forgotten, either, to send their men to Kronstadt. In this way, one step below the official organizations, and partly under their protection, new temporary relations were established between the more restive regiments and the factories. The masses had no intention of breaking with the Soviet, on the contrary, they wanted the Soviet to seize the power. Still less did the masses intend to break with the Bolshevik party. But they did feel that the party was irresolute. They wanted to get their shoulder under it, shake a fist at the executive committee, give the Bolsheviks a little shove. Thus impromptu systems of representation were created, new knots were tied, new centers of activity formed, not permanently, but for the given situation. Changes in circumstance and mood were taking place so fast and sharply, that even such extremely flexible organizations as the Soviets inevitably lagged behind, and the masses were compelled at every new turn to create auxiliary organs for the demands of the moment. In the course of these improvisations accidental and not always reliable elements would often spring into prominence. The anarchists poured oil on the fire. But so did some of the new and impatient Bolsheviks. Provocateurs also undoubtedly mixed in, perhaps also German agents, but surest of all the agents of the 100% Russian secret police. How can one analyze the complicated web of a mass movement into its separate threads? The general character of the event emerges at least with complete clarity. Petrograd was feeling its strength, was straining at the leash, not glancing round at either the provinces or the front, and even the Bolshevik party was no longer able to hold it back. Only experience could teach them. In calling the factories and regiments into the street, the delegates of the machine gunners did not forget to add that the manifestation was to be armed. Yes, and how could it be otherwise? You wouldn't present yourself unarmed to the blows of an enemy. Moreover, and this perhaps was the chief thing, we must show our force, and a soldier without weapons is not a force. Upon this point all the regiments and all the factories were of one mind: if we do go out, we must go with plenty of lead. The machine gunners lost no time, having started a big job, they intended to push it through as fast as possible. The report of a court of inquiry subsequently characterized the activities of Ensign Semashko, one of the principal leaders of the regiment, in these words: he demanded automobiles from the factories, armed them with machine guns, sent them to the Tauride Palace and other points, designating the route, personally led out his regiment from the barracks into the town, rode out to the reserve battalion of the Moscow regiment to persuade it to come out, in which he was successful, promised the soldiers of the machine gun regiment support from the regiments of the military organization, kept in continual touch with this organization, quartered in the house of Kashisinskaya, and with the leader of the Bolsheviks, Lenin, dispatched sentries for the protection of the military organization. The reference to Lenin here is inserted only to fill out the picture. Lenin was not in Petrograd either on that day or the days preceding. Since the 29th of June he had been ill in a bungalow in Finland. But for the rest, the compressed language of the military court official conveys not at all badly the feverish preparations of the machine gunners. In the yard of the barracks a no less feverish work was going on. They were giving out rifles to the soldiers who did not possess them, giving bombs to some, installing 3 machine guns with operators on each motor truck supplied by the factories. The regiment was to go into the street in full military array. And just about the same thing was going on in the factories. Delegates would arrive from the machine gunners, or from a neighboring factory, and summon the workers into the street. It would seem as though they had been waiting for the delegates. Work would stop instantly. A worker of the Renault factory tells this story: after dinner a number of machine gun men came running with the request that we give them some motor trucks. In spite of the protest of our group, we had to give up the cars. They promptly loaded the trucks with Maxims and drove down the Nevsky. At this point we could no longer restrain our workers. They all, just as they were, in overalls, rushed straight outdoors from the benches. The protests of the factory Bolsheviks were not always, we may assume, very insistent. The longest struggle took place at the Putilov factory. At about 2 in the afternoon a rumor went round that a delegation had come from the machine gun unit, and was calling a meeting. About 10,000 men assembled. To shouts of encouragement, the machine gunners told how they had received an order to go to the front on the 4th of July, but they had decided to go not to the German front, against the German proletariat, but against their own capitalist ministers. Feeling ran high. "Come on, let's get moving," cried the workers. The secretary of the factory committee, a Bolshevik, objected, suggesting that they ask instructions from the party. Protests from all sides: "Down with it! Again you want to postpone things. We can't live that way any longer." Towards 6 o'clock came representatives from the executive committee, but they succeeded still less with the workers. The meeting continued, the everlasting nervous obstinate meeting of innumerable masses seeking a way out and unwilling to be told that there is none. It was proposed that they send a delegation to the executive committee. Still another delay, but, as before, the meeting did not disperse. About this time a group of workers and soldiers brought news that the Vyborg side was already on its way to the Tauride Palace. To hold them back longer was impossible. They decided to go. A Putilov worker, Efimov, ran to the district committee of the party to ask, "What shall we do?" The answer he got was, "We will not join the manifestation, but we can't leave the workers to their fate. We must go along with them." At that moment appeared a member of the committee, Shudin, with the word that the workers were going out in all the districts, and that it was up to the party men to maintain order. In this way the Bolsheviks were caught up by the movement and dragged into it, looking around the while for some justification for an action which flatly contravened the official decision of the party. By 7 o'clock the industrial life of the capital was at a complete standstill. Factory after factory came out, lined up and armed its detachment of the Red Guard. Amid an innumerable mass of workers, relates the Vyborg worker, Metelev, hundreds of young Red Guards were working away loading their rifles. Others were piling cartridges into the cartridge chambers, tightening up their belts, tying on their knapsacks or cartridge boxes, adjusting their bayonets. And the workers without arms were helping the Red Guards get ready. Samsonevsky Prospect, the chief artery of the Vyborg side, was packed full of people. To the right and left of it stood solid columns of workers. In the middle of the prospect marched the machine gun regiment, the spinal column of the procession. At the head of each company went an automobile truck with its Maxims. After the machine gun regiment came the workers. Covering the manifestation as a rear guard, came detachments of the Moscow regiment. Over every detachment streamed a banner, "All power to the Soviets." The funeral procession in March and the 1st of May demonstration were probably more numerous, but the July procession was incomparably more eager, more threatening, and more homogeneous in its composition. Under the red banners marched only workers and soldiers, writes one of the participants. The cockades of the officials, the shiny buttons of students, the hats of lady sympathizers were not to be seen. All that belonged to 4 months ago, to February. In today's movement there was none of that. Today only the common slaves of capital were marching. As before, automobiles flew through the streets in all directions full of armed workers and soldiers, delegates, agitators, reconnoiterers, telephone men, and detachments for calling out workers and regiments. They all held their bayonets advanced. The bristling motor trucks completed a picture of the February days, electrifying some, terrorizing others. The cadet Nabokov writes, "The same insane, dumb, beast-like faces which we all remember from the February days, that is, the days of that very revolution which the liberals had officially pronounced glorious and bloodless." By 9 o'clock 7 regiments were already moving toward the Tauride Palace. They were joined on the way by columns from the factories and by new military detachments. The movement of the machine gun regiment developed a colossal power of contagion. The July days had begun. Meetings were held on the march. Shots rang out. According to a worker, Korokov, they dragged out of a cellar on the Litini a machine gun and an officer whom they killed on the spot. All conceivable rumors ran ahead of the demonstration. Fears rayed out from it on all sides like beams of light. What imaginable thing was not reported over the telephones from the frightened central districts? It was said that about 8 o'clock in the evening an armed automobile dashed up to the Warsaw station seeking Kerensky, who had left that very day for the front, intending to arrest him, but that the train had gone and the arrest did not occur. That episode was subsequently repeated more than once as proving a conspiracy. Just who was in the automobile and who discovered its mysterious intentions, has nevertheless remained unknown. On that evening automobiles with armed men were careering in all directions, doubtless, therefore, in the vicinity of the Warsaw station. Strong words were to be heard about Kerensky in many places. This evidently served as a basis for the myth, if it was not indeed simply manufactured out of whole cloth. Izvestia sketched the following outline of the events of July 3. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon there came out, armed, the first machine gun, a part of the Moscow, a part of the Grenadier, and a part of the Pavlovsky regiments. They were joined by crowds of workers. By 8 o'clock in the evening, separate parts of regiments began to pour towards the palace of Kashisinskaya, armed to the teeth and with red banners and placards demanding the transfer of power to the Soviets. Speeches were made from the balcony. At 10:30 a meeting was held on the square in front of the Tauride Palace. The troops elected a deputation to the All-Russian Central Executive Committee which presented in their name the following demands: removal of the 10 bourgeois ministers, all power to the Soviets, cessation of the offensive, confiscation of the printing plants of the bourgeois press, the land to be state property, state control of production. Aside from certain prunings, parts of regiments instead of regiments, crowds of workers instead of entire factories, you may say that the official report of Tsereteli and Dan does not distort the general picture of what happened. In particular, it correctly notes the two focal points of the demonstration, the private residence of Kashisinskaya and the Tauride Palace. Both spiritually and physically the movement revolved around those two antagonistic centers. It came to the house of Kashisinskaya for instructions, leadership, inspirational speeches. To the Tauride Palace it came to present demands and even to threaten a little with its power. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 delegates from the machine gunners came to an all-city conference of the Bolsheviks, sitting that day in the house of Kashisinskaya, with the information that their regiment had decided to come out. Nobody had expected this, and nobody wanted it. Trotsky declared, "The regiments which have come out have acted in an uncomradely manner, not having invited the Central Committee of our party to consider the question of a manifestation. The Central Committee proposes to the conference, in the first place, to issue an appeal in order to hold back the masses, in the second, to prepare an address to the Executive Committee urging them to take the power in their hands. It is impossible to talk of a manifestation at this moment unless we want a new revolution." Trotsky, an old worker Bolshevik who had certified his loyalty to the party with years at hard labor, famous subsequently as leader of the trade unions, was in general more inclined by character to restrain the masses from action than summon them to it. But on this occasion he was merely carrying out the thought of Lenin: it is impossible to talk of a manifestation at this moment unless we want a new revolution. Even the attempt at a peaceful demonstration on June 10 had been denounced by the compromisers as a conspiracy. An overwhelming majority of the conference was at one with Trotsky. We must at all costs postpone the final conflict. The offensive at the front is holding the whole country at high tension. Its failure is inevitable, as also the determination of the government to throw all the responsibility for the defeat upon the Bolsheviks. We must give the compromisers time to ruin themselves completely. Volodarsky answered the machine gunners in the name of the conference to the effect that the regiment must submit to the decisions of the party. The machine gunners departed with a protest. At 4 o'clock the Central Committee confirmed the decision of the conference. Its members dispersed to the districts and factories to restrain the masses from going out. Appeals to the same effect were sent to Pravda to be printed on the front page the following morning. Stalin was appointed to bring the decision to the attention of the joint session of the executive committees. There remains, therefore, no doubt whatever as to the intention of the Bolsheviks. Their Central Committee addressed an appeal to the workers and soldiers. Unknown persons are summoning you into the streets under arms, and that proves that the summons does not come from any one of the Soviet parties. Thus the Central Committees, both of the party and the Soviet, proposed, but the masses disposed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the machine gun regiment, and soon after it the Moscow regiment, came up to the palace of Kashisinskaya. Popular Bolsheviks, Nevsky, Lashevik, Podvoisky, speaking from the balcony, tried to send the regiments home. They were answered from below, "Doloi! Doloi!" Such cries the Bolshevik balcony had never yet heard from the soldiers. It was an alarming sign. Behind the regiments the factories began to march up, all power to the Soviets. Down with the 10 minister capitalists. Those had been the banners of June 18, but now they were hedged with bayonets. The demonstration had become a mighty fact. What was to be done? Could the Bolsheviks possibly stand aside? The members of the Petrograd Committee, together with the delegates to the conference and representatives from the regiments and factories, passed a resolution, to reconsider the question, to end all fruitless attempts to restrain the masses and guide the developing movement in such a way that the governmental crisis may be decided in the interests of the people. With this goal, to appeal to the soldiers and workers to go peacefully to the Tauride Palace, elect delegates, and through them, present their demands to the Executive Committee. The members of the Central Committee who were present sanctioned this change of tactics. This new decision, announced from the balcony, was met with welcoming shouts and with singing of the Marseillaise. The movement had been legalized by the party. The machine gunners could heave a sigh of relief. A part of the regiment immediately went to the Peter and Paul fortress to influence its garrison, and in case of necessity protect from its blows the palace of Kashisinskaya, which was separated from the fortress only by the narrow Kronverksky Canal. The principal ranks of the demonstration moved out into the Nevsky, the artery of the bourgeoisie, bureaucracy, and officers, as though into a foreign country. From the sidewalks, windows, balconies, thousands of eyes looked out with no good wishes. Regiment pressed upon factory, factory upon regiment. Fresh masses arrived continually. All the banners, in gold letters on red, cried out with one voice, "All power to the Soviets!" The procession brimmed the Nevsky and poured like a river at the flood to the Tauride Palace. The placards "Down with the war" provoked the bitterest hostility from the officers, among them many war invalids. Waving their arms and straining their voices, students, college girls, officials, endeavor to persuade the soldiers that German agents behind them are aiming to let Wilhelm's troops into Petrograd to strangle freedom. To these orators their own conclusions seem irrefutable. They are deceived by spies, say the officials, pointing at the workers, and the workers' answer is a surly growl. Led astray by fanatics, say the more indulgent. Ignorant elements, others agree. But the workers have their own way of measuring things. They did not learn from German spies those ideas which have brought them into the streets today. The demonstrators impolitely push aside their importunate tutors, and move forward. This drives the patriots of the Nevsky out of their heads. Shock groups, led for the most part by war cripples and cavaliers of St. George, fall upon individual sections of the demonstration, trying to snatch away the banners. Clashes occur here and there. The atmosphere grows hot. Shots ring out. One, and then another. From a window? From the Anakin Palace? The pavement answers with a volley in the air, aimed nowhere. In a short time the whole street is in confusion. At about midnight, relates a worker from the Vulcan factory, as the Grenadier Regiment was passing through the Nevsky in the vicinity of the public library, somebody opened fire on them from somewhere, and the shooting continued several minutes. A panic followed. The workers began to scatter into the side streets. The soldiers lay down under fire. They had learned that in the war school. That midnight scene on the Nevsky, with Grenadier Guards lying down on the pavement, was a fantastic spectacle. Neither Pushkin nor Gogol, singers of the Nevsky, ever imagined it thus. Moreover, there was reality in this fantasia. Dead and wounded men stayed there on the pavement. The Tauride was living a life of its own in those days. In view of the resignation of the cadets, both executive committees, the worker soldiers and the peasants, had met in joint session to consider a discourse of Tsereteli on how to pour out the coalition bath without the baby. The secret of this operation would undoubtedly have been discovered in the long run, if the restless suburbs had not intervened. A telephone communication about the manifestation under preparation by the machine gun regiment produced frowns of anger and vexation on the faces of the leaders. Can it be that the soldiers and workers will not wait until our newspapers bring them salvation in the form of a resolution? Oblique glances were cast in the direction of the Bolsheviks. But for them too, this time, the demonstration was a surprise. Kamina and other representatives of the party who happened to be present, even agreed at the end of the day's session to go to the factories and barracks and attempt to restrain the masses from going out. This gesture was afterward interpreted by the compromisers as a military trick. The executive committee as usual hastily adopted a proclamation declaring any manifestation an act of treachery to the revolution. But even so, how were they going to deal with the governmental crisis? A way out was found. They would leave the mutilated cabinet as it was, postponing the whole question until the provincial members of the executive committee could be summoned. To drag things out, to gain time for your own vacillations, is not that the most ingenious of all political policies? Only in their struggle against the masses did the compromisers consider it unwise to lose time. The official apparatus was immediately set in motion to prepare arms against the insurrection, for so they named the demonstration from the very beginning. The leaders searched everywhere for armed forces to defend the government and the executive committee. Over the signature of Chij and other members of the Presidium, demands were sent to various military institutions to send to the Tauride Palace armored cars, 3-inch guns, and shells. At the same time almost every regiment received orders to send armed detachments for the defense of the palace. But they did not stop there. Their bureau telegraphed an order that same day to the front, to the 5th Army, stationed nearest the capital, to send to Petrograd a cavalry division, a brigade of infantry, and armored cars. The Menshevik, Vodinsky, to whom was allotted the task of protecting the executive committee, let the whole thing out later in his retrospective survey. The entire day of July 3 was spent in getting together troops to fortify the Tauride Palace. Our problem was to bring in at least a few companies. At one time we had absolutely no forces. 6 men stood at the doors of the Tauride Palace without power to hold back the crowd, and again, on the first day of the demonstration we had at our disposal only 100 men, we had no other forces. We sent out commissars to all the regiments with a request to give us soldiers to form a patrol. But each regiment looked to the next to see what it was going to do. We were compelled at whatever cost to put a stop to this outrage, and we summoned troops from the front. It would be difficult, even with malice aforethought, to devise a more vicious satire upon the compromisers. Hundreds of thousands of demonstrators were demanding the transfer of power to the Soviets. Chij, standing at the head of the Soviet system and thus the logical candidate for premier, was hunting for armed forces to employ against the demonstrators. This colossal movement in favor of power to the democracy, was denounced by the democratic leaders as an attack upon the democracy by an armed gang. In the Tauride Palace at that same time the workers' section of the Soviet was meeting after a long intermission. In the course of the last 2 months the section had so far changed its composition, as a result of by-elections in the factories, that the executive committee had well-grounded fears of a predominance of Bolsheviks. The artificially delayed meeting of the section, finally called a few days before by the compromisers themselves, accidentally coincided with the armed demonstration. In this the newspapers saw the hand of the Bolsheviks. Zinoviev in a speech to the section convincingly developed the thought that the compromisers, being allies of the bourgeoisie, were unable and unwilling to struggle against the counter-revolution, since that word meant to them only individual manifestations of Black Hundred hooliganism. It did not mean what it was, a political union of the possessing classes for the purpose of strangling the Soviets as centers of the resistance of the toiling masses. His speech hit the mark. The Mensheviks, finding themselves for the first time in a minority on Soviet soil, proposed that no decision should be arrived at, and that they should disperse to the districts to preserve order. But it was already too late. The news that armed workers and machine gunners were approaching the Tauride Palace produced a mighty excitement in the hall. Kamenev ascended the tribune. "We did not summon the manifestation," he said. "The popular masses themselves came into the street. But once the masses have come out, our place is among them. Our present task is to give the movement an organized character." Kamenev concluded with a proposal that they elect a commission of 25 men for the leadership of the movement. Trotsky seconded the motion. Chij feared a Bolshevik commission, and vainly insisted that the question be turned over to the executive committee. The debate became fiercer. Convinced finally that altogether they constituted only a third of the assembly, the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries left the hall. This was becoming a favorite tactic with the Democrats. They began to boycott the Soviets from the moment they lost the majority there. A resolution summoning the executive committee to take the power was adopted in the absence of the opposition by 276 votes. Elections were immediately held for the 15 members of the commission. 10 places were left for the minority, and these 10 would remain unoccupied. This fact of the election of a Bolshevik commission signified both to friends and enemies that the workers' section of the Petrograd Soviet would henceforth become a Bolshevik base. A vast step forward. In April the influence of the Bolsheviks had extended to approximately a third of the Petrograd workers. In the Soviet of those days they occupied a wholly insignificant sector. Now, at the beginning of July, the Bolsheviks were sending to the workers' section about 2/3 of its members. That meant that among the masses their influence had become decisive. Through the streets leading to the Tauride Palace there is flowing a steady column of working men and women and soldiers, with banners, songs, and bands playing. The light artillery comes along, its commander reporting amid rapture that all the batteries of his division are at one with the workers. The thoroughfares and square near the Tauride are filled with people. All are trying to crowd in around the tribune at the chief entrance to the palace. Chij comes out to the demonstrators with the gloomy look of a man who has been unnecessarily torn from his work. The popular Soviet president is met with an unfriendly silence. In a tired and hoarse voice Chij repeats those commonplaces which have long puckered his mouth. Vodinsky, who comes out to help him, is no better received. Trotsky, however, according to the account of Miliukov, having announced that the moment was now come when the power should go over to the Soviets, was met with loud applause. This sentence of Miliukov's is purposely ambiguous. None of the Bolsheviks declared that the moment was come. A machinist from the small Duflon factory on the Petrograd side said later about that meeting under the wall of the Tauride Palace, "I remember the speech of Trotsky, who said that it was not yet time to seize the power in our hands." The machinist reports the essence of the speech more correctly than the professor of history. From the lips of the Bolshevik orators the demonstrators learned of the victory just won in the workers' section, and that fact gave them almost as palpable a satisfaction as would an entrance upon the epoch of Soviet power. The joint session of the executive committees met again a little before midnight. On a motion from Dan, it was resolved that only those could remain at the meeting who should bind themselves in advance to defend and carry out its decisions. This was a new note. From a workers' and soldiers' parliament, which was what the Mensheviks had declared the Soviet to be, they were trying to convert it into an administrative organ of the compromise majority. After they have become a minority, and this is only 2 months away, the compromisers will passionately defend the principle of democracy in the Soviet. Today, however, as indeed at all decisive moments in social life, democracy is held in reserve. A number of mezrayency left the hall with a protest. The Bolsheviks were not there, they were in the palace of Kashysanskaya getting ready for tomorrow. During the further course of the meeting, the mezrayency and the Bolsheviks appeared in the hall with the announcement that no one could take from them the mandate given them by their electors. The majority greeted this announcement with silence, and Dan's resolution was quietly dropped into oblivion. The session dragged out like a death agony. In tired voices the compromisers kept on assuring each other that they were right. Tsereteli, in his character of Postmaster General, entered a complaint against his employees. I just now learned of the strike of the postal and telegraph workers. As to their political demands, their slogans are the same: all power to the Soviets. Delegates from the demonstrators, now surrounding the Tauride Palace on all sides, demanded admission to the meeting. They were admitted with alarm and hostility. The delegates, however, sincerely believed that this time the compromisers could not help coming to meet them. Had not today's issues of the Menshevik and Social Revolutionary papers, wrought up over the resignation of the cadets, themselves exposed the intrigues and sabotage of their bourgeois allies. Moreover, the workers' section had come out in favor of a Soviet government. What else was there to wait for? But their fervent appeals, in which hope still mingled with indignation, dropped impotent and inappropriate into the stagnant atmosphere of that parliament of compromise. The leaders had but one thought: how quickest to get rid of their uninvited guests. To suggest that they withdraw to the gallery, to drive them back into the street to the demonstrators, would be indiscreet. In the gallery machine gun men were listening with amazement to the evolving debate, which had only one goal: to gain time. The compromisers were waiting for reliable regiments. A revolutionary people is in the streets, cried Dan, but that people is engaged in a counter-revolutionary work. Dan was supported by Abramovich, one of the leaders of the Jewish Bund, a conservative pedant whose every instinct had been outraged by the revolution. We are witnesses to a conspiracy, he asserts, in defiance of the obvious, and he proposes to the Bolsheviks that they openly announce that this is their work. Tsereteli deepens the discussion: to go out into the streets with the demand, all power to the Soviets, is that to support the Soviets? If the Soviets so desired, the power could pass to them. There is no obstacle anywhere to the will of the Soviets. Such a manifestation is not along the road of revolution, but of counter-revolution. These considerations the workers' delegates could not possibly understand. It seemed to them that the high-up leaders were a little bit out of their heads. The meeting at last resolved once more, by all votes except 11, that an armed manifestation would be a stab in the back at the Revolutionary Army, etc., etc. The meeting adjourned at 5 o'clock in the morning. The masses were gradually gathered back into their districts. Armed automobiles traveled all night, uniting regiments, factories, and district centers. As in the last days of February, the masses spent the night casting the balance of the day's struggle. But now they did this with the aid of a complicated system of organizations, factory, party, and regimental, which conferred continually. In the districts it was considered self-evident that the movement could not stop halfway. The executive committee had postponed the decision about the power. The masses regarded that as wavering. The conclusion was clear: we must bring more pressure to bear. A night session of Bolsheviks and mezrayency, meeting in the Tauride Palace simultaneously with the executive committees, also cast the balance of the day and tried to foretell what the morrow would bring. Reports from the districts testified that today's demonstration had merely set the masses in motion, presenting to their minds nakedly for the first time the question of power. Tomorrow the factories and regiments would go after the answer, and no force in the world could hold them in the suburbs. The debate was not about whether to summon the masses to a seizure of power, as enemies later asserted, but about whether to try to call off the demonstration the next morning or to stand at the head of it. Late in the night, or rather at about 3 o'clock in the morning, the Putilov factory approached the Tauride Palace, a mass of 80,000 workers, many with wives and children. The procession had started at 11 o'clock in the evening, and other belated factories had joined it on the road. In spite of the late hour, there was such a mass of people at the Narva gate as to suggest that nobody stayed home that night in the whole district. The women had exclaimed, "Everybody must go, we will watch the houses." At a signal from the belfry of the Church of the Saviour, shots had rattled out as though from a machine gun. From below a volley was fired at the belfry. Near Gostanidvor a company of Junkers and students fell upon the demonstrators and tried to tear away their placards. The workers resisted. The crowd piled up. Somebody fired a shot. The writer of these lines got his head broken, his sides and chest badly mashed by tramping feet. These are the words of the worker Efimov, already known to us. Passing across the whole town, silent now, the Putilov men finally arrived at the Tauride Palace. Thanks to the insistent efforts of Ryazanov, closely associated at that time with the trade unions, a delegation was admitted to the executive committee. The throng of workers, hungry and dead-tired, scattered about on the street and in the garden, a majority immediately stretching themselves out, thinking to wait there for an answer. The entire Putilov factory lying there on the ground at 3 o'clock in the morning around the Tauride Palace, where the democratic leaders were waiting for the arrival of troops from the front. That is one of the most startling pictures offered by the revolution on this summit of the pass between February and October. 12 years before, no small numbers of these same workers had participated in the January procession to the Winter Palace with icons and religious standards. Ages had passed since that Sunday afternoon, other ages will pass during the next 4 months. The somber image of these Putilov workers lying down in the courtyard hung over the conference of Bolshevik leaders and organizers as they debated about the next day's plans. Tomorrow the Putilovtsi will refuse to work, yes, and what work would they be good for after the night's vigil? Zinoviev was summoned to the telephone. Raskolnikov had rung up from Kronstadt to say that tomorrow early in the morning the garrison of the fortress would start for Petrograd and nobody and nothing could stop it. The young midshipman was holding on in suspense at the other end of the wire. Would the Central Committee order him to break with the Soviets, and ruin himself in their eyes? To the picture of the Putilov factory as a gypsy camp was thus joined the no less suggestive picture of the sailors' island getting ready in those sleepless hours of the night to support workers and soldiers Petrograd. No, the situation was too clear. There was no more room for wavering. Trotsky inquired for the last time, "Can we, nevertheless, try to make it an unarmed demonstration?" No, there can be no question of that. One squad of Junkers can scatter tens of thousands of unarmed workers like a flock of sheep. The soldiers and the workers, too, will regard that proposal as a trap. The answer was categorical and convincing. All unanimously decided to summon the masses in the name of the party to prolong the demonstration on the next day. Zinoviev hastened to relieve the mind of Raskolnikov, languishing at the other end of the telephone. An address to the workers and soldiers was immediately drawn up, into the streets. The afternoon summons from the Central Committee to stop the demonstration, was torn from the presses, but too late to replace it with a new text. A white page in Pravda the next morning will be deadly evidence against the Bolsheviks. Evidently getting frightened at the last moment, they withdrew the appeal for an insurrection, or maybe, just the opposite, maybe they renounced an earlier appeal for a peaceful demonstration in order to go in for insurrection. Meanwhile, the real decision of the Bolsheviks was issued on a separate leaflet. It summoned the workers and soldiers by way of a peaceful and organized demonstration to bring their will to the attention of the executive committees now in session. No, that was not a summons to insurrection. Chapter 25. The July Days, Culmination and Rout. From that moment the direct leadership of the movement passed conclusively into the hands of the Petrograd Committee of the party, whose chief force as an agitator was Volodarsky. The task of mobilizing the garrison was assigned to the military organization. The direction of this organization ever since March had been in the hands of two old Bolsheviks to whom the organization was to owe much in its further development. Podvoisky was a sharply outlined and unique figure in the ranks of Bolshevism, with traits of the Russian revolutionary of the old type, from the theological seminaries, a man of great although undisciplined energy, with a creative imagination which, it must be confessed, often went to the length of fantasy. The word Podvoiskyism subsequently acquired on the lips of Lenin a friendly, ironical and admonitory flavor. But the weaker sides of this ebullient nature were to show themselves chiefly after the conquest of power, when an abundance of opportunities and means gave too many stimuli to the extravagant energy of Podvoisky and his passion for decorative undertakings. In the conditions of the revolutionary struggle for power, his optimistic decisiveness of character, his self-abnegation, his tirelessness, made him an irreplaceable leader of the awakening soldiers. Nevsky, a university instructor in the past, of more prosaic mold than Podvoisky, but no less devoted to the party, in no sense an organizer, and only by an unlucky accident made Soviet Minister of Communications a year later, attached the soldiers to him by his simplicity, sociability, and attentive kindness. Around these leaders stood a group of close assistants, soldiers, and young officers, some of whom in the future were to play no small role. On the night of July 4 the military organization suddenly came forward to the center of the stage. Under Podvoisky, who easily mastered the functions of command, an impromptu general staff was formed. Brief appeals and instructions were issued to all the troops of the garrison. In order to protect the demonstration from attack, armored cars were to be placed at the bridges leading from the suburbs to the capital and at the central crossings of the chief streets. The machine gunners had already, during that night, established their own sentries at the Peter and Paul fortress. The garrisons of Oranienbaum, Peterhof, Krasno Selo, and other points near the capital, were informed of tomorrow's demonstration by telephone and special messenger. The general political leadership, of course, remained in the hands of the Central Committee of the party. The machine gunners returned to their barracks at dawn, tired and, in spite of the July weather, shivering. A night rain had soaked the Putilov men also to the skin. The demonstrators did not assemble until 11 o'clock in the morning. The military sections got there still later. Today the 1st Machine Gun Regiment was on the street to the last man. But it will no longer play the role of initiator as it did yesterday. The factories have moved into the front rank. Moreover, those plants have been drawn into the movement which yesterday stood aside. Where the leaders wavered or resisted, younger workers had compelled the member on duty of the factory committee to blow the whistle as a signal to stop work. In the Baltic factory, where Mensheviks and social revolutionaries dominated, about 4 out of 5,000 workers came out. In the Skorokhod shoe factory, long considered a stronghold of the social revolutionaries, the mood had so sharply changed that an old deputy from that factory, a social revolutionary, did not dare show his face for several days. All the factories struck and held meetings. They elected leaders for the demonstration and delegates to present their demands to the executive committee. Again hundreds of thousands moved in radii toward the Tauride Palace, and again tens of thousands turned aside on their way there to the palace of Kashisinskaya. Today's movement was more impressive and organized than yesterday's, the guiding hand of the party was evident. But the feeling too was hotter today. The soldiers and workers were out for a solution of the crisis. The government was in despair, for on this second day of the demonstration its impotence was even more obvious than on the first. The executive committee was waiting for loyal troops, and getting reports from all sides that hostile troops were moving on the capital. From Kronstadt, from New Peterhof, from Krasno Selo, from the Krasnaya Gorka fort, from all the nearby centers, by land and sea, soldiers and sailors were marching in with music, with weapons, and, worst of all, with Bolshevik standards. A number of regiments were bringing their officers with them, just as in the February days, pretending to be acting under their command. The sitting of the government was not over, relates Milyukov, when news came from the staff that there was shooting on the Nevsky. It was decided to transfer the sitting to staff headquarters. Here were Prince Lvov, Tsariteli, Minister of Justice Pereverzev, and 2 assistants from the Ministry of War. There was one moment when the situation of the government seemed hopeless. The Preobrazhenцы, the Semenovцы, and the Izmailovцы, who had not joined the Bolsheviks, announced to the government that they would remain neutral. On Palace Square, for the defense of headquarters, there were to be found only war invalids and a few hundred Cossacks. General Polovtsev published on the morning of July 4 an announcement that he was going to cleanse Petrograd of armed hordes. The inhabitants were strictly advised to lock their doors and not go into the streets except in case of absolute necessity. This threatening order fell flat. The commander of all the troops of the district was able to bring out against the demonstrators only petty detachments of Cossacks and Junkers. In the course of the day they caused some meaningless shootings and some bloody clashes. An ensign of the 1st Don Regiment guarding the Winter Palace reported subsequently to a commission of inquiry, "We were ordered to disarm small groups of people who passed by, no matter who they were, and also armed automobiles. To carry out this order, we would run out of the palace on foot from time to time and disarm people." The ingenuous tale of the Cossack ensign correctly portrays the correlation of forces, and gives a picture of the struggle. The mutinous troops came out of the barracks in companies and battalions, taking possession of the streets and squares. The government troops acted from ambush, or made raids in small detachments, that is, they functioned exactly as insurrectionary bands are supposed to. This exchange of roles is explained by the fact that almost the whole armed force of the government was hostile to it, or at the best, neutral. The government was living by the authorization of the Executive Committee, the power of the Executive Committee derived in turn from the hopes of the masses that it might at last come to its senses and take the power. The demonstration attained its highest point with the appearance on the Petrograd arena of the Kronstadt sailors. Delegates from the machine gunners had been working the day before in the garrison of the naval fortress. A meeting had assembled in Yacherny Square, unexpectedly to the local organization, on the initiative of some anarchists from Petrograd. The orators had appealed to the sailors to come to the help of Petrograd. Roschel, a medical student, one of the young heroes of Kronstadt and a favorite on Yacherny Square, had tried to make a speech counseling moderation. Thousands of voices cut him off. Roschel, accustomed to a different welcome, had been compelled to leave the tribune. Not until night did it become known that in Petrograd the Bolsheviks were calling the masses into the streets. That settled the matter. The left social revolutionaries, and in Kronstadt there could be no right ones, announced that they intended to take part in the demonstration. These people belonged to the same party with Kerensky, who at that very moment was at the front collecting troops to put down the demonstration. The mood at that night's session of the Kronstadt organization was such that even the timid commissar of the provisional government, Parchevsky, voted for the march on Petrograd. A plan was drawn up, transports were mobilized. For the necessities of this political siege, 2.5 tons of arms and ammunition were given out from the stores. Crowded on tugs and passenger steamers, about 10,000 armed sailors, soldiers, and workers came into the narrows of the Neva at 12 o'clock noon. Disembarking on both sides of the river, they formed a procession with bands playing and with rifles slung over their shoulders. Behind the detachments of sailors and soldiers came columns of workers from the Petrograd and Vasilievsky Island districts, interspersed with companies of the Red Guard flanked by armored cars and with innumerable standards and banners rising above them. The palace of Kashisinskaya was but 2 steps away. A little lank man, black as tar, Sverdlov, one of the basic organizers of the party elected to the Central Committee in the April conference, was standing on the balcony and in a business-like manner, as always, shouting down instructions in his powerful bass voice: "Head of the procession, advance, close up ranks, rear ranks come closer." The demonstrators were greeted from the balcony by Lunacharsky, a man always easily infected by the moods of those around him, imposing in appearance and voice, eloquent in a declamatory way, none too reliable, but often irreplaceable. He was stormily applauded from below. But most of all the demonstrators wanted to hear Lenin himself. He had been summoned that morning, by the way, from his temporary Finland refuge. and the sailors so insisted on having their will, that in spite of ill health Lenin could not beg off. An irresistible wave of ecstasy, a genuine Kronstadt wave, greeted the leader's appearance on the balcony. Impatiently, and as always with some embarrassment, awaiting the end of the greeting, Lenin began speaking before the voices died down. His speech, which the hostile press for weeks after growled over and tore to pieces in every possible manner, consisted of a few simple phrases, a greeting to the demonstrators, an expression of confidence that the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," would conquer in the end, an appeal for firmness and self-restraint. With renewed shouts the procession marched away to the music of the band. Between this holiday introduction and the next stage of the proceedings, when blood began to flow, a curious episode intruded. The leaders of the Kronstadt left social revolutionaries noticed only after they arrived on Marsfield a colossal standard of the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks which had appeared at the head of the procession after the stop at the palace of Kashisinskaya. Burning with party rivalry, they demanded its removal. The Bolsheviks refused. The social revolutionaries then announced that they would withdraw entirely. However, none of the sailors or soldiers followed the leaders. The whole policy of the left social revolutionaries consisted of such capricious waverings, now comic and now tragic. At the corner of the Nevsky and Litiny, the rear guard of the demonstration was suddenly fired on, and several people were wounded. A more cruel fire occurred on the corner of the Litiny and Pantelemonov Street. The leader of the Kronstadt men, Raskolnikov, tells how like a sharp pain to the demonstrators was their uncertainty where the enemy was, from what side he was shooting. The soldiers seized their rifles. Disorderly firing began in all directions. Several were killed and wounded. Only with great difficulty was order restored in the ranks. The procession again moved forward with music, but not a trace was left of its holiday spirit. There seemed to be a hidden enemy everywhere. Rifles no longer rested peacefully on the left shoulder, but were held ready for action. There were no few bloody encounters on that day in different parts of the town. A certain number of them were doubtless due to misunderstanding, confusion, stray shots, panic. Such tragic accidents are one of the inevitable overhead expenses of a revolution, itself one of the overhead expenses of historic progress. But an element of bloody provocation was also indubitable in the July events. It was manifest in those very days, and was subsequently confirmed. Says Podvoisky, when the demonstrating soldiers began to pass through the Nevsky and the surrounding sections, inhabited for the most part by the bourgeoisie, ominous indications of a clash began to appear, strange shots were fired, nobody knew whence or by whom. The columns were seized at first with confusion, and then the least steady and self-restrained began to open an irregular fire. In the official Izvestia, the Menshevik, Kontorovich, described the firing upon one of the workers' columns in the following words: a crowd of 60,000 workers from many factories was marching along Sadovaya Street. As they were passing by a church, a bell tolled in the steeple, and as though at a signal both rifle and machine gun fire was opened from the roofs of the houses. When the crowd of workers dashed to the other side of the street, shots came also from the roofs opposite. In those attics and roofs, where in February Protopopov's pharaohs had posted themselves with machine guns, members of the officers' organizations were now at work. They were attempting, and not without success, by firing on the demonstrators to spread panic and produce clashes between the different military units participating. When the houses from which shots came were searched, machine gun nests were found, and sometimes also the gunners. The chief instigators of the bloodshed, however, were the government troops, powerless to put down the movement, but adequate for purposes of provocation. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, when the demonstration was in full swing, 2 Cossack squadrons with flying artillery rode up as a guard for the Tauride Palace. On the way they stubbornly refused to enter into conversation with the demonstrators, in itself a bad sign. These Cossacks seized armored automobiles wherever they could and disarmed individual small groups. Cossack weapons on streets occupied by workers and soldiers seemed an intolerable challenge. Everything pointed to a clash. Near the Lytiny bridge the Cossacks drew near to a compact mass of the enemy, who had here, on the road to the Tauride, succeeded in throwing up some sort of barrier. There was a moment of ominous silence broken by shots from neighboring houses. Then the fight began. The Cossacks used up cartridges by the box, writes the worker, Metelev. The workers and soldiers, scattering to shelter, or simply lying down on the sidewalk under fire, replied in the same fashion. The soldiers' fire compelled the Cossacks to retreat. Having fought their way through to the quay along the Neva, they fired 3 volleys from cannon. The cannon shots are also remarked upon by Izvestia, but under the long-range rifle fire they retired in the direction of the Tauride Palace. Running into another workers' column, the Cossacks received a decisive blow. Abandoning their cannon, horses, rifles, they sought shelter in the entrances of bourgeois houses, or dispersed altogether. That encounter on Lytiny, an actual small battle, was the biggest military episode of the July days, and stories about it are to be found in the recollections of many demonstrators. Bursin, a worker of the Ericsson factory which came out with the machine gunners, tells how upon meeting them the Cossacks immediately opened fire with their rifles. Many workers were left lying dead, and it was here that I was struck by a bullet, which passed through one leg and stopped in the other. As a memento of the July days I have my crutch and my useless leg. In the encounter on the Lytiny 7 Cossacks were killed, and 19 wounded or knocked out by shell explosions. Among the demonstrators 6 were killed, and about 20 wounded. Here and there lay the dead bodies of horses. We have an interesting testimony from the opposing camp. That same ensign, Avrin, who in the morning had made guerrilla attacks on the regular troops of the mutineers, writes as follows: At 8 o'clock in the evening we received an order from General Polovtsev to go out in 2 companies with 2 field guns to the Tauride Palace. We got as far as the Lytiny bridge, upon which I saw armed workers, soldiers, and sailors. With my advance detachment I approached them and asked them to surrender their weapons, but my request was not granted, and the whole gang turned and ran across the bridge to the Vyborg side. I had not yet started after them, when a small-sized soldier without shoulder straps turned round and fired at me, but missed. That shot served as a signal, and an irregular rifle fire was opened on us from all sides. The crowd sent up a shout, "The Cossacks are shooting us!" And that was the fact. The Cossacks slid from their horses and began to shoot. They even attempted to open fire with cannon, but the soldiers let go such a hurricane of rifle fire that the Cossacks were compelled to retreat and scatter through the town. It is not at all impossible that some soldier shot at the ensign. A Cossack officer could better expect a bullet than a greeting from that July crowd. But it is easier to believe the abundant testimony to the fact that the first shots came not from the streets, but from ambush. A rank-and-file Cossack from the same squadron as the ensign has testified with conviction that the Cossacks were shot at from the direction of the district court, and afterward from other houses in Samersky Alley and on the Lytiny. In the official organ of the Soviet, it was related that the Cossacks, before arriving at the Lytiny bridge, were fired on with machine guns from a stone house. The worker, Metelev, asserts that when the soldiers searched that house they found in the apartment of a general who lived there a store of firearms, including 2 machine guns with cartridges. There is nothing unlikely in that. By hook or crook quantities of all kinds of weapons had been accumulated in the hands of the commanding staff during the war period. And the temptation to sprinkle that rabble with a hail of lead from above must have been great. To be sure, shots did fall among the Cossacks, but there was a conviction among the July crowds that counter-revolutionists were consciously shooting at the government troops in order to incite them to ruthless action. Officers who only yesterday possessed unlimited powers, recognize no limits to trickery and cruelty when the civil war comes. Petrograd was swarming with secret and semi-secret officer organizations enjoying lofty protection and generous support. In a confidential report made by the Menshevik, Lieber, almost a month before the July days, it was asserted that the officer conspirators were in touch with Buchanan. Yes, and how could the diplomats of the Entente help trying to promote the speedy establishment of a strong power in Russia? In all excesses the liberals and compromisers would see the hand of anarcho-Bolsheviks and German agents. The workers and soldiers, on the other hand, confidently laid the responsibility for the July clashes and victims upon patriotic provocateurs. Which side was right? The judgment of the masses is of course not infallible. But it is a crude mistake to imagine that the mass is blind and credulous. Where it is touched to the quick, it gathers facts and conjectures with 1,000 eyes and ears, tests rumors by its own experience, selects some and rejects others. Where versions touching a mass movement are contradictory, those appropriated by the mass itself are nearest to the truth. It is for this reason that international sycophants of the type of Hippolyte Taine, who in studying great popular movements ignore the voices of the street, and spend their time carefully collecting and sifting the empty gossip produced in drawing rooms by moods of isolation and fear, are so useless to science. The demonstrators again besieged the Tauride Palace and demanded their answer. At the moment the Kronstadt men arrived, some group or other brought Chernov out to them. Sensing the mood of the crowd, the word-loving minister pronounced upon this one occasion a very brief speech. Sliding over the crisis in the problem of power, he referred scornfully to the cadets who had withdrawn from the government. "Good riddance," he cried. Shouts interrupted him, "Then why didn't you say so before?" Milyukov even relates how a husky worker, shaking his fist in the face of the minister, shouted furiously, "Take the power, you son of a bitch," when they give it to you. Even though nothing more than an anecdote, this expresses with crude accuracy the essence of the July situation. Chernov's answers have no interest, in any case, they did not win him the hearts of the Kronstadters. In just 2 or 3 minutes someone ran into the hall where the executive committee was sitting, and yelled that the sailors had arrested Chernov and were going to end him. With indescribable excitement the executive committee delegated several of its prominent members, exclusively internationalists and Bolsheviks, to rescue the minister. Chernov testified subsequently before a government commission that as he was descending from the tribune he noticed in the entrance behind the columns a hostile movement of several people. They surrounded me and would not let me through to the door. A suspicious-looking person in command of the sailors who were holding me back, kept pointing to an automobile standing near. At that moment Trotsky, emerging from the Tauride Palace, came up and mounting on the front of the automobile in which I found myself, made a short speech. Proposing that Chernov be released, Trotsky asked all those opposed to raise their hands. Not one hand was raised. The group which had conducted me to the automobile then stepped aside with a disgruntled look. Trotsky, as I remember, said, "Citizen Chernov, nobody is hindering you from going back." The general picture of this whole episode leaves no doubt in my mind that there was here a planned attempt of dark elements, acting over the heads of the general mass of the workers and soldiers, to call me out and arrest me. A week before his own arrest Trotsky stated at a joint session of the executive committees, "These facts are going into history and we will try to establish them as they were." I saw that a bunch of thugs was standing around the entrance. I said to Lunacharsky and Ryazanov that those were Okaraniki and they were trying to break into the Tauride Palace. I would know them, I said, in a crowd of 10,000. In his testimony of July 24, Trotsky, already in solitary confinement in Kresty prison, wrote, "I was first minded to ride out of the crowd in the automobile along with Chernov and those who wanted to arrest him, in order to avoid conflict and panic in the crowd. But Midshipman Raskolnikov, running up in extreme excitement, called to me, 'That is impossible. If you ride away with Chernov, they will say tomorrow that the Kronstadters arrested him. Chernov must be freed immediately.' As soon as the trumpeter had summoned the crowd to silence, and given me a chance to make a short speech, which ended with the question, 'Those here in favor of violence, raise their hands,' Chernov found it possible to go back immediately into the palace without hindrance. The testimony of these two witnesses, who were at the same time the chief participants in the adventure, exhausts the factual side of it. But that did not in the least hinder the press hostile to the Bolsheviks from presenting the Chernov incident, together with the attempt at an arrest of Kerensky, as the most convincing of proofs that an armed insurrection had been organized by the Bolsheviks. There was no lack of allusion also, especially in oral agitation, to the fact that Trotsky had directed the arrest of Chernov. That version even arrived at the Tauride Palace. Chernov himself, who described the circumstances of his half-hour arrest with sufficient accuracy in a secret document addressed to a commission of inquiry, nevertheless refrained from making any public statement, in order not to hinder his party from creating indignation against the Bolsheviks. Moreover, Chernov was a member of the government which put Trotsky in prison. The compromisers, to be sure, might have remarked that a gang of dark conspirators would never have ventured upon so insolent a plot as to arrest a minister in the middle of a crowd in broad daylight, had they not hoped that the hostility of the mass to the victim would be a sufficient protection. Such indeed to a certain degree it was. Nobody around the automobile made of his own accord the slightest attempt to liberate Chernov. If to supplement this, somebody had somewhere arrested Kerensky, of course neither the workers nor soldiers would have grieved about that either. In this sense the moral sympathy of the masses for actual and imaginary attempts against the socialist ministers did exist and give support to the accusations against the Kronstadters. But the compromisers were hindered from drawing this candid conclusion by their worry about the relics of their democratic prestige. While fencing themselves off with hostility from the demonstrators, they continued nevertheless to be heads of the system of workers, soldiers, and peasants' soviets in the besieged Tauride Palace. At 8 o'clock in the evening, General Polovtsev revived the hopes of the executive committee by telephone. 2 Cossack squadrons with flying artillery are on the way to the Tauride Palace. At last. But this time, too, their expectations were disappointed. Telephone calls in all directions only deepened their panic. The Cossacks had disappeared as though by evaporation, and their horses, saddles and flying artillery with them. Miliukov writes that towards evening there appeared the first results of the governmental appeal to the troops. Thus, he adds, the 176th Regiment was said to be hastening to the Tauride Palace. This remark, which sounds so accurate, is curiously characteristic of those quiproquos which inevitably arise in the first period of a civil war when the two camps are still only beginning to divide. A regiment did actually arrive at the Tauride Palace in campaign array, knapsacks and folded coats on their backs, canteens and kettles at their belts. The soldiers had got wet through on the way and were tired, they had come from Krasno Selo. It was, too, the 176th Regiment. But they had no intention whatever of rescuing the government. Affiliated with the Mezrayancy, this regiment had come out under the leadership of 2 soldier Bolsheviks, Levinson and Medvedev, to win the power for the Soviets. It was immediately reported to the leaders of the executive committee, sitting so to speak on pins and needles, that a regiment in campaign array had arrived from a distance with its officers, and was settling down to a well-earned rest beneath the windows of the palace. Dan, dressed in the uniform of a military physician, went to the commander with the request that he supply sentries for the defense of the palace. The sentries were soon actually supplied. Dan, we may imagine, communicated this fact with satisfaction to the Presidium, and from that source it arrived in the newspapers. Sukhanov in his notes makes fun of the submissiveness with which a Bolshevik regiment fulfilled the directions of a Menshevik leader, a further proof, he thinks, of the absurdity of the July demonstration. In reality the matter was both simpler and more complex. Having received the request for sentries, the commander of the regiment turned to an assistant commandant on duty in the palace, the young lieutenant, Progorovsky. By good or bad luck Progorovsky was a Bolshevik, a member of the Mezrayancy organization, and he immediately turned for advice to Trotsky, who was occupying a point of observation with a small group of Bolsheviks in one of the side rooms of the palace. It goes without saying that Progorovsky was advised to post the sentries immediately, far better to have friends than enemies at the entrances and exits of the palace. Thus it happened that the 76th Regiment, having come out for a demonstration against the government, defended the government against demonstrators. If it had really been a question of insurrection, Lieutenant Progorovsky with 4 soldiers at his back could easily have arrested the whole executive committee. But nobody thought of arresting anybody. The soldiers of the Bolshevik regiment conscientiously fulfilled their duty as sentries. After the Cossack squadrons, who were the sole obstacle on the road to the Tauride Palace, had been swept away, it seemed to many demonstrators that victory was assured. In reality, the chief obstacle was sitting in the very palace itself. At the joint session of the executive committees, which had begun at 6 o'clock in the evening, there were present 90 representatives from 54 shops and factories. The 5 orators, who were given the floor by agreement, began by protesting against the denunciation of the demonstrators as counter-revolutionists in the manifestos of the executive committee. "You see what is written on our standards," said one. "Such are the decisions adopted by the workers. We demand the resignation of the 10 minister capitalists. We have confidence in the Soviet, but not in those in whom the Soviet has confidence. We demand that the land be seized immediately, that control of industry be established immediately. We demand a struggle against the famine which threatens us." Another added, "This is not a meeting, but a fully organized manifestation. We demand the transfer of the land to the peasants. We demand an annulment of the orders directed against the Revolutionary Army. At this time when the cadets have refused to work with you, we ask you with whom further you want to dicker. We demand that the power pass to the Soviets." The propaganda slogans of the manifestation of June 18 had now become an armed ultimatum of the masses. But the compromisers were still bound with 2 heavy chains to the chariot of the possessing classes. Power to the Soviets. But that means first of all a bold policy of peace, a break with the Allies, a break with our own bourgeoisie, complete isolation, and in the course of a few weeks, ruin. No. A responsible democracy will not enter on the path of adventurism. The present circumstances, said Tseretelli, make it impossible in the Petrograd atmosphere to carry out any new decisions whatever. It remains, therefore, to recognize the government with the staff it has left, to call an extraordinary session of the Soviets in 2 weeks, in a place where it may be able to work without interference, best of all in Moscow. But the course of the meeting was continually interrupted. The Pudilovtsi were knocking at the door of the palace. They came up only towards evening, tired, irritated, in extreme excitement. "Tseretelli, we want Tseretelli." This mass, 30,000 strong, sends its representatives into the palace, somebody shouting after them that if Tseretelli won't come out of his own accord they must bring him out. It is a long way from threat to action, but nevertheless the thing is taking a rough turn, and the Bolsheviks hasten to interfere. Zinoviev subsequently reported, "Our comrades proposed that I should go out to the Pudilov men, a sea of heads such as I never saw before. Tens of thousands of men were solidly packed together. The cries of Tseretelli continued. I began, in place of Tseretelli, it is I who have come out to you." Laughter. That changed the mood. I was able to make quite a long speech. And in conclusion I appealed to that audience to disperse peacefully at once, keeping perfect order, and under no circumstances permitting anyone to provoke them to any aggressive action. The assembled workers applauded stormily, formed in ranks, and began to disperse. This episode offers the best possible illustration of the keen discontent of the masses, their lack of any plan of attack, and the actual role of the Bolshevik Party in the July events. During the moments when Zinoviev was exchanging views with the Pudilovtsi outdoors, a large group of their delegates, some of them with rifles, burst stormily into the hall where the executive committees were in session. The members of the committees jumped up from their seats. Some of them did not reveal a sufficient courage and self-restraint, says Sukhanov, who has left a vivid description of this dramatic moment. One of the workers, a classic sans-culotte in cap and short blue blouse without belt, with a rifle in his hand, jumped up on the speaker's tribune, trembling with excitement and wrath. "Comrades! How long are we workers going to stand for this treachery? You are making bargains with the bourgeoisie and the landlords. Here we are, 30,000 Pudilovci. We are going to have our will. Chij, before whose nose the rifle was dancing, showed great presence of mind. Calmly leaning down from his elevation, he thrust into the quivering hand of the worker a printed manifesto. Here, comrade, take this, please, and I ask you to read it. It says here what the Pudilov comrades should do. In the manifesto it said nothing at all except that the demonstrators ought to go home, as otherwise they would be traitors to the revolution. And what else, indeed, was there left for the Mensheviks to say? In the agitation under the walls of the Tauride Palace, as everywhere in the agitational whirlwind of that period, a great place was occupied by Zinoviev, an orator of extraordinary power. His high tenor voice would surprise you at first, but afterward win you with its unique music. Zinoviev was a born agitator. He knew how to infect himself with the mood of the masses, excite himself with their emotions, and find for their thoughts and feelings a somewhat prolix, perhaps, but very gripping expression. Enemies used to call Zinoviev the greatest demagogue among the Bolsheviks. This was their usual way of paying tribute to his strongest trait, his ability to penetrate the heart of the demos and play upon its strings. It is impossible to deny, however, that being merely an agitator, and neither a theoretician nor a revolutionary strategist, Zinoviev, when he was not restrained by an external discipline, easily slid down the path of demagogism, speaking not in the Philistin, but in the scientific sense of that word. That is, he showed an inclination to sacrifice enduring interests to the success of the moment. Zinoviev's agitatorial quickscent made him an extraordinarily valuable counselor whenever it was a question of estimating political conjunctures, but nothing deeper than that. At meetings of the party he was able to conquer, convince, bewitch, whenever he came with a prepared political idea, tested in mass meetings and, so to speak, saturated with the hopes and hates of the workers and soldiers. On the other hand, Zinoviev was able in a hostile meeting, even in the executive committee of those days, to give to the most extreme and explosive thoughts an enveloping and insinuating form, making his way into the minds of those who had met him with a preconceived distrust. In order to achieve these invaluable results, he had to have something more than a consciousness that he was right. He had to have a tranquilizing certainty that he was to be relieved of the political responsibility by a reliable and strong hand. Lenin gave him this certainty. Armed with a prepared strategic formula containing the very essence of a question, Zinoviev would adroitly and astutely supplement it with fresh exclamations, protests, demands, just now caught up by him on the street, in the factory or the barrack. In those moments he was an ideal mechanism of transmission between Lenin and the masses, sometimes between the masses and Lenin. Zinoviev always followed his teacher except in a very few cases. But the hour of disagreement was just that hour when the fate of the party, of the class, of the country, was to be decided. The agitator of the revolution lacked revolutionary character. When it was a question of conquering minds and hearts, Zinoviev remained a tireless fighter, but he suddenly lost his fighting confidence when he came face to face with the necessity of action. Here he drew back from the masses, from Lenin too, responded only to voices of indecision, caught up every doubt, saw nothing but obstacles. And then his insinuating, almost feminine voice, losing its conviction, would expose his inner weakness. Under the walls of the Tauride Palace in the July days, Zinoviev was extraordinarily active, ingenious, and strong. He raised the excitement of the masses to its highest note, not in order to summon them to decisive action, but, on the contrary, in order to restrain them. This corresponded to the moment and to the policy of the party. Zinoviev was wholly in his element. The battle on the Lytiny produced a sharp break in the development of the demonstration. Nobody was now watching the procession from window or balcony. The more well-to-do part of the public, besieging the railroad stations, were leaving town. The struggle in the streets turned into a scattered skirmishing without definite aim. During the night there were hand-to-hand fights between demonstrators and patriots, unsystematic disarmings, transfers of rifles from one hand to another. Groups of soldiers from the dispersed regiments functioned helter-skelter. Shady elements and provocateurs, attaching themselves to the soldiers, incited them to anarchistic activities, adds Podvoisky. On a hunt for those who had shot from the roofs, groups of sailors and soldiers carried out searches in the cellars. Here and there, under the pretext of a search, plunderings would occur. On the other side, deeds of a pogrom character were perpetrated. Merchants furiously attacked the workers in those parts of the town where they felt strong, and ruthlessly beat them up. Says Afanasyev, a worker from the new Lesner factory, with cries of "Beat the Yids and Bolsheviks! Drown them!" the crowd attacked us and gave it to us good. One of the victims died in the hospital. Afanasyev himself was dragged by sailors, bruised and bloody, from the Ekaterininsky Canal. Skirmishes, victims, fruitlessness of the struggle, and indefiniteness of practical aim, that describes the movement. The Central Committee of the Bolsheviks passed a resolution, to call on the workers and soldiers to end the demonstration. This time that appeal, which was immediately brought to the attention of the Executive Committee, met hardly any opposition at all in the lower ranks. The masses ebbed back into the suburbs, and they cherished no intention of renewing the struggle on the following day. They felt that the problem of power to the Soviets was considerably more complicated than had appeared. The siege of the Tauride Palace was conclusively raised. The nearby streets stood empty. But the vigil of the executive committees continued, with intermissions, with long drawn-out speeches, meaningless and fruitless. Only afterwards did it become clear that the compromisers were waiting for something. In neighboring rooms the delegates of the factories and regiments were still languishing. It was already long after midnight, relates Metelev, and we were still waiting for a decision. Irritated with weariness and hunger, we were wandering through the Alexandrovsky Hall. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the 5th of July our waiting came to an end. Through the open doors of the chief entrance to the palace burst in a noisy crowd of officers and soldiers. The whole building was filled with the brassy sounds of the Marseillaise. The trampling of feet and the thunder of the band at that hour before the dawn, caused an extraordinary excitement in the session hall. The deputies leapt from their seats. A new danger? But Dan was in the tribune. "Comrades," he shouted, "don't get excited. There is no danger. Those are regiments loyal to the revolution that have arrived." Yes, the reliable troops had arrived at last. They occupied the corridors, viciously fell upon the few workers still remaining in the palace, grabbed the weapons of those having them, arrested them, and led them away. Lieutenant Kukin, a well-known Menshevik, ascended the tribune in field uniform. The chairman, Dan, received him with open arms to the triumphal notes of the band. Choking with delight, and scorching the lefts with their triumphant glances, the compromisers seized each other by the hand, opened their mouths wide, and poured out their enthusiasm in the notes of the Marseillaise. "A classic picture of the beginning of a counter-revolution," angrily muttered Martov, who knew how to see and understand many things. The political meaning of this scene, recorded by Sukhanov, will become still more clear if you remember that Martov belonged to the same party with Dan, for whom it represented the highest triumph of the revolution. Only now, as they observed the joy of the majority bubbling like a fountain, did the left wing of the Soviet begin to understand in a downright way how isolated was this highest organ of the official democracy when the genuine democracy came into the streets. For 36 hours these people had been alternately disappearing behind the scenes, running to a telephone booth to get in touch with headquarters or with Kerensky at the front, to demand troops, to appeal, to urge, to beseech, to dispatch agitators and ever more agitators, and again to come back and wait. The danger was past, but the fear retained its momentum. The tramping steps of the loyal at 5 o'clock in the morning therefore sounded to their ears like a symphony of liberation. At last from the tribune came frank speeches about the lucky putting down of an armed revolt, and about the necessity of settling with the Bolsheviks this time for good. That detachment which entered the Tauride Palace had not come from the front, however, as many in the heat of the moment thought. It had been handpicked from the Petrograd garrison, chiefly from the three most backward guard battalions, the Preobrajhensky, the Semenovsky and the Izmailovsky. On the 3rd of June these regiments had declared themselves neutral, and vain efforts had been made to capture them with the authority of the government and the executive committee. The soldiers sat gloomily in their barracks waiting. Only in the afternoon of July 4 did the authorities at last discover an effective means of influencing them. They showed the Preobrajhensky documents demonstrating as plain as 2 + 2 = 4 that Lenin was a German spy. That moved them. The news flew round the regiments. Officers, members of the regimental committee, agitators of the executive committee, were active everywhere. The mood of the neutral battalions changed. By dawn, when there was no longer any need of them, it became possible to assemble them and lead them through the deserted streets to the empty Tauride Palace. The Marseillaise was played that night by the band of the Izmailovsky Regiment, the same reactionary regiment to which on December 3, 1905 had been entrusted the task of arresting the first Petrograd Soviet of Workers' Deputies, in session with Trotsky in the chair. The blind director of the historic drama achieves striking theatrical effects at every step without striving after them, he simply gives a loose rein to the logic of events. When the streets had been cleansed of the masses, the young government of the revolution stretched out its gouty limbs. Workers' representatives were arrested, weapons were seized, one district of the town was cut off from another. At about 6 o'clock in the morning an automobile stopped in front of the editorial office of Pravda. It was loaded with junkers and soldiers with a machine gun which was immediately set up at the window. After the departure of these uninvited guests the office was a picture of destruction, desk drawers smashed open, the floor heaped with torn-up manuscripts, the telephones ripped loose. The sentries and employees of the office had been beaten up and arrested. A still more violent attack was made on the printing plant for whose purchase the workers had been collecting money during the last 3 months. The rotary presses were destroyed, monotypes ruined, linotype machines smashed to pieces. The Bolsheviks were wrong, it seems, when they accused the Kerensky government of lacking energy. Generally speaking, the streets had now become normal, writes Sukhanov. There were almost no crowds or street meetings, almost all the stores were open. In the morning the summons of the Bolsheviks to stop the demonstration, the last product of the destroyed printing plant, was distributed. Cossacks and Junkers were arresting sailors, soldiers, and workers on the streets, and sending them to jail or to the guard houses. In the stores and on the sidewalks the talk was of German money. They arrested everybody who made a peep in defense of the Bolsheviks. It was no longer possible to declare Lenin an honest man, they would take you to the police station. Sukhanov as always appears as an attentive observer of what is happening on the streets of the bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, the burghers. But things looked different in the workers' districts. The factories and shops were still closed. The mood was vigilant. Rumors went round that troops had arrived from the front. The streets of the Vyborg section were filled with groups discussing what to do in case of attack. The Red Guards and the factory youth in general, says Metelev, were getting ready to penetrate the Peter and Paul fortress and support the detachment besieged there, concealing hand grenades in their pockets, in their shoes, under their coats. They crossed the river in rowboats and partly by the bridges. The typesetter, Smirnov, from the Kolomensky district, remembers, I saw a tugboat with naval cadets coming down the Neva from Duderhof and Oranienbaum. Toward 2 o'clock the situation cleared up in the bad sense. I saw how the sailors one by one were returning to Kronstadt along the back streets. The story was being spread that all Bolsheviks were German spies. A vile hue and cry was raised. The historian, Milyukov, sums it all up with satisfaction. The mood and personnel of the public on the streets had completely changed. By evening Petrograd was entirely tranquil. So long as the troops from the front had not arrived, Petrograd headquarters, with the political cooperation of the compromisers, continued to disguise its intentions. In the afternoon some members of the executive committee, with Lieber at their head, came to the palace of Kashisinskaya for a conference with the Bolshevik leaders. That visit alone testified to a very peaceable feeling. According to the agreement then arrived at, the Bolsheviks were to induce the sailors to return to Kronstadt, to withdraw the machine gun company from Peter and Paul Fortress, and to remove the patrols and armored cars from their positions. The government, on its part, promised not to permit any pogroms or repressions against the Bolsheviks, and to liberate all arrested persons except those who had engaged in criminal activities. But the agreement did not last long. As the rumors spread about German money and the approach of troops from the front, more and more detachments and small groups were discovered in the garrison mindful of their loyalty to the government and to Kerensky. They sent delegates to the Tauride Palace or to the district staff. Finally, echelons from the front actually began to arrive. The mood in compromise spheres grew fiercer and fiercer from hour to hour. The troops from the front had arrived all ready to snatch the capital with bloody hands from the agents of the Kaiser. Now that it was clear the troops were not needed, it became necessary to justify sending for them. To avoid falling under suspicion themselves, the compromisers tried with all their might to show the commanders that Mensheviks and social revolutionaries belong to the same camp with them, and that Bolsheviks are a common enemy. When Kamina tried to remind the members of the Presidium of the Executive Committee about the agreement arrived at a few hours before, Lieber answered in the tone of an iron-hearted statesman, "The correlation of forces has now changed." Lieber had learned from the popular speeches of Lassalle that canon is an important part of a constitution. A delegation of Kronstadters headed by Raskolnikov was several times summoned before the Military Commission of the Executive Committee, where the demands, increasing from hour to hour, at last resolved themselves into an ultimatum from Lieber, that they should agree at once to the disarming of the Kronstadt men. Departing from the session of the Military Commission, related Raskolnikov, we renewed our conferences with Trotsky and Kamina. Liv Davidovich advised us immediately and secretly to send the Kronstadters home. A decision was adopted to send comrades around the barracks to warn the Kronstadters that they were going to be forcibly disarmed. A majority of the Kronstadters got away in time. Only a few detachments remained in the house of Kashisinskaya and the Peter and Paul Fortress. With the knowledge and consent of the Minister Socialists, Prince Lvov had already on July 4 given General Polovtsev a written order to arrest the Bolsheviks occupying the house of Kashisinskaya, clear out the house, and occupy it with troops. At this time, after the destruction of the editorial office and printing plant, the question of the fate of the central headquarters of the Bolsheviks became a very vital one. It was necessary to put the residents in a state of defense. The military organization appointed Raskolnikov commander of the building. He took his duties in a broad way, in a Kronstadt way, sent requisitions for cannon and even ordered a small warship to enter the mouth of the Neva. Raskolnikov subsequently explained this step in the following manner: "These military preparations were of course made on my part not merely with a view to self-defense, since there was a smell in the air not only of powder but of pogroms. I also thought, and not, I believe, without foundation, that one good warship in the mouth of the Neva would be enough to considerably shake the resolution of the provisional government. All this is rather indefinite and none too serious. We may rather assume that at 5 o'clock in the afternoon of July 5 the leaders of the military organization, including Raskolnikov, had not yet estimated the extent of the changes in the situation, and hence at that moment, when the armed demonstration was compelled to beat a hasty retreat in order not to turn into an armed insurrection imposed by the enemy, some of the military leaders made certain accidental and not well thought out steps forward. The young Kronstadt leaders did in this first action overreach themselves. But can you make a revolution without the help of people who overreach themselves? Indeed, does not a certain percentage of light-mindedness enter as a constituent part into all great human deeds? This time it came to nothing more than instructions, and these moreover were soon annulled by Raskolnikov himself. During this time more and more alarming news was pouring into the place. One man had seen in the windows of a house on the opposite shore of the Neva machine guns aimed at the palace of Kashisinskaya, another had observed a column of armored automobiles traveling in the same direction, a third brought news of the approach of a detachment of Cossacks. 2 members of the military organization were sent to the commander of the district to negotiate. Polovtsev assured the emissaries that the raid on Pravda had been made without his knowledge, and that no repressions were in preparation against the military organization. In reality, he was only awaiting sufficient reinforcements from the front. During this time, while Kronstadt was retreating, the Baltic fleet as a whole was still only getting ready to advance. The principal part of the fleet was in the Finland waters, with a total of about 70,000 sailors. An army corps was also located in Finland, and 10,000 Russian workers were in the port factories of Helsingfors. That was a good-sized fist of the revolution. The pressure of the sailors and soldiers was so irresistible that even the Helsingfors Committee of the Social Revolutionaries had come out against the coalition, and in consequence all the Soviet bodies of the fleet and army in Finland had unanimously demanded that the Executive Committee take the power. In support of their demand, the Baltic men were ready at any moment to move into the mouth of the Neva. They were restrained, however, by the fear of weakening the naval line of defense, and making it easy for the German fleet to attack Kronstadt and Petrograd. But here something completely unexpected occurred. The Central Committee of the Baltic Fleet, the so-called Centrobalt, called on the 4th of July an extraordinary session of the ship committees at which the President, Dybenko, read 2 secret orders just received by the fleet commander and signed by the Assistant Minister of the Navy Dudarev. The first obliged the Admiral Verdurevsky to send 4 destroyers to Petrograd to prevent by force the landing of sailors from the side of Kronstadt. The second demanded of the commander of the fleet that he should not on any pretext permit the departure of ships from Helsingfors to Kronstadt, not hesitating to sink disobedient ships with submarines. Finding himself between 2 fires, and worried most of all about his own head, the admiral anticipated events by turning over the telegram to the Centrobalt with the announcement that he would not carry out the orders even if countersigned by the Centrobalt. The reading of the telegram startled the sailors. To be sure, they had been ready on any pretext to abuse Kerensky and the compromisers in no kind-hearted terms. But up to now this had been in their eyes an intra-Soviet struggle. A majority in the Executive Committee belonged to the same parties as the majority in the Regional Committee of Finland, which had just come out for a Soviet government. It seemed clear enough that neither Mensheviks nor social revolutionaries could possibly approve the sinking of ships which had come out for the power of the Executive Committee. How could an old naval officer like Dudarev get mixed up in a family quarrel of the Soviets, turning it into a naval battle? Only yesterday the big battleships had been officially regarded as the bulwark of the revolution, and this in contrast to the backward destroyers and submarines, which had hardly been touched by revolutionary propaganda. Could it be that the government now seriously intended to sink the battleships with the help of the submarines? These facts simply could not find their way into the stubborn skulls of the sailors. That order, which justifiably seemed to them to belong to the realm of nightmare, was nevertheless a legitimate July harvest of the March sowing. Already in April the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries had begun to appeal to the provinces against Petrograd, to the soldiers against the workers, to the cavalry against the machine gunners. They had given the troops representative privileges in the Soviets above the factories, they had favored the small and scattered enterprises as against the giants of the metal industry. Themselves representing the past, they had sought support in backwardness of all kinds. With the ground slipping under their feet, they were now inciting the rear guard against the advance guard. Politics has its own logic, especially in times of revolution. Pressed from all sides, the compromisers had found themselves obliged to direct Admiral Verdurevsky to sink the more advanced battleships. Unfortunately for the compromisers, the backward ones upon whom they were relying were more and more striving to catch up to those in advance. The submarine command was no less indignant at Dudarev's orders than the commanders of the battleships. The men at the head of Centrobalt were not at all of the Hamlet type. They lost no time in passing a resolution, together with the members of the ship committees, to send immediately to Petrograd the squadron destroyer Orpheus, designated for the sinking of the Kronstadters, in the first place to get information as to what was happening there, and in the second to arrest the Assistant Minister of the Navy, Dudarev. However unexpected this decision may seem, it nevertheless clearly reveals to what an extent the Baltic sailors were still inclined to regard the compromisers as a private opponent in contrast to any old Dudarev whom they considered a public enemy. The Orpheus entered the mouth of the Neva 24 hours after the 10,000 armed Kronstadters had moored their vessels there. But the correlation of forces had changed. For a whole day the crew was not permitted to disembark. Only in the evening a delegation consisting of 67 sailors from the Centrobalt and the ship's crews was admitted to the joint session of the executive committees, then engaged in casting up the first balance of the July days. The victors were luxuriating in their new victory. The spokesman, Wodinsky, was complacently describing the hours of weakness and humiliation, in order the more sharply to depict the triumph which followed. The first unit which came to our help, he said, was the armored cars. We firmly intended in case of violence from the side of the armed gang to open fire. Seeing the extent of the danger threatening the revolution, we issued an order to certain units to entrain and come to the capital. A majority of that high assembly were breathing out hatred for the Bolsheviks, and especially for the sailors. It was in this atmosphere that the Baltic delegates arrived armed with an order for the arrest of Dudarev. With a wild yelp, a pounding of fists on tables, and a stamping of feet, the victors greeted the reading of the resolution of the Baltic fleet. Arrest Dudarev? Why, this gallant captain of the first rank was only fulfilling his sacred duty to the revolution, which they, the sailors, the rebels, the counter-revolutionists, were stabbing in the back. In a special resolution the joint session solemnly declared its solidarity with Dudarev. The sailors looked at the orators and at each other with startled eyes. Only at this moment did they begin to understand what had been taking place before their eyes. The next day the whole delegation was arrested, and completed its political education in jail. Immediately after that, the president of the Centrobalt, the non-commissioned naval officer Dybenko, who had followed them up, was arrested, and after him also Admiral Verderevsky, who had been summoned to the capital to explain matters. On the morning of the 6th the workers went back to work. Only the troops summoned from the front were now demonstrating in the streets. Agents of the intelligence service were examining passports and making arrests right and left. A young worker, Voinov, who was distributing the Pravda leaflet, published in place of the destroyed Bolshevik paper, was killed in the streets by a gang, perhaps composed of these same intelligence men. The Black Hundred elements were acquiring a taste for the putting down of revolts. Plundering, violence, and in some places shooting continued in different parts of the city. In the course of the day echelon after echelon arrived from the front, the Cavalier Division, the Don Cossack Regiment, the Ulan Division, the Izbersky, the Malorossisky, the Dragoon Regiment, and others. The Cossack divisions, arriving in great numbers, writes Gorky's paper, were in a very aggressive mood. Machine gun fire was opened on the newly arrived Izbersky Regiment in two parts of the city. In both cases the machine guns were found in an attic, those guilty were not discovered. In other places, too, the arriving troops were shot at. The deliberate madness of this shooting deeply disturbed the workers. It was clear that experienced provocateurs were greeting the soldiers with lead with a view to anti-Bolshevik inoculation. The workers were eager to explain this to the arriving soldiers, but they were denied access to them. For the first time since the February days the junker or the officer stood between the worker and soldier. The compromisers joyfully welcomed the arriving regiments. At a meeting of representatives of the troops, in the presence of a great number of officers and junkers, our friend Wodinsky unctuously explained, now along Miliony Street troops and armored cars are traveling towards Palace Square to place themselves at the disposal of General Polovtsev, and this is our real strength upon which we rely. To act as a political covering, 4 socialist assistants were appointed to the commander of the district, Avksentiev and Gotz from the executive committee, Skobelev and Chernov from the provisional government. But that did not save the commander. Kerensky subsequently boasted to the White Guards that on returning from the front in the July days, he had discharged General Polovtsev for irresolution. Now at last it was possible to solve the so long postponed problem, to clean up that wasp's nest of Bolsheviks in the house of Kashisinskaya. In social life in general, and particularly in a time of revolution, secondary facts which act upon the imagination sometimes acquire through their symbolic meaning an enormous significance. Thus a disproportionately large place in the struggle against the Bolsheviks was occupied by the question of the seizure by Lenin of the palace of Kashisinskaya, a court ballerina famous not so much for her art as for her relations with the male representatives of the Romanov dynasty. Her private palace was the fruit of these relations, the foundation of which was laid down, it seems, by Nicholas II when still heir to the throne. Before the war, people gossiped with a tinge of envious respectfulness about this den of luxury, spurs, and diamonds located opposite the Winter Palace. But in wartime they more frequently remarked, stolen goods. The soldiers expressed themselves even more accurately. Arriving at a critical age, the ballerina took up a career in patriotism. The outspoken Rodchenko has this to say on that subject: the High Commander-in-Chief remarked that he was aware of the participation and influence in artillery matters of the ballerina, Kashisinskaya, through whom various firms had received orders. It is no wonder if after the revolution the abandoned palace of Kashisinskaya failed to awaken benevolent feelings among the people. In those times when the revolution was making an insatiable demand for quarters, the government never dared lay its hands on a single private residence. To requisition the peasants' horses for the war, that is one thing; to requisition vacant palaces for the revolution, that is quite another. But the masses of the people saw it otherwise. On a search for suitable quarters, a reserve armored car division had run into the residence of Kashisinskaya in the first days of March, and occupied it. The ballerina had an excellent garage. The division gladly turned over the upper story of the building to the Petrograd Committee of the Bolsheviks. The friendship of the Bolsheviks with this armored car division supplemented their friendship with the machine gunners. The occupation of the palace, which occurred a few weeks before the arrival of Lenin, passed almost unnoticed at first. The indignation against the usurpers grew with the growth of the influence of the Bolsheviks. The wild stories in the newspapers about how Lenin was occupying the boudoir of the ballerina, and how all the decorations of the palace had been shattered to pieces and torn up, were mere lies. Lenin lived in the modest apartment of his sister. The ballerina's furnishings were put away by the commandant of the building and kept under seal. Sukhanov, who visited the palace at the time of Lenin's arrival, has left an interesting description of the quarters. The chambers of the famous ballerina had a rather strange and inappropriate look. The exquisite ceilings and walls did not harmonize at all with the unpretentious furnishings, the primitive tables, chairs, and benches set casually about according to the demands of business. In general there was very little furniture. Kashisinskaya's movable property had been put away somewhere. Discreetly avoiding the question of the armored car division, the press represented Lenin as guilty of an armed seizure of the house from the hands of a defenseless devotee of art. This theme was developed in leading editorials and feuilletons. Tattered workers and soldiers among those velvets and silks and beautiful rugs. All the drawing rooms of the capital shuddered with moral indignation. As once the Girondists held the Jacobins responsible for the September murders, the disappearance of mattresses in the barracks, and the campaign for an agrarian law, so now the cadets and Democrats accused the Bolsheviks of undermining the pillars of human morality and hawking and spitting on the polished floors of the palace of Kashisinskaya. The dynastic ballerina became a symbol of culture trampled under the hoofs of barbarism. This apotheosis gave wings to the lady herself, and she complained to the court. The court decided that the Bolsheviks should be removed from the premises. But that was not quite so easy to do. The armored cars on duty in the courtyard looked sufficiently imposing, remembers Zalesky, then a member of the Petrograd Committee. Moreover, the machine gun regiment, and other units too, were ready in case of need to back up the armored cars. On May 25, the Bureau of the Executive Committee, upon a complaint from the ballerina's lawyer, recognized that the interests of the revolution demand submission to the decisions of the court. Beyond this Platonic aphorism, however, the compromisers did not venture, to the extreme distress of the ballerina, who was not by nature inclined to Platonism. The Central Committee, the Petrograd Committee, and the military organization, continued to work in the palace side by side. A continuous mass of people crowded into the house of Kashisinskaya, says Raskolnikov. Some would come on business to this or that secretariat, others to the literature department, others to the editorial offices of the Soldiers' Pravda, others to some meeting or other. Meetings took place very often, sometimes continually, either in the spacious wide hall below, or in the room upstairs with the long table which had evidently been the dining room of the ballerina. From the palace balcony, above which waved the impressive banner of the Central Committee, orators carried on a continuous mass meeting, not only by day but by night. Often out of the darkness some military detachment would approach the building, or some crowd of workers with a demand for an orator. Accidental groups of citizens would also stop before the balcony, their curiosity aroused by some uproar in the newspapers. During the critical days hostile manifestations would draw near to the building for a time, demanding the arrest of Lenin and the driving out of the Bolsheviks. Under the streams of people flowing past the palace one felt the seething depths of the revolution. The house of Kashisinskaya reached its apogee in the July days. The chief headquarters of the movement, says Milyukov, was not the Tauride Palace, but Lenin's citadel, the house of Kashisinskaya with its classic balcony. The putting down of the demonstration led fatally to the breakup of the staff headquarters of the Bolsheviks. At 3 o'clock in the morning there advanced against the house of Kashisinskaya and the Peter and Paul fortress, separated from each other by a strip of water, the reserve battalion of the Petrograd Regiment, a machine gun detachment, a company of Semenovцы, a company of Preobrazhenцы, the training squad of the Volensky Regiment, 2 cannon, and a detachment of 8 armored cars. At 7 o'clock in the morning an assistant of the commander of the district, the social revolutionary Kuzmin, demanded that the house be vacated. Not wishing to surrender their weapons, the Kronstadters, of whom there remained only 120 in the palace, dashed across to the Peter and Paul fortress. When the government troops occupied the house, they found nobody there but a few employees. There then remained the problem of the Peter and Paul fortress. Young Red Guards, as we remember, had gone over from the Vyborg district in order in case of need to help the sailors. On the fortress walls, one of them relates, stood a number of cannon, evidently set up by the sailors in case anything should happen. It began to look like bloody doings. But diplomatic negotiations settled the problem peacefully. At the direction of the Central Committee, Stalin proposed to the compromise leaders to adopt joint measures for the bloodless termination of the action of the Kronstadt men. In company with the Menshevik, Bogdanov, he had no difficulty in persuading the sailors to accept Lieber's ultimatum of the day before. When the government armored cars approached the fortress, a deputation came out of its gates announcing that the garrison would submit to the executive committee. The weapons given up by the sailors and soldiers were carried away in trucks. The disarmed sailors were sent to the barges for return to Kronstadt. The surrender of the fortress may be considered the concluding episode of the July movement. A bicycle brigade from the front occupied the house of Kashisinskaya and the Peter and Paul fortress. This brigade in its turn, will go over on the eve of the October Revolution, to the Bolsheviks. Chapter 26. Could the Bolsheviks have seized the power in July? The demonstration forbidden by the government and the executive committee had been a colossal one. On the second day not less than 500,000 people participated. Sukhanov, who cannot find words strong enough for the blood and filth of the July days, nevertheless writes, political results aside, it was impossible not to look with admiration upon that amazing movement of the popular masses. Even while deeming it fatal, one could not but feel a rapture in its gigantic spontaneous scope. According to the reckonings of the Commission of Inquiry, 29 men were killed and 114 wounded, about an equal number on each side. That the movement had begun from below, irrespective of the Bolsheviks, to a certain extent against their will, was at first recognized even by the compromisers. But on the night of July 3, and yet more on the following day, official opinion began to change. The movement was declared an insurrection, the Bolsheviks its organizers. Under the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," writes Stankiewicz, a man close to Kerensky, there occurred an organized insurrection of the Bolsheviks against the majority of the Soviets, consisting at that time of the defensist parties. This charge of organizing an insurrection was something more than a method of political struggle. During the month of June those people had well convinced themselves of the strong influence of the Bolsheviks on the masses, and they now simply refused to believe that a movement of workers and soldiers could have surged up over the heads of the Bolsheviks. Trotsky tried to explain the situation at a session of the executive committee. "They accuse us of creating the mood of the masses, that is wrong, we only tried to formulate it." In books published by their enemies after the October Revolution, particularly in Sukhanov, you will find it asserted that the Bolsheviks covered up their actual aim only in consequence of the defeat of the July insurrection, hiding behind the spontaneous movement of the masses. But could one possibly conceal, like a buried treasure, the plans of an armed insurrection which drew into its whirlpool hundreds of thousands of people? Were not the Bolsheviks compelled in October to summon the masses quite openly to insurrection, and to make preparations for it before the eyes of all? If no one discovered such a plan in July, it is only because there was none. The entry of the machine gunners and Kronstadters into the Peter and Paul fortress with the consent of its permanent garrison, upon which seizure the compromisers especially insist, was not at all an act of armed insurrection. That building situated on an island, a prison rather than a military post, might perhaps serve as a refuge for men in retreat, but it offers nothing whatever to attacking forces. In making their way to the Tauride Palace the demonstrators passed calmly by the most important government buildings, to occupy which the Putilov detachment of the Red Guard would have been an adequate force. They took possession of the Peter and Paul fortress exactly as they took possession of the streets, the sentry posts, the public squares. An additional motive was its nearness to the palace of Kashisinskaya, to whose aid it could have come in case of need. The Bolsheviks made every effort to reduce the July movement to a demonstration. But did it not, nevertheless, by the very logic of things transcend these limits? This political question is harder to answer than the criminal indictment. Appraising the July days immediately after they occurred, Lenin wrote, "An anti-government demonstration, that would be the most formally accurate description of the events." But the point is that this was no ordinary demonstration. It was something considerably more than a demonstration and less than a revolution. When the masses once get hold of some idea, they want to realize it. Although trusting the Bolshevik Party, the workers, and still more the soldiers, had not yet acquired a conviction that they ought to come out only upon the summons of the party and under its leadership. The experiences of February and April had taught them rather the opposite. When Lenin said in May that the workers and peasants were 100 times more revolutionary than the party, he undoubtedly generalized this February and April experience. But the masses had also generalized the experience in their own way. They were saying to themselves, even the Bolsheviks are dawdling and holding us back. The demonstrators were entirely ready in the July days to liquidate the official government if that should seem necessary in the course of business. In case of resistance from the bourgeoisie they were ready to employ arms. To that extent there was an element of armed insurrection. If, in spite of this, it was not carried through even to the middle, to say nothing of the end, that is because the compromisers confused the whole picture. In the first volume of this work we described in detail the paradox of the February regime. The petty bourgeois Democrats, Mensheviks, and social revolutionaries received the power from the hands of the revolutionary people. They had not set themselves the task of winning it. They had not conquered the power. They were put in possession of it against their will. Against the will of the masses, they tried to hand over this power to the imperialist bourgeoisie. The people did not trust the liberals, but they trusted the compromisers. The compromisers, however, did not trust themselves. And in this they were in a way right. Even in turning over the whole power to the bourgeoisie, the Democrats had continued to be somebody. But once they had seized the power in their own hands, they would have become nothing at all. From the Democrats the power would almost automatically have slid into the hands of the Bolsheviks. This was inevitable, for it was involved in the organic insignificance of the Russian democracy. The July demonstrators wanted to turn over the power to the Soviets, but for this the Soviets had to agree to take it. Even in the capital, however, where a majority of the workers and the active elements of the garrison were already for the Bolsheviks, a majority in the Soviet, owing to that law of inertia which applies to every representative system, still belonged to those petty bourgeois parties who regarded an attempt against the power of the bourgeoisie as an attempt against themselves. The workers and soldiers felt clearly enough the contrast between their moods and the policy of the Soviet, that is, between their today and their yesterday. In coming out for a government of the Soviets, they by no means gave their confidence to the compromisist majority in those Soviets. But they did not know how to settle with this majority. To overthrow it by violence would have meant to dissolve the Soviets instead of giving them the power. Before they could find the path to a change of the personal composition of the Soviets, the workers and soldiers tried to subject the Soviets to their will by the method of direct action. In a proclamation of the two executive committees on the subject of the July days, the compromisers indignantly appealed to the workers and soldiers against the demonstrators, who, they alleged, had attempted by force of arms to impose their will upon your elected representatives. As though the demonstrators and the electors were not merely two names for the same workers and soldiers. As though electors have not a right to impose their will upon those they have elected. And as though this will consisted of anything else but the demand that they should fulfill their duty, namely, get possession of the power in the interests of the people. The masses concentrated around the Tauride Palace were shouting into the ears of the executive committee the very same phrase which that nameless worker had thrust up at Chernov with his horny fist: "Take the power when they give it to you." In answer the compromiser sent for the Cossacks. These gentlemen of the democracy preferred a civil war against the people to a bloodless transfer of power into their own hands. It was the White Guards who fired the first shots, but the political atmosphere of the Civil War was created by the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. Running into this armed resistance from the very institution to which they wished to turn over the power, the workers and soldiers lost a clear sense of their goal. From their mighty mass movement the political axis had been torn out. The July campaign was thus reduced to a demonstration partially carried out with the instruments of armed insurrection. Or, it would be equally true to say, it was a semi-insurrection, directed toward goals which did not permit other methods than those proper to a demonstration. Although declining the power, the compromisers had not wholly given it over to the liberals. This was both because they feared them, the petty bourgeois always fears the big bourgeois, and because they feared for them. A pure cadet ministry would have been immediately overthrown by the masses. Moreover, as Miliukov rightly points out, in struggling against independent armed actions, the Executive Committee of the Soviet was fortifying its own right, proclaimed in the tumultuous days of the 20th and 21st of April, to deploy at its own discretion the armed forces of the Petrograd garrison. The compromisers were continuing to steal the power from under their own pillows. In order to offer armed resistance to those who had written on their banners "All power to the Soviets," the Soviet was obliged actually to concentrate the power in its hands. The Executive Committee went even farther in the July days, it formally proclaimed its sovereignty. If the revolutionary democracy deemed necessary a transfer of all power into the hands of the Soviets, says their resolution of July 4, the decision of that question could belong only to a plenary session of the executive committees. While declaring the demonstration in favor of the Soviet power a counter-revolutionary insurrection, the executive committee thus at the same time constituted itself the supreme power, and decided the fate of the government. When at dawn on the 5th of July the loyal troops entered the Tauride Palace, their commander reported that his detachment submitted to the executive committee wholly and without reserve. Not a word about the government.
but the rebels also wanted to submit to the executive committee in the character of a sovereign power. In surrendering the Peter and Paul fortress, the garrison considered it sufficient to announce their submission to the executive committee. Nobody demanded a submission to the official authority. The troops summoned from the front also placed themselves wholly at the disposal of the executive committee. Why, in that case, was there any shedding of blood? If this conflict had taken place toward the end of the Middle Ages, both sides in slaughtering each other would have cited the same text from the Bible. Formalist historians would afterwards have come to the conclusion that they were fighting about the correct interpretation of texts. The craftsmen and illiterate peasants of the Middle Ages had a strange passion, as is well known, for allowing themselves to be killed in the cause of philological subtleties in the revelations of St. John, just as the Russian separatists submitted to extermination in order to decide the question whether one should cross himself with 2 fingers or 3. In reality there lies hidden under such symbolic formulae, in the Middle Ages no less than now, a conflict of life interests which we must learn to uncover. The very same verse of the evangelist meant serfdom for some, freedom for others. But there is a far more fresh and modern analogy. In the June days of 1848 in France, the same shout went up on both sides of the barricades, "Long live the Republic!" To the petty bourgeois idealist, therefore, the June fight has seemed a misunderstanding caused by the inattention of one side, the hot-headedness of the other. In reality the bourgeoisie wanted a republic for themselves, the workers a republic for everybody. Political slogans serve oftener to disguise interests than to call them by name. In spite of the paradoxical character of the February regime, scribbled all over to boot with Marxian and Narodnik hieroglyphics by the compromisers, the actual interrelation of classes is easy enough to see. It is only necessary to keep in view the twofold nature of the compromise parties. The educated petty bourgeois oriented himself upon the workers and peasants, but hobnobbed with the titled landlords and owners of sugar factories. While forming a part of the Soviet system, through which the demands of the lower classes found their way up to the official state, the executive committee served at the same time as a political screen for the bourgeoisie. The possessing classes submitted to the executive committee so long as it pushed the power over to their side. The masses submitted to the executive committee, in so far as they hoped it might become an instrument of the rule of workers and peasants. Contradictory class tendencies were intersecting in the Tauride Palace and they both covered themselves with the name of the executive committee, the one through unconscious trustfulness, the other with cold-blooded calculation. The struggle was about nothing more or less than the question who was to rule the country, the bourgeoisie or the proletariat. But if the compromisers did not want to take the power, and the bourgeoisie did not have the strength to take it, maybe the Bolsheviks could have seized the helm in July. In the course of those 2 critical days the power in Petrograd completely dropped from the hands of the governmental institutions. The executive committee then felt for the first time its own complete impotence. In such circumstances it would have been easy enough for the Bolsheviks to seize the power. They could have seized the power, too, at certain individual points in the provinces. That being the case, was the Bolshevik party right in refraining from an insurrection? Might they not, fortifying themselves in the capital and in certain industrial districts, have subsequently extended their rule to the whole country? That is an important question. Nothing gave more help to the triumph of imperialism and reaction in Europe at the end of the war than those few months of Kerenskyism, exhausting revolutionary Russia and immeasurably damaging her moral authority in the eyes of the warring armies and of the toiling masses of Europe who had been hopefully awaiting some new word from the revolution. To shorten the birth pains of the proletarian revolution by 4 months would have been an immense gain. The Bolsheviks would have received the country in a less exhausted condition, the authority of the revolution in Europe would have been less undermined. This would not only have given the Soviets an immense predominance in conducting the negotiations with Germany, but would have exerted a mighty influence on the fortunes of war and peace in Europe. The prospect was only too enticing. But nevertheless the leadership of the party was completely right in not taking the road of armed insurrection. It is not enough to seize the power, you have to hold it. When in October the Bolsheviks did decide that their hour had struck,
The most difficult days came after the seizure of power. It requires the highest tension of the forces of the working class to sustain the innumerable attacks of an enemy. In July even the Petrograd workers did not yet possess that preparedness for infinite struggle. Although able to seize the power, they nevertheless offered it to the executive committee. The proletariat of the capital, although inclining toward the Bolsheviks in its overwhelming majority, had still not broken the February umbilical cord attaching it to the compromisers. Many still cherished the illusion that everything could be obtained by words and demonstrations, that by frightening the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries you could get them to carry out a common policy with the Bolsheviks. Even the advanced sections of the class had no clear idea by which roads it was possible to arrive at the power. Lenin wrote soon after, "The real mistake of our party on the 3rd and 4th of July, as events now reveal, was only this, that the party still considered possible a peaceful development of the political transformation by way of a change of policy on the part of the Soviets. In reality the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries had already tangled and bound themselves up by compromisism with the bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie had become so counter-revolutionary, that there was no longer any use talking about a peaceful development. If the proletariat was not politically homogeneous and not sufficiently resolute, still less so was the peasant army. By its conduct on the 3rd and 4th of July the garrison made it wholly possible for the Bolsheviks to seize the power, but nevertheless there were neutral units which by the evening of the 4th were decisively inclining to the side of the Patriotic Party. By July 5, the neutral regiments had taken their stand with the executive committee, and the regiments tending towards Bolshevism were striving to assume a color of neutrality. It was this, far more than the belated arrival of troops from the front, that gave a free hand to the authorities. If the Bolsheviks in the heat of the moment had seized the power on the evening of July 4, the Petrograd garrison would not itself have held it, and would have hindered the workers from defending it against the inevitable blow from without. The situation looked still less favorable in the active army. The struggle for peace and land had made the army extremely hospitable, especially since the June offensive, to the slogans of the Bolsheviks, but the so-called spontaneous Bolshevism of the soldier was not in the least identified in his consciousness with a definite party, with its central committee, or its leaders. The soldiers' letters of those times clearly depict this condition of the army. Remember, Messrs. Ministers, and all you chief leaders, writes the crooked hand of a soldier from the front, we don't understand very well about parties, only that the future and the past are not far off. The Tsar sent you to Siberia and sat you in jail, and we will sit you on our bayonets. In these lines an extreme bitterness against those higher up who are deceiving the soldiers, is united with the recognition of the soldiers' own helplessness. We don't understand very well about parties. The army mutinied continually against the war and the officers, making use of slogans from the Bolshevik dictionary. But it was far from ready to raise an insurrection in order to give the power to the Bolshevik party. For the subduing of Petrograd the government picked out reliable detachments from the troops nearest the capital without encountering active resistance from other detachments, and it transported the echelons without resistance from the railroad workers. The discontented, rebellious, easily excitable army was still formless politically. It still contained too few compact Bolshevik nuclei capable of giving a single direction to the thought and activity of the crumbly soldier mass. On the other hand the compromisers, in order to turn the front against Petrograd and the peasant rear, made successful use of that poisoned weapon which in March the reaction had so carefully tried to bring to bear against the Soviet. The social revolutionaries and Mensheviks said to the soldiers on the front, the Petrograd garrison, under the influence of the Bolsheviks, is refusing to send replacements, the workers do not want to work for the necessities of the front, if the peasant listens to the Bolsheviks and seizes the land now, nothing will be left for the men at the front. The soldiers needed some supplementary experience before they would understand for whom the government was saving the land, whether for the peasants at the front or the landlords. Between Petrograd and the active army stood the provinces. Their reaction to the July events serves in itself as a very important a posteriori criterion for deciding the question whether the Bolsheviks were right in refraining from a direct struggle for power in July. Even in Moscow the pulse of the revolution was incomparably weaker than in Petrograd. In the session of the Moscow Committee of the Bolsheviks stormy debates arose. Individuals belonging to the extreme left wing of the party, such, for example, as Bubnov, proposed that they occupy the post office, the telegraph and telephone stations, the editorial offices of Ruskoslav, that is, that they take the road of insurrection. The committee, very moderate in its general spirit, decisively rejected these proposals, considering that the Moscow masses were not in the least ready for such action. It was nevertheless decided to hold a demonstration in spite of the veto of the Soviet. A considerable crowd of workers marched to Skobelovsky Square with the same slogans as in Petrograd, but with far from the same enthusiasm. The garrison reacted by no means unanimously. Individual units joined the procession, but only one of them came fully armed. The artillery soldier, Davidovsky, who subsequently took a serious part in the October struggles, testifies in his memoirs that Moscow was not prepared for the July days, and that the leaders of the demonstration were left with a bad taste in their mouths by its unsuccess. In Ivanovo-Voznesensk, the textile capital where the Soviet was already under the leadership of the Bolsheviks, news came of the events in Petrograd, accompanied by a rumor that the provisional government had fallen. At a night session of the Executive Committee it was resolved, as a preliminary measure, to establish control over the telephone and telegraph. Work was stopped in the factories on July 6. 40,000 took part in the demonstration, many of them armed. When it was learned that the Petrograd demonstration had not led to victory, the Ivanovo-Voznesensk Soviet hastily beat a retreat. In Riga, under influence of the news from Petrograd, a clash occurred on the night of July 6 between Lettish sharpshooters inclined towards Bolshevism and the Battalion of Death, the Patriotic Battalion being compelled to retire. The Riga Soviet adopted on that same night a resolution in favor of a government of the Soviets. 2 days later a similar resolution was adopted in Ekaterinburg, the capital of the Urals. The fact that this slogan of Soviet power, which had been advanced in the early months only in the name of the party, became henceforward the program of individual local Soviets indubitably meant a gigantic step forward. But from resolutions in favor of a Soviet power to insurrection under the banner of the Bolsheviks, there was still a considerable road to travel. In certain parts of the country the Petrograd events served as a stimulus to set off acute conflicts of a private character. In Nizhny Novgorod, where some soldiers on furlough had long been resisting their entrainment for the front, Junkers sent from Moscow to enforce orders aroused the indignation of 2 local regiments by their violence. Shooting followed, and men were killed and wounded. The Junkers surrendered and were disarmed. The authorities disappeared. A punitive expedition set out from Moscow with 3 kinds of troops. At its head was the commander of the Moscow district, the impulsive Colonel Verkhovsky, a future war minister of Kerensky, and the president of the Moscow Soviet, the old Menshevik Kinhuk, a man of no military temper, the future head of the cooperatives, and afterward Soviet ambassador in Berlin. However, they found nobody to subdue, as a committee elected by the mutinous soldiers had fully restored order by the time they arrived. In Kiev, during approximately the same hours of the same night, and on the same ground, refusal to go to the front, soldiers of the regiment named after the Hetman Polyabitko mutinied to the number of 5,000, seized a store of weapons, occupied the fortress and the district headquarters, and arrested the commander and the head of the militia. The panic in the city lasted several hours, until by the combined efforts of the military authorities, a committee of social organizations, and the institutions of the Central Ukrainian Rada, the arrested were liberated and the greater part of the mutinous troops disarmed. In faraway Krasnoyarsk the Bolsheviks, thanks to the mood of the garrison, felt so strong that, in spite of the wave of reaction already gathering in the country, they held a demonstration on July 9, in which 8,000 to 10,000 people took part, a majority of them soldiers. A detachment of 400 soldiers with artillery was moved against Krasnoyarsk from Irkutsk, led by the district military commander, the social revolutionary, Krakowitsky. During the 2 days of conferences and negotiations necessitated by the two-power regime, the punitive detachment became so demoralized by the soldiers' agitation that the Commissar hastened to send them back to Irkutsk. But Krasnoyarsk was upon the whole an exception. In a majority of the provinces and county seats, the situation was incomparably less favorable. In Samara, for instance, the local Bolshevik organization, upon receiving news of the fights in the capital, awaited the signal for action, although there was almost nobody they could count on. One of the local members of the party says, the workers had begun to sympathize with the Bolsheviks, but it was impossible to hope that they would go into a fight. It was still less possible to count on the soldiers. As for the Bolshevik organizations, they were altogether weak. We were a mere handful. In the Soviet of Workers' Deputies there were a few Bolsheviks, but in the Soldiers' Soviet there was, it seems, not a single one, and moreover the Soviet consisted almost exclusively of officers. The principal cause of this weak and unfavorable reaction of the country lay in the fact that the provinces, having received the February Revolution from the hands of Petrograd without a struggle, were far slower than the capital in digesting new facts and ideas. An additional period was necessary before the vanguard could draw up to its own position the heavy reserves. Thus the state of the popular consciousness, decisive factor in a revolutionary policy, made impossible the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks in July. At the same time the offensive on the front impelled the party to oppose the demonstration. The collapse of the offensive was absolutely inevitable. As a fact it had already begun, but the country did not yet know it. The danger was that if the party were incautious, the government might lay the blame upon the Bolsheviks for the consequences of its own madness. The offensive must be given time to exhaust itself. The Bolsheviks had no doubt that the break in the mood of the masses would be very abrupt when it came. Then it would be clear what should be undertaken. Their reckoning was absolutely right. Events, however, have their own logic which takes no account of political reckonings, and this time events came down cruelly on the heads of the Bolsheviks. The failure of the offensive became catastrophic on the 6th of July, when the Germans broke through the Russian troops on a front 12 versts long and to a depth of 10 versts. The breach became known in the capital on July 7, at the very height of the punitive and repressive activities. Many months later, when passions ought to have quieted down a little, or at least become a little more sensible, Stankiewicz, not one of the most vicious enemies of Bolshevism, was nevertheless still writing about the mysterious sequence of events to be observed in the breach at Tarnopol following just after the July days in Petrograd. Those people did not see, or did not want to see, the real sequence of events, the fact that a hopeless offensive begun under the whip of the Entente could not but lead to military catastrophe and, simultaneously therewith, to an outbreak of indignation in the masses deceived in their hopes of the revolution. But what difference does it make what the real concatenation of events was? The temptation to link up the Petrograd manifestation with the misfortune at the front was too strong. The patriotic press not only did not conceal the reverses, but exaggerated them with all its might, not hesitating even to reveal military secrets, printing the names of divisions and regiments and indicating their position. Beginning on July 8, Miliukov confesses, the newspapers began purposely to print outspoken telegrams from the front which struck Russian society like a clap of thunder. And that was their purpose, to shock, to frighten, to deafen, in order the more easily to link up the Bolsheviks with the Germans. Provocation undoubtedly played a certain role in the events at the front as well as on the streets of Petrograd. After the February Revolution the government had thrown over into the active army a large number of former gendarmes and policemen. None of them of course wanted to fight. They were more afraid of the Russian soldiers than of the Germans. In order to get their past forgotten, they would simulate the most extreme moods of the army, incite the soldiers against the officers, come out loudest of all against discipline, and often openly give themselves out for Bolsheviks. Bound naturally together as accomplices, they created a kind of special brotherhood of cowardice and villainy. Through them would penetrate and quickly spread through the army the most fantastic rumors, in which ultra-revolutionism was combined with Black Hundredism. In critical hours these creatures would give the first signals for panic. The press more than once referred to this demoralizing work of the police and gendarmes. No less frequent references of this kind are to be found in the secret documents of the army itself. But the High Command remained silent, preferring to identify the Black Hundred provocateurs with the Bolsheviks. And now, after the collapse of the offensive, this method was legalized, and the Menshevik papers endeavored not to fall behind the dirtiest sheets of the chauvinists. With shouts about anarcho-Bolsheviks and German agents, and about former gendarmes, they succeeded for a time in drowning out the question of the general condition of the army and of the policy of peace. Our deep breach on the Lenin front, Prince Lvov openly boasted, has incomparably more importance for Russia in my firm opinion than the breach made by the Germans on the southwestern front. The respected head of the government was like Rodchenko, the Lord Chamberlain, in that he did not know when to keep still. If it had been possible to restrain the masses from demonstrating on July 3 to 4, the demonstration would inevitably have broken out as a result of the Tarnopol breach. However, a delay even of a few days would have brought important changes in the political situation. The movement would have assumed at once a broader scope, taking in not only the provinces but also, to a considerable degree, the front. The government would have been exposed politically, and would have found it incomparably more difficult to lay the blame upon traitors in the rear. The situation of the Bolshevik party would have been more advantageous in every respect. However, even in that case the thing could not have been carried to the point of an immediate conquest of power. Only this much, indeed, can be confidently affirmed: if the July movement had broken out a week later, the reaction would not have come off so victorious. It was just that mysterious sequence of the date of the demonstration and the date of the breach which counted heavily against the Bolsheviks. The wave of indignation and despair rolling back from the front fell in with the wave of shattered hopes radiating from Petrograd. The lesson received by the masses in the capital was too severe for anyone to think of an immediate renewal of the struggle. Moreover, the bitter feelings caused by the meaningless defeat sought expression, and the patriots succeeded to a certain extent in directing it against the Bolsheviks. In April, June, and July, the principal actors were the same: the liberals, the compromisers, and the Bolsheviks. At all these stages the masses were trying to crowd the bourgeoisie out of the government. But the difference in the political consequences of mass interference in the several cases was enormous. It was the bourgeoisie who suffered in consequence of the April days. The annexation policy was condemned, in words at least; the Cadet Party was humiliated; the portfolio of foreign affairs was taken from it. In June the movement came to nothing. A gesture was made against the Bolsheviks, but the blow was not struck. In July the Bolshevik party was accused of treason, shattered, deprived of food and drink. Whereas in April Miliukov had been forced out of the government, in July Lenin was forced underground. What was the cause of this sharp change occurring in a period of 10 weeks? It is quite obvious that in the ruling circles a serious shift had occurred to the side of the liberal bourgeoisie. However, in that same period, April to July, the mood of the masses had sharply shifted to the side of the Bolsheviks. These two opposing processes developed in close dependence one upon the other. The more the workers and soldiers closed up around the Bolsheviks, the more resolutely were the compromisers compelled to support the bourgeoisie. In April the leaders of the executive committee, worrying about their own influence, could still come one step to meet the masses and throw Miliukov overboard, supplying him, to be sure, with a reliable life belt. In July the compromisers joined the bourgeoisie and the officers in raiding the Bolsheviks. The change in the correlation of forces was thus caused this time, too, by a shift of the least stable of political forces, the petty bourgeois democracy, its abrupt movement to the side of the bourgeois counter-revolution. But if this is so, were the Bolsheviks right in joining the demonstration and assuming responsibility for it? On July 3, Trotsky expounded the thought of Lenin: it is impossible to talk of a manifestation at this moment unless we want a new revolution. In that case, how could the party a few hours later stand at the head of an armed demonstration without summoning the masses to a new revolution? Doctrinaires will see inconsistency here, or still worse, political light-mindedness. Sukhanov, for instance, sees the matter in this way, and incorporates in his notes no few ironical references to the vacillation of the Bolshevik leadership. The masses take part in events, however, not at the bidding of doctrinaires, but at whatever time this flows inevitably from their own political development. The Bolshevik leadership understood that only a new revolution could change the political situation, but the workers and soldiers did not yet understand this. The Bolshevik leadership saw clearly that the heavy reserves, the front and the provinces, needed time to make their own inferences from the adventure of the offensive. But the advanced ranks were rushing into the street under the influence of that same adventure. They combined a most radical understanding of the task with illusions as to its methods. The warnings of the Bolsheviks were ineffective. The Petrograd workers and soldiers had to test the situation with their own experience. And their armed demonstration was such a test. But the test might, against the will of the masses, have turned into a general battle and by the same token into a decisive defeat. In such a situation the party dared not stand aside. To wash one's hands in the water of strategical morals would have meant simply to betray the workers and soldiers to their enemies. The party of the masses was compelled to stand on the same ground on which the masses stood, in order, while not in the least sharing their illusions, to help them make the necessary inferences with the least possible loss. Trotsky answered in the press the innumerable critics of those days, "We do not consider it necessary to justify ourselves before anybody for not having stood aside waiting while General Polovtsev conversed with the demonstrators. In any case our participation could not possibly have increased the number of victims, nor converted a chaotic armed manifestation into a political insurrection." A prototype of the July days is to be found in all the old revolutions, with various, but generally speaking unfavorable, and frequently catastrophic, results. This stage is involved in the inner mechanics of a bourgeois revolution, inasmuch as that class which sacrifices most for the success of the revolution and hopes the most from it, receives the least of all. The natural law of the process is perfectly clear. The possessing class which is brought to power by the revolution is inclined to think that with this the revolution has accomplished its mission, and is therefore most of all concerned to demonstrate its reliability to the forces of reaction. This revolutionary bourgeoisie provokes the indignation of the popular masses by those same measures with which it strives to win the goodwill of the classes it has overthrown. The disappointment of the masses follows very quickly, it follows even before their vanguard has cooled off after the revolutionary struggle. The people imagine that with a new blow they can carry through, or correct, that which they did not accomplish decisively enough before. Hence the impulse to a new revolution, a revolution without preparation, without program, without estimation of the reserves, without calculation of consequences. On the other hand, those bourgeois layers which have arrived at the power are in a way only waiting for a stormy outbreak from below, in order to make the attempt decisively to settle accounts with the people. Such is the social and psychological basis of that supplementary semi-revolution, which has more than once in history become the starting point of a victorious counter-revolution. On July 17, 1791, on the Champs de Mars, Lafayette fired on a peaceful demonstration of Republicans attempting to bring a petition to the National Assembly which was engaged in screening the treachery of the monarchical power, just as the Russian compromisers 126 years later were screening the treachery of the liberals. The royalist bourgeoisie hoped with a timely bath of blood to settle accounts with the party of the revolution forever. The Republican leaders, still not feeling strong enough for victory, declined the battle, and that was entirely reasonable. They even hastened to separate themselves from the petitioners, and that was, to say the least, unworthy and a mistaken policy. The regime of the bourgeois terror compelled the Jacobins to quiet down for several months. Robespierre took shelter with the Carpenter Duplay. Desmoulins went into hiding. Danton spent several weeks in England. But the royalist provocation nevertheless failed.
the settlement on the Champ de Mars did not prevent the Republican movement from going on to victory. The Great French Revolution thus had its July days, both in the political and the calendar sense of the word. 57 years later in France, the July days came in June and were incomparably more colossal and tragic. The so-called June days of 1848 grew irresistibly out of the February overturn. The French bourgeoisie had proclaimed in the hour of its victory the right to labor, just as in 1789 it announced a great many admirable things, just as in 1914 it swore that it was now waging its last war. Out of that vainglorious right to labor arose those pitiful national sweatshops where 100,000 workers, after winning the power for their bosses, got a wage of 23 sous a day. Only a few weeks later the Republican bourgeoisie, generous of phrase but stingy of money, could find no words insulting enough for these spongers living on a national starvation dole. In the abundance of those February promises and the cold-bloodedness of the pre-June provocations, the national traits of the French bourgeoisie find admirable expression. But even without provocation, the Parisian worker with the February weapon still in his hands could not help reacting to the contrast between gorgeous program and miserable reality, that intolerable contrast every day gnawing at his stomach and his conscience. With what cool and barely concealed calculation did Cavaignac before the eyes of the whole dominant society, permit an insurrection to develop in order the better to drown it in blood. No less than 12,000 workers were slaughtered by the Republican bourgeoisie, no less than 20,000 were imprisoned, in order to divest the remainder of their faith in that right to labor which the bourgeoisie had proclaimed. Without plan, without program, without leadership, the movement of the June days of 1848 was like a mighty and unrestrainable reflex action of the proletariat. Deprived of their most elementary necessities and insulted in their highest hopes, the insurrectionary workers were not only put down but slandered. The left Democrat, Flocon, a follower of Ledru-Rollin, a predecessor of Tseretelli, assured the National Assembly that the insurrectionaries had been bribed by monarchists and foreign governments. The compromisers of 1848 did not even have to have a war atmosphere in order to discover English and Russian gold in the pockets of the rebels. It was in this way that the Democrats laid down the road to Bonapartism. The gigantic outbreak of the Commune bore the same relation to the September overturn of 1870, as the June days to the February Revolution of 1848. That March uprising of the Parisian proletariat was least of all a matter of strategic calculation. It resulted from a tragic combination of circumstances, supplemented by one of those acts of provocation in which the French bourgeoisie is so inventive when fear puts the spurs to its spiteful will. Against the plans of the ruling clique, which wished above all to disarm the people, the workers wanted to defend that Paris which they had first tried to make their own. The National Guard had given them an armed organization, one very close to the Soviet type, and it had given them political leadership in the person of its Central Committee. In consequence of unfavorable objective conditions and political mistakes, Paris became opposed to France, misunderstood, not supported, in part actually betrayed by the provinces, and fell into the hands of the enraged men of Versailles with Bismarck and Moltke behind their backs. The depraved and beaten officers of Napoleon III proved indispensable hangmen in the service of the gentle Marianne, whom the Prussians in heavy boots had just freed from the embraces of a false Bonaparte. In the Paris Commune the reflex protest of the proletariat against the deceitfulness of a bourgeois revolution first rose to the height of proletarian revolution, but rose only to fall immediately. Spartacus Week in January 1919 in Berlin belonged to the same type of intermediate, semi-revolution as the July days in Petrograd. Owing to the prevailing position of the proletariat in the German nation, especially in its industry, the November Revolution automatically transferred the state sovereignty to the Workers' and Soldiers' Soviet. But the proletariat was politically identical with the social democracy, which in turn identified itself with the bourgeois regime. The Independent Party occupied in the German Revolution the place which in Russia belonged to the Social Revolutionaries and Mensheviks. The thing lacking was a Bolshevik party.
Every day after the 9th of November gave the German workers a vivid feeling as though of something slipping from their hands, being withdrawn, sliding through their fingers. The desire to keep what they had won, to fortify themselves, to put up a resistance, was growing from day to day. And this defensive tendency lay at the bottom of the January fights of 1919. Spartacus Week began, not in the manner of a strategy calculated by the party, but in the manner of a pressure from the indignant lower ranks. It developed around a question of third-rate importance, that of retaining the office of Chief of Police, although it was in its tendencies the beginning of a new revolution. Both organizations participating in the leadership, the Spartacus League and the Left Independents, were taken unawares. They went farther than they intended and at the same time did not go through to the end. The Spartacus men were still too weak for independent leadership. The Left Independents balked at those methods which could alone have brought them to the goal, vacillated, and played with the insurrection, combining it with diplomatic negotiations. In number of victims the January defeat falls far below the colossal figures of the June days in France. However, the political importance of a defeat is not measured only by the statistics of killed and executed. It is enough that the young Communist Party was physically beheaded, and the Independent Party demonstrated that by the very essence of its methods it was incapable of leading the proletariat to victory. From a larger point of view, the July days repeated themselves in Germany in several different editions: the January week of 1919, the March days of 1921, the October retreat of 1923. The whole subsequent history of Germany derives from those events. The unachieved revolution was switched over into fascism. At the present moment, while these lines are being written, early in May 1931, the bloodless, peaceful, glorious revolution in Spain is preparing before our eyes. Its June days, if you go by the French calendar, its July days by the Russian. The provisional government in Madrid, bathing in phrases, a good part of them apparently translated from the Russian language, is promising broad measures against unemployment and land hunger, but dares not touch a single one of the old social sores. The coalition socialists are helping the Republicans sabotage the tasks of the revolution. Is it hard to foresee the feverish growth of indignation among workers and peasants? The incompatible movements of the mass revolution on the one hand, and the policy of the new ruling classes on the other, that is the source of an irreconcilable conflict, which as it develops will either bury the first, the April, revolution, or lead to a second. Although the underlying mass of Russian Bolsheviks felt in July, 1917, that beyond certain limits it was still impossible to go, still there was no complete homogeneity of mood. Many workers and soldiers were at times inclined to estimate the developing movement as a decisive action. Metelev, in his memoirs written 5 years later, expresses himself about the meaning of the events in the following words: "In that insurrection our chief mistake was that we proposed to the compromisist executive committee to seize the power. We ought not to have proposed, but to have seized the power ourselves. Our second mistake may be considered to be this, that we spent almost 2 days marching in the streets, instead of immediately occupying all the institutions, palaces, banks, railroad stations, telegraph offices, arresting the whole provisional government, etc., etc." As applied to an insurrection those words would be unanswerable, but to convert the July movement into an insurrection would have meant almost certainly to bury the revolution. The anarchists in summoning the masses to battle referred to the fact that the February Revolution also took place without the leadership of a party. But the February Revolution had its prepared tasks laid down by the struggle of whole generations, and above the February Revolution stood an oppositional liberal society and a patriotic democracy ready to receive the power. The July movement, on the contrary, would have had to lay down a wholly new historic roadbed. The whole of bourgeois society, the Soviet democracy included, were implacably hostile to it. This basic difference between the conditions of a bourgeois and a workers' revolution, the anarchists did not see, or did not understand. Had the Bolshevik Party, stubbornly clinging to a doctrinaire appraisal of the July movement as untimely, turned its back on the masses, the semi-insurrection would inevitably have fallen under the scattered and uncoordinated leadership of anarchists, of adventurers, of accidental expressors of the indignation of the masses, and would have expired in bloody and bootless convulsions. On the other hand, if the party, after taking its place at the head of the machine gunners and Putilov men, had renounced its own appraisal of the situation as a whole, and glided down the road to a decisive fight, the insurrection would indubitably have taken a bold scope. The workers and soldiers under the leadership of the Bolsheviks would have conquered the power, but only to prepare the subsequent shipwreck of the revolution. The question of power on a national scale would not have been decided, as it was in February, by a victory in Petrograd. The provinces would not have caught up to the capital. The front would not have understood or accepted the revolution. The railroads and the telegraphs would have served the compromisers against the Bolsheviks. Kerensky and headquarters would have created a government for the front and the provinces. Petrograd would have been blockaded. Disintegration would have begun within its walls. The government would have been able to send considerable masses of soldiers against Petrograd. The insurrection would have ended, in those circumstances, with the tragedy of a Petrograd commune. At the July forking of historic roads, the interference of the Bolshevik party eliminated both fatally dangerous variants, both that in the likeness of the June days of 1848, and that of the Paris Commune of 1871. Thanks to the party's taking its place boldly at the head of the movement, it was able to stop the masses at the moment when the demonstration began to turn into an armed test of strength. The blow struck at the masses and the party in July was very considerable, but it was not a decisive blow. The victims were counted by tens and not by tens of thousands. The working class issued from the trial, not headless and not bled to death. It fully preserved its fighting cadres, and these cadres had learned much. During the February overturn, all the many preceding years' work of the Bolsheviks came to fruition, and progressive workers educated by the party found their place in the struggle, but there was still no direct leadership from the party. In the April events, the slogans of the party manifested their dynamic force, but the movement itself developed independently. In June, the enormous influence of the party revealed itself, but the masses were still functioning within the limits of a demonstration officially summoned by the enemy. Only in July did the Bolshevik party, feeling the pressure of the masses, come out into the street against all the other parties, and not only with its slogans, but with its organized leadership, determine the fundamental character of the movement. The value of a close-knit vanguard was first fully manifested in the July days, when the party, at great cost, defended the proletariat from defeat, and safeguarded its own future revolution. As a technical trial, wrote Miliukov, speaking of the significance of the July days to the Bolsheviks, the experience was for them undoubtedly of extraordinary value. It showed them with what elements they had to deal, how to organize these elements, and finally what resistance could be put up by the government, the Soviet and the military units. It was evident that when the time came for repeating the experiment, they would carry it out more systematically and consciously. Those words correctly evaluate the significance of the July experiment for the further development of the policy of the Bolsheviks. But before making use of these July lessons, the party had to go through some heavy weeks, during which it seemed to the short-sighted enemy that the power of Bolshevism was conclusively broken. Chapter 27. The month of the Great Slander. During that night of July 4, when the 200 members of both executive committees, the worker soldiers and the peasants, were sitting around between fruitless sessions, a mysterious rumor arrived among them. Material had been discovered connecting Lenin with the German General Staff. Tomorrow the newspapers would publish the documents. The gloomy augurs of the Presidium, crossing the hall on their way to one of those endless conferences behind the scenes, responded unwillingly and evasively even to questions from their nearest friends. The Tauride Palace, already almost abandoned by the outside public, was bewildered. Lenin in the service of the German staff. Amazement, alarm, malicious pleasure, drew the delegates together in excited groups. It goes without saying, says Sukhanov, who was very hostile to the Bolsheviks in the July days, that not one person really connected with the revolution doubted for an instant that these rumors were all nonsense. But those with a revolutionary past constituted an insignificant minority among the members of the executive committee. March revolutionists, accidental elements caught up by the first wave, predominated even in the ruling Soviet institutions. Among those provincials, town clerks, shopkeepers, heads of villages, deputies were to be found with a definitely Black Hundred odor. These people immediately began to feel at home, just what was to be expected. They had known it all along. Alarmed by this unforeseen and too abrupt turn of events, the leaders sparred for time. Chij and Tsereteli suggested to the newspapers by telephone that they refrain from printing the sensational exposure as unverified. The editors did not dare ignore this request from the Tauride Palace, except one of them. The small yellow sheet published by one of the sons of Suvarin, the powerful publisher of Novvremya, served up to its readers the next morning an official-sounding document about Lenin's receiving directions and money from the German government. The censorship was thus broken, and within a day the whole press was full of this sensation. Thus began the most incredible episode of a year rich in events. The leaders of a revolutionary party, whose lives for decades had been passed in a struggle against rulers, both crowned and uncrowned, found themselves portrayed before the country and the whole world as hired agents of the Hohenzollern. On a scale hitherto unheard of, this slander was sown in the thick of the popular masses, a vast majority of whom had heard of the Bolshevik leaders for the first time only after the February Revolution. Mudslinging here became a political factor of primary importance. This makes necessary an attentive examination of its mechanism. The primary source of this sensational document was the testimony of a certain Ermolenko. The image of this hero is sufficiently delineated by the official records. In the period from the Japanese War to 1913, he was an agent of the intelligence service. In 1913, for reasons not established, he was discharged from service with the title of ensign from the ranks. In 1914 he was called to service in the army, gallantly permitted himself to be captured, and became a police spy among the war prisoners. The regime of a concentration camp was not to this spy's taste, however, and at the insistence of his friends, so he testifies, he took service with the Germans, needless to say, with patriotic aims. Here a new chapter opened in his life. On April 25 this ensign from the ranks was thrown over the Russian front by the German military authorities for the purpose of dynamiting bridges, reporting military secrets, struggling for the independence of the Ukraine, and agitating for a separate peace. The German officers, Captains Shiditsky and Liebers, in contracting with Ermolenko for these services, informed him in passing, without any practical necessity and evidently merely in order to keep up his spirits, that besides the ensign himself, Lenin would be working in Russia in the same direction. That was the foundation of the whole affair. Who, or what, suggested to Ermolenko his testimony about Lenin? Not the German officers, in any case. A simple juxtaposition of dates and facts will introduce us into the intellectual workshop of the ensign. On April 4 Lenin issued his famous theses, constituting a declaration of war against the February regime. On April 20 to 21 occurred the armed demonstration against a continuance of the war. The attack upon Lenin at that time became a veritable hurricane. On the 25th Ermolenko was thrown over the front, and during the first half of May was getting in contact with the intelligence service at headquarters. Ambiguous newspaper articles demonstrating that the policy of Lenin was advantageous to the Kaiser gave birth to the idea that Lenin was a German agent. Officers and commissars at the front, struggling with the irrepressible Bolshevism of the soldiers, were still less ceremonious in their forms of expression when the talk was about Lenin. Ermolenko promptly plunged into these waters. Whether he himself thought up the dragged-in remark about Lenin, whether it was suggested to him by some outside person, or whether it was cooperatively manufactured by Ermolenko and the officials of the intelligence service, has no great significance. The demand for slanders against the Bolsheviks had reached such intensity that a supply could not fail to turn up. The chief of the headquarters staff, General Denikin, future generalissimo of the White Guards in the Civil War, himself not very much higher in his outlook than the agents of the Tsarist Secret Service, attributed, or pretended to attribute, great importance to the testimony of Ermolenko, and turned it over to the War Minister on May 16 with an appropriate letter. Kerensky, we may assume, exchanged opinions with Tsariteli Orchij, who could hardly have failed to put a curb on his righteous indignation. That evidently explains why the thing went no further. Kerensky wrote later that, although Ermolenko had testified to a connection of Lenin with the German staff, he did so not with sufficient credibility. The report of Ermolenko-Denikin thus remained for a month and a half under a bushel. The intelligence service dismissed Ermolenko as superfluous, and the ensign wandered off to the Far East to drink away the money he had received from two sources. The events of the July days, however, revealing the danger of Bolshevism in its full stature, called to mind the exposures of Ermolenko. He was hastily summoned from Blagoveshchensk, but owing to a sheer lack of imagination he could not, in spite of all cluckings and jerkings of the reins, add one word to his original testimony. By that time, however, the Department of Justice and the Intelligence Service were working under full steam. Inquiries about possible criminal connections of the Bolsheviks were addressed to politicians, generals, gendarmes, merchants, innumerable people of any and every profession. The respectable Tsarist secret police conducted themselves in this investigation with considerably more discretion than the brand new representatives of democratic justice. Such evidence, wrote a former chief of the Petrograd secret police, the venerable General Globachev, as that Lenin worked in Russia to her injury and on German money, was not, at least during my period of service, in the possession of the secret police. Another secret police officer, Yakubov, chief of the intelligence department of the Petrograd military district, testified, I know nothing of a connection between Lenin and his followers and the German general staff, but I also know nothing of the resources upon which Lenin worked. Thus from the institutions of the Tsarist spy system, which had kept watch of Bolshevism from its very inception, nothing useful could be squeezed out. However, when people seek long, especially if they are armed with power, they find something in the end. A certain Z. Burstein, a merchant by official calling, opened the eyes of the provisional government to a German espionage organization in Stockholm, headed by Parvus, a well-known German social democrat of Russian origin. According to the testimony of Burstein, Lenin was in contact with this organization through the Polish revolutionists, Gainetsky and Kozlovsky. Kerensky wrote later, some extraordinarily serious data, unfortunately not of a legal, but merely of a secret police character, were to receive absolutely unquestionable confirmation with the arrival in Russia of Gainetsky, who had been arrested on the border, and were to be converted into authentic juridical material against the Bolshevik staff. Kerensky knew in advance into what this material would be converted. The testimony of the merchant, Burstein, concerned the trade operations of Gainetsky and Kozlovsky between Petrograd and Stockholm. This wartime commerce, which evidently had recourse at times to a code correspondence, had no relation to politics. The Bolshevik Party had no relation to this commerce. Lenin and Trotsky had publicly denounced Parvus, who combined good commerce with bad politics, and in printed words had appealed to the Russian revolutionists to break off all relations with him. But who was there in the whirlpool of events who had time to look into all this? An espionage organization in Stockholm, that sounded plain enough. And so the light unsuccessfully ignited by the hand of Ensign Ermolenko, flared up from another direction. To be sure, here too they ran into a difficulty. The head of the intelligence service of the General Staff, Prince Turkestanov, to the query of an investigator into the especially important affair of Alexandrov, had answered, Z. Burstein is a person not deserving the slightest confidence. Burstein is an unscrupulous type of businessman, who will not stop at any kind of undertaking. But could Burstein's bad reputation stand in the way of an attempt to besmirch the reputation of Lenin? No, Kerensky did not hesitate to recognize the testimony of Burstein as extraordinarily serious. Henceforth the investigation was off on the Stockholm scent. The exposures of a spy who had been in the service of 2 general staffs, and an unscrupulous businessman, not deserving the slightest confidence, lay at the foundation of that utterly fantastic accusation against a revolutionary party which a nation of 160 million were about to raise to the supreme power.